Open the door. Xiao Zhou, it's Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang is a colleague from Zhou Yu's factory, as well as his landlady. However, the employee dormitory is rented by the factory and provided as a free benefit. Therefore, there's been no financial exchange between them. What could she possibly want? Zhou Yu suppressed his curiosity, paused the movie on his phone, and got out of bed to open the door. I'm coming. I'm coming. Aunt Huang, in her 50s with a plump, round face, entered and immediately pulled over the only chair to sit down, casting a peculiar glance at Zhou Yu. Xiao Zhou, you've been living here for nearly 2 months. Although I haven't rushed you, you should have some awareness, shouldn't you? Isn't it time to settle the rent? Zhou Yu was taken aback, and it took him a moment to respond. Aunt Huang, you must be joking. The house is rented by Vida. This has nothing to do with me. Cough. Haven't you heard? Gao Haizi ran away yesterday. Since you're the one living here, of course, I have to collect the rent from you. Aunt Huang wore an expression of indignation, glaring at Zhou Yu as if afraid he might flee. What? Boss Gao ran away? I haven't even been paid yet. Boss Gao offered a salary nearly 1,000 more than the industry average. So even when he suggested withholding a month's pay, Zhou Yu agreed without hesitation. He had joined his tool factory as a technician right after graduation. Today is August 15th, payday, but since it's a Sunday, Vida will only distribute July's salary. Zhou Yu was nearly out of funds, anxiously awaiting the much-needed cash. Being told that his boss had vanished was akin to a bolt from the blue 2 months of effort wasted. Aunt Huang was hoping to extract some money from him to cover her losses, and her frustration grew as she watched his shocked expression. What does your measly salary matter? Not only have I lost my wages, but that scoundrel Gao Haizi hasn't even paid last year's rent. I won't dwell on the past, Xiao Zhou, but I must ask, do you still intend to stay here? Zhou Yu's heart leaped with joy. Aunt Huang, you're still willing to let me stay? Pa. What a wonderful thought. Of course, you can stay, but you must pay 3 months' rent in advance, plus 1 month's deposit. Will it be via QR code or cash? Zhou Yu's face fell unless he used a credit service. The little money he had would not suffice for 4 months' rent. Even if he did pay, what if Aunt Huang later claimed that it was only for the previous 2 months? The probability of her pulling such a stunt was alarmingly high. Aunt, please don't rush. Is the news reliable? Given Vida's solid performance, how could Boss Gao possibly run away? Perhaps he has merely gone on a business trip and will return to pay you rent. Let's wait and see. Zhou Yu was resorting to delay tactics, hoping for even 1 more day. Maybe he would find a new job by tomorrow. Moreover, his words were sincere. How could a thriving factory have its boss vanish? But Aunt Huang, wise to the ways of the world, saw through Zhou Yu's little scheme at once. With a cold laugh, she replied, Xiao Zhou, stop overthinking. Gao Haizi lost millions in gambling, and not only did he clear out the factory's equipment over the weekend, but he even sold his villa in the suburbs. You think he'll come back? That's as likely as a widow giving birth to a son. There's no hope. You're a young man with little money and will make it difficult for you. He'll come back tomorrow, either pay the rent or vacate the premises. Think it over. Having spoken, he rose to take his leave and exited through the door. Zhou Yu was utterly flabbergasted. At the age of 22, he had been raised by his father after his parents divorced many years ago. A few years prior, his father remarried and had new children. Feeling like an outsider, Zhou Yu dedicated his entire university life to working various jobs, tutoring, food delivery, seizing every opportunity for part-time work. He managed to complete his studies solely through his own efforts, never accepting a single penny from his father. Now, with his boss having absconded, he found himself without parental support or friends to rely on. Aside from resorting to loan sharks, he had no immediate means to pay his rent. What to do? Leave or stay? To depart now would render 2 months of hard work utterly futile. As a young man hailing from a broken family, this was not Zhou Yu's way. He wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him. But if he chose to stay, where would he find Gao Haizi to settle the score? Moreover, if he didn't secure a new job quickly, he would face dire consequences. While he pondered this dilemma, his phone buzzed with a WeChat call. Zhou, I heard from the landlord that Gao Haizi has run off. Is that true? He still wants to collect rent from me. How absurd. The caller was Sun Jian, a newcomer from the sales department of Vida, who lived right across from Zhou Yu. He was from Fuyang and had just returned home for the weekend. In truth, they had exchanged only a few words before, but hearing about the unpaid wages had led him to seek out Zhou Yu. The landlord said so, but I can't verify its truth. I'll head to the factory first and let you know what I find," Zhou Yu replied, ending the call. He resolved to assess the situation firsthand. If possible, perhaps he could seize a couple of pieces of equipment as compensation. As he donned his attire and opened the door, he noticed someone emerging from the dormitory diagonally across, dragging a suitcase, clearly preparing for a journey. Xiao Song from the quality control department spotted Zhou Yu and quickly surmised his intentions. "Zhou Yu, planning to head to the factory? I advise you to save your efforts. The rats from Vita have already moved out overnight." Gao Haizi nearly stripped the workshop bare. Zhou Yu felt a spark of intrigue. "Songge, I heard you're from the same hometown as Gao. Do you have any insider information?" "Insider information? Nonsense. That scoundrel not only absconded with my wages, but also played cards with several suppliers last week, claiming to have lost his wallet and asking me for a few thousand. I curse his entire lineage. He's even trying to snatch the beggar's bowl." Zhou Yu almost chuckled. Gao Jinbao was indeed a piece of work. For someone running such a large enterprise, his deceitfulness resembled that of a street thug. But upon reflecting on his own dire situation, the humor faded as, "Oh, what's your plan, Songgu?" Xiao Song suppressed his ire. "My second brother is getting married next week. He'll attend the wedding, and while I'm at it, I might as well look for Gao Haizi. After all, the landlord is evicting people, so I might as well head home." Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. "Songgu, could you send me Gao's address?" Xiao Song nodded and pulled out his phone to compose a message. "All right. But don't get your hopes too high. Many people know his hometown, and he might not dare return there. That if you truly wish to confront Gao Haizi, you could accompany me. It's a hassle for outsiders to find that place." Ding! A message from Xiao Song popped up on WeChat. Zhou Yu chose not to open it immediately. "Thank you, Brother Song. I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. I shall contact you once I arrive," Xiao Song casually remarked, not feeling the need to insist. The two exchanged farewells with a wave, and Zhou Yu proceeded to walk towards the factory. Even though Aunt Huang and Xiao Song both claimed that the factory had been completely vacated, Zhou Yu resolved to see it for himself. His life experiences had instilled in him a profound skepticism towards others. If even family could deceive and betray, how could he trust those who were utterly unrelated? Chapter 2. Then you must not love her. Upon arriving at the factory, Zhou Yu felt a chill in his heart. It was Sunday, and all the factory buildings in the industrial park were locked tight. The only exception was the wide-open roll-up door of Vita, revealing an empty workshop. Save for a few bubble wrap bags swirling in the wind and the solitary ceiling light above, Zhou Yu, still clinging to hope, scoured the upper floors and the office area. To put it plainly, even the toilet paper had been stripped away. This was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a meticulously planned operation executed by a professional moving team. Gao Jibao, oh Gao Jibao, you truly deserve this fate. On his very first official day at work, he had been cheated out of 2 months' wages. Previously skeptical, witnessing the situation firsthand ignited a simmering anger within him. Zhou Yu loathed being deceived or taken advantage of, and Gao Jibao had managed to do both. A grudge had been formed. Returning to his rented room, Zhou Yu promptly opened the 12306 app and booked a train ticket from Hangzhou to Xiamen. This route only offered high-speed trains. And after swiping his credit card for over 300 yuan, his heart ached. He possessed little in the way of belongings. His clothes fit into a wheeled suitcase, bedding stuffed into a plastic bag, and a bucket filled with bowls and utensils. After locking the door and placing the key on the frame, he sent a message to Aunt Huang before rushing to the station. The train from Hangzhou to Xiamen was predominantly filled with travelers and business people, making Zhou Yu's bucket-carrying appearance a rarity. Even among the self-proclaimed high-quality crowd, he occasionally attracted curious glances. Weathered by life's trials, Zhou Yu paid no heed to others' opinions. After stowing his luggage, he indulged in his phone or succumbed to sleep as the journey commenced. When the train made a stop in Shangrao, a young couple boarded. Zhou Yu occupied the window seat, F, while the woman settled into the adjacent seat, D. The man, engrossed in a novel on his phone, glanced over at Zhou Yu and said, "Hey, switch seats with me. I want to sit next to my girlfriend." Zhou Yu rolled his eyes without acknowledging him and returned to his reading. The slighted man, feeling insulted, raised his voice. "Hey, get up. Did you hear me? I want to sit with my girlfriend." His tone clearly exceeded the bounds of politeness, drawing the attention of nearby passengers. Such seat-switching antics were irksome. If they wished to sit together, they could do so at home. No one would care. Ah, the youth. What was wrong with a young couple wanting to sit together? Why should a single man cling to such stubbornness? Zhou Yu, indifferent to the opinions of others, kept his head down, stating, "No, I want T-switch. Why not?" The man retorted, "Wherever you sit, it's still a seat. I assent it. Why should I switch?" Zhou Yu replied, "I paid over 300 yuan to sit next to your girlfriend. Did you pay anything to sit here with me?" The seat-switching man fell silent for a moment, as did the surrounding passengers. Everyone had purchased their tickets. How could this young man imply that others hadn't paid? After a brief pause, the man finally responded, "We all bought tickets to board. Of course, I paid. I just want to switch seats with you." Zhou Yu glanced up at him. "That's the price for sitting next to a stranger. If you want to sit next to your girlfriend, it'll cost you an additional 400 yuan. Pay up, and I'll switch seats with you." The man seeking a seat change found the situation somewhat perplexing. "Enough nonsense. I am seated with my girlfriend. Why should I pay you?" Zhou Yu, with a look of disdain, retorted, "I sat next to your girlfriend and spent over 300, correct?" The man was momentarily befuddled. Glancing at the ticket Zhou Yu displayed, "Indeed, that's accurate. Then it's settled. A stranger like me spent over 300 just to sit next to your girlfriend. And you expect to benefit without cost? If you are unwilling to spend even a few hundred on your girlfriend, you must not truly love her." The man felt his brain begin to overheat. The surrounding passengers were intrigued. This young man certainly had a point. The young woman, however, listened intently, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her boyfriend, pondering whether he genuinely loved her. The man seeking the seat change was at a loss. How could he admit, under such scrutiny, that he did not love her enough? "Of course I love my girlfriend. Enough chatter. I want to owe you a single cent WeChat or Alipay." A notification chimed for 100 yuan received. "Thank you, boss. How generous." Zhou Yu promptly vacated his seat and moved to the adjacent carriage. The couple was also heading to the same destination, and the change was not inconvenient. The reason for Zhou Yu's maneuver was his disdain for the man's brazen attitude. "I am not your father. I owe you nothing. Why should I indulge you?" Even biological parents might not spoil their children. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yu, a keen observer among the passengers had recorded the exchange from the very start of the seat change. It had been posted online, becoming a classic retort for refusing seat changes. If you want to spend even a few hundred, you must not love her. Following that, the journey continued in silence. Arriving at their destination around 11 at night, Xiamen, being a tourist city, boasted exorbitant hotel prices. Zhou Yu, in his financial constraints, could not bear to spend money on accommodation and decided to rest overnight in the station's arrival hall, planning to head to Gao Haizi's hometown at dawn. Modern train stations offer a plethora of amenities in the arrival hall, dining and commercial areas, though lacking in seating compared to the waiting area. Since instant noodles are discouraged on high-speed trains and Zhou Yu was reluctant to spend on a boxed meal, he remained hungry. After obtaining hot water from the drinking station and eating instant noodles, he finally regained his composure. After freshening up in the restroom, Zhou Yu sought a secluded corner in the commercial area, retrieving bedding from his bag and laying down on the floor. While on the train, he felt the weight of his thoughts, but lying down brought a flood of worries. Would he be able to find Gao Haizi? Would he recover his earnings? A jumble of thoughts overwhelmed him, and he tossed and turned until he finally drifted off in the middle of the night. Upon awakening, it was barely past 5. Sleep eluded him any longer. He packed his belongings and, after washing up in the restroom, found it was still not yet 6 o'clock, and the earliest bus had yet to arrive. Fortunately, breakfast was being served in the station, 3 steamed buns, and a cup of hot soy milk for 13 yuan. After satisfying his hunger, he boarded the bus, which departed shortly after. After a transfer that took over an hour, Zhou Yu finally arrived at Hongxi village. As mentioned by Xiao Song, compared to the prosperity of other villages along the way, this one resembled Zhou Yu's hometown in the north, with houses generally a level lower and noticeably more dilapidated. It is no wonder that even the sun has its blemishes. It seems that even a city like Xiamen harbors its share of the impoverished. At that moment, a 2-wheeled vehicle appeared by the roadside, piloted by an elderly gentleman with a speech impediment, who was zipping along at a brisk pace of 10 kilometers per hour in his electric wheelchair. Just as I was pondering where to inquire for directions, I seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. "Sir, are you out for a stroll? Is it manageable to do so alone?" The old man applied the handbrake and came to a stop. "Oh, it's nothing. These 2 wheels are quite nimble. My hands are quite capable of managing it." From the way he spoke, it was evident that aside from his inability to walk, he faced little else in the way of challenges. After a moment's hesitation, I decided against lighting a cigarette, should his children happen to see him. I might find myself in hot water. Instead, I opted for a direct approach. "Sir, may I ask if you know where the old Gao family resides?" The elderly gentleman shook his head in response. "The Gao family?" There is no one by that name in Hongxi village. Chapter 3. Saving a life. Is there no one with the surname Gao? A sudden jolt ran through Zhou Yu's heart. Old sir, please think carefully. Do you know Gao Jibao? I heard from his fellow townsmen that he lives around here. The old man squinted, pondering for a moment. His somewhat clumsy hand slapped his thigh. Ah, Gao Haizi, the son-in-law of the old Shin family. Mention the Shin family and I know exactly where to direct you. Keep going straight. Take a right at the end. And you'll find it in the northwest corner of the village. Zhou Yu's spirit soared. This old gentleman was indeed sharp, and he seemed capable. Has Gao Jinbao returned home recently? Upon hearing this, the old man's face twitched, causing Zhou Yu to feel a pang of fear. Was he about to have a fit? I haven't heard he yes back, though someone has been looking for him lately. You all, it's futile to come here, he said, activating his electric wheelchair and departing like the wind. Zhou Yu was left bewildered. It seemed the prospects were dim. Nevertheless, he resolved not to abandon hope, for it was his hard-earned money at stake. Following the old man's directions, Zhou Yu arrived at a courtyard in the northwest of the village, and his already heavy heart sank further. Amidst the generally 2- or 3-story buildings of the village, there stood a solitary bungalow. Given such circumstances, even if he found Gao Jinbao, it was unlikely he would be able to extract any money. Wary of scaring Gao Jinbao away, Zhou Yu hesitated to knock, instead placing his belongings at the entrance and pushing the door open. Upon entering, he beheld a graceful figure dancing by the window, which elicited a chuckle from him. Dancing in front of the window so early in the morning was quite amusing. Indeed, the dancer had a captivating form. However, Zhou Yu soon realized something was amiss. The person's body was trembling, and it was not a proper dance. Beside them stood an electric scooter, and the right hand seemed to be touching a rectangular object on the windowsill. Was it a power strip? Good heavens! An electric shock. Zhou Yu's mind buzzed as he rushed toward the individual, scanning the vicinity for an insulating object. Frustratingly, the courtyard was immaculately tidy, and apart from 2 vegetable patches, there wasn't even a small twig to be found. Just as he neared the person, he still had no suitable tool at hand. Time was of the essence. If he delayed further, they might lose consciousness. Noticing the path beneath him was paved with pebbles and seemingly devoid of concrete, Zhou Yu bent down in desperation, using his fingers to pry a fist-sized yellow pebble from the ground. A surge of hope filled him as he sprinted to the person's rear, swinging his arm to hurl the stone at the power strip. Standing at 178 centimeters tall and weighing 160 pounds, the force of his throw was considerable. In an instant, the power strip shattered upon impact, releasing the individual from the electric current, who then collapsed softly into Zhou Yu, pinning him to the ground. Minutes later, Zhou Yu regained consciousness in a daze. What had just transpired? He could only recall the moment he struck the power strip. A torrent surging from the yellow stone into his body. It felt like water, like electricity, like a raging wave tearing through his flesh, even his very soul. He had lost consciousness in an instant. Yet now, it seemed he felt nothing amiss. Huh? Why did his lips feel soft and sweet? His chest felt tender and buoyant. There was a peculiar heaviness upon his body. A delightful sensation on his lips faded, swiftly replaced by a resounding slap. Zhou Yu opened his eyes to find a young girl perched atop him, her hands firmly planted on his shoulders, glaring at him with fury. Her delicate cheeks, flushed with indignation, resembled a pouting squirrel. She wore denim shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs, and a snug white t-shirt that showcased her ample bosom. Her almond-shaped eyes and delicate nose, combined with a hint of baby fat, added to her youthful charm, while her long hair was tied back in a single ponytail. Zhou Yu took 3 seconds to untangle the cause and effect of the situation, feeling a surge of annoyance. Hey, you repay your savior in this manner? The girl, having just delivered the slap, stared at him in shock. It was only upon hearing his words that she regained her senses, a deep crimson spreading from her alabaster neck to her lovely face. She suddenly remembered. Flustered, she scrambled off Zhou Yu. I'm so sorry. I fainted and was confused when I woke up. Thank you. Zhou Yu rose as well, brushing off the dust that clung to him. What a muddle. Setting aside the matter of saving her life, why did she slap him when she was the one on top? I truly apologize. Thank you for saving me. I shouldn't have hit you. The girl, with Zhou Yu's assistance, had avoided much of the dirt and was now calmer. She continued to apologize profusely, even bowing slightly, though her expression bore a hint of resentment. You wouldn't have come all this way just to save me, would you? How about we go inside and have some tea, discussing matters at our leisure? Zhou Yu scoffed inwardly, thinking, damn it, that was my first kiss. You just took it without a word. The Gao Jibao family, huh? Let us see if I can clear out your house. As he followed the girl into her modest abode, he felt a noticeable drop in temperature. The room was simple, just a bed, a table and chairs, and a wardrobe. Although clean, it was undeniably old-fashioned. It seemed even poorer than his own living situation. What a predicament. I'm late. Someone must have come to clear this place out before me. Aside from this cracked house, the most valuable possessions appeared to be the girl and her electric bike. Seated across from each other, the girl poured tea for Zhou. Now, can we speak? What brings you to my home? Zhou ceased his wandering thoughts and addressed her directly. I'm here to find Gao Jibao. He owes me money. Has he returned? The girl's expression darkened, and the teacup in her hand clattered down, spilling its contents. I can't believe you're one of those people. Zhou was taken aback. What sort of person am I? It's only right to repay debts. 2 months of wages along with travel expenses. Every penny counts. Wages? Isn't at gambling debts? She asked, astonished. Zhou wiped the tea from his face. You didn't know he opened a tool factory in Hangzhou? I forgot to ask. What is your relation to him? My surname is Shin, and I'm Shin. As for my connection to him, that's a long story. A rather glitch and unpleasant one. Gao Jinbao is from the neighboring village. He lost both his parents at a young age and grew up in dire poverty. The Shun family enjoyed a life of affluence and, through an introduction, welcomed Gao Jinbao as a son-in-law. Initially, their life together was relatively harmonious. Despite Gao Jinbao's descent into the vice of gambling, the elder members of the Shin family kept him in check, preventing any significant turmoil. However, shortly after the birth of Shin, her grandfather passed away, which led to Gao Jinbao's restlessness. He resorted to theft and deception, seeking ways to extract money from the household to fuel his gambling addiction. With both the grandmother and mother suppressing his antics, they managed to get by. Suddenly, tragedy struck when the grandmother and mother were involved in a car accident, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury. Seizing the opportunity during the grandmother's recovery, Gao Jibao sold the Shin family home and absconded with the compensation money from his wife's death. At that time, Shin was merely 8 years old. Chapter 4. Collecting debts and becoming a tenant. Fortunately, the elderly lady had diversified her savings, and when Gao Jinbao embezzled funds, he overlooked several of them. After her discharge from the hospital, she used her savings to purchase the current residence, raising Shin to adulthood. 3 years ago, she passed away. Shin voice was melodious and gentle, reminiscent of a golden oriole. Yet, the stories she shared were steeped in tragedy. Zhou desperately wished to dismiss her plight, thinking that the debts of a father should not burden his daughter. However, his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. He had encountered many individuals living more miserable lives than his own, but none had experienced a family background as tragic as his. As far as Zhou knew, Gao Jibao had a wife in Hangzhou. He had assumed it was someone named Shin, but this old gambler had likely caused ruin to several households. There was no way Gao Jinbao could return here. Shin had no obligation to do anything for this scoundrel. Realizing this, Zhou felt a chill settle in his heart, leaving only sympathy behind. It seemed he had come to the wrong place. He had intruded. Miss Shun, I shall take my leave, he said with a bitter smile, rising to bid farewell. Shin hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Yet she silently accompanied him to the door. Both were burdened with their own thoughts, their steps heavy, as if shackled by chains. Zhou felt a pang of bitterness. He could not find Gao Jibao to reclaim his wages, and he was on the brink of destitution, his future shrouded in uncertainty. Shin was engulfed in inner conflict. She had been aware of her biological father's abandonment since childhood, harboring nothing but resentment towards him. The sins Gao Jinbao had committed bore no relation to her. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of guilt surged within her. Was it because he had saved her life? As they reached the entrance, Shin finally noticed Zhou's meager belongings. Why did you bring all your luggage? She exclaimed in surprise. Zhou's expression was one of despondency. The boss has fled, the factory has closed. The landlord of the employee dormitory has thrown us out. Why not return home? Shin inquired, curious, as she envied those with harmonious families. Zhou glanced at her, his face expressionless. We are of the same plight. My mother ran away, my father remarried. Where could I possibly go? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pride. Zhou's vague response hinted at a story likely fraught with melodrama and sorrow. Shin felt a wave of regret and repeatedly apologized. Zhou chuckled softly. Your past sorrows are laid bare, so it's only fair that I share my burdens as well. He hoisted his luggage, waving goodbye to Shin as he strode away. Behind him, Shin anxious voice called out, What are your plans moving forward? Without turning back, Zhou continued walking. Indifferent as he replied, I'll find a city to settle in and seek employment. What do you think of Xiamen? I have a vacant room for rent there. The lowest price online. Her voice trembled, a mixture of urgency and shyness. Zhou Yu halted, astonished, and turned to look at Shen Qingqing. How splendid! Regardless of where he went, he would be working. Staying in Xiamen would allow him to simultaneously pursue Gao Jinbao in the neighboring village, truly a twofold advantage. As Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, Shen Qingqing understood that he had decided to remain in Xiamen. Unable to restrain the corners of her mouth from curling upward, she hastened a few steps to catch up, accepting the bucket from his hand. Work can be sought gradually. First, it is essential to settle down. It is not that I am being critical, but your impetuous nature makes one wonder if a mere pittance is worth your reckless pursuit. As Shen Qingqing took the bucket, Zhou Yu felt a flicker of emotion. Yet, how had the tone changed so swiftly? This girl seemed distinctly different from before. I am simply the sort of person who dislikes being indebted to others, and I certainly cannot tolerate others owing me. It is not about the amount of money. It is about my pride. Shen Qingqing smiled faintly, yet chose silence. In this regard, she bore some resemblance to him, clear distinctions between grievances and gratitude. However, she managed to be much more temperate. At times, when the cost of reclaiming a loss is too great, it is better to let it go. Unlike him, who seemed indifferent to gains and losses in pursuit of a sense of ease, perhaps this exemplifies the essence of masculinity. Shen Qingqing's courtyard comprised 5 rooms, 3 main living quarters, and 2 wing rooms, with the eastern wing serving as the kitchen and the western wing divided into 2 spaces designated as a storage room and a bathroom. As Shen Qingqing led Zhou Yu into the eastern room, it was revealed that the western room had other purposes. The space was neither too large nor too small. About 20 square meters. To Zhou Yu's surprise, the room was furnished with a bed, table, chairs, and wardrobe, all complete. The layout bore similarities to Shen Qingqing's room, albeit slightly smaller. This was my previous room. I often clean it, so it requires little tidying up. Just switch the bedding, and it is ready for occupancy. Zhou Yu surveyed the surroundings, noting that it was not merely clean but exceptionally pristine. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Possibly the essence of a young girl's life, or perhaps something else entirely. In any case, he was immensely satisfied. Now, they only needed to agree upon the rent before he could move in. 200 yuan per month, with utilities shared, payable monthly. Zhou Yu was taken aback. Even for a modest dwelling, it was remarkably inexpensive. Perhaps this is the market rate in Xiamen? For a dilapidated room, a deposit was unnecessary. Feel free to use the kitchenware, but be sure to tidy up after use. Shen Qingqing continued to outline various convenient conditions, all of which Zhou Yu readily accepted. Upon reaching an agreement, they went to Shen Qingqing's room, where she utilized her old notebook to draft the documents. Amidst the creaking sounds, 2 copies of the contract emerged. Zhou Yu was puzzled. Did she possess all these items? It was purchased by my grandmother for my studies, though my major does not require them at all. However, my grandmother insisted that I should not lack what others have. The printer is a second-hand purchase I made recently for printing papers. It is far cheaper than printing elsewhere. I can also print a few for classmates and earn a bit in return. Zhou Yu suddenly realized she was still a student. That explained everything. He had done campus printing himself. Each received a copy of the contract, filled in their identification numbers, signed their names, and handed them over for safekeeping. Shen Qingqing's handwriting was elegant and neat, a stark contrast to Zhou Yu's scrawl. Indeed, as soon as Shen Qingqing received the contract, she erupted in laughter. Zhou Yu's expression darkened. Is my handwriting that amusing? Shen Qingqing waved her hands, chuckling. Zhou Lang's clever schemes bring about great fortune. Yet he loses both the lady and his troops. Originally, your name was Zhou Yu. No wonder you haven't received your wages and still have to spend 200 yuan on rent. Zhou Yu's expression darkened. How could one mock him so brazenly right after signing the contract? This demeanor was far from the charm he exhibited during their initial encounter. Yet, the words spoken were undeniably accurate, leaving him utterly speechless. Witnessing his flustered silence, Shen Qingqing found herself even more amused. During their first meeting, Shen Qingqing had appeared delicate and timid, but how had she transformed so completely in just the span of a morning? Indeed, women are oftentimes duplicitous. Shen Qingqing felt a surge of delight. Refusing to sign the contract and withholding her name, was that a sign of disdain towards her? Now, let him witness her prowess. Oh, by the way, let us exchange WeChat. You still haven't paid your rent. Zhou Yu was taken aback. How did she know that he was devoid of cash? Could she possibly be calculating? Chapter 5. Fishing with Qingqing. Zhou Yu returned to his room, leaping onto the bed without even removing his shoes, resting his arms beneath his head as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Is this where he would remain in Shaman? Upon reflection, staying seemed the prudent choice. At least it spared him the cost of another journey. As a homeless individual, it hardly mattered where he was. In truth, his stepmother had treated him fairly, however. By the time his father remarried, he was already in college. It was challenging to accept a stranger as a mother, especially considering the painful memories associated with his biological mother. Moreover, they had welcomed a new child, a little sister. His stepmother had her own parents and siblings. What role would he play upon returning to that household? Perhaps it was best to find a class instead. He retrieved his phone, opened a job recruitment website, and searched for local positions. A plethora of listings for insurance agents, security guards, and delivery personnel appeared. Zhou felt a wave of frustration wash over him. There is a term known as social anxiety disorder, and Zhou believed he suffered from a similar affliction, which he would dub social aversion syndrome. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid interaction with anyone. This inclination had led him to pursue a technical profession, aligning with his studies in mechanical design and automation. Unfortunately, he had encountered a swindler named Gao Jinbao and had been severely deceived. Now, his disdain for humanity had only intensified. Consequently, he found himself reluctant to seek employment. Was there any job that did not require interaction with insufferable individuals? Perhaps working in a morgue? Lost in these thoughts, a notification from WeChat chimed. Ching ching xiao xiao. I've cooked some food. Come to my room to eat if you're hungry. Zhou, thank you. But I'll just have instant noodles, no need to trouble you. Zhou was not accustomed to receiving favors. Although he had endured various trials in society and possessed considerable experience, he was fundamentally a solitary individual. Shen Qingqing did not respond further, and Zhou sighed in relief. It seemed it was merely a polite gesture. Bang bang. Come out to eat. What was happening? Hadn't he already declined? Was this not just a formality? Mission. Just call me Qingqing. Qingqing, I will not. Zhou's words were abruptly cut off for a second time. A grown man should not be so coy. Like a timid girl. I've brought your portion. Come out and eat. What on earth? What was wrong with this girl? Couldn't he simply eat in peace? Shen Qingqing had prepared 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried eggs with chives, stir-fried preserved meat with bamboo shoots, and seaweed egg drop soup. Zhou obediently sat down. Accepting the mountain of rice Shen Qingqing had piled up, taking a bite of the preserved meat followed by some chives. His eyes immediately sparkled. Although it was simple home cooking, the skill was undeniably commendable. As Zhou savored each mouthful, Shen Qingqing's initial nervousness began to ease. They took turns eating, finishing every last morsel of food, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Shen Qingqing was astounded. She had anticipated their appetites and prepared 3 times her usual amount. Yet, Zhou devoured 4 bowls of rice. Observing Shen Qingqing's astonished yet satisfied expression, Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. Overeating makes one drowsy. 7/10 full is just right. Shen Qingqing, resigned, remarked, well, it's all gone now. If you're still hungry, I have some biscuits. Pausing uncertainly, she inquired. You seem to enjoy it so much. Was it to your liking? Zhou replied honestly, your cooking is quite good, only slightly inferior to mine. Really? He pondered, noticing the sudden chill in the air. Is there air conditioning in here? Shen Qingqing glared at him, incredulous that a glutton could possibly cook better than she could. Zhou, feeling somewhat awkward sitting idly, joined her in clearing the table and tidying the remnants of their meal in the kitchen. As they wiped the table and washed the dishes, they engaged in light conversation. Upon learning that it was Zhou's first visit to Shaman, Shen Qingqing eagerly proposed an outing. Zhou, I'm planning to go fishing later. Would you care to join me? Fishing? What? You can't. Shen Qingqing's incredulity struck Zhou as a profound insult. He puffed out his chest, declaring, how could that be? I caught my first fish at the age of 7. This was indeed true, though he would never divulge to Shen Qingqing that he had only fished once in his life, managing to catch just that solitary fish. It was a remarkable feat, considering he had fished in a severely polluted river where everyone claimed it was impossible to catch anything. Miraculously, he had managed to reel in a small carp. That moment had been a unique chapter in his life. But it was overshadowed by the news he received upon returning home. His mother had run away with all their savings, eloping with another man while he was out fishing. No wonder his mother had been so attentive, crafting a fishing rod from bamboo, bending a sewing needle into a hook, and using straw as a float. She even dug up several plump earthworms for bait, insisting that there must be fish in that heavily polluted river, and that he must catch one before returning home. Once, he had despised fishing, yet perhaps time had dulled that resentment. When this girl suggested fishing, he felt no hesitation at all. Let us go together. It's been a long time since I last fished, and today I must catch a big one. To reach the seaside, they needed to ride an electric bike. Although Zhou had broken the charging station, fortunately, the bike was fully charged at that time. Xing had been the one to unplug it. They stood before the electric scooter, momentarily lost in thought, recalling the events of the morning. That scoundrel dared to kiss me. My first kiss is gone. Woe is me. Xing lamented. What about that big yellow stone? Such a massive thing, how is it gone? Zhou question startled Xing, his expression akin to that of a savior. Yet, she gazed at him as if he were a bitter enemy. What are you dawdling for? Get moving. The suspension nearly bottomed out under the combined weight of Zhou and the fishing gear, a predicament not to be taken lightly. Xing exclaimed, Zhou, are you made of stone? Hey, although we've only known each other for a day, I can still sue you for defamation. He locked the door, and they sped off on the electric bike. Ridiculous, an 80-kilogram man would hardly impede their journey. Their chatter filled the air, making it seem as though they had known each other for a year rather than just a day. The lengthy bus ride that morning had given Zhou the illusion of being far from the sea, yet in a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at a rocky beach. The boundless ocean unfolded before them, with the salty sea breeze in the deep, resonant calls of the waves enveloping Zhou, making him feel slightly intoxicated by the atmosphere. Brother, stop daydreaming and pick a spot to start. Xing urged. Zhou found it exasperating that, despite being a year younger, she insisted on calling him immature and referring to him as brother. Call me brother. Call me sister, and I want to teach you how to tie the line. Zhou was immediately taken aback. Xing's fishing rod was well used, and the line had already been prepared at home. What was prepared for Zhou was an idle fishing rod, with the reel removed. This ventured into his realm of ignorance. Could it really be that troublesome? With merely a bamboo pole and a sewing needle, I could still catch a big fish. Should I say whether I will learn or not? Who is Zhou? A man who will never be threatened. Sister Qing, I wish to learn fishing. All right, little brother Come, sister will teach you. The thickness of the fishing line, the size of the hook, the weight of the float, and the length and stiffness of the rod. It was Zhou's first time realizing that there was so much knowledge involved in fishing. Chapter 6. The Golden Finger for over 10 minutes. Xing imparted the fundamental knowledge of fishing to Zhou. Zhou listened with confusion, only managing to memorize a plethora of fishing hook and line specifications, as well as the lengths of rods. As for how to choose the appropriate combinations, the weather today was simply splendid. Xing did not expect him to grasp everything at once. She merely aimed for him to have a basic impression. Mastery of such skills would require years of dedication. Attaching the reel took only a few minutes, leaving Zhou astonished. It seemed so intricate, yet it was accomplished in a matter of moments. My eyes could have learned it instantly. The bait consisted of earthworms that Xing had dug up from the garden, along with a piece of pork liver she had specifically purchased. Zhou opted for the liver, and Xing did not question his choice, simply advising him on the appropriate size of the pieces. After baiting the hook, she meticulously guided him through the casting process. Thus, under Xing's attentive tutelage, Zhou successfully completed his very first cast. How should one describe it? It was quite a tactile experience. Although it was merely his first attempt, Zhou found himself developing a fondness for fishing. Xing instructed Zhou to reel in the line and then demonstrated another cast herself. Observing her perform with skill gave him a sense of relief. All right, now you may await your novice gift package. Xing moved a short distance away, beginning to bait and cast without further comment. However, Zhou was left wide-eyed in astonishment. What was this spectacle? A vivid imagination? A fierce sea snake was pursuing a panicked green fish. Not far below, a palm-sized crab waved its pincers, attempting to pry open a scallop. The swaying seaweed, the resplendent coral, and that piece of floating purple-red liver. From the moment Zhou independently cast the hook into the sea, this magnificent underwater scene materialized in his mind. Was it a vision? He strained to gaze at the surface of the water, yet it remained murky. Clearly, this was not something visible to the eyes. It felt akin to sensing the wind with one's skin or touching braille with one's fingers. The image manifested directly in his mind. A sensation rather than a sight. Was it mere illusion? Cautiously, Zhou tilted the rod, maneuvering the liver towards a spotted fish gliding through the phantasmagoria. The fish appeared languid and indifferent to the tempting morsel presented before it. Was it not hungry? Or had he descended into madness? Please, just move a little. Unable to contain himself, Zhou began to shake the rod, striving to make the bait appear more lifelike. Zhou, have you been electrocuted? What are you shaking for? Shinqing inquired, astonished. It's nothing. The bait is a bit dirty. I'm just rinsing it. At that moment, the quivering bait finally caught the attention of the large fish, which darted forward and swallowed the liver whole. The float instantly sank, and Zhou Yu's mind buzzed as he stood there, stunned. It was real. I have gained supernatural abilities. The golden finger. Reel it in, Zhou Yu. What are you thinking? Shinqing's excited voice jolted him back to reality, prompting him to hurriedly crank the reel. By now, Shinqing had dashed to his side, instructing him on how to play the fish, when to reel in, and when to let out line, her enthusiasm surpassing even his own. The fish scarcely appeared large. Even amidst its frantic struggles in the water, darting about with the bobber, it posed little challenge to Zhou Yu. Merely for the sake of learning, he followed Shinqing's guidance, indulging in a couple of gentle tugs before he began to exert his strength. Each time Zhou Yu applied force, the fish's struggle momentarily ceased, akin to a video game monster freezing upon being struck. Shinqing, poised with a net, felt a twinge of disappointment at Zhou Yu's apparent ease. This level of strength surely indicated a relatively small fish. Regardless, size was of little consequence. The aim was to catch something. With a miraculous display of strength, the spotted fish soared from the water. Wow, a stone grouper, weighing at least 10 pounds. The net expertly scooped the fish, a flawless execution. As she placed the fish into the keep net, Shinqing remained exhilarated. Zhou Yu, your strength is remarkable. Such a large fish stands no chance against you. I've done my fair share of labor. Strength comes naturally. This was indeed the truth. He had delivered bottled water during his time at school. Engaging in various physically demanding tasks had forged his physique, making him one of the strongest among his peers. Humph, the moment I mention your weight, you start panting. When I catch a big fish, you must assist me. Of course. Zhou Yu rebaited his hook with pig liver, casually responding while his mind was in disarray. The moment the fish broke the surface, the underwater imagery in his mind dissipated. Was it merely a fleeting vision? The bobber and bait descended slowly toward the shimmering sea surface, Zhou Yu's gaze fixed in anticipation. As the hook and bait penetrated the water, the underwater scene re-emerged vividly before him. Zhou Yu nearly shouted in excitement, I have a unique ability. Following his recent experience, he had gleaned a few insights. The imagery evidently centered around the fishing hook. Without contact with seawater, no visuals could be discerned. The view appeared to encompass a circular area of approximately 30 meters. Currently, he had only discerned these 2 points. Whether other secrets lay hidden remained uncertain, awaiting further exploration. With an underwater perspective, it was akin to unveiling the entire map in a game. Observing that no substantial fish lingered near the bait's landing spot, Zhou Yu decisively began to maneuver the fishing rod, shifting the bait toward a rather ordinary-looking fish. Before long, under Shinqing's incredulous gaze, Zhou Yu commenced his dramatic baiting antics once more. Hey, are you even trying? If you enjoy movement, perhaps you should try lure fishing. The way you're shaking about won't yield any results. Suddenly, the bobber plunged, leaving Shinqing momentarily speechless. I've hooked one. I've hooked another. Qing. You claimed I couldn't catch anything, didn't you? Humph. I said you wouldn't catch a girlfriend. Despite her biting words, her hands and feet were already independently rushing over with the net to assist. This fish was slightly smaller than the previous grouper but took Zhou Yu considerably more time to reel in. Earlier, Shinqing had advised him that even with great strength, one should not be overly reckless. What a person could endure might not be suitable for the rod. A gentler approach was warranted. On the surface, Zhou Yu appeared to be playing with the fish, yet he was seizing the opportunity to expand his field of vision within the 30 meters surrounding the fish. Every detail became discernible. Even the lobsters hiding in the crevices of the rocks were made perfectly clear to him. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Zhou Yu concluded this mock competition. The large fish was effortlessly dragged back to the shore and easily lifted by Shinqing. It was a sea bass, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, which could fetch a price of 200 yuan without any difficulty. Could it truly be sold for such an amount? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu was no longer drowsy. What about the one from earlier? How much could that be worth? That was a green grouper, priced at 67 yuan per pound. What? 2 fish amounting to 1,000 yuan? Who would still go to work? Zhou Yu was astonished, having thought that only seafood from the mainland was expensive. He never anticipated that coastal seafood would also command such high prices. Shinqing chuckled, Little Yu, if the novice aura could be renewed, perhaps you should reconsider your decision to work. Chapter 7. Fish selling. Those who frequent the seaside have witnessed too many souls mistaking luck for skill, treating a single day as if it were a lifetime. After a fortunate catch, they zealously aspire to become professional anglers, only to return defeated to the factory. Shen harbors no desire for her savior to be a foolish dreamer. She initially dismissed his words as mere jest. Yet, to her surprise, Zhou possesses a rare gift. He has genuinely developed a passion for fishing. After all, to him, every job is merely a means of survival. His desire for wealth is modest. If given the choice, he yearns only for sustenance, freedom, and the luxury of leisure. With the advantage of underwater vision, making a living through fishing seems utterly idyllic. However, this endeavor requires further contemplation. For now, he must focus on reeling in a few more catches. Perhaps spurred by Zhou enthusiasm, Shen quickly finds her concentration sharpened, leading to a flurry of successful catches. Although none are particularly large, her tally soon surpasses Zhou's. How about it, little you? Do not assume that your novice's luck grants you free rein. Allow me to impart the wisdom of life. She quips, her pride radiating an undeniable charm. Given her tumultuous upbringing, one would expect her demeanor to reflect a similarly harsh disposition. Zhou, with utmost seriousness, replies, Little Qing, do not rejoice too soon. I have just awakened my ability to see through the water. Soon enough, you may question your existence. Shen burst into laughter. Haha, Zhou, you are quite amusing. Have you been reading too many fishing tales? Do you perhaps have a little crayfish hidden away? Zhou gazes deeply into her eyes, silently acknowledging that if she refuses to believe him, there is little he can do. The 30-meter cabin may be vast, but the 30-meter expanse of sea seems insignificantly small. With the scarcity of fish, even the slightest upheaval can send them darting out of sight. Thus, his advantage is not infallible. Just moments ago, his luck paled in comparison to Shen. Disinterested in the smaller fish, Zhou shifts his focus to a few large crabs lurking on the seabed. These creatures, lacking in intellect, are guided solely by their primal instincts. As Zhou dangles a piece of liver before them, they seize it without hesitation. He begins to carefully reel in the line, since the crab is not hooked. A mere relaxation of its pincers could grant it freedom. Yet, this creature, driven solely by gluttony, continues to feast on the bait, oblivious to the danger it faces. Even as it is hoisted onto the shore, the crab remains engrossed in its meal. Surely, these must be the easiest beings to catch. Ah, this is a green crab. It must be placed in the bucket, remarks Shen, revealing information Zhou had not known. He is equally unfamiliar with the fish they have caught today, relying entirely on her explanations. Nonetheless, one question occupies his mind. How much does this creature cost per pound? 70 to 80 yuan per pound. This one is rather sizable and worth around 40 to 50, she replies. Zhou's resolve to become a fisherman solidifies further. With such valuable catches, he is determined to reel in more. After successfully capturing several large green crabs, a new school of substantial fish appears in their line of sight. More than one, in fact. Both begin to land fish in rapid succession. Shen even hooks a red-spotted fish weighing over a pound, fetching more than 300 yuan per pound. Her excitement flushes her cheeks, and she occasionally glances towards Zhou. Could it be that the novice aura could also benefit teammates? Zhou is becoming increasingly exhilarated. Having resolved to abandon the capitalist grind, he would not be working any longer. The ocean was his true mother, and he intended to feast on its bounty. How delightful it would be to rely on the sea for sustenance. Before 4 o'clock, Shen suddenly reeled in her fishing rod. Zhou, we can no longer fish. The bucket is full. What? Really? Zhou glanced at the fish bag, then at the bucket and the electric scooter in the distance. The phrase bottleneck effect flashed in his mind. The fish bag was indeed substantial, but if they waited for an even larger catch, the bucket would be inadequate. Even if they switched to a larger bucket, the scooter would not accommodate it. The two gathered their fishing gear and poured the fish into the bucket. It was brimming with fish of various sizes, alongside a dozen crabs tirelessly attempting to escape. Shen had originally intended to take Zhou out for a bit of fun, to catch a few fish for dinner. But she had not anticipated such a bountiful catch. She found herself in a quandary. With so many fish, they could not possibly consume them all and would have to sell the excess. Zhou, new to this endeavor, could only watch Shen with eager anticipation. I'm at your mercy, I have no idea where to sell them. Shen shot him a sharp glare, leaving Zhou bewildered. Despite her confident assertions about the prices of groupers and crabs, she had not sold fish many times before. Her fishing activities were merely an occasional means to save on groceries. She had never caught such a haul. Shen pulled out her phone and snapped a series of photos of the bucket full of fish. She then opened WeChat and shared the images in a fishing enthusiast group that included fishmongers and restaurant owners. In the past, she had posted pictures of her good catches here, and interested buyers would reach out to her. Zhou Yu felt a twinge of curiosity, but refrained from leaning in to see. He chose instead to observe quietly. Within just a few minutes, Shen Qingqing's slender fingers began tapping away on her phone once more. After a flurry of messages, she looked up with a smile. "Little Yu, let us go. I'll take you to sell the fish." The return trip promised to be a bit tricky. On the way to the fishing spot, Zhou Yu had carried the bucket filled with gear, but now the bucket was heavy with fish, and he worried it would be unwieldy. After some deliberation, they decided to place the bucket at the footrest of the scooter, while Zhou Yu held the fishing gear and sat on the back seat, praying not to encounter any traffic police. Their destination was a seafood restaurant in a nearby town. Since it was not mealtime, there were few patrons. The owner, a short and stout middle-aged man, greeted them with excessive enthusiasm, showering compliments that were difficult to decipher. After a cursory glance at the catch, he was clearly pleased, having seen that it had only been half an hour since the fish were pulled from the water. "I'll take all of these fish, except for those you've cleaned. I will pay you according to market price." Shen Qingqing glanced at Zhou Yu, considering the fact that he had caught the majority, and awaited his response. "Let us keep a few crabs for dinner and a couple of smaller fish." Shen Qingqing shot him another glare, but said nothing further. Following his suggestion, they decided to keep 4 blue crabs and a few small fish, with only 2 having perished. After all, they had only been out of the water for a brief period. Even the most delicate sea fish have their limits. The base weighed in at over 7 pounds at 30 per pound, while the blue grouper tipped the scales at 11 pounds at 75 per pound. The 2 largest fish alone fetched a total of 1,050. The 5 blue crabs, weighing over 3 pounds, were sold for 220. Shen Qingqing's red spots fetched 450. The remaining catch, which included bass, sea bream, gold-striped eel, and stonefish, collectively sold for 930. In total, the earnings amounted to 2,650 yuan. Zhou Yu, upon stepping out of the door, remained in a daze. He had encountered money before, having worked odd jobs even before reaching adulthood. However, this sensation was entirely distinct from the typical experience of earning wages. There were no supervisors or managers to oversee him. Fishing in the vast ocean for monetary gain felt like a bounteous gift from nature. It was simply exquisite. Even upon returning home, Zhou Yu continued to revel in this delightful euphoria. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Get back to work." Chapter 8. Dividing the earnings in the kitchen. A large bucket of water stood ready as Shen Qingqing expertly directed Zhou Yu, pouring in half a bucket before placing the remaining live fish inside. Zhou Yu swiftly completed the task and squatted nearby, observing Shen Qingqing as she dealt with several deceased fish. Removing the scales and innards proved to be no challenge. Eager to embrace the identity of an angler, Zhou Yu was keen to learn. However, after a brief moment of watching, Shen Qingqing instructed him to venture into the yard to gather vegetables. After a bustling afternoon, mealtime approached. Zhou Yu, having eaten a ready-made meal at noon, felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Qingqing, allow me to prepare this meal and let you savor the flavors of the north," he offered. Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with amusement as she replied, "That sounds wonderful. I'm eager to see your culinary prowess." Despite her words, she busied herself with killing fish, washing vegetables, and cooking. While Zhou Yu had only cooked river fish before, but he managed to replicate the process adequately. He prepared braised bass, steamed sea bream, and a soup of mixed fish, alongside a stir-fry of freshly picked water spinach. However, he found himself perplexed when it came to the crabs. Should he steam them alive or kill them first? Having never cooked river crabs, he was utterly inexperienced. As he watched the crabs scuttle from the steamer, Shen Qingqing doubled over in laughter. "Wait for me," she exclaimed, darting into the yard and returning shortly with a handful of chives. Zhou Yu stared at her, bewildered. "Chives with crabs? What kind of dish is that?" Without responding, Shen Qingqing skillfully transformed the vibrant green chives in her delicate hands into a makeshift binding, soon securing several crabs in a snug embrace, awaiting their turn in the steamer. The meal they shared was a resounding success, each bite dripping with flavor. They devoured every morsel, leaving not a drop of the fish soup behind. Shen Qingqing, content, patted her pleasantly rounded belly and gazed at Zhou Yu with a hint of suspicion. This fellow consumed 5 bowls of rice. Is he a mythical beast? I had deliberately prepared an ample amount. Zhou Yu himself was astonished. His appetite had always been considerable, but this seemed excessive. He felt a bit sheepish. Cooking this much was just right. Eating less at night is beneficial for health. 8/10 full is ideal, he mused. Shen Qingqing shot him an indignant glare. vowing silently to ensure he was thoroughly fed next time. Unbeknownst to them, the landlord and tenant had somehow ended up sharing a meal together. After tidying up the remnants of their feast, they settled at the table, embarking on the most exhilarating segment of the evening, dividing their earnings. The fish they had caught were mingled together, making it difficult to discern which belonged to whom, save for a few more valuable specimens. It seemed that Zhou Yu had caught the larger fish, while Shen Qingqing had more in quantity. In monetary terms, Zhou Yu would likely receive several hundred more. Without inquiring further, Shen Qingqing directly transferred 2,000 yuan to Zhou Yu via WeChat. You caught more, so take the larger share. Accept it if you deem it fair. Zhou Yu remained silent, quietly retrieving his phone to accept the transfer. He then promptly transferred 700 yuan back to Shen Qingqing. The fishing gear is yours. The electric bike is yours, and the selling channels are yours. This is for the fishing gear, transportation, and channel fees. Accept it if you find it sufficient. Shen Qingqing scrutinized him with a complex gaze, finally biting her lip and, without a word, accepted the transfer. She then sent Zhou Yu a red envelope containing 25 yuan. You saved me this morning. This is a token of gratitude. Accept it if you don't find it too little. Oh, so this beautiful life is worth only 25? Zhou Yu internally scoffed, yet he obediently accepted the red envelope. The sale of fish yielded a sum of 2,650, resulting in an equal division of 1,325 per person, aligning perfectly with Zhou Yu's intentions. Of course, any mention of fishing gear expenses was merely a pretext, given his character. A mere 200 yuan would suffice. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his newfound abilities stemmed from Shen Qingqing. He had long since disowned that the culprit was that peculiar yellow crystal. The crystal contained some form of energy, which, when activated by an electric current, surged into his body, endowing him with extraordinary capabilities. It was evident that the crystal was an invaluable treasure. Although Shen Qingqing remained oblivious to this, he could not feign ignorance. He decided to consider her contribution as a form of technical investment, deeming a 50-50 split both fair and reasonable, excluding the time spent traveling. The two had only fished for a little over 2 hours that day. Each earned nearly 1,500, not even Zhou Yu, who was accustomed to the ebb and flow of fortunes, could suppress his excitement. If they could fish this bountifully every day, they would truly be free from the shackles of employment. Zhou Yu chuckled, suggesting they give it a try. Perhaps tomorrow would yield even more. With the underwater visibility at their disposal, he felt confident that their haul would not disappoint. Shen Qingqing, however, adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly remarked, Zhou Yu, I was merely jesting. Being a fisherman is not as simple as it seems. It would be wiser to seek stable employment. Zhou Yu smirked, responding, And what of legitimate employment? The boss didn't inform me when he absconded. Shen Qingqing was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the deadbeat was indeed her biological father. This rogue had a knack for extinguishing the lightheartedness of their conversation. Observing her flustered expression, Zhou Yu realized, I meant no offense. You have severed ties for so long, it hardly concerns you. Shen Qingqing could not fathom why she felt angered, though it was certainly not due to her biological father. Fine, I will accompany you fishing. But you must promise me that if you fail to earn a profit, you will earnestly seek employment. Of course. One cannot survive on mere hopes, he replied. After some conversation, Zhou Yu took his leave and returned to his room, reflecting on the astonishing twists of fate he had experienced over the past 2 days. It was truly an incredible turnaround. Just yesterday, he had been working in Hangzhou, and today he found himself unemployed in Xiamen, having rescued the daughter of a deadbeat and acquired remarkable abilities, earning over 1,000 yuan in a single day of fishing. He sensed that his future would be vibrant and liberating. The following morning, Zhou Yu was jolted awake by a foul odor. Goodness! He had indeed showered before sleeping last night, and even turned on the air conditioning. The room had become unbearable upon bringing his hand to his nose. He realized the stench emanated from himself. With a spring, Zhou Yu leaped from the bed, flung open the window for ventilation, and dashed into the bathroom of the west wing. To his dismay, the wash revealed a multitude of sticky, black residue, reeking atrociously. Thankfully, a quick rinse removed it all, and within 10 minutes, he emerged rejuvenated. However, a sudden realization struck. He had forgotten his underwear. The discarded ones were filthy and unwearable. Glancing out the window, he noted that it was still early, and Shen Qingqing was surely still asleep. Resolute, he grabbed a towel to cover himself and dashed out of the bathroom in his birthday suit. Once back in his room, he donned fresh attire, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, a figure sat by the window next door, hands pressed against flushed cheeks. seething with indignation. This scoundrel had the audacity to run out naked so early in the morning. Zhou Yu, preoccupied with his own affairs, hastily packed his bedding and proceeded to the bathroom to gather his soiled clothes, discarding them all into the garbage bin outside the front door. Damn it. This is going to cost me. As he stepped into the courtyard, Shen Qingqing emerged from her room, casually inquiring, "Why did you throw away your bedding? Did you wet the bed?" Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and retorted, "Shen Qingqing, I shall grant you an opportunity to rephrase that." Shen Qingqing laughed lightly. "Why so angry?" "I'm merely curious." Yet inwardly, she thought, "Letting you run naked. How embarrassing for you now, humph." Chapter 9. Tide gathering. Noticing that Zhou Yu was becoming increasingly flustered, Shen Qingqing swiftly redirected the conversation. "What shall we have for breakfast? Are you accustomed to rice porridge and pickled vegetables?" Rice porridge and pickled vegetables are certainly delightful. But what about the staple food? Zhou Yu was equally unwilling to continue the topic of bedwetting. "There are steamed buns for sale at the supermarket by the village entrance. If you wish to have some, you might as well fetch one for me. And please bring back a power strip as well." Zhou Yu thought it fortuitous. He could also check if there were any bedding available. Seemingly reading his mind, Shen Qingqing remarked, "You can use my set of bedding. There's no need to waste money on new ones." Fortunately, she had swapped out her bedding just the day before. Otherwise, it would have been quite a predicament had it gotten dirty. Zhou Yu didn't take her words too seriously and rode his electric bike to purchase the steamed buns. Following the route provided by Shen Qingqing, he arrived at the supermarket in just a few minutes. The steamed buns were sold at a breakfast shop adjacent to the supermarket, which was quite convenient. Next time, he could simply buy ready-made food if he felt too lazy to cook. The supermarket did not carry bedding, so Zhou Yu bought the power strip and breakfast and made his way back. Upon entering the house, he was taken aback. The rice porridge and pickled vegetables were already laid out on the table. "What kind of pot did you use to cook the porridge so quickly?" he inquired. "It's just a regular rice cooker. It takes over 40 minutes, she replied. Zhou Yu's expression darkened. "Then you must have gotten up quite early." "Did you?" "I did not," Shen Qingqing stated emphatically, and their conversation came to an abrupt end. "Let us enjoy the pickled vegetables with the buns and porridge. By the way, how much was the power strip? I will transfer the money to you." Shen Qingqing had previously used an ordinary power strip, which she had carelessly extended through the window. Had she not encountered Zhou Yu, it could have been disastrous. The power strip Zhou Yu purchased was a high-quality one, equipped with 3 cores and a rain cover, costing him over 80, ensuring safety. "Just give me half, that's 40. I want to be short-changed for borrowing it." Shen Qingqing was not one to be polite and promptly sent a red envelope of 40 back to him, with 4 steamed buns and a basket of buns. Shen Qingqing only consumed 2 of the buns, while the rest filled Zhou Yu's stomach. After satisfying their hunger, it was still just past 7. If he were working, it would still be too early to head to work. He could afford to take a bus an hour later. "Come on, little Yu. Today I'll take you to gather shells by the sea." Zhou Yu was taken aback and queried, "Didn't you say we need to leave by 4 in the morning to gather shells? Can we still find anything this late?" Shen Qingqing chuckled, "You Navi homebody. The timing for gathering shells is not fixed. Today is the 2nd day of the lunar month, and from 6:30 until noon, the tide will be receding. It's actually a good time to go at 8:30. We're still early." After Shen Qingqing's enlightening explanation, Zhou Yu understood that the best time for gathering shells is approximately 2 hours after the tide begins to recede. The tidal times change with the moon's gravitational pull, experiencing 2 rises and 2 falls within a 24-hour cycle. Thus, the optimal times for gathering shells will naturally change with the lunar calendar. On the 2nd and 16th days of the lunar month, the tides are particularly strong due to the moon's phases. The retreating waters can be swift and powerful, and if marine creatures are not careful, they might miss the tide returning home and be left stranded on the beach. It is indeed an excellent day for gathering shells. Zhou Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. I inadvertently gained some knowledge today. I willingly acknowledged Qingqing's expertise. His compliment caused the girl's cheeks to flush with a rosy hue, filling her with delight. The equipment for beach combing is quite simple. Gloves, a shovel, pliers, a net, and a bucket will suffice. After parking the electric scooter at yesterday's location, Zhou Yu found himself momentarily stunned. Where did all these people come from? The beach was bustling with figures of all ages, engaged in the pursuit of marine treasures. In stark contrast to the previous day's solitude, the scene was now teeming with life. Today marked another low tide, and with yesterday being the final day of the fishing moratorium, it was no wonder the beach was crowded. Zhou Yu grasped the crux of the situation. "What? Yesterday was the end of the fishing ban? Have we committed an offense?" Shen Qingqing shot him a glance. The fishing ban ended at noon yesterday. Do you really think I would lead you astray? Zhou pouted, muttering. Yet you still brought me here on the electric scooter. Shen raised an eyebrow. Zhou, today you can walk back on your own. With a bucket in one hand and a shovel in the other, she turned away without a backward glance. Zhou was genuinely bewildered now. He hurriedly picked up the bucket to chase after her, sticking close to Shen. Why are you following me? He asked, still feeling the weight of his unaddressed apology and wearing a constipated expression. Shen, it was my fault. I was wrong. Shen's expression softened slightly, contemplating how to maintain her dignity while forgiving him. Just then, Zhou continued, what if we get caught by the traffic police next time? I'll pay the fine. Zhou, you really ought to think of me. Shen's expression was peculiar, a mix of anger and amusement. She finally couldn't hold back her laughter. All right. Let us hurry and find some seafood. If we dawdle, all the good stuff will be picked clean. Upon hearing this, Zhou finally shifted his attention to the beach. To be honest, it was entirely different from what he had envisioned. There were no abundant sea snails or scallops scattered about as depicted in television dramas. Instead, the beach was littered with broken shells and the remnants of small fish and crabs. He would have to compete with a throng of people in both vision and speed. Zhou felt a pang of despair. After witnessing yesterday's bounty, he found it difficult to settle for these meager finds. Had he truly become so arrogant after just one day? This wouldn't he do. Zhou quickly suppressed those lofty fantasies, bending down obediently to pick up a small sea snail from a puddle no longer than his thumb. Even the smallest morsel has its worth. However, he still hoped to catch something more substantial. He decided to venture towards less crowded areas. Along the way, he noticed someone digging out dark shells from between the rocks, but could not identify what they were. Before he could inquire, the person shot him a wary look. Zhou wisely chose to move on, thinking to ask Shen later. Further along, he spotted someone cracking shells against the rocks. He recognized they were harvesting oysters and clams. A quick glance revealed that they were rather small, akin to unripe apricots in a schoolyard, likely never to grow any larger. Ah, is that a mantis shrimp? In a shallow area not far off, the head of a shrimp peeked out intermittently between two stones. Zhou hurried forward a couple of steps, then cautiously crept closer to the water's edge. Seizing the moment, he plunged his hand into the water and firmly grasped the mantis shrimp. In that instant of capture, Zhou froze, overwhelmed by a surge of elation. Oh, is this really possible? In that fleeting moment, the underwater scene resurfaced vividly in my mind. It turns out that it is not necessary to rely solely on fishing lines. As long as one can come into contact with the seawater, using one's hands suffices. Astonishingly, there is a wealth of treasures hidden beneath the waves. Within a mere 30 meters, there are 7 or 8 crabs and lobsters alone, thanks to my underwater vision. Even if they are nestled within crevices or beneath stones, they remain perfectly discernible. To put it simply, as long as one is immersed in seawater, nothing escapes my perception. The abundance of other shellfish and small fish is even greater, yet capturing them poses a more formidable challenge. After all, the crustaceans are somewhat less elusive. Determined, I resolved to catch crabs first. Chapter 10. Crab catching. Casually tossing the mantis shrimp into the bucket, the scene before Zhou gradually faded away. A frown creased his brow. This was somewhat troublesome. He could hardly remain hunched over, with his hands submerged in seawater indefinitely, even with his thick skin. Pretending to have a herniated disc would not spare his back from suffering. One step at a time. Bending down once more, the underwater spectacle reemerged. Fortunately, the crab hiding in the crevice of the rocks had not scuttled away. It was preoccupied with a dead fish, diligently extracting the flesh, indulging in its self-service feast. In truth, the interior of the rock crevice was likely shrouded in darkness. Yet, within Zhou's line of sight, even the fine hairs on the crab's pincers were distinctly visible. His hand deftly reached into the crevice, swiftly clasping the crab's shell. By the time the crab realized its predicament and began to struggle desperately, it had already found itself in the bucket, accompanying the mantis shrimp. It was more effective than an endoscope, simply perfect. Zhou felt a profound satisfaction, as long as they weren't buried beneath the sand. Almost nothing could evade his keen awareness. The next target was somewhat larger, concealed in a hollow beneath a stone. It was indeed true that the seawater appeared murky. But even in clear waters, the crab's coloration, closely resembling that of the stone, would deceive most eyes. However, you cannot fool me. You just made a move. You wouldn't puppet. The location of the second crab was deeper, and Zhou cautiously waded into the shallow waters. Unbeknownst to him, both of his feet had already submerged in the sea. With an unyielding grip, he lunged for the target, and the poor crab, caught in its ignorance, soon found itself relocated to the new abode within the water bucket. Without pausing, Zhou Yu hastened towards the next target, but suddenly halted mid-step. He had just realized that upon withdrawing his hand from the seawater, the scene did not dissipate. What was going on? Zhou Yu attempted to step onto the reef. And indeed, the image vanished. It was as he suspected. Any part of his body submerged in water allowed him to perceive the scene. Splendid. He no longer had to worry about being mistaken for a lunatic. With the bucket in hand, Zhou Yu wandered along the edges of the shallow waters. He seized any crab he encountered, regardless of how deeply they hid. None could escape his grasp. As for the fish, he largely spared them. Firstly, the fish in the shallow waters were not particularly large, and more importantly, he had not spotted anything of considerable value. The precious space in his bucket was naturally reserved for esteemed guests. Oh my, what a magnificent specimen! A large crab strutted into his view. Goodness! Its shell was larger than his fist. Zhou Yu immediately abandoned his previous target and strode purposefully towards the blue crab. Alas, in his exuberance, he inadvertently stepped into a shallow pit, landing squarely in the water. Zhou Yu. The sound of splashing water echoed behind him as a pair of icy hands grasped his arm, pulling him upwards with great urgency. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Zhou Yu quickly stood up, noticing Shun Qingqing's face was filled with concern and alarm. He felt that even a moment's delay on his part would be a crime. No worries, just twisted my ankle. I'm fine. Shun Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The underwater terrain is complex. One must not be careless in the shallow waters. It's my fault for not warning you beforehand. Well, as she spoke, her eyes caught sight of Zhou Yu's bucket, and she exclaimed in astonishment. Amidst a plethora of crabs, Zhou Yu, you are truly remarkable. Zhou Yu quietly rejoiced, grateful that he had managed to grasp the bucket during his recent tumble, thus averting a chaotic scene of crabs scattered across the ground. Inside the bucket, more than a dozen blue crabs lay, marking a commendable haul. What about you? How was your catch? Shun Qingqing cast a sidelong glance at him before turning towards the beach. Just moments ago, she had been concerned about Zhou Yu's well-being, her urgency causing her to abandon the bucket and shovel on the shore. She extended the bucket towards Zhou Yu, saying, Here, this is all I have. It seems I must join forces with you to benefit from the aura of a novice. The bucket contained small fish, sea cucumbers, scallops, and even a solitary crab. Although the yield was plentiful, the quality left much to be desired, as they were rather frail and sickly. Yet, one must wonder without a flaw. How could one ever find themselves on the beach? When men and women collaborate, the labor becomes far less strenuous. Working alongside Zhou Yu, Shun Qingqing instantly felt a surge of good fortune. Qingqing, to your right, a large lobster has burrowed into the seaweed. Qingqing. There's a sizable crab that just darted into the crevice between the rocks ahead. Qingqing, use the scoop net. Behind you, there's a greenstone grouper. Zhou Yu, completely unrestrained, pointed out the marine treasures surrounding Shun Qingqing. Even the large blue crab that had caused Zhou Yu to fall squarely landed in Shun Qingqing's bucket. Of course, Zhou Yu refrained from mentioning the green mussels hidden beneath the rocks or the lobsters nestled in their lairs. Such conspicuous locations could not simply be indicated with a glance. In truth, many seasoned beachcombers possess a discerning eye. What escapes the notice of the average person is quickly identified by their keen observation, allowing them to deduce the precise locations of marine life based on the terrain and water conditions. Zhou Yu's performance could only be deemed slightly unconventional, at most. It could be attributed to extraordinary talent, hardly raising suspicion. The two of them scoured the shallow waters repeatedly, and as time passed, their buckets grew increasingly full. The men had no trouble, but the task became somewhat strenuous for the young woman. Zhou Yu checked the time on his phone and suggested, Qingqing, it's about time. Let us head back. After some contemplation, Shun Qingqing did not oppose. Their relentless gathering had begun to draw the attention of others. Leaving early would spare them from being gawked at, and finding a buyer to sell their catch was of utmost importance. There was another reason Zhou Yu withheld from voicing. The fish were dwindling. With the retreat of the tide, most of the marine life in the shallow waters had returned to the sea. Remaining any longer would yield limited rewards. Initially, he had been a bit perplexed, but after some reflection, he suddenly understood. The so-called optimal times for beachcombing did not necessarily coincide with the abundance of marine life, but rather with the ease of access. The onset of the ebbing tide marked the peak of marine life. However, during that time, the water was not yet shallow enough, making it more challenging to catch fish. It seemed that next time, an earlier arrival would be prudent. The two of them halted before the electric cart, adhering to the familiar routine, with Shun Qingqing capturing a photograph of their catch first. By golly, the 2 buckets of crabs were nearly brimming to the top. Had they added a few more, they would undoubtedly have spilled over. She disabled notifications to avoid disturbances and promptly shared the photo in their group chat, accompanied by the caption, "Freshly caught crabs from the tidal rush, 2 buckets full." As she took a moment to catch her breath, her WeChat notifications began to chime incessantly. Shen Qingqing's delicate, jade-white fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, tapping away rhythmically. The expression on her face oscillated between tension and anger. After approximately 5 minutes of conversation, she finally looked up with a smile. "Come on, little you. Let us go sell some fish." Today, she brought along 2 paint buckets, and it was cumbersome to carry them with her feet. Zhou simply carried one in each hand, maintaining a steady balance. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination, the same restaurant as yesterday. The owner, Mr. Sher, was far less enthusiastic than he had been the day before. With the fishing ban lifted, the number of fish sellers had surged, greatly expanding his options. Naturally, he was no longer as courteous as before. Chapter 11. A new agreement, however, after observing the crabs, Boss Sher's smile blossomed once more. After all, the tangible reality differed greatly from mere photographs. The crabs caught by these 2 individuals were predominantly over 4 ounces, with some nearing a pound. Today marked the inaugural day of the fishing season, and upon the return of the fishing boats, fish would undoubtedly abound. Yet, the abundance of such sizable crabs was indeed a rarity. There were 46 blue crabs, 17 eel crabs, and 13 flower crabs, totaling 76 crabs. Both the eel crabs and the flower crabs were priced at 30 per pound. Marvelous. I shall take all these crabs. As before, Shen Qingqing turned her gaze towards Zhou Yu. He nodded. Having savored the fresh delicacies yesterday, indulging in them daily would lose its charm. Let us sell them all. But let us keep those 2 lobsters. Zhou Yu had yet to taste the large lobsters, which would be perfect for a midday drink. Boss Sher grinned lecherously and remarked to Shen Qingqing, "Sister-in-law, your status in the household seems lacking. A man must not be spoiled." Shen Qingqing's ears flushed crimson, and though she stammered, she remained silent. Zhou Yu chuckled. "Who is your brother, anyway?" The blue crabs fetched 1 for 100 yuan, while the eel crabs and flower crabs brought in 386 yuan, totaling 786 yuan. Apart from the crabs and lobsters, there were no other significant catches, just a few sea snails and clams, hardly worth weighing, along with a few small fish that were left behind. Upon exiting the restaurant, Shen Qingqing drove Zhou Yu directly to the market. With the crabs sold, their home had no meat left. While she could manage with just vegetables, Zhou Yu, being a young man, could not subsist solely on fish. Pork ribs, fatty pork, and vegetables amounted to over 300 yuan. Since her grandmother's passing, Shen Qingqing had not purchased such a quantity of groceries in years. Zhou Yu was taken aback by how fiercely Shen Qingqing bargained, her verbal duels extinguishing the market vendors' prices. The contrast between her strikingly beautiful yet demure exterior and her fierce negotiating prowess was striking. Reflecting on the slap he had received, he could only conclude that one should not judge by appearances. Having procured the necessary ingredients, they returned home just in time for dinner. Together, they prepared 2 steamed lobsters, combined the other seafood into a delightful medley, braised the pork ribs, and sautéed some greens. Once again, they polished off their meal, fortunate that Shen Qingqing had learned from experience and cooked an extra cup of rice, leaving Zhou Yu no opportunity to claim he was only 8/10 full. Oddly enough, not only did Zhou Yu have a hearty appetite, but Shen Qingqing also noticed that since his arrival, she had increased her own rice consumption by a bowl. As for the vegetables, it was clear that 4 dishes were now necessary to satisfy their appetites. She resolved to maintain this standard in the future. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Shen Qingqing felt her cheeks flush. How had it come so naturally to evolve into a partnership? There was no clause for such a development in their agreement. Zhou Yu, too, found it curious. Despite only having known each other for 2 days, they felt remarkably familiar. After tidying up, they convened their customary sharing meeting. Shen Qingqing reiterated her earlier statement. Today, we sold a total of 786 yuan. After deducting the 382 yuan spent on groceries, we have 404 yuan left. Your keen eyes were instrumental in catching so many crabs today. You shall take 1,000, and I will keep the remainder. As she spoke, she transferred 404 yuan via WeChat. Zhou Yu sighed and accepted the amount, then promptly returned 300 yuan. As per our usual arrangement, tool fees, transportation costs, and channel expenses. However, today, Shen Qingqing resolutely refused to accept any portion. Zhou, I cannot accept this money. Clamming is not the same as fishing. What are a bucket and a shovel in terms of equipment? Transportation costs can be covered once, but to cover them every time is even more expensive than flying. Shen Qingqing wanted to say more, but Zhou raised his hand to silence her. We still need to rely on her in the future, and without a concrete agreement. That would not suffice. Qingqing, could you listen to my thoughts first before deciding whether to accept? You speak, and I shall listen. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou replied, yesterday afternoon and this morning, you are more aware than I of our fishing and clamming yields. I toil for an entire week, and yet I may not earn as much as this. Therefore, I have decided to refrain from work for a while and try my hand at being a fisherman. Upon hearing that he would not be working, Shen Qingqing immediately displayed a look of anxiety and was about to voice her objections. Wait a moment. I only said I would give it a try. If, after a week, the results do not compare favorably to factory work, I will naturally return to my job without hesitation. Shen Qingqing then let out a sigh of relief, saying, very well, trying is acceptable. To be honest, over the past 2 days, not only have you shown impatience, but I too have been dazzled by your novice brilliance. However, what does that have to do with me? I will not take what is not rightfully mine. Zhou chuckled. Ultimately, it still boils down to the cost of tools. Despite having earned a bit these past 2 days, my expenses have barely been covered. Thus, I hope you can invest a little to upgrade our equipment. Shen Qingqing appeared somewhat surprised. They say that poor students have plenty of stationery. We are not lacking in anything. We are lacking plenty. Zhou corrected her earnestly. If we had a large fish tank, our income over these past 2 days would surely have doubled. A small electric scooter cannot accommodate a large fish tank. So we at least need a tricycle. Additionally, we should equip it with an oxygen machine to ensure the fish we catch survive. Perfect. Shen Qingqing was torn between speaking up and holding her tongue. She felt the reasoning was quite sound but struggled to voice her objections. So what do you propose I do? Invest. Let us purchase the equipment together. Then, we can share the profits from the catch evenly. Zhou stated with conviction. While Shen Qingqing remained silent, it was not that she feared losing her money, but rather that it felt somewhat strange. As if Zhou was eager to share the profits with her. Was it merely an illusion? Should she join him in this endeavor? Shen Qingqing, being a decisive and generous young woman, made her decision within a few minutes. I can contribute funds for the equipment, but let it be known that I will begin school in early September. When classes commence, I will not be able to accompany you fishing. So do not complain when that time comes. Zhou, having attended university himself, understood just how demanding a senior year's schedule could be. Naturally, he was unconcerned. Rest assured. If you are not present, I shall treat it as a day of rest. Is it settled then? It is settled. The 2 hands, one large and one small, black and white, came together in agreement. Zhou and Shen Qingqing officially became partners. Just yesterday, Shen Qingqing had vehemently opposed the idea of becoming a professional fisherman. Yet overnight, she found herself inexplicably involved. She could not help but laugh. After receiving a transfer of 300 yuan, she promptly returned 2 yuan as a red envelope. It was this 298 yuan that had led her onto the pirate ship. After a brief discussion, the 2 individuals concluded that it was imperative to act without delay. Rather than conducting further research, they decided it would be more prudent to observe the situation firsthand, promptly mounting their electric scooter and heading towards the town. Had they known that tricycles were available for sale in the town, they could have easily sold the fish before going to inspect them. What was most perplexing was that the vehicle dealership and the fish-selling restaurant were merely separated by a single street. Despite the fact that they were selling tricycles, the enthusiasm of the salespeople was no less fervent than that of a seasoned salesperson. Following closely behind the 2, the sales representatives were quick to provide information on any vehicle the pair glanced at. Since they intended to transport goods, any vehicle with a too small cargo area was immediately dismissed. The 0.8 by 1 meter cargo space was deemed insufficient for Sun Yu. Ultimately, they settled on a model featuring a 1.5 by 1 meter cargo area, which was perfectly sized and entirely adequate. The 2 proprietors indeed possessed discerning taste. This particular vehicle boasted an integrated rolled cargo board, hydraulic damping for shock absorption, and a unified bent beam frame, ensuring remarkable durability. On that day, the purchase price was a mere 5,888, which included a sunshade, a spare tire, and 3 bottles of engine oil as complimentary gifts. Chapter 12. A change from shotgun to cannon. Goodness, that's exorbitantly priced. It completely exceeds their budget. They had anticipated a cost of around 3,000 to 4,000. But who could have foreseen such a discrepancy? Even the money earned over the past few days falls short. Zhou Yu candidly remarked, "This vehicle is a bit pricey. We need to discuss it." "Very well, sir," the sales assistant responded, having provided all necessary information and discreetly excused himself. Pulling Shen Qingqing aside, Zhou Yu whispered, "How about we consider a second-hand option?" After a moment's contemplation, Shen Qingqing decisively opposed. For the same power and battery life, second-hand options are not significantly cheaper. If it encounters any issues, it will be quite troublesome. I still have some funds. Let's go for a new one. Indeed, there were cheaper models available, but they were limited in capacity and range, hardly meeting their needs. Since Shen Qingqing was willing to contribute financially, he certainly would not object. "I'll follow your lead. Regardless of the cost, we'll split it evenly and consider it a loan from me." After a round of haggling, they managed to reduce the price by over 200, ultimately settling on 5,600. Zhou Yu paid 2,000, while Shen Qingqing covered 3,600. The vehicle was registered in her name, as it was more convenient for local residents to obtain plates. The sales assistant remained consistently cordial, even assisting them in scheduling the registration online for the following day. This was part of the higher price. Many non-standard vehicles could not be registered through normal channels, and purchasing such a vehicle could lead to significant pitfalls. Driving the new car, they felt invigorated. Zhou Yu piloted the three-wheeler while Shen Qingqing rode the two-wheeler, the 5 wheels carrying them toward the fishing gear store. Their original plan was to purchase a large fish tank and an oxygenator. However, after acquiring the three-wheeler, they had to consider compatibility with the vehicle's cargo area. Inquiring about a 1.5-meter fish tank, the shopkeeper instantly quoted over 1,000. This time, Shen Qingqing was at a loss. Her grandmother's savings barely covered tuition fees. Thankfully, she managed to get by with her scholarship and part-time work. If Zhou Yu hadn't appeared, she would have spent the last couple of days either at KFC or playing with mascots at an amusement park. After buying the three-wheeler, she found herself with only a few hundred left. Unable to afford rice or flour, she had to make do with simple flatbreads to stave off hunger. While perusing the fishing gear store, they discovered that portable fish boxes were the way to go. They selected a transparent fish box made of PP material, lightweight and easy to transport, with various sizes available. Ultimately, they purchased 3 large boxes and 2 small ones for a total of over 400. The 3 larger boxes came with built-in oxygenators, fitting snugly in the cargo area and easily stackable when not in use. After paying for the fish boxes, Shen Qingqing looked at Zhou Yu with a serious expression. "Zhou Yu, you must work hard. From now on, we will rely on you." Currently, their combined funds amounted to less than 500, not accounting for Zhou Yu's few thousand in debts and Shen Qingqing's tuition. Zhou Yu was unfazed, confident that with underwater visibility, he would fare far better than at a regular job. "Qingqing, whatever I say now, you may not fully trust. Let us rise early tomorrow. Then you will understand how correct your choice was." Suddenly, Shen Qingqing exclaimed, "We forgot to buy bait." In Xiamen, with an average of 0.04 acres of arable land per person, daily worm digging was simply unsustainable. Zhou Yu preferred not to use live bait, recalling that last time pig liver had yielded excellent results. It is better to visit the market to procure some pig and chicken livers, as they are inexpensive and easy to preserve. Primarily, Shen Qingqing is in favor of saving money. At the market, she also took the opportunity to buy some fresh vegetables, and by the time they returned home, it was already mealtime. Upon arriving, they first charged the batteries of their 2 vehicles, and the oxygen machines also required a rotation of charging. With so much on her mind, nothing tasted good to her. The 2 hastily consumed 8 bowls of food, tidied up, and quickly retired for the night. In truth, Zhou Yu was quite carefree, mentally reviewing the plans for the following day, and soon drifted into slumber. However, Shen Qingqing tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Half of her tuition for her senior year had already been gathered, and with 3 weeks remaining until summer break, a little more effort could secure the rest. Yet, Zhou Yu's persuasion had caused her to deplete her savings. Now that all the equipment was purchased, should the morrow yield no rewards, it would indeed be a cause for lamentation. Yet, upon reflection, she thought, had she not encountered Zhou Yu, her fate might have been far worse. What was there to fear in taking a chance with him? It was merely a small sum of money. If lost, it could always be earned again. Besides, he was such a good person. Over the years, many had sought out Gao Jinbao, not just Zhou Yu. Though fully aware that their connection was tenuous, he still insisted on intruding. Many had attempted to take advantage, and even if they could not, they would at least kick at the door before departing. Only he, it seemed, would take another's word at face value and leave without question. It was peculiar that he would even apologize to her, knowing full well that he was her nominal father, reminiscent of an ancient figure. Lost in such thoughts, she gradually succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she and Zhou Yu caught an abundance of fish, amassing great wealth, and purchased a grand ship to venture into the sea, where they even caught a whale in their net. She strained against the fishing net with all her might when suddenly a speedboat approached, manned by pirates. The pirates grinned malevolently, brandishing their firearms and pulling the triggers. A curious sound echoed, akin to the noise of a gunshot. Bang, bang, ching-ching, wake up. We must leave early for the beach today. Ching-ching jolted awake, feeling quite embarrassed. They had agreed to rise at 5, yet she had overslept. It was already past 5:30. You wash up first, I will be there shortly. Once the voices outside faded, Ching-ching hastily got out of bed and changed her clothes. After freshening up, she discovered that Zhou Yu had prepared porridge, sliced pickled vegetables, and purchased steamed buns. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her tardiness. One devoured hastily while the other savored every bite, yet their rhythm was harmonious, and they finished simultaneously. With the tricycle at their disposal, they decided against making a choice between fishing and beachcombing. All fishing gear was loaded onto the vehicle. They brought along 2 large and 1 small live fish tank, sufficient for a day at the seaside. Zhou Yu, taking the driver's seat, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Ching-ching, hop in. I will lead you to prosperity." Ching-ching shot him a glance. Who was it yesterday that mentioned it was illegal for an electric vehicle to carry passengers? Let me remind you. The same applies to tricycles. Zhou Yu was genuinely unaware of this regulation, pondering how the spacious front seat of the tricycle allowed for only the driver. Ultimately, they each rode their own vehicle, as previously bending the rules had been a matter of necessity. Now that they had 2 vehicles, it was wiser to play it safe. They arrived at the beach around 6:20, just minutes before the tide would begin to recede. Zhou Yu secured the 2 vehicles together, contemplating the live fish tanks with a hint of concern. The distance is discernible to the naked eye. The vehicle should be deemed safe. However, the box containing live fish is remarkably lightweight, and it would not be surprising if someone were to snatch it away in the blink of an eye. After some contemplation, I decided to hold on to it. So what if I am regarded as a fool? It is hardly a matter of great significance. Fortunately, at this hour, there are few people around, and hardly anyone notices the couple carrying 3 fish boxes, 2 buckets, and an assortment of fishing gear to the shore for a day of fishing. Ching-ching chose a rocky outcrop to set down her fishing gear and fish net, and began to slice the pig liver for bait. It was then that she saw Zhou Yu, net in one hand and water bucket in the other, making his way towards the sea. In astonishment, she asked, "Zhou Yu, where are you going?" Chapter 13, The Big Fish and the Sea Snake, of course. "We are going to catch some sea creatures," Zhou Yu declared with unwavering confidence. Ching gazed at him with a look of concern. "You can't be serious about going out at high tide, can you? Perhaps we should wait until the beach is exposed." High tide represents the peak of the water, while low tide marks its lowest point. The fluctuation can reach over 3 meters. The beach where we collected seafood yesterday is still submerged. Although the tide has begun to recede, the deeper areas still exceed a meter in depth. Venturing into the sea now would result in merely scooping, with no possibility of collecting. No matter how long we wait, there will always be shallow and deep water zones. If we are to go in, does it truly matter whether we wait? The sea creatures certainly want to arrive 2 hours later. To her surprise, Ching found his reasoning compelling. After 2 hours, the fish caught on the beach would indeed be fewer than what is currently in the water. Yet, something still felt amiss. Forget the bucket. Let us take the net. The net, akin to a portable fish keeper, can be dragged through the water. Ching had hardly ever used one. Zhou Yu tossed aside the bucket and slung the net over his shoulder, casually complimenting, "What a fine piece of equipment. I must say, your gear is quite comprehensive." Ching rolled her eyes. "You are easily impressed. This collection, including the fishing rod, consists of items left behind by tourists during my part-time guiding. True anglers possess gear that would require a 3-wheeled cart to transport. Why would anyone need so much?" Zhou Yu pondered, stepping into the sea. The underwater world. A vibrant tapestry unfolded before him. He felt a twinge of disappointment, not due to a lack of fish, but because they were all rather small. Species like mackerel, sea bream, and several other inexpensive varieties were plentiful. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, why not take everything available? Despite his assertions, he carefully wielded the landing net, stealthily approaching a grouper. "Come here." A dragon grouper weighing over a kilogram could fetch 40 to 50 yuan. This brought him one step closer to repaying his debt. Tossing it into the net, he felt a surge of excitement. The water was still somewhat deep, often reaching up to his thighs. The gentle waves made him feel slightly dizzy. Even with a clear view of the terrain, he could not move swiftly. Yesterday's misstep served as a reminder. After several minutes of effort, he finally drew near to the grouper, net in hand, and secured another catch. Thus, Zhou Yu endeavored to target larger and more valuable species. Soon, he had several fish in hand. It was time to change locations. At this moment, within the 30-meter radius, larger fish had become scarce, prompting Zhou Yu to decisively relocate. Suddenly, he felt a jolt as he stepped forward, nearly paralyzed with shock. A sea snake, adorned with circular patterns and measuring over a meter, appeared at the edge of his vision, gliding towards him in a smooth S-curve. He had seen one 2 days prior, but had not thought much of it. Upon returning, he had learned from Shun Qingqing that sea snakes are notoriously venomous, with their toxicity surpassing that of cobras. Seeing it again now, the instinct to flee surged within him. "Let us go, dear snake. Linger here, and you may become soup. Do not obstruct my path to fortune." The sea snake, perhaps heeding his plea, adjusted its course and surged towards him with alarming speed. This was disastrous. Upon witnessing the speed of the creature, Zhou Yu realized there was no time to flee. A surge of frustration welled up within him. What animosity had he incurred to warrant such an encounter? As the sea snake loomed ever closer, Zhou Yu deftly dipped his net into the water before him. Any creature that traveled in a straight line was but a breath away from falling into the trap. With ease, he captured it, yet as he observed the writhing sea snake within the net, his brow furrowed. He hesitated to place it in the bag and instead carried the net towards the shore. He pondered the potential calamity of having the fish bite and transform into toxic creatures. What a tremendous loss that would be. "My heavens, what have you caught?" he exclaimed. "Hold on, let me take a picture." Despite feeling a shiver run down her spine, Shun Qingqing swiftly snapped a photo to share with the group. This creature was indeed a medicinal material, capable of being dried and used for brewing liquor. There were those who specifically sought it out. Zhou Yu tossed the sea snake into a live fish container and closed the lid, finally exhaling in relief. He mused that nothing seemed to come easily. Even a fishing trip had nearly cost him his life. He transferred the fish from the net into another container, but suddenly remembered he had yet to add water. He hurried to the shore, filling several buckets to the brim before activating the oxygenator. Now, he was no longer concerned about the fish perishing. As he busied himself, Shun Qingqing expressed her astonishment. "Little you, you truly possess remarkable skills. I've only managed to catch 2 fish, while you have 5 or 6 already." Zhou Yu puffed out his chest and boastfully declared, "Little Qing, if you had informed me earlier of your presence, I would have assured you that with my keen eyes. Your future would be filled with luxury, driving a car and living in a grand house." Shun Qingqing burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. "Tomorrow, I shall send you to the Academy of Sciences for a dissection to measure your lung capacity with all this boasting." "Oh no, help me." A sudden force struck, bending the fishing rod into a crescent shape. Shun Qingqing lost her footing, slipping towards the jagged rocks, perilously close to plunging into the sea. Zhou Yu darted forward, but the narrowness of the rocks left him no room to maneuver in front of her. In a moment of desperation, he scooped Shun Qingqing into his arms, halting her descent, and grasped the fishing rod with both hands. In that instant, a vision of a large fish flickered in his mind. His familiarity with fish was limited. Yet that broad, smiling mouth was unmistakable. It was a shark. A small shark, approximately a meter long. No wonder it possessed such strength. Unprepared, he nearly lost Shun Qingqing to the water. The dilemma was that this creature was a protected species. Fishing was prohibited. Shun Qingqing's ears flushed with excitement as she chanted, "It must be a tuna. Isn't it said that experienced fishermen can discern the type of fish they catch? How is it that she seems to have never tasted fine pork?" As he observed her fervent anticipation, tirelessly letting out and reeling in the line, she completely forgot she was cradled in his arms. Zhou Yu fell into contemplation. What expression would she wear when the shark surfaced? He realized he could not afford to waste any more time. The longer the struggle, the greater the loss. How could he allow this fish to escape? If only the hook would loosen. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his senses and was alarmed to find the rod so light in his grasp. Shun Qingqing stood before him, holding an empty rod, her face a mask of disbelief. It came off? How was that possible? "My tuna is gone." Zhou Yu released his grip, suppressing a laugh as he remarked, "Out with the old, and with the new, let us consider it a release. Who knows, the next one might be even larger." Shun Qingqing, being a girl of considerable poise, responded with a hint of disappointment. "This is the first time I've ever caught such a large fish. I have no idea what species it is. What a pity." Zhou thought to himself, you would be furious if you had seen it. However, what had just transpired? A mental snag, perhaps? The fish had escaped, and Zhou trudged toward the water with the net bag in tow. Behind him, Shen Qingqing muttered, what is going on? Helping to release a fish, yet your face has turned pale? Is he feeling a bit under the weather? Chapter 14. The new function of the golden finger. At this moment, the tide receded slightly, allowing Zhou to move more freely in the water. With the capture of the sea snake and the retreat of the sharks, fortune seemed to be smiling upon him. He discovered several fine fish in succession, each weighing a notable amount. The smaller ones weighed 1 or 2 pounds, while the larger ones reached 3 or 4 pounds. Within a mere 10 minutes, all of them found their way into his net. However, Zhou also recognized the limitations of the shallow waters. Larger fish were indeed scarce. Even the small shark he had encountered was located some distance from the shore. It appeared that if he truly wished to earn a living through fishing, lingering near the coast would not suffice. The genuinely abundant resources lay in the deep sea. As Zhou diligently caught fish, his thoughts wandered to the matter of the sharks. He had an unsettling feeling that the dislodged hook was somehow connected to him. At the moment he hoped for a fish to run, an image of a fishhook ensnared in flesh flashed in his mind. Suddenly, the fishhook twitched. A sharp pain shot through his head. Even he found it implausible to attribute this to mere coincidence. Could it be a form of mental influence? Zhou halted, fixating on a nearby small base, silently repeating, catch it, it cannot escape. Yet, the fish leisurely swam away. Frustrated, he nearly scolded himself for his foolishness and angrily set out to catch a blue crab. By 8 o'clock, more and more beachgoers arrived, buckets and shovels in hand, eager to scour the shore. Each time someone passed by their live fish box, they would crouch down in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, so many fish. And a sea snake too. Where did you get those? Zhou occasionally cast a glance at them, ever since he had lost money due to a theft while delivering food. He regarded others with suspicion. These fish were worth far more than takeout meals. At this point, Shen Qingqing had repositioned her fishing spot for the 3rd time. Having caught only 5 or 6 fish, none particularly large. With the sand now exposed, she decided to abandon her rod and join Zhou in netting fish. As they had only one landing net, Zhou directed her to search for crabs and lobsters, while others searched the shallow waters, spending considerable time with little success. These two effortlessly reached where others had already scoured, provoking envious glares. Yet, there was little they could do. It was unreasonable to claim exclusivity over areas they had previously traversed. Zhou operated like a scanner, skipping over barren spots. The only obstacles he faced were the terrain beneath his feet and the intelligence of the marine creatures. Were the marine life incapable of swimming? Zhou could have collected treasures from the entire beach. Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant as she participated in the beachcombing alongside Zhou. Following his pointed directions, she found everything with remarkable accuracy. It was essential to work together, otherwise, it felt awkward to divide the spoils. By 10 o'clock, the two had filled 2 boxes with their catch. The large live fish box brimmed with fish, while the smaller one was filled to the brim with crabs and lobsters. However, they had reached their limit. The nearby tidal flats had been thoroughly scoured. Further afield, not only would they need to move the live fish box, but their electric cart was also out of sight. Yet, the thought of leaving left them both feeling discontented. With the lunar month newly begun, it was the prime time for beachcombing. After the 5th day, their haul would be significantly diminished. They exchanged a glance, and in unison, suggested, how about we fish a little longer? As the two individuals shared a hearty laugh, they shifted their fishing positions once more and cast their rods simultaneously. In the depths of the water, as the bait descended, a large base emerged at the periphery of their vision. Zhou felt a twinge of worry. It was a good 10 meters away, and he would need to maneuver the fishing rod again. If only the hook could swim on its own. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Remarkably, the piece of pig liver began to glide slowly towards the big fish. How astonishing! His previous experiments had yielded no results. Curiosity consumed him, overshadowing even his concern for the fish. After pondering for a considerable time, he arrived at a vague hypothesis. Quietly, he plucked a strand of hair, pinching it between his fingers, and silently commanded, "Bend." The hair, as if grasped by tweezers, began to curve slowly until it reached the 90-degree angle he envisioned. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. This was neither telekinesis nor a supernatural ability. The yellow crystal likely contained an energy akin to true qi or internal power. Such energy could only be transmitted through physical objects, like fishing lines, while operating through the air proved ineffective. Water, perceived as a cohesive entity, allowed him to sense objects enveloped within it. With the secret of his newfound ability unveiled, Zhou Yu soared with joy. No longer would he need to shake the fishing rod or bait the hook. With a mere thought, the bait once again swam towards the large bass. The bass was utterly baffled. What creature was this peculiar little thing, moving in such an odd manner? A large, purplish morsel leaped through the water. If the bass were literate, it would comprehend the message, "Consume my bait, and you shall become my fish." Alas, being illiterate, the fish mistakenly perceived the small creature as a challenge. With a brutish lunge, it swallowed the pig liver whole, unwittingly signing a pact of servitude. The fish weighed only 5 to 6 pounds and was quickly dragged to the surface, eliciting a gasp of admiration from Shin. "Wow, little you, you're amazing. I, the local, have been overshadowed by your beginner's luck." With the development of this new technique, locating fish had become significantly simpler. The hook functioned like a remote-controlled submarine, swimming forward until it found a larger fish within 30 meters. Shin was envious, while it took her considerable time to catch a single fish. Zhou Yu had already reeled in 3 sizable catches. She couldn't help but cast glances his way, eager to see if he had hooked another fish. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh," his face paling and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Zhou Yu, what's wrong?" she inquired. He waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Just a bit of a cramp." Glancing at her watch, Shin noted that it was already 10:20. "Well, it's time to head home for lunch." Zhou Yu had finally grasped the mechanics of the device. It functioned as a scanner without issue for an entire morning. But deploying it as a submarine left it defunct after half an hour. After a brief respite, he felt well enough to begin packing up. Everything was manageable, except for the large live fish tank filled with seawater, which indeed bore considerable weight. "Little you, let us lift it together," Shin suggested. Zhou Yu observed her slender arms and legs and firmly declined. "I can't afford to break myself. Sister Qingqing, do not underestimate me. This weight is but a trifle." Remarkably, he possessed great strength, and with the aid of his newfound ability, he felt even more empowered. He effortlessly carried the 140-liter live fish tank alone, causing gasps of astonishment all along the way. After catching a few fish, they packed them into a small fish box. After a bit of fuss, the two finally secured everything in the vehicle. Since they planned to apply for a tricycle license in the afternoon, they decided to sell the fish along the way and drove straight home. The return journey consisted of enjoying the leftovers from their sales, and today, they took the liberty of selecting their own feast. The menu included steamed crabs, braised perch, stewed pork ribs with green beans, and twice-cooked pork, an array of hearty dishes. Zhou Yu surpassed his own record, consuming 6 bowls of rice. Shin was left in astonishment. If he had eaten any more, they would have needed a new pot at home. After today's experience, Zhou Yu finally understood. His underwater radar also required fuel. No wonder his appetite had increased so significantly. How could he possibly refrain from eating? To earn a living, he had to put in the effort and consume a few more bowls. Chapter 15. The Wedding. Indeed, eating has proven to be remarkably effective. The pallor has vanished from our faces, and the headaches have dissipated. The desire for wealth seems inevitable, akin to becoming a mere glutton. Although the live fish container is equipped with an oxygenator, its efficacy remains dubious. The two did not dare to linger. They set off immediately after their meal. Upon returning home, Shin promptly shared photographs in the group chat. They had arranged to meet the buyer and were ready to proceed directly. This establishment was another seafood restaurant, larger than Boss Schur's. At this hour, the proprietor was occupied with taking orders and settling bills. Stealing a glance at the quality of their catch, he quickly summoned an assistant to weigh the fish and finalize the transaction, exchanging scarcely a few words. The fish sold for 550, the crabs for 270, and a sea snake fetched 110, totaling 930. After a busy morning, they had equipped themselves satisfactorily. Yet the results were comparable to the first day, with a large bucket and an electric cart. However, profits in fishing are not calculated in such simple terms. A single quality fish can significantly alter outcomes. That day, 2 fish alone had garnered over 1,000, a stroke of luck. Today, the catch was indeed more abundant, albeit with fewer high-value specimens. This had become the norm, and they had already outperformed most anglers. Both were quite pleased, dividing the earnings and instinctively heading to register for their license. Upon arriving at the vehicle management office, they took a number, queued up, registered their details, attended a traffic safety course, and had their vehicle inspected. After an afternoon of effort, they successfully obtained their license. A weight lifted from their shoulders. They no longer had to be on edge, fearing encounters with traffic police. The crackdown on unlicensed electric vehicles was severe. Being caught would certainly result in a fine, and non-compliant vehicles were outright banned from the roads. Now, with their official license in hand, driving felt liberating, as if the roads had widened. As the tide transitioned from a large to a medium rise, the harvest for beachcombers was undoubtedly diminishing. Yet, for Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing, this was not the case. Previously, due to various trivial matters, they had only worked half days, returning home at mealtime. Now, with fewer distractions, they decided to commit fully to their endeavors. To facilitate this, they purchased 2 thermal containers, preparing meals in the morning to enjoy by the seaside at lunch. Originally, they planned to sell fish once each afternoon. However, they discovered this was impractical. The portable fish box, after all, was a mere plastic storage container fitted with a basic oxygen pump, far inferior to the hundreds or thousands of proper live fish containers. Fish could only survive a few hours in it before reaching their limit. Thus, they now sold fish twice daily, once at noon and again in the afternoon. With doubled working hours, their income naturally surged, averaging over 3,000 in fish sales each day. After several days of this bustling routine, the tides shifted from medium to small and then to micro. The so-called dead tide ensued, characterized by minimal tidal fluctuation with little rise and fall. Many anglers faced a string of empty nets, and their earnings dwindled to below 3,000. After more than 10 consecutive days of relentless effort, both felt a sense of fatigue wash over them. One evening, as the winds calmed and they gazed at the sunset painted across the sky, a mutual desire for rest and relaxation began to take hold. Zhou Yu, how much have you saved? After settling debts, I have nearly 10,000. And you? Subtracting tuition, I have about the same. A moment of silence ensued before they simultaneously spoke. Shouldn't we take a break and enjoy ourselves? Exchanging glances, they echoed in unison, you're absolutely right. We mustn't earn merely for the sake of earning. Their laughter rang out, a joyous release from their labors. Tomorrow marks a day of respite, a delightful decision indeed. However, the question arises, where shall we venture for leisure? It would be rather dull to remain confined within the 4 walls of home. Shen Qingqing pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about a trip to the seaside? As someone from the north, I presume you have yet to experience such a place. The seaside? Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is it possible to learn to swim there? What? You don't know how to swim? Shen Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. What a peculiar individual, a landlubber daring to plunge into the ocean. Is it truly so strange to be unable to swim? I once attempted it at a reservoir during my childhood. After ingesting a mouthful of murky water, my father forbade me from ever entering again. Observing Zhou Yu's nonchalant demeanor, Shen Qingqing fell silent. As a non-swimmer, what audacity gives you the courage to enter the sea? Is it Liang Jingru's influence? You shall not set foot in the water until you learn to swim. Huh. Now it's my turn to be speechless, Zhou Yu replied, regretting his earlier admission. The afternoon's catch yielded over 1,200 yuan. Upon exiting the restaurant, Shen Qingqing eagerly tugged Zhou Yu toward the shopping mall. Neither possessed swimwear, and if they were to purchase it at the seaside, the quality would be subpar and the price exorbitant. The mall offered a far more economical solution. Zhou Yu had initially contemplated a cheap set costing merely dozens of yuan, but Shen Qingqing vehemently opposed. Dear Zhou Yu, we often go to the seaside for fishing, which inevitably involves entering the water. It would be wise to invest in a quality swimsuit, as it is a close-fitting garment that warrants attention to detail. Zhou Yu considered her reasoning and found it compelling. However, was it not somewhat incongruous to wear swimwear while fishing? Not at all. Just opt for a longer, more modest style, she reassured him. After much deliberation, they ultimately selected 2 sets of 2-piece snorkeling suits, designed for sun protection and warmth, far more suitable for their needs than typical swimwear. Surprisingly, they managed to find a reasonably priced option, costing just over 300 yuan. Higher-end suits could reach thousands, a luxury they could not currently afford. Gazing at the myriad of exquisite swimsuits, and then at the price tags adorned with a multitude of zeros, Shen Qingqing suddenly lost her enthusiasm for a day off. Work and earning money were paramount. Her wistful expression elicited laughter from Zhou Yu. Sister Qingqing, stop looking. Once I earn some money, I shall purchase one for you. These swimsuits are far too revealing. They are not suitable for wearing. No sooner had they exited the mall than Zhou Yu's phone chimed. It's me, your brother Song. Brother Song, is there something you need? Nothing urgent. Just checking if you've arrived in Xiamen. If so, let us go and confront Gao Haizi. Zhou Yu glanced at Shen Qingqing and lowered his voice. I sought him out, but he hasn't returned. You might as well abandon that hope. Song showed no surprise. Haha. You really went? I did some digging upon my return. The address was incorrect. I'll send you the correct one. By the way, my second brother's wedding is the day after tomorrow. Do come and join the festivities. It would be a pleasure to host you. Congratulations. I shall certainly make an effort to attend. After hanging up, Zhou promptly dismissed the matter from his mind. A colleague's brother getting married, and how audacious of him to extend an invitation. Why not celebrate your family's old so's birthday while you're at it? Just then, a notification from WeChat interrupted his thoughts. Song had indeed sent 2 addresses. In a village renowned for its wealth. There lies the humble abode of the Xiaosong family. Zhou furrowed his brow. It was indeed the same address provided by Xiaosong last time. Regardless of whether he found the person or not, the gesture itself was commendable. Perhaps he should send a red envelope as a token of appreciation, treating it as a fee for the information. Is someone getting married? A friend of yours? Observing the furrowed brow of Zhou, Shen Qingqing felt a tinge of curiosity. Zhou did not conceal anything from her and recounted the entire story in detail. It was said that this very individual had guided Zhou to their home, and a mysterious gleam sparkled in Shen Qingqing's eyes. So it was him. Since he has rendered you assistance, it is indeed appropriate to present a red envelope. The day after tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the banquet. Chapter 16. Learning to swim early the next morning, the 2 boarded a bus directly to Pearl Bay Beach. Recently, there had been a crackdown on electric bikes carrying passengers, so they refrained from riding. As for why they did not choose to enjoy the fishing beach, Zhou raised this question. Shen Qingqing explained that the water quality at the beach was superior, with a gentle underwater slope, fine sand, and no rocks or undercurrents, making it an ideal locale for swimming. Compared to Huangsua Beach and Baiqing Beach, Pearl Bay lacked renown. Moreover, it was late August, and the peak of heat had passed, resulting in fewer visitors. To attract tourists, most beaches were free of charge. However, the most expensive things often come without a price tag. If one wished to avoid changing clothes in the restroom or on the beach, a fee would be required. After changing in a paid changing room, the 2 hurried to the beach. They had assumed the snorkeling suit would be sufficiently modest, but to their surprise, it was quite form-fitting. Shen Qingqing's delicate figure, wrapped in the suit, appeared alluring and captivating. Zhou, what are you thinking? Come here, I'll teach you to swim. Coming, Zhou exclaimed, pinching his nose as he entered the water, his gaze wandering to the picturesque surroundings. Indeed, it was a scenic spot. Both the water quality and the beach surpassed that of the sea near their home. While swimming lessons were typically best suited for a pool, this was not the case for Zhou. Shen Qingqing noticed that even without knowing how to swim, Zhou exhibited no fear in the shallow waters, and he remained calm even when submerged. Such mental fortitude indicated he could learn anywhere. Zhou grasped my hand and inhaled deeply, following her instructions. He held her soft wrist face to face. The sensation of the sea seemed more invigorating than usual. After inhaling fully, he crouched down into the water. When he could no longer hold his breath, he exhaled and emerged. Hey, did you hear me? Why are you lost in thought? Zhou's face flushed as he quickly submerged himself again. In the water, one's perception of time becomes distorted before he felt any discomfort. It seemed an eternity had passed. Surely it was just an illusion. After an indeterminate duration, Zhou felt a tug on his hand and swiftly surfaced. Shen Qingqing wore an expression of surprise. Don't scare me like that. Are you all right? What's wrong, Qingqing? He replied, bemused. Do you realize how long you squatted down? 3 minutes. Zhou's eyes brightened. Is 3 minutes long? What's the world record? Apparently, it's 24 minutes. But that's with pre-inhaled pure oxygen. The unassisted record is 11 minutes. Zhou fell silent. Hey, people manage over 10 minutes. My 3 minutes isn't anything to fuss over, right? It was out of concern for you. Most untrained individuals rarely exceed 2 minutes. With a huff, she urged. Do it again. Zhou dared not protest and obediently sank back into the water. He was aware that this was certainly due to the function of his golden finger, though he was uncertain how long he could sustain it without drawing attention. After what felt like a sufficient amount of time, he exhaled and rose. This time, he managed 3.5 minutes, nearing 4, which was within the normal range. After several practice sessions, Shen Qingqing began to teach him underwater frog swimming. After explaining the technique twice and demonstrating it herself, Zhou commenced his practical training under her guidance. Whenever his posture faltered, she would gently adjust his waist or hands, significantly igniting Zhou's enthusiasm for learning. In just over 10 minutes, they progressed to the final segment, surface frog swimming, which merely added the element of breathing. Within half an hour, Zhou had thoroughly mastered the technique. It is said that those adept at holding their breath find swimming to be an effortless endeavor. After all, even if one struggles to learn, simply moving through the water for a couple of miles is still commendable. Shen Qingqing couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and envy, her teasing words blurring the line between praise and reproach. Little you, don't get too cocky. Your rapid progress is all thanks to my excellent teaching. Now, let me teach you the butterfly stroke. Frog swimming, butterfly stroke, freestyle, backstroke. Shen Qingqing imparted all the techniques she had mastered. In a little over an hour, the two were joyfully splashing about in the sea, reveling in their newfound skills. As a former non-swimmer, Zhou Yu was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to spend the entire day immersed in the water. Leaving his mentor behind, he dove into the depths. Having shifted his focus from learning to exploring the wonders of Pearl Bay. Given its name, he mused, there might just be pearls to discover. With renewed vigor, Zhou Yu swam while scanning the seabed. Unfortunately, the area resembled the beach he frequented for fishing. There were fish and crabs aplenty, but lacking his gear, he lamented the missed opportunity to catch any. However, he found the shellfish to be scarce, and their shapes did not suggest the presence of pearls. Taking a breath, he glanced over at Shen Qingqing, who was gliding through the water like a mermaid. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he plunged into the deeper waters, curious to see how long he could hold his breath underwater. Just moments after submerging, he resurfaced, frustrated by the absence of a timer. Deciding to experiment further, he descended once more and attempted to open his eyes. Although the water quality here was slightly better than at home, it was still quite mediocre. Under such conditions, one would typically experience discomfort when opening their eyes, yet he felt no irritation at all, a thin film of air protecting his corneas. Unfortunately, this proved to be of little use. Despite being able to open his eyes, his vision remained unchanged. The underwater visibility was poor, rendering it impossible to see anything clearly. A stark contrast to the expansive underwater panorama he had envisioned. Zhou Yu simply wished to experience the sensation, so he continued his search for pearls in another direction. As noon approached, the beach began to fill with people. Limbs of all sizes occasionally entered his field of vision, which he found somewhat bothersome. He had picked up a large shell of an unknown variety and was on his way back to find Shen Qingqing when he spotted a group of people gathered in a large circle, floating in the water. Well, this is a first, seeing a spectacle in the ocean, he thought, intrigued yet unimpressed. Having always believed that nothing new occurs under the sun, he chose to ignore the commotion. Shen Qingqing, having grown tired of playing, was indulging in ice cream on the sand. Upon seeing Zhou Yu approach, she immediately offered him a cone. Here, strawberry flavor. Zhou Yu accepted the ice cream, his gaze fixed intently on her, causing Shen Qingqing's cheeks to flush. Why are you staring at me? She asked. I wonder where you obtained the money? Both individuals had their belongings stored away, leaving them clad solely in snorkeling gear. It was impossible not to feel perplexed. Shen Qingqing's face grew even more flushed as she playfully chided. What are you thinking? It was that sister who treated everyone. Following her, one could see not far away a distressed woman in a bikini, anxiously pacing the sandy shore. Her diamond ring had fallen into the sea, and her husband was currently enlisting help to retrieve it. Rather than assisting in the recovery, she was busy hosting a gathering? One might suspect she had. Oh well, it doesn't concern us. Let's head back. Shen Qingqing shot him a glance. She fears someone might snatch it up, which is why she is treating everyone and engaging in conversation. Whoever helps locate the ring will receive a reward of 10,000. Chapter 17. A love worthy of praise, 10,000 yuan. Is such good fortune truly possible? Zhou Yu's expression turned serious as he earnestly remarked to Shen Qingqing. It is profoundly moving. They have exhausted all their efforts for love. I believe this kind of love deserves to be celebrated. Shen Qingqing nodded, somewhat touched. Indeed, both of them are quite anxious. Zhou Yu concurred, stating, Thus, Qingqing, you should speak with that lady. Shen Qingqing looked at him in confusion. What should I say? Zhou Yu replied, Tell her that I guarantee to retrieve her ring. Could we possibly arrange for the payment in advance? Zhou Yu. The exclamation was rather loud, drawing the attention of nearby tourists. Zhou Yu quickly raised a finger to his lips. Qingqing, please remain calm. You must have noticed that I possess remarkable patience. There is a chance I might truly find it. However, in this day and age, too many people turn their backs on their promises. The gathering crowd made Shen Qingqing feel somewhat embarrassed, and she whispered, No matter how much you can hold your breath, can it compare to an oxygen tank? They have hired a diver, after all. Logically, Zhou Yu certainly could not compete with the diver. Yet, what if? Thus, she inexplicably inquired once more, Zhou Yu. Are you really confident? Zhou Yu, brimming with self-assurance, declared, "At least 60%. Shen Qingqing fixed her gaze upon him, peering deeply into his eyes. Finishing the last bite of her ice cream, she decisively turned and said, "Wait for me." With a light jog, she gracefully approached the bikini-clad lady. The two exchanged hushed words, the lady casting a suspicious glance at Zhou Yu, as if making a decision. Then the two of them walked over to a middle-aged man. Dressed in a suit that seemed out of place on the beach, they chattered animatedly. During this time, the man even took out his phone to show Shen Qingqing something, the nature of which remained unclear. After 7 or 8 minutes, Shen Qingqing returned to Zhou Yu, gliding back with poise. She snatched his ice cream and declared, "All right. I assure you they won T renege on their promise. Now it's your turn to perform." Zhou Yu smiled confidently, placing the seashell into her hand before turning towards the sea. "Just wait for your share." The spot where the crowd had gathered was now considerably quieter. Several tourists who had attempted to retrieve the ring had returned empty-handed, and the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the concerned party, a diver, and a few self-proclaimed strong swimmers. They floundered in the water like a gaggle of ducks, bobbing up and down. The concerned party, possessing average swimming skills, chose not to complicate matters and simply floated. Upon seeing Zhou Yu approach, he remarked, "Are you here to help? Rest assured, I keep my word. Find it, and I will pay 10,000. It seemed as though this gentleman had reflexively stated his conditions. However, in this society, trust is a rare commodity. Zhou Yu felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders and nodded. "Can you confirm that it fell in this vicinity?" The man hesitated slightly before replying, "Roughly. It should be within a few dozen meters." Zhou Yu nearly laughed. This man truly had the audacity to say so. A ring the size of a fingernail tossed into a sandy expanse with a diameter of several dozen meters. What a concept. Within a fixed range, one can indeed find enough to quench one's thirst. Coupled with the half-clear, half-turbid seawater, Zhou Yu could almost ascertain that if he did not intervene, the subject's love would merely be a gift, and any tales of its glory would be mere fantasies. While he spoke words aloud, his mind meticulously scanned the underwater images of 30 meters deep. The ring was neither a fish nor a crab, it was too small, and he needed to ascertain its identity with great care. The subject was somewhat puzzled, wondering whether this individual truly desired to profit. As he seemed to linger aimlessly after exchanging a few words, Zhou Yu eliminated a section of the area before feigning a dive into the water to search for the ring. In reality, he swiftly swam to a new zone, commencing another round of scanning. It soon became evident that the subject's words were laden with exaggeration. His view was not 3, 4, or 5, but rather 5, 6, or 7. It was only when Zhou Yu scanned the 5th section that he uncovered a clue. Ah, a pigeon egg. What a loss. Zhou Yu lacked knowledge about such matters, but discerned that this diamond must exceed 1 centimeter, allowing it to protrude slightly even when the ring setting was buried in the sand. A tiny diamond the size of a sesame seed would likely go unnoticed. Mistaken for mere sand, he tucked the diamond ring into the sleeve of his snorkeling suit and began his performance, diving and surfacing, surfacing and diving. Nearby, the subject nodded in satisfaction. "Now, this resembles genuine work. Wait, what is he holding? Boss, I found it. Haha, dear, I found it. Goodness. This fellow is indeed boastful. At such a distance, your wife cannot possibly hear you." As the dust settled, several tourists expressed their disappointment. The diver was indifferent, earning by the hour. Zhou Yu feared the subject would flee and promptly followed him ashore. The fellow called out loudly from afar, drawing a crowd on the beach. Shen Qingqing shot a puzzled glance. "Did you find it? Why is he claiming it?" Zhou Yu exchanged a knowing look. "Ignore this fool. He lacks generosity." Zhou Yu's heart bled. A pigeon egg. It could fetch hundreds of thousands, perhaps. Although he would never covet another's lost possessions, the pang of loss was inevitable. This boss truly lacked magnanimity. Fortunately, the payment was smooth, devoid of melodramatic disputes. There was no need for name-calling. The couple graciously expressed their gratitude, tossing a hefty stack of cash in a lavish manner. Money and goods exchanged. Farewell. 10,000 yuan. That would sustain them for several days. The journey back was stifling. The bus was crowded, and discussing finances felt inappropriate. Upon arriving home and shutting the door, Zhou Yu could no longer contain himself. He slapped the money onto the table. "Qingqing, come, let me share the earnings with you." Shen Qingqing pouted. "You found the ring. Of course, the reward belongs to you. I cannot take it." Zhou Yu smiled nonchalantly. "Had you not taken me swimming, how would I have stumbled upon such fortune, even without mentioning this? Or the fact that you negotiated the terms, as partners, you should receive half." This reasoning proved sufficiently compelling, persuading Shin. Unbeknownst to them, their partnership gradually expanded into various aspects of life, from fishing together to sharing meals and even aiding others in recovery efforts today. In truth, Shin was not idle. The possibility of affluent couples turning their backs and denying their commitments is indeed plausible, even without explicit discussion. Shin had reached an agreement with the bikini-clad lady and enlisted the director of the seaside bathing area as a witness. They established a verbal contract and recorded it, sending the audio to her email via the director's phone. This arrangement fundamentally mitigated the risk of default. However, she did not articulate this, and Joyu did not inquire, fully trusting her to manage the situation adeptly. The trust and understanding between them quietly flourished. Thus, from any perspective, the money she earned was well-deserved. Moreover, Joyu was acutely aware that his abilities were derived from a stone in her yard. Consequently, everything attained through this capability rightfully belonged to Shin in equal measure. Chapter 18. Shin catches a big fish. Initially, the two had planned to spend an entire day reveling in their activities, but upon unexpectedly acquiring a windfall, they returned home in high spirits. With no further ideas for amusement, they decided to tidy up their abode. After days of relentless busyness, both the rooms and the courtyard had become somewhat chaotic, with weeds in the vegetable patch nearly reaching palm height. Shin filled a bucket with water, washed the mop and cloth, and began to clean the floors and windows. She attended not only to her own room but also to Joyu, wishing to lend a hand, regrettably realized this was not his forte, so he took it upon himself to tidy the courtyard instead. He first swept away the clutter, then fetched a hose from the storage room to wash the cement floor of the courtyard. Once finished, as Shin emerged to clean the outer windows, Joyu was crouched in the vegetable patch pulling weeds. The girl reached up to wipe the windows while the boy bent down to clear the weeds, exchanging glances that evoked a sense of harmonious labor, reminiscent of traditional agrarian life. After an afternoon of industrious effort, both the interior and exterior were transformed. Following dinner, they turned on the air conditioning and nestled in Shin room to watch a movie. The old laptop, despite its age, still retained some warmth, though it struggled with anything else. Additionally, there was no internet at Shin home. The film had been downloaded from school. The screen displayed Mr. Vampire, featuring the thrilling tension of horror zombies and the comical antics of two bumbling apprentices causing chaos for their master. Shin, caught between laughter and fear, clenched her fist in excitement. Joyu had long since watched these classic Hong Kong films, but this was his first experience watching them alongside a beautiful girl. However, the viewing experience was somewhat diminished due to the hard chairs. There were only two of them. Ching, perhaps it's time to consider adding a sofa to the home, Joyu suggested. Shin shifted her ample form, acknowledging the discomfort from sitting for too long. Yes, we should take a look when we have the chance, she sighed. There are many things that need to be added. To put it bluntly, aside from the refrigerator, air conditioning, and water heater, there isn't even a washing machine in the house. As a blossoming young woman, Shin naturally desired a more comfortable life, yet financial constraints loomed large. Joyu glanced around the room, noting its antiquated state. Any new additions would feel out of place. It dawned on him that the most pressing need was a new home. By the time they finished watching the old films, it was already past 9. Joyu stood to take his leave. Make sure to dress formally tomorrow. Do you want a suit? Shin reminded him. Joyu was taken aback. Why would I need a suit? Shin furrowed her brow. Have you forgotten? We agreed to attend your colleague's brother's wedding. Joyu, incredulous, responded. I thought you were joking. I didn't realize we were actually going. I could just send him 200 and be done with it. Shin expression grew serious. It's rare for you to have acquaintances here. How can you not engage with them? Joyu, feeling resigned, had little interest in socializing. In the past, he lived a simple life out of necessity. Now, even selling fish was managed by Shin, allowing him to earn effortlessly. Colleagues and such, I really don't know them well. Let us skip it. Shin cast him a mournful glance, her large, starry eyes glistening with unshed tears. Joyu, I want to enjoy the feast. Eating is fine, but you must speak to me properly. With a single utterance of Gigi, Joyu felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, unable to withstand it any longer. Shin smiled triumphantly at him, saying, Good night. Sleep early, Joyu Gij. Good night. Ching, sister. Joyu shivered in discomfort and fled in haste. The following morning, the two set out once more to fish by the sea. They had a feast to prepare for by 10 o'clock, and wasting the entire morning was simply not worth it. Today, the tide was still low, and as soon as Zhou Yu entered the water, he furrowed his brow. In the 30-meter radius, not a single fish over 10 centimeters could be found. After toiling for over half an hour, he managed to catch only 6 fish and 4 crabs. Meanwhile, Xingxing seemed to have the knack for it, reeling in several fine fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds each. Determined, Zhou Yu thought, if the fish were scarce, he might as well explore the area. Previously, he had been unable to swim and dared not venture beyond the thigh-deep water. Now, having acquired a new set of skills, he felt it would be a waste not to test them. Today, clad in his newly purchased snorkeling suit, he felt fearless even if he plunged to the depths. In the past, he struggled to walk in the shallow waters, constantly vigilant of the terrain beneath his feet. However, today he moved much more swiftly, occasionally swimming with ease. The further he ventured, the more exhilarated he felt. Wow, what a beautiful fish! A large fish, nearly 30 centimeters long, swam into the periphery of his sensing circle. Its pale red body was adorned with spots, resembling an ornamental fish. Having never encountered such a creature before, Zhou Yu, with his limited knowledge of marine life, speculated that it might be a type of grouper. Come here, come here, come here, Zhou Yu chanted silently. But as the large fish flicked its tail and turned to swim deeper, he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it! Don't you dare swim away." Without hesitation, he pursued the fish. Setting aside everything else, he was determined to capture this magnificent specimen for himself, envisioning a bounty of fish in his grasp. The fish seemed to sense danger, darting left and right, always lingering at the edge of the sensing circle. Whenever Zhou Yu slowed his pace, the fish would halt, appearing dazed. If this game of cat and mouse continued, it seemed unlikely he would catch anything even by noon. Resolutely, Zhou Yu plunged into the depths. Previously, the so-called deep water at the beach was less than 2 meters deep. This was the first time he truly experienced the sensation of being suspended in deep water. Like a massive black fish, he glided silently toward the red fish. In a flash of 20 meters, as he neared the fish's tail fin, the large fish suddenly awoke, glancing around in alarm before propelling itself away like a torpedo, swiftly escaping Zhou Yu's sensing circle. Frustrated, Zhou Yu released a stream of bubbles, feeling utterly defeated. It appeared that the fishing hook was the more reliable option. In the ocean, one could never outpace a fish. On his way back, he spotted a lobster nibbling on seaweed. He had been too preoccupied with chasing the fish earlier, but now it was the perfect opportunity to fill the gap. The lobster was no longer far away, and fortunately, it had only moved about 10 meters, possibly out of Zhou Yu's line of sight. With a fierce determination, he tossed the lobster into his net and swam back toward the shore, realizing it was almost time to prepare for their feast. As he reached the shore, he heard Xingxing's excited exclamations. "Wow, it's a Zhou Yu, come quickly. I've caught a great fish." He had heard of this fish before, farmed. It cost over 100 per pound. This was splendid news, especially considering Xingxing had been harboring a competitive spirit over his impressive catch. This exquisite specimen guarantees her at least a few days of contentment. By the time Zhou Yu approached Xingxing, the fish had already been thoroughly exhausted. Sinking once again beneath the water's surface, Zhou Yu grasped the landing net, reeling in the line, as a sizable fish was drawn from the depths. Its hue was a delicate shade of pink, adorned with an array of spots. Goodness! With his undergraduate education, he found himself lacking the vocabulary to adequately express his emotions. Wasn't this the very fish he had lost in pursuit? What a remarkable stroke of luck, had it truly wandered into his grasp. Xingxing's bait must be exceptionally enticing. He chuckled, "Little Yu, are you awestruck? This one is worth no less than 1,000. I've never encountered such an expensive catch before." Chapter 19. The emergence of two elders. Xingxing was indeed not mistaken. The most expensive catch was the green stone grouper, valued at over 700. Sister Qing exuded magnificence and dominance, leaving me in humble admiration. Zhou Yu raised his thumb in approval, expressing his contentment, fully aware of his modesty. Xingxing couldn't help but smile brightly. Well said. Now, it is time to return. It was still before 8 o'clock, and they had fish to sell, baths to take, and clothes to change into, leaving little time to spare. The morning's catch was the least abundant, yet the profits were significant. Just after Xingxing posted a photo in the group, a call came in. A fellow angler's daughter was celebrating her birthday, and upon seeing the Eastern Star grouper, she was immediately taken with it, promptly sending a deposit via WeChat. When they delivered the fish, the seller was pleased with the crabs and lobsters as well, requesting those too. Ultimately, the Eastern Star grouper sold for 1,060, while the crabs and lobsters fetched over 320, totaling 380. This was comparable to their usual earnings for a morning. After washing up and changing clothes, it was still not yet 10 o'clock. They played on their phones for a while before setting out. Zhou ultimately did not wear a suit. It was merely a banquet, after all. The route to the neighboring village was well known to Qingqing. She rode her electric bike, carrying Zhou, and they quickly arrived at the village entrance. There was no need for inquiries. The streets were bustling with people heading to the banquet, and they simply followed the crowd. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhou made a call to Xiaosong. What? You're here? Wait for me. I'll come out to meet you. A few minutes later, Xiaosong, dressed in a suit, arrived at the door. Grabbing Zhou's arm excitedly, he exclaimed, "Good lad, I thought you wouldn't come. The address I gave you last time was incorrect. After asking my second uncle, I discovered it was the home of Gao Haizi's father-in-law. He abandoned his wife and children over a decade ago. Now, only a beautiful daughter with the surname Shun remains. Perhaps she could serve as a means of settling debts." As he spoke, Xiaosong noticed the lovely girl by Zhou's side. "Is this your girlfriend? Introduce her." Shen Qingqing smiled warmly at him. "I'm Shen Qingqing." Xiaosong was momentarily speechless, thinking, what a coincidence. Zhou chuckled. "Brother Song, don't even think about settling debts. You're too late." Xiaosong was taken aback, realizing she was indeed that girl, and quickly changed the subject. "Let me take you inside." Upon entering, they were greeted by a registration desk specifically for collecting red envelopes and recording gifts. In front of Xiaosong, Zhou presented an envelope containing 500. The cover read, "Presented by Zhou and Shen Qingqing." While 200 would suffice as a token of gratitude, the presence of guests necessitated a more generous offering. It would be ill-received to give 400 on such a joyous occasion, so they added an extra 100. As the brother of the groom, Xiaosong had many responsibilities. After guiding the two to their seats, he hurried away. According to Shen Qingqing, local wedding customs were quite elaborate. However, the 6 rites and marriage ceremony had already been completed. Today's focus was solely on the banquet. When the dishes arrived, Zhou was genuinely astonished. Lobster, crab, abalone, eel, blue-ling fish, lamb stew, and more than a dozen other sumptuous dishes adorned the table. Red and white wine, accompanied by 2 packs of cigarettes at each table. Zhou leaned slightly to the right and whispered, "Is this how lavish it is here?" Shen Qingqing also turned her body, responding softly, "This is merely average. Some tables even have a whole East Star grouper. The smallest crab weighs 6 tails. My goodness. Just this morning, a single East Star grouper sold for over 1,000. Even farmed ones aren't cheap. This one fish equates to an entire banquet elsewhere." Neither of them drank alcohol. And since they were unfamiliar with their table mates, they decided to indulge heartily. Having given their red envelopes, they certainly wouldn't let the wealthy skimp on expenses. As the newlyweds made their rounds to toast, the two merely pretended to partake, raising a glass of Sprite instead. The buffet-style feast resembled a battlefield, with diners consuming their meals with fervor, knowing that another wave awaited them. Satiated, the two left the table, their mouths glistening with satisfaction. Just as they exited, a figure suddenly emerged before them. "Hey, you little Shen, you see your uncle and don't even know how to greet him? How did your mother raise you?" Shen Qingqing's smile froze, her expression turning frosty in an instant as she regarded the middle-aged man before her, who appeared to be in his 50s. "Please refrain from making unfounded connections. I am Shen Qingqing, and I do not recall having any relatives like you." Zhou was equally taken aback, pondering who this person might be. Shen Qingqing's family had long lost all elders, and even peers were non-existent. It was as if they had been wiped from existence. Who was this interloper, audaciously claiming kinship? He seemed to have been seated at the adjacent table during the banquet. The middle-aged man puffed out his chest, hands behind his back, glaring at Shen Qingqing through his prominent nostrils. "Gao Jibao is your father. I am his elder brother, Gao Jinyu, your relative, your uncle. It's no wonder you don't recognize me after so many years apart. Come, let us step aside. I have matters to discuss with you." With a cold laugh, Shen Qingqing raised her voice. "I shall reiterate, I do not know you. If you obstruct us again, I will call the police. Zhou, let us go." She sidestepped Gao Jinyu and continued on her way, with Zhou hastily following her. Gao Jinyu was taken aback. How dare this young girl disregard him so brazenly? Enraged, he reached out to seize Shen Qingqing's shoulder. "You little wretch, how dare you speak to your uncle like that? You've gone too far." Zhou, trailing slightly behind, witnessed this unfold and felt a surge of anger. After years of not seeing his niece, he was met with such aggression. Grabbing Gao Jinyu's wrist, he squeezed firmly. "You old fool, are you trying to act like a rogue? Do you think I am blind?" Ow, let go." That hurts. Gao Jinyu howled, jumping around like an agitated monkey. Many villagers passing by gathered to watch the spectacle. Shen, finally realizing the danger she had almost faced, felt a peculiar warmth in her heart as Zhou Yu stepped in without hesitation to protect her, the daughter of a scoundrel. She gently tugged at Zhou Yu's sleeve, urging, "Let it go. It's not worth it to stoop to his level." Zhou Yu had no desire for escalation. He was all too familiar with the stench of blood ties. Although unafraid, it was best to avoid unnecessary confrontations. "You old man. If you dare to act like a rogue again, I will crush you. Now get lost." Gao Jinyu broke free from his restraints and turned to flee. After running a mere 10 meters, he paused, glancing back to deliver a fierce threat. "You little rascals, just wait for me." Zhou Yu feigned a pursuit, which sent Gao Jinyu tumbling in fright, disappearing in a flash. Upon returning home, they swung open the door and were taken aback. In the courtyard stood a figure, peering through the window into Shen room. Could it be a thief in broad daylight? The individual turned upon hearing the door creak. He was a middle-aged man, around 40, with a beaming smile as he approached them. "Ah, my dear niece, do you still recognize me? I am your second uncle, Gao Jinhua. My, how you've grown. I remember holding you when you were just a child." Shen and Zhou Yu stood frozen, momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening today? They had merely stepped out for a banquet, only to be met with a plethora of eccentric relatives, emerging like mushrooms after a rain. Chapter 20. A physical confrontation. Zhou Yu turned to glance at Shen, who wore an expression of indignation. After confirming their silent understanding, he recognized that she was someone he could confront. Casting a quick look around, Zhou Yu suddenly shouted, "Thief!" The middle-aged man appeared utterly bewildered, glancing around in confusion. Pondering the whereabouts of the alleged thief, Zhou Yu strode forward and executed a powerful move, sending the man spinning in place for a full 1.5 rotations, leaving him completely dazed. Yet the spectacle did not end there. With a swift kick, Zhou Yu sent him sprawling to the ground. Gao Jinhua fell headfirst into the vegetable patch, his mouth full of dirt. Before he could struggle, Zhou Yu pinned him down, twisting his right arm. "How many houses have you stolen from?" he demanded. Ching quickly called the police. After witnessing this series of maneuvers, not only was the thief bewildered, but Shen was also momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain her composure. Shen, unfazed, pretended to dial her phone, stating, "Hello. Is this the police? There's a burglar in my house." Gao Jinhua finally snapped back to reality, shouting, "It's all a misunderstanding. I am your father's second brother, Gao Jinhua. You were too young to remember me. Just ask the village elders. Hurry, tell your boyfriend to let me go." "Oh, my back." Shen lowered her phone and motioned for Zhou Yu to release him. Gao Jinhua, holding his waist and spitting out dirt, muttered indignantly, "Even if I were a thief, must I be assaulted upon first meeting?" Shen scoffed, "I don't care who you are. I have no father, and thus no uncles or older relatives. If you have something to say it plainly. Now leave." Zhou Yu nodded inwardly, appreciating her stance. Relatives devoid of compassion were less desirable than strangers. Surprisingly, despite the treatment he received, Gao Jinhua managed to force a smile, saying, "My dear girl, it seems the uncles have not fulfilled their duties over the years, causing you distress. Now that our circumstances have improved, we cannot allow you to suffer any longer. How about this? I, your second uncle, will buy this dilapidated house from you, and you can move to the city to enjoy a better life." Both Zhou Yu and Shen chuckled at his audacity, thinking, "Do they think we haven't seen enough dramas? This is either a treasure buried in the courtyard or a scheme for demolition." Zhou Yu seized Gao Jinhua by the collar and dragged him forcefully out of the door, tossing him into the street. "You wish to buy a house? 100 million. Return when you have enough." Gao Jinhua, nearly choking from the collar's grip, turned red with rage and glared at Zhou Yu. "Who do you think you are? I want to discuss matters with my niece." From within the courtyard, Shen voice rang out, "It's my decision, and he speaks for me." Zhou Yu leaned against the door, grinning menacingly. "Did you hear that? What I say goes. Remember, without 100 million, should you dare to step through this door, I will break your legs." With a heavy thud, the iron door slammed shut. Gao Jinhua, infuriated, stomped his feet, but dared not re-enter. This young man was formidable. He was not one to be trifled with. Outside, he could cause a scene, but within the courtyard, it was a different story. After much contemplation, he reluctantly departed. Finally, he was gone. Zhou Yu and Shen had been gazing out of the window for quite some time, only feeling a sense of relief once he departed. Such individuals are as troublesome as stubborn adhesive, proving challenging to deal with. Thus, Zhou Yu's strategy was to take the initiative, to feign ignorance, to create confusion, to act decisively, and to contact the authorities, to adopt a cunning approach, rendering the deceitful without an escape route. Shen couldn't help but chuckle as she recalled their earlier conversation. Who would have thought you'd suggest calling the police? That's his line. Zhou Yu replied with a calm smile, perhaps we should contemplate the situation at hand. Is your family facing demolition? I truly have no idea. Such individuals resemble flies, undoubtedly drawn by potential gains, yet I genuinely have not heard of this. Shen felt troubled. It was not easy to dismiss someone who had suddenly reappeared after over a decade. Qing, there is no need for excessive distress. If it comes to it, let us get a dog. If he dares to approach, we can set the dog on him. Oh please, then we'd end up spending money on vaccinations for the dog. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, managing to dissipate the unpleasantness and returning to the rhythm of their daily lives. The flood season had finally concluded, giving way to a new cycle. On the 16th day of the lunar calendar, another significant tide arrived. The pair rose early, brimming with confidence, ready to embark on a vigorous endeavor. However, reality proved to be harsh. Zhou Yu, clad in snorkeling gear, lingered in the shallow waters, feeling colder than the sea itself. He had nearly scoured the beach, and compared to the smaller tides, today's yield was only slightly better. He casually lifted his net, revealing 7 or 8 small fish flopping about. This catch was decent for others, but for two individuals reliant on the sea for sustenance, it was nearly a recipe for starvation. Observing his grim expression, Shen offered an explanation. This is actually quite normal. The resources close to shore are inherently limited. The previous bountiful harvest was merely a result of the fishing ban. Zhou Yu nodded in resignation, acknowledging the truth. Humans can be exceedingly ruthless. In less than half a month, they have stripped the ocean bare. In truth, they had anticipated this outcome. On the day of the feast, had it not been for the rescue by the East Star Grouper, they would have likely spent the entire day in the water, barely earning 1,000 yuan. As expected, today they managed to sell fish only once. Due to the meager quantity, the fish could easily fit in the net without concern for oxygen depletion. Over the course of the day, they caught a total of over 40 pounds of fish, around 20 crabs, with a significant portion being the less expensive needle crabs. Without any premium fish to attract attention, their combined sales for fish and crabs amounted to 828 yuan. The previously amiable boss sure had begun to regard them with disdain, communicating through his nostrils and chin. Well, Xiaoshin, you know, my restaurant caters to a more upscale clientele. Cheap seafood is seldom in demand. Consider this a favor. Bring better goods next time. Goodness, it seemed Boss sure would be better suited for a comedic role on a variety show than in his current line of work. Just say it plainly. If you don't want the lesser fish next time, then don't accept them. Zhou Yu and Shen had experienced the ups and downs of life and chose not to take offense. After all, he was running a business and owed them nothing. It was merely the sudden shift in demeanor that was rather astonishing. If this trend continued, with daily earnings of 400 to 500 yuan, their monthly income could reach 12 to 13,000 yuan. Truth be told, that wasn't insignificant, yet compared to a conventional job, it hardly felt like an improvement. And this calculation didn't even account for social security contributions. This cannot be a sustainable approach. Moreover, no one can predict whether the fish catch will continue to decline. Both individuals began to ponder how they might persist, and the atmosphere inevitably grew somewhat somber. After finishing their dinner, they set down their chopsticks, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously spoke. I have something to tell you. You go first. A chuckle escaped them, acknowledging their uncanny rapport. Following a delightful silence, Shen spoke. Zhou Yu, let us purchase a boat. Indeed, Zhou Yu's spirits lifted at her suggestion. This was precisely what I intended to propose. The beach offers scant resources. I believe that even venturing into the near sea would yield significantly more. Chapter 21. Launching the new vessel when it comes to understanding the ocean. Zhou Yu could hardly compete with Shen. Upon hearing his remarks, Shen merely smiled wryly. Little Yu. Zhou Yu felt a pang in his heart. He had long since discerned that this particular address could either signify her good spirits and playful demeanor or her dismissive attitude towards his words. As expected, Shen continued. Even in nearshore waters, the daily catch of many small fishing boats is not much different from what we harvested a few days ago. Zhou Yu pondered over her words and began to comprehend. Essentially, she implied that his novice's luck had worn off, even if he purchased a vessel for nearshore fishing. The yields would merely reflect the initial phase of his endeavors. Why not just say it outright? Am I really that proud? Thus, Qing's insinuation was to acquire a larger boat for deep-sea fishing? Shin reached out to brush his forehead, saying, "Wake up. Where would we find the funds?" Zhou Yu stiffened, his voice hoarse as he suggested, "We could take out a loan, under my name." Shin retracted her delicate hand and shot him an exasperated look. "A loan is feasible, but I could only mortgage the house. The real question is, can you operate a large vessel?" It dawned on Zhou Yu that he had indeed overlooked this critical detail. While he was adept at managing a small wooden boat, larger vessels necessitated a proper license. He possessed quite a few licenses, including one for a tricycle, which he had obtained during his part-time delivery job at the company's behest. However, he lacked any certification for piloting a boat. This realization eliminated even the option of renting a vessel, as Shin was equally inexperienced. The two engaged in a dialogue, outlining a preliminary plan. They decided to procure a small vessel for nearshore use, while Zhou Yu would study for the necessary certification in the interim. As for the specific type of boat to purchase, they agreed to visit a shipyard for further exploration. In all his years, Zhou Yu's most expensive acquisition had been that tricycle. The mere thought of owning a boat, even a modest one, filled him with exhilaration. He tossed and turned in his room, unable to sleep, and ultimately took to his phone to research fishing boats online. He sent several options to Shin. "What do you think of this aluminum boat? It's quite lightweight." Shin promptly replied with an image. "It's unattractive. It dents easily. Look at this fiberglass one, sturdy and beautiful." Zhou Yu questioned whether aesthetics should truly matter in a work platform, but he suppressed his doubts and sent another option, a rubber boat. "What about this one? It's visually appealing and inexpensive. Too small. Where would you store the fish?" Their conversation flowed back and forth, initially revolving around fishing-related vessels, but gradually escalating to extravagant yachts. By the end of their exchange, they found themselves enthusiastically discussing the prospect of sailing on a grand yacht in the future. The following morning, both sported dark circles under their eyes as they braved the drizzling rain to visit the shipyard. Xiamen boasted numerous shipyards, including the renowned Xiamen shipbuilding industry, capable of constructing vessels exceeding 50,000 tons. However, that was far beyond their reach. After visiting several smaller shipyards, they were struck by a singular impression: exorbitant prices. A single-layer fiberglass boat measuring 4.2 meters was priced at over 5,000, with the double-layer model costing an additional 1,000. Aluminum boats were similarly priced. Adding an outboard motor would easily push the total to over 10,000. The critical aspect was that these boats were both small and narrow, with a width of merely 1.5 meters, comparable to a single bed. Zhou Yu harbored grave doubts, given their current capabilities. He wondered if they could safely return after venturing out on such a vessel. One cannot toy with life, thus they resolved to gamble with finances instead. The two reached a consensus and began exploring options for a boat approximately 6 meters in length. Wooden boats, with their brief lifespan and lack of value retention, were dismissed. While plastic boats were economically appealing, they bore an uncanny resemblance to bathtubs, utterly lackluster. Ultimately, Shin favored fiberglass, whereas Zhou Yu inclined towards aluminum alloy vessels. Fiberglass boats had their merits, yet Zhou Yu appreciated the prospect of modifying an aluminum boat himself. If Gao Jinbao's factory were still operational, he could construct such a craft independently. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's grandiose declarations, Shin forehead furrowed in exasperation, her mind conjuring images of a leaky boat with the two of them frantically bailing water. Absolutely not. It must be fiberglass. If he fancied tinkering with boats, he should direct that interest towards his shipgirl waifu. Huh? Zhou Yu was taken aback. That day he had played Azure Lane, and Shin had caught him in the act. How did they link that to this? This woman was utterly unreasonable. Fine. He conceded that unauthorized modifications to a vessel were indeed illegal. He merely entertained the notion. Fiberglass was easy to maintain and worry-free. Choosing it was undoubtedly a sound decision. A 5.8-meter long, 1.8-meter wide, double-layered fiberglass fishing boat was priced at 14,000 yuan. The shipyard personnel recommended a 30-horsepower outboard motor, which Zhou Yu promptly declined. Their calculations were based on a full capacity of over 10 people, which was unnecessary for just him and Shin. They ultimately settled on a Zhongshan 15-horsepower reverse-gear gasoline propeller. In truth, this model was not significantly superior to the 9-horsepower version, but its external fuel tank was 7 times larger than the internal one, making the slight price increase worthwhile to alleviate range anxiety. The total cost amounted to 19,000 yuan, combining the 5,000 yuan for the motor and the 14,000 yuan for the boat. Much like purchasing a car, Acquiring a boat involved a series of procedures. After completing the payment, it was already afternoon, and they would have to resume the paperwork the following day. Early the next morning, the two hurried to the government office. Fortunately, the process had been streamlined. They filled out forms separately while simultaneously handling different applications, effectively doubling their progress. As per usual, the new boat was registered under Shun Qingqing's name. This was not due to Zhou Yu's desire for notoriety. As an outsider, registering it in his name would hinder the acquisition of subsequent fishing permits. After a bustling day of bureaucratic chores, the new boat finally attained a legal identity, meaning it was ready to set sail. Regrettably, with dusk settling in, they had to suppress their eagerness and return home. Having heard that a launching ceremony was customary for new boats, Shun Qingqing insisted on organizing one. However, with one lacking a father and the other a mother, they were utterly clueless about the proceedings. A quick online search revealed that 3 sacrificial offerings were required: pigs, cattle, and sheep. Zhou Yu deemed such requests from the divine rather impolite. Thus, the following morning, he procured a pig's head, a leg of lamb, beef tendon, and a bottle of yellow wine, along with a bucket of incense and 3,000 firecrackers. The shipyard provided a designated altar for offerings, where he arranged the gifts and lit 3 incense sticks. The explosive sounds of firecrackers erupted, only to cease abruptly. A small boat surged down the slide and splashed into the water. The simple launching ceremony was deemed complete. Yet, an astonishing occurrence transpired. As the small boat wobbled and steadied itself, Zhou Yu began to pack the offerings, lifted the bottle of wine, and nonchalantly boarded the vessel. Shun Qingqing's mouth fell agape, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Embracing the fishing gear, Zhou Yu hastened a few steps to board the vessel. The external motor roared to life, igniting with a pull of the cord. As Zhou Yu pressed the switch, a thunderous sound erupted, and the ducky launched forth, surging into the vast expanse of the sea. Zhou Yu felt an exhilarating rush, but suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his lower back. Whispers of a demon echoed in his ear, hot breath brushing against his face. "You're responsible for the water ritual and you've managed it this way?" Zhou Yu grasped the small hand at his waist, exclaiming, "Isn't this splendid?" With offerings of 3 kinds of sacrificial foods, complete with incense and wine. Once the Mother Ocean has partaken, shouldn't we indulge a little as well? A hearty laugh escaped Shun Qingqing, unable to contain herself any longer. "I can't believe you actually pulled this off, truth be told. I have always wanted to do this." Chapter 22. The unerring sense of fishing. The name of the vessel, the Dry Duck, was bestowed by Shun Qingqing. At the time, Zhou Yu harbored suspicions that it was a jibe directed at him, yet lacked concrete evidence. After all, it was Shun Qingqing who had assisted him in shedding the identity of a dry duck. Both were filled with enthusiasm for their newly acquired toy. Measuring 5.8 by 1.8 meters, it was indeed quite substantial, larger than a full-sized SUV, offering considerably more room to maneuver. Of course, its speed was not to be compared. Zhou Yu made an attempt, pushing the throttle to its limit, achieving a velocity of 25 kilometers per hour, comparable to that of a small electric scooter. It was not slow, considering their purpose was work rather than seeking thrills. With a 12-liter external fuel tank, they could operate at full throttle for over 5 hours. In the nearshore waters, they were free to roam at will. The two took turns steering the craft, reveling in the picturesque sea and clouds, as the gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, encapsulating the essence of life's pursuits. However, joy is often fleeting, while the toil of life is relentless. A large fish leapt from the depths, its tail creating a significant splash, seemingly reminding the pair that they had strayed far from the shore. And it was time to anchor and fish. Indeed, they had merely completed the paperwork for the fishing vessel, yet the approval for the fishing license was not so swift. Thus, they could only fish, not cast nets. Zhou Yu was not particularly keen on net fishing. If there were a maternal figure in the sea, fishing would resemble a playful display of talent, seeking a reward, whereas casting a net felt akin to barging into a mother's room and seizing whatever was at hand. Naturally, if artistry did not yield sustenance, Zhou Yu would not hesitate to resort to theft. Shun Qingqing retrieved a fishing rod, preparing the line and bait, while Zhou Yu opened the valve, allowing seawater to flow into the live well. The live well, measuring 1.8 by 1.3 meters, offered ample space for typical circumstances. In addition to 2 sea rods, they had brought along a hand rod, which had originally been Shun Qingqing's weapon of choice, yet had lain unused since acquiring a tourist's relic. Today, it was Zhou Yu who specifically brought it along. Once the 2 sea rods were positioned in the fishing holes, Zhou Yu commenced his performance. The hand rod flicked east, then west, sometimes to the rear of the boat, and other times to the bow. Shen Qingqing, puzzled, inquired, "Little you, do you have hemorrhoids?" Zhou Yu, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, replied, "I am practicing lure fishing." Shen Qingqing erupted into laughter. "You need not wonder about for lure fishing. Moreover, it requires specialized lures. Using pig's liver won't suffice." In truth, Zhou Yu was not practicing lure fishing at all. He was surveying the underwater landscape. He felt a surge of frustration. This golden finger of his was lacking efficacy. The 30-meter sensing circle was simply too limited. He could observe the depths around the boat with the sea rods, but beyond that, he was at a loss, forced to scan the surroundings with the hand rod. It was no surprise that he appeared restless, leading to suspicions of hemorrhoids. Additionally, the hand rod, with its line, barely reached a few meters, resulting in overlapping views in a third of the scanned area. This was akin to merely possessing a fish finder. How could he expand his field of vision? Lately, he had been sustaining himself on 5 bowls of rice daily, yet he had not seen his view extend even a centimeter. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I've caught a fish." Shen Qingqing lifted her rod, beginning to reel in the line. The fish was diminutive, yielding itself before it could even muster any strength. It was a red-headed fish, weighing perhaps a little over a pound. Shen Qingqing deftly unhooked the fish and tossed it into the live well. With a playful tone, she teased, "Oh, little you brother. Without the novice halo to support you, are you no longer a match for your sister? Would you like me to teach you how to fish? It's fine to be a bit plump now, but be wary of ending up with scarce catches and pleading for my assistance." The two exchanged playful banter, their laughter echoing across the vast ocean, dispelling any sense of solitude. Fishing close to shore proved far more fruitful than on the beach, as both managed to reel in several fish. However, as Shen Qingqing had previously remarked, their haul paled in comparison to the bountiful catches of his initial days. It dawned on Zhou Yu that the novice halo had indeed existed. Now, relying solely on his underwater vision, he found himself unable to compete with Shen Qingqing. After all, there were only so many fish in the sea. No matter how keenly he observed, he could not conjure more. Zhou Yu hardly moved the fishing hook. He was merely relying on luck. His mind raced, pondering how to unlock his potential. A gust of sea breeze swept by, tousling Shen Qingqing's long hair. A few strands fell across her eyes, prompting her to irritably remove her hair tie and transform her ponytail into a bun. She muttered, "A round bun is much better. A long ponytail can be quite bothersome." Round and long? Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. If he could transform his sensing circle from round to elongated, would that not resolve everything? The total area of perception remained unchanged, only the shape had altered. Theoretically, this would not exceed his original capabilities. What is so good about round? I still prefer long. He excitedly blurted out, his words tumbling over one another. Shen Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. "Little you brother, if you keep speaking so frivolously, I might just have to hit you." At that moment, Zhou Yu was lost in a wave of exhilaration. Just moments ago, he had successfully elongated his sensing circle from a perfect circle to an oval. Thus, he failed to fully grasp Shen Qingqing's words. Soon, a new discovery emerged. Previously, his perception had only radiated from the center of the contact point with the sea. Just now, he had successfully positioned the contact point at the edge of the sensing circle. 30 meters remained 30 meters, yet it transformed from diameter to radius. This implied that, without altering the shape, his sensing range had effectively doubled. He no longer needed to wander aimlessly to learn about lure fishing with just a thought. The sensing circle would revolve around the contact point. Zhou Yu attempted to stretch the sensing circle further. However, when he extended it to 45 meters, the circle collapsed, reverting automatically to its circular form. Perhaps this was his current limit. Yet he was confident that with practice, he could achieve even more in the future. Zhou Yu had determined that within a radius of 45 meters, there were no substantial fish left. He stood up, preparing to reposition the boat, when he suddenly noticed Shen Qingqing's flushed face. Curiously, he inquired, "Is it very hot? Why is your face so red?" "Humph, go away. After teasing me, you pretend to be oblivious. You're so annoying." Zhou Yu felt somewhat bewildered, wondering if he had indeed said something inappropriate. He started the engine, and the boat, akin to a clumsy duck, moved here and there. Each time it paused, he would shift into neutral, dipping the rod into the water for a few moments before continuing to navigate. After more than 10 minutes, he finally stumbled upon a relatively resource-rich stretch of sea. Shen Qingqing, still sulking, was completely oblivious to his peculiar actions. The two of them resumed fishing, and within just a few minutes, Shen Qingqing caught 3 fish in quick succession. Only then did she express her astonishment. "Wow, Were you just searching for fish? Zhou Yu replied unabashedly, indeed. The beginner's aura is essentially a sensation I refer to as fish instinct. In other words, I sense that there are more fish in this area. What a nonsensical explanation. Shen Qingqing was momentarily speechless. However, she harbored no doubts, for anglers are indeed peculiar, with some even using Ziwei Do Shu to calculate their fishing spots. In the realm of the arcane and esoteric, the act of casting a line barely registers. It is said that many seasoned experts possess this fish instinct. Yet, Zhou Yu is still a novice. Could he truly be a prodigy? Chapter 23. The ship was not in vain. Shen Qingqing continued her curious inquiries. How do you feel? Are there many fish below? The term fish sense was something Zhou Yu had picked up from a variety show, a whimsical creation stemming from his absolute pitch. In an attempt to mask his peculiarities, he casually fabricated this term. To his surprise, it turned out to be a legitimate expression. It wasn't anything magical. He merely sensed that a considerable number of fish were present in the vicinity. Yet, Zhou Yu dared not elaborate further. He had no inkling of what others meant by fish sense. Fortunately, at that moment, Shen Qingqing's bobber suddenly plunged, redirecting her focus to the fish. In her distraction, Zhou Yu deftly sidestepped the topic. It was rather infuriating, despite the abundance of fish nearby. As long as he refrained from presenting the bait directly to them, none would come to nibble. Instead, they inexplicably flocked to Shen Qingqing's bait. Hey, that's the same piece of pig liver cut from the same source. It shouldn't be more enticing over there. He hesitated to adjust his hook, recalling the last time he had overexerted himself, resulting in a splitting headache that only subsided after consuming 2 extra bowls of rice. Well, the meat will simmer in the pot regardless. I can always make my move when a big fish appears. As it turned out, without any external assistance, he found himself lacking in both skill and fortune compared to Shen Qingqing. By the end of the morning, she had caught more fish, while he had reeled in larger ones, ultimately balancing their tally. This was, however, a result of him casting his bait near the mouths of the larger fish. By noon, they retrieved their thermos containers, revealing cuts of pig head meat and beef tendon, meticulously laid out in 2 plastic bags. They indulged in a delightful meal. How about that? Choosing to pack was certainly a wise decision, wasn't it? Zhou Yu mused. I have always believed that discarding offerings is a sign of disrespect towards the deities. I instinctively feel that what the divine has touched becomes undesirable, hence it is thrown away. I, however, am different. The remnants of the divine taste even more delectable. With a large piece of beef tendon stuffed into his mouth, followed by a slice of pig head meat, he adhered to the age-old adage of dining in silence. Shen Qingqing did not perceive any fault in Zhou Yu's sentiments. She merely held the belief that one should refrain from speaking casually about deities while at sea. After their meal, the two resumed fishing. The moment Zhou Yu felt the rod in his hand, he was elated. 7 or 8 sea bass swam past the edge of a sensing circle. It was his first experience witnessing so many fish congregated. This could only indicate one possibility, a fragment of a larger school. There must be even more bass beyond his field of vision. However, these bass seemed to be in pursuit of something, swiftly swimming out of his sensing range. Without hesitation, Zhou Yu activated the boat's engine and pursued the direction in which the fish had vanished. Zhou Yu, what are you doing? Shen Qingqing called out, realizing that the direction of the disappearing school was precisely where she had cast her line. She quickly reeled in her line, assisting Zhou Yu in retrieving his rod. Did you not see the fish jumping? A school just swam past. Really? Then why not hurry and chase them? Shen Qingqing exclaimed with excitement. She had yet to witness a school of fish. Tragically, the direction of the school was dictated by its prey. Despite Zhou Yu's prompt response, he failed to even catch a whiff of the departing fish. Within a mere 100 meters, he had completely lost sight of the school. This predicament is unavoidable. When navigating the waters, visibility beneath the surface is compromised, making it a marvel to catch anything at all. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Surrounding the new berth, aside from a few insignificant small fish, there were several black sea bream actively swimming. Currently, these fish command a price of 60 to 70 yuan per pound, so catching just 2 or 3 would yield a profit. Zhou Yu abandoned the sea rod, opting instead to cast bait with a hand rod directly over the heads of the black bream. In less than 10 minutes, 4 black bream weighing over half a pound were secured in the fish hold. Shen Qingqing was equally fortunate, managing to reel in a sizable bass weighing 5 to 6 pounds. Zhou Yu speculated that it must have strayed from its school. The duo's collaboration was now seamless. Zhou Yu wielded the hand rod, systematically sweeping the area around the dry duck boat, while Shen Qingqing cast her sea rod from a distance. creating a complementary dynamic that proved highly effective. Aside from the few that were swimming about, several black bream had already been netted. Shoyu contemplated that engaging in a prolonged struggle with the fish at the seabed, which were merely worth a few dozen yuan, was hardly worthwhile. He needed to seek out more valuable catches. Switching back to the sea rod, he scoured the distant waters but found no noteworthy species. Well then, we ought to relocate. Ching-Ching, I sense something amiss in these waters, he remarked. Shin Ching-Ching gazed at him incredulously and inquired, is this yet another instance of your absolute fish sense? Upon Zhou nod, Shin Ching-Ching decisively reeled in her line. Then let us depart. In the future, you needn't ask me. Just let me know. She understood that Zhou possessed a remarkable ability to locate crabs while beachcombing, and it now appeared that he also had a knack for finding fish. Thus, it was only fitting to allow him to showcase his talent without interference. Throughout the afternoon, the dry duck boat darted across the ocean with the energy of a hyperactive child, consuming fuel at a rate likely several times that of other vessels. However, Zhou was clear in his reasoning. A tank of fuel cost merely around 100 yuan, and as long as they could catch a good fish, recouping their expenses would be effortless. For them, a dynamic approach was the correct way to engage in sea fishing. As the sun began to set, numerous fishing boats made their way back to the dock, with the dried duck among them. Having preemptively rented a berth for 300 yuan a month, the two transferred the fish from the live well into the holding tank. Shin Ching-Ching snapped a photo and sent it directly to Boss Sure. Although they hadn't caught any large fish today, they had certainly amassed a decent haul suitable for the restaurant. Indeed, Boss Sure soon responded, requesting that they deliver the catch. This morning, they had taken the bus to the shipyard. Their tricycle remained at home. Now, they could only take a taxi to Boss Sure's restaurant. Upon seeing their catch, Boss Su became exceedingly cordial. This is how it should be. As long as the fish is good, there's no need to call. Just bring it over directly. What standards? When they weighed the catch, both were taken aback. Although today's haul was not particularly large, with the exception of the one sea bass, none were especially massive. However, nearly all were of the more expensive varieties: sea bass, black bream, mackerel, various grouper, each fetching over 100 yuan apiece, totaling nearly a dozen. The lesser fish, valued at 4 or 5 dozen yuan, were even more numerous. After retaining a few inexpensive fish, they sold the rest for 250 yuan. Having settled their bill, they took a taxi home. Tomorrow, once they brought the tricycle to the dock, such inconveniences would be a thing of the past. Fishing at sea is distinctly different from angling from the shore. It feels considerably more exhausting, as the two of us struggle to prepare meals. After dining, we convened to hold a brief meeting, dividing the earnings and reflecting on the day's achievements. Our daily income has dipped below 2,000 for several days. But today it has finally rebounded, yielding a total of 250. This clearly demonstrates that the investment in the boat was worthwhile. However, in comparison to before, expenses have also escalated. The boat itself cost nearly 20,000 yuan, with a monthly docking fee of 300. Coupled with the rather peculiar driving methods employed, 2 tanks of fuel will only suffice for about 3 outings. Of course, if we were to adopt the approach of others, turning off the engine and fishing for an entire day, 1 tank of fuel could stretch for several trips. Yet, in that scenario, it would be fortunate if the two of us earned a few hundred yuan today. After some discussion, we agreed that until our fishing license is obtained, this guerrilla strategy must continue. Chapter 24. Fishing with lures. In the ensuing days, the two ventured out at dawn and returned late, with their catch varying from plentiful to meager, averaging around 17 to 1,800 per day. The net profit amounted to over 800, a significant improvement compared to Zhou previous earnings as a technician. However, it was still insufficient to realize their dream of purchasing a boat. After several days of collaboration, Zhou's fishing techniques had matured considerably. The primary strategy was to abandon the spot if no good fish were present and pursue only the promising catches, disregarding fuel consumption. The 15-horsepower outboard motor, with a 12-liter fuel tank, provided over 5 hours of full-speed endurance, perfectly accommodating his method. The current limitation lay in his inability to see underwater while navigating, resulting in arbitrary stopping points and frequent ineffective movements. If this issue could be resolved, doubling their catch would be easily achievable, perhaps even leading to explosive growth. Upon their return to the dock one day, Shin Ching-Ching received a notification via text message. Their fishing license had been approved, and they were instructed to collect it. Both were elated, as obtaining a fishing license had become increasingly difficult. Even locals found it challenging to secure one. Recently, there had been reports of individuals retaliating against society, prompting grassroots communities to scrutinize those without stable backgrounds and provide them with support, including job placements. As a local resident returning home to start a business after college, Shin had no family, no money, no job, and no partner, which made her a prime candidate for assistance. Everything was in place, and it was the perfect moment to embark on their ambitious venture. However, the next day marked the beginning of a new semester for Shin, leaving Zhou Yu to retrieve the fishing license on his own. Early the following morning, Shin rode her electric bike back to campus, while Zhou Yu visited the relevant department to collect the fishing license before proceeding to purchase the necessary fishing gear. With a myriad of tasks at hand, venturing out to sea was not feasible that day. The process of obtaining the license went smoothly. On the day they processed the boat registration, Zhou Yu and Shin had mutually entrusted each other with proxy authorization, signing multiple blank forms that allowed them to fill in the specific tasks and dates as needed. He carefully placed the fishing license into a sealed document bag, treating it with utmost reverence. Their next destination was the fishing gear store. Given their fishing approach, they did not require an abundance of nets. Zhou Yu opted for a 50-meter cast net, mindful that the dried duck boat lacked a winch, making longer nets cumbersome. Most of this knowledge came from Shin. He had arrived at the seaside as a novice, and mastering such skills could not be accomplished in just a month. Even Shin herself was merely an amateur fisherman. Yet she was more than capable of mentoring Zhou Yu. They discussed the essentials for the boat, and Zhou Yu took photographs of the needed items in the store, sending them to Shin for online deliberation. This is a cast net for shallow waters. We won't need it for the open sea. This is a crab trap. Since you're so skilled at catching crabs, we should get a few. And this is for line fishing. Let us buy a batch. The store owner cast peculiar glances at Zhou Yu, occasionally eyeing him with skepticism. He wondered why this seemingly capable individual preferred to communicate via WeChat instead of engaging in direct conversation. Zhou Yu, however, was not inclined to trust such creatures. Nevertheless, he didn't heed all of Shin suggestions. He was convinced that acquiring the cast net would allow them to catch fish in shallow waters with ease. The crab traps are foldable. He acquired 10 of them, while the eel traps, which occupy considerable space, number 5. Zhou Yu also purchased fishing lines and hooks. As he previously had little in reserve at home, only 2 sets of tackle suitable for smaller fish. He had a remarkable catch of an 11-pound green grouper last time, a rare feat achieved by chance. Had he switched to Shin rod, he likely would have lost the fish. This time, he opted for larger hooks and thicker lines, intending to set a threshold for his catches to avoid the incessant disturbances from smaller fish. Ultimately, Zhou Yu spent 1,200 on 2 lure rods. With these, he could boldly embark on learning the art of lure fishing. After a morning spent selecting equipment, Zhou Yu left the tackle shop, pulling a rickety tricycle laden with gear, reluctant to seek a place to dine. In the past, while delivering meals, his takeout box of braised pork rice had been stolen. This shabby tricycle, burdened with fishing equipment, would be an easy target for those with less scruples. Thus, he had no choice but to return home to stow the gear in the warehouse. He intended to inquire about obtaining a boat operator's license in the afternoon. Since it was not an urgent matter, he decided to prepare instant noodles first. Upon visiting the relevant department in the afternoon, he learned that the prerequisite for the boating license was to first acquire a Sailor S certificate. The process was not overly complicated, and with some spare time on his hands, Zhou Yu registered himself without hesitation. Due to the requirement for fingerprint collection, he could not act on Shin behalf, so she would have to return the following day. In consideration of facilitating students' preparations for graduate studies and job hunting, the curriculum for their senior year was quite light. Shin had only been busy on the first day of school, and thereafter, she enjoyed considerable freedom. The next day, the two met at the training center. After Shin completed her registration, they proceeded to participate in the training together. 3 days later, they obtained their Sailor S certificates. Without delay, they enrolled in boat operation training. Similar to obtaining a driver's license, they underwent a medical examination at a designated hospital. By the time they exited the hospital, the sun was already setting. Shin was quite frustrated. Even though her senior year was relatively relaxed, it did not mean she had no classes at all. She had a class the following day and needed to leave. It was infuriating. After purchasing so much new equipment, they had gone out to sea for several days. Zhou Yu, you are not allowed to go out first without me. Wait until I return before you set sail. This was, of course, a jest. Recently, They had been buying equipment and paying for training, and with such financial pressure, it was impractical not to go out. All right, I will visit you at school tomorrow, Zhou exclaimed. Shinqing shot him a sidelong glance, yet her mood lifted. You mischievous brother, just focus on fishing and earning some money. I'm leaving. Remember to report your safety when you return from the sea. Early the next day, Zhou rode his tricycle to the dock, hauling all the new gear. Taking advantage of Shinqing's absence, he seized the opportunity to test some new ideas. He loaded everything onto the boat and started the engine. The dry duck vessel roared to life, charging toward the long-awaited sea. After more than half an hour, Zhou anchored and turned off the engine. He was ready to commence his new experiments. First up was lure fishing. Affixing the complementary artificial bait, Zhou embarked on his inaugural, genuine foray into this technique. The fishing line whistled through the air, and the underwater scenery flashed by. At this moment, Zhou did not expect to catch any fish. His aim was to swiftly grasp the conditions beneath the surface. After truly discovering the large fish, one can then strategically deliver bait directly to them. Following a series of experiments, one might say that the efficiency of locating them is remarkably high. Moreover, it excels in its discretion, leaving no room for suspicion. There exists a piece of equipment capable of swiftly grasping the situation within a radius of over 100 meters. However, for Zhou, this does not address the fundamental issue. He cannot cast lures while navigating the boat. The utmost priority now is to comprehend the underwater conditions while the boat is in motion. Otherwise, whether utilizing lures or sea rods, the distinction holds little significance for him. Chapter 25. Coral, Lobsters, and Crab Traps. Zhou pondered for a moment. Maneuvering the boat while wielding a fishing rod seemed rather impractical. If necessary, he could simply tie a fishing line around his wrist. Casting the line into the sea while steering the boat, albeit peculiar, was certainly preferable to holding a rod. There was no rush to experiment. There were several fine fish lurking below, and he would catch them first, once he pinpointed the location of his target fish. The efficiency of his lure was undeniable. He cast the artificial bait directly in front of a black fish, which, under Zhou's gentle tugging, resembled a vibrant little fish, leisurely swaying and gliding. The black fish, momentarily perplexed, swam along blissfully, unaware of the unexpected delivery. However, when faced with a delectable morsel, even the most contemplative creatures could not resist. It lunged forth with a flick of its tail. This black bass was not particularly large. It barely managed to engulf the bait before being sent reeling away. The sudden panic of the small fish only incited the black fish further. Its instinct was to chase, and resistance only heightened its excitement. With a determined posture, it opened its mouth wide, and in a swift motion, the bait was swallowed whole. In that moment, it experienced the sensation of soaring through the water. In a matter of mere minutes, several esteemed fish welcomed a change of residence, successfully settling into the live well. Indeed, saltwater luring proved to be the ultimate strategy. As he placed the fish into the well, Zhou marveled at the ferocity of marine life. Regardless of species, any creature encountering a live target demonstrated no hesitation whatsoever. It was a matter of survival. The only barrier to their voraciousness was the size of their mouths. Luring in the entire expanse of the ocean was truly a game of chance. Were this a mere pastime, its allure would likely have diminished long ago. Yet for Zhou, this was a lucrative endeavor. With enthusiasm, he retrieved his mobile device. The signal was intermittent, but he was merely perusing images, so it mattered little. In his gallery, he found screenshots from a fishing game he had played. After some time, he finally identified the unfamiliar fish dwelling beneath the waves. It was poverty that saved them. Zhou resolved to spare these insignificant creatures. After all, life is precious. He stowed away the lure rod and began to put into practice his earlier thoughts. Zhou took out a spool of fishing line and cut a segment over 3 meters long. One end he secured to his wrist, while he attached a float to the other end. Casually, he cast it into the sea. His perspective instantly expanded. He activated the propeller, and the dry duck slowly began to move. The bow sliced through the waves, and the breathtaking scenery above the water, alongside the vibrant underwater world, rapidly receded behind him. Wow! It was utterly exhilarating. This dual perspective of speed was astonishing, evoking a sensation akin to unveiling a hidden realm. The underwater vista was endless, hidden pearls half buried in the sand, crabs scuttling about with abandon, and grotesque predatory fish hunting fiercely. A myriad of marine life surged into view, only to vanish in an instant behind him. This method proved to be remarkably effective. The experiment was a resounding success. Had he thought of this strategy earlier, he would not have lost the school of large bass. Zhou pressed the accelerator, and when the speed exceeded 25 kilometers per hour, the underwater imagery shattered like glass. This was likely the threshold of maximum velocity. Surpassing it rendered perception impossible. However, this had no significant bearing on his pursuit. At such a rapid pace, discerning the underwater inhabitants was nearly impossible, let alone seeing them clearly. Zhou Yu adeptly modulated the throttle, ultimately discovering an efficient cruising speed of 20 kilometers per hour. This pace allowed him to discern the underwater fish clearly without being overly sluggish. Ah, lobsters. Zhou Yu hastily reduced speed and turned the vessel around, catching a fleeting glimpse of a coral zone in his line of sight, where a multitude of lobsters lingered. In such terrain, traditional nets were futile. It was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired crab traps, specifically designed for crabs, though he wondered if lobsters would take an interest. He anchored the boat, donned latex gloves, and pinched his nose as he inserted fish entrails and chicken guts into the crab and eel traps. Upon casting the traps into the sea, he exhaled in relief. The odor was quite potent, both fishy and foul, yet he had heard that crabs were particularly fond of such bait. These trap-based fishing tools relied on a strategy of patience. Once deployed, they required minimal attention, merely waiting for the appropriate time to retrieve them. Some fishermen reportedly left their traps for over 10 days, but Zhou Yu was not so reckless. He could hardly locate his socks at home, let alone find crab traps in the vast ocean. Zhou Yu maneuvered the boat again and resumed his lure fishing. For him, the challenge was no longer merely catching fish, but rather selecting the right ones. Fish that were too small or too inexpensive were not worth his time, and he could not afford to keep overly large specimens either. The live well had limited capacity, filling up quickly with larger fish. Thus, medium-sized fish, which took up considerably less space, were preferable. As he circled the coral zone, he disregarded any fish priced below $50. However, being in the nearshore waters, the availability of high-quality fish was limited, necessitating larger circles of exploration. Yet, with the crab traps deployed, he was reluctant to venture too far. Even with a buoy, he feared losing his way, and a chance encounter with an unscrupulous fellow fisherman could leave him bereft of his catch. Thus, with idle time on his hands, he decided to cast out his long line as well. As for gill nets, Zhou Yu had no intention of using them. Without sighting any schools of fish, it seemed pointless. In truth, this was merely an excuse. He simply harbored an aversion to gill nets. Similar devices existed in the north, utilized both in water and on land. The fishing nets were referred to as guazi, while the bird traps were known as zhongwang. Zhou Yu had witnessed their use in his youth, and the predominant feeling was one of cruelty. It seemed somewhat hypocritical, a double standard. Yet, the experience of a fish or bird ensnared by a net differed vastly from one being caught in a tightly woven mesh, leading to a torturous death. It was akin to witnessing a public execution. While both involved killing, the manner of execution, be it by firing squad or beheading, could evoke varying levels of morbid curiosity. But the brutality of Lingqi was almost unbearable to behold. By the time he finished his lunch, the noble fish of the nearby waters had largely been accounted for by Zhou Yu's lure fishing. The bounty he had amassed in a single morning was nearly equivalent to his usual haul for an entire day. Boredom began to creep in, prompting him to retrieve his phone and peruse images of marine fish. The fishing game he played was notoriously pay to win, without spending money to acquire superior rods. Catching large or desirable fish was exceedingly difficult. Zhou Yu was unwilling to invest financially, resulting in an incomplete fish encyclopedia. Instead, he opted to purchase a comprehensive physical book on marine fish, which he anticipated would arrive within a couple of days. After a brief period of viewing, he stowed his phone away. Impatience took hold. The traps. No, it was the retrieval of the crab traps. His traps had been precisely placed, and he surmised that he would not need to wait as long as others, who often left theirs for a day or even several. The area for lowering the traps on the boat was still several dozen meters away, yet Zhou Yu had already begun to smile. Most of the 10 crab traps were filled with bounty, not only lobsters, but also crabs, eels, and octopuses. Without hesitation, he began to pull the ropes as soon as the vessel reached the designated spot. Zhou Yu did not dare to toss these creatures into the live well. Instead, he had brought an additional live fish box on board specifically to house the shrimp and crabs. With each trap he pulled up, he transferred the contents into the live fish box: 9 large lobsters, 3 blue crabs, and 2 pike crabs. Unfortunately, one of the pike crabs was injured. When the trap was raised, an octopus was feasting heartily on the unfortunate crab. Chapter 26: How exquisite. Is it farmed? Zhou was surprised to learn for the first time that octopuses could consume crabs. In his mind, it should have been the other way around. Could this be considered a case of softness overcoming hardness? After exerting some effort, he managed to detach the octopus from the crab. This creature posed a bit of a challenge. It certainly couldn't be kept alongside crabs. He was also uneasy about placing it in the live fish compartment, fearing it might cause harm to the smaller fish. Ultimately, the octopus was placed in the live fish tank. He couldn't simply discard it, could he? At worst, he could check back later and, if necessary, use it as bait. The eel traps were mostly empty, with only a small sea eel caught, weighing about a pound at most. However, this little creature was not inexpensive. It could fetch at least a few dozen, if not 100, yuan. With 20 traps? The haul may not seem substantial, but it was quite impressive considering he had only spent a little over half a day. If he were to leave them for 3 or 4 days, the yield could be remarkable. Of course, that was contingent upon his ability to locate the spot again after that time. As a novice, he found himself bewildered by many aspects of the endeavor. After collecting the crab traps, he decided to venture a bit farther this time. Not wanting to be selective, he employed his lure rod indiscriminately, taking whatever came his way. The smaller catches were thrown back, while the larger ones were retained. His intent was simply to hone his lure fishing skills. One must say that Zhou possessed a certain innate talent. By the end of the day, his casting had become increasingly precise, with the deviation of the lure's landing spots growing smaller. Given time, hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy would no longer be a mere dream. As dusk approached, Zhou stowed away his long-line fishing gear. He had to admit that this task was quite arduous. The so-called long-line fishing involves a main line suspended with numerous branch lines, each bearing a hook. It was not uncommon for large fishing vessels to employ long lines stretching 10 or even 20 miles. Just imagine the intricacies of baiting, letting out line, reeling in, rebaiting, and removing fish with such a lengthy setup. Fortunately, Zhou was quite frugal. The long line he purchased was short and equipped with fewer hooks. With under 100 meters and a handful of hooks, he had previously struggled to bait them all. Now, with so many hooks yielding only a few small fish, it felt as though all that bait had been wasted. Aside from a single rockfish and a bass, he released everything else. Zhou resolved to minimize the use of this method, as the hassle of organizing it all was simply too bothersome. He had anticipated selling the fish himself today, but to his surprise, before the drought duck boat had even docked, he spotted Shin Qingqing waving at him from the pier. "Wow, Qingqing, why are you here so early? Don't you have class this afternoon?" Zhou couldn't hide his delight. "It was just one class, so I decided to come back directly." As the small boat approached the shore, Shin Qingqing hopped on board to assist Zhou in unloading the fish from the live tank. "Hey, what have you done? You've made the drought duck all dirty. It was much cleaner before I had the crab traps. Now it's inevitably a bit fishy and wet." "Well, it's not like I could manage it alone in your absence. If you had been here, you could have helped clean up." Shin Qingqing, who was busy contacting Boss Sher via WeChat, felt quite pleased upon hearing his words. "Humph, I knew all along that you could not manage without me." After Zhou loaded the 2 live fish tanks onto the tricycle, he noticed other items on the vehicle. "Qingqing, did you buy groceries?" "Yes, ribs, pork, beef, and some greens." Since Zhou's arrival, Shin Qingqing's menu has undergone a transformation. The once humble fare of radishes and greens has been replaced with lavish dishes of fish and meat. The small plates of vegetables have given way to large platters, with the quantity of 4 dishes now equating to what used to be 10. The two have been preoccupied with training and schooling, leaving little time to enjoy a proper meal. Today, they plan to prepare something substantial to enhance their dining experience. A notification chimed. Boss Sher had responded. Shin Qingqing glanced at the message, her expression shifting from sunny to stormy. Zhou sensed trouble and inquired, "What's wrong?" Shin Qingqing's small hands began to furiously tap on the virtual keyboard, nonchalantly replying, "It's nothing. We haven't gone out to sea in 3 days. Boss Sher has a new supplier. It doesn't matter. Our wild sea fish is genuine and won't go unsold." Boss Sher had previously mentioned that there was no need to inquire, just to send the catch directly. Shin Qingqing, however, would not act so impulsively and refrained from sending pictures, merely stating that there were plenty of good fish available. Now that he was uninterested, she opened the live fish box, snapped some photos, and shared them in the group chat with the caption, "Uniform in size, exquisite wild sea fish freshly arrived at port." Additionally, there are several lobsters and crabs. At that moment, Boss Sher was reclining behind his large desk, puffing smoke leisurely. His refusal of Shin Qingqing was intentional. In truth, he was satisfied with their catch, yet he harbored a peculiar trait. He felt discomfort when others profited. despite the fairness of the transaction. He often calculated how much they had earned from him over time, wondering if they should express gratitude. "Without me, how would you have made any money?" This was his approach with everyone, not directed at any individual. He didn't genuinely wish to forego the fish. Rather, he sought to negotiate a better price. The actual amount mattered little to him, but witnessing others squirm brought him comfort. Boss sure anticipated that Shin Ching would soon call, allowing him to reluctantly lower the price for their fish. Little did he expect that, before he could even exhale a puff of smoke, Shin Ching was already selling fish in the group chat. Numerous requests flooded in. "Why not consult with me first?" Shin Ching was oblivious to his theatrics. "Zhou Yu had caught almost exclusively prime fish today, all uniform in size and varied in type, so selling was not a concern." Some group members questioned whether such uniformity indicated they were farmed. However, the group comprised seasoned individuals who could easily discern the authenticity of the wild catch. Before anyone could counter the naysayers, several messages sprang forth. "Xiao Chao Ching Ching, I want it all. Xiao Chao Ching Ching, I want everything." Before Shin Ching could reply, her phone rang. "Little Shun, send it all to me. I want it all." Without providing an address, the call ended. "Zhou Yu, rev the engine. Where to deliver?" Shin Ching scrolled through her call log, her brow relaxing. "Oh, I remember now. The last time we dealt with the sea snake, that boss lives at." This individual lit a cigarette, noticing the two did not smoke, and took a puff himself. He then produced a business card and handed it to Zhou Yu. The pair learned that his name was Lu Qichuan. "The fish is excellent. Next time, as long as it's wild fish and not too small, you can come directly. I'll take it all. Just like last time, no unnecessary chatter. Let us weigh it." In terms of direct delivery, the credibility of Boss Lu is considerably higher. Nowadays, aquaculture is thriving. No seafood restaurant is devoid of fish. Some individuals might merely indulge in their culinary whims, consuming food for the sake of taste. However, true connoisseurs are different. If served farmed fish, they would consider it an affront. Thus, the collection is indeed genuine, and the more varieties, the better. You never know what type of fish they might desire. Even if they do not sell immediately, displaying them in the large aquarium serves as an excellent advertisement. When weighing the fish, Boss Lu appeared somewhat perplexed. "Xiao Zhou, Xiao Shun, where did you acquire such a diverse assortment of fish?" Fishing typically yields a plethora of the same species. Yet, Zhou Yu's collection consists of very few duplicates, each of uniform size. It strikingly resembles the goods found in a bustling market. Chapter 27. Has Gao Jinbao passed away? Perhaps it is due to my frequent outings. The external machine consumes 15p, and the 12L fuel tank is emptied in a single day. Encountering a variety of fish is hardly surprising under such circumstances. With a fuel consumption of 1 tank per day, one wonders if there is time left for fishing. Even Boss Lu was at a loss for words, remarking that it sounded more like surfing. Nevertheless, this reasoning held some merit, for at least Shin Ching was aware of the genuine fuel consumption. Zhou Yu found himself in a bind. Large fish were scarce near shore. Would he really bring back a haul of cheap catches? Naturally, he would be relentless in his selection. For others, fishing is akin to drawing cards from a pool, relying solely on luck. Even with a fish finder, one can only ascertain the size, not the species. Zhou Yu, however, is unlike the rest. He is fully aware of the pool's contents. Without SSRs, he would undoubtedly target SRs for his haul. This method would continue. In the absence of large fish, he would carefully choose based on size and species. Better to make more trips than to settle for inferior fish. Today, for instance, there were several varieties of grouper. The sea is not devoid of fish, it's merely that others are unable to locate them. Today's catch sold for a total of $2.790. With only a few lobsters and crabs, he decided to keep them for a meal. Just as they exited Boss Lu's restaurant, Shin Ching's phone rang again. "Hello. Xiaoshen, have you sold them yet? If no one is interested, I can lend a hand." Shin Ching brushed it off. "Thank you, boss, sure. But it's unnecessary this time. I've just sold everything." In truth, Zhou Yu had kept the crabs and lobsters, and their modest quantity was perfect for a meal. Boss sure had anticipated this outcome. His call was merely to ease relations, and he dared not mention negotiations again. After hastily ending the call, he swiftly donned a different demeanor. "Ungrateful wretch. Do you think I cannot procure fish?" Zhou Yu and Shin Ching enjoyed a pleasant drive home, completely unaware of the impending confrontation. It is often said that there is no hatred without cause, yet sometimes the reasons are utterly nonsensical. Before reaching home, they noticed a car parked outside the courtyard. Shinqing's residence was situated in a remote corner of the village, where no other souls would typically pass. Clearly, the vehicle was there for them. The two ignored it and proceeded to unlock the gate. Indeed, the vehicle's door swung open, and a figure emerged. Is Miss Shinqing present? Upon turning, they beheld a lanky man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, sporting a neatly parted hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses. He carried a black briefcase. He approached, attempting to follow them into the courtyard. Zhou Yu quickly intervened. No. I told you, we are not buying insurance. The bespectacled man's face darkened. I'm not selling insurance. Shinqing, puzzled, inquired, then what do you want? My electricity bill is paid via mobile. The man, nearly leaping with indignation, gritted his teeth and replied, I am Gao Jinyu, the attorney for Gao Jinhua. I wish to discuss the division of property with Miss Shin. A lawyer? Zhou Yu and Shinqing were both taken aback. This was Shinqing's property. What business did they have discussing it? Please leave at once. Zhou Yu quickly realized that the Gao brothers intended to cause trouble. There would be no negotiation. They needed to be driven away first. Shinqing also understood, her eyes reddening with anger. However, the root of this matter lies with the Gao family, and has little to do with this insipid lawyer. Please take your leave. You are not welcome here. Bang. The iron gate slammed shut. The lawyer, still undeterred outside the gate, persisted. Miss Shin, why do you refuse to communicate? As the brother of Gao Jinbao, Gao Jinyu and Gao Jinhua are entitled to inherit this estate. Inherit? The two were taken aback. Gao Jinbao is dead? Zhou Yu asked incredulously. Sir, Gao Jinbao has been missing for many years. My client has already applied for a declaration of his death. Once the public notice period concludes, the division of inheritance will commence. The lawyer, confident and eloquent, spoke with assurance. Zhou Yu nearly burst into laughter. This group from the Gao family is truly foolish. Their scheme, while clever, lacked due diligence. There are plenty who know Gao Jinbao is alive. Go ahead and file a lawsuit. We have nothing more to discuss beyond legal avenues. Zhou Yu had no intention of revealing that Gao Jinbao was alive. Let them occupy themselves with their pursuits. With that, he took Shinqing back inside. Outside the door, the lawyer wore a look of resignation. He retrieved a small recording device from his pocket. Damn it. There are no leaks. They are not easily intimidated. Sighing, he climbed into his car and sped away. Both of them were aware that Gao Jinbao was alive. Thus they paid no mind to the lawyer's claims. Enthusiastically, they began preparing dinner. Zhou Yu made braised ribs with green beans and beef stew with radishes. Shinqing steamed a pot of lobsters and crabs, then stir-fried some water spinach. Zhou Yu's cooking was rich, laden with oil and salt, while Shinqing preferred a more delicate and natural flavor. Their taste buds had become quite eclectic over the past month. A month prior, no one would have believed they could enjoy each other's cooking. The most astonishing aspect was their appetite. They had 9 large lobsters and 5 sizable crabs. Zhou Yu's ribs and beef were served in bowls, and along with a pot of rice, they left nothing behind. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yu was the main contributor to their feasting, yet Shinqing was no ordinary girl. Compared to when they first met, her appetite had increased at least 2.5 times. Initially, she was indeed beautiful, but also notably slender, so delicate that it pained Zhou Yu when she fell into his embrace. Now, nourished and vibrant, her once pale complexion had blossomed into a rosy allure, and her features had become more pronounced. Hey, why are you staring at me? The reverie was interrupted, and Zhou Yu nonchalantly diverted his gaze. Oh, nothing. I was just contemplating if we should divide the earnings. Humph. Always thinking about money today. They made 790 yuan, to be split evenly, yielding 395 each. After collecting his share, Zhou Yu recalled the lawyer's matter. Qingqing, under whose name was this estate initially registered? With a cold snort, Shinqing replied, Do not worry. This estate was initially under my grandmother's name, and later transferred to me. Even if Gao Jinbao were truly dead, they would have no claim to inheritance. This was peculiar. Zhou Yu found himself puzzled. Surely, the Gao brothers were not that foolish? And what about the matter we discussed last time? Have you found out anything? You mean the redevelopment? Shinqing said, half amused, half exasperated. I checked the chat records in the villagers group, and there is indeed talk of it. Are they really going to redevelop? Zhou Yu asked, astonished. Shouldn't such matters be widely known? It appears that very few are aware of them. Allow me to elaborate, and you shall understand. This incident dates back approximately 3 years, when rumors circulated that our village was to be developed into a cultural tourism site. Although the plans ultimately fell through, the whispers resurface periodically. Zhou Yu has grasped the situation. During his time in his hometown, There were rumors of a gold mine being discovered nearby, prompting discussions of relocation. Indeed, exploration teams were seen coming and going. Yet, as a decade and more has elapsed, the tales have evolved into claims of coal and silver mines being found. Many of the village elders have passed away, and still, no relocation has occurred. Recently, two simpletons from the Gao family have picked up some outdated gossip from an unknown source, and now they are speculating about Shen Qingqing's property. It is utterly laughable. Chapter 28. The Sea Censor upon reflection. Even if the house were indeed under Qingqing's mother's name, and if Gao Jinbao were truly deceased, they would still be unable to seize it. This is due to the fact that Shen Qingqing holds inheritance rights over her mother, grandmother, and Gao Jinbao, whereas the Gao brothers possess rights solely to Gao Jinbao. Thus, even if they were to win the lawsuit, they would only acquire a meager portion of the benefits. This entire endeavor would ultimately be a futile exercise. I suspect they believe that you are unaware of the rumors surrounding demolition. The lawsuit is merely a facade. Their true intention is to purchase your courtyard. Zhou Yu voiced his speculation. Shen Qingqing scoffed dismissively. Let them create their ruckus. As long as they do not intrude upon my courtyard, I am unbothered. Rest assured, did you not notice that the lawyer did not dare to cross the threshold? Anyone who dares to enter will be treated as a thief. In the matter of the lawsuit, Shen Qingqing is assured victory. Her genuine concern lies in the incessant harassment. Fortunately, with Zhou Yu by her side, even if matters escalate, she would not suffer any immediate loss. The following day dawned bright and sunny, filling Shen Qingqing with joy. The fishing boat training course they had enrolled in was about to commence, and had it rained over the past couple of days, she would have been deprived of the opportunity to set sail. Before the boat even set off, she noticed Zhou Yu's peculiar actions. Hey, what are you doing, Zhou Yu? Why are you tying floats to your hands? Shen Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. What sort of performance art is this? This is my invention, the Sea Sensor. It allows you to sense the direction of ocean currents and the distribution of fish beneath the surface. Alternatively, one might refer to it as a fish sensing ball. As she listened to his earnest nonsense, Shen Qingqing's eyes widened in shock, revealing a complex mix of astonishment, confusion, delight, and even admiration. Zhou Yu had braced himself for a scathing reprimand, yet Shen Qingqing's expression morphed into excitement. Take it off. I want to play too. Huh? Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback. Is it really that easy to entice you? Oh well, let me make another one for you. Zhou Yu requested a hair tie and crafted a fish-sensing ball to attach to it. There, this way it won't be too tight. The dry duck boat slowly set sail, and Shen Qingqing stood at the bow, casting the float into the sea with great concentration. It seems there are fish around. This actually feels somewhat effective. It's a fluke. It must be a fluke. I can't have driven you mad, can I? Zhou Yu fretted, as indeed. A few barramundi were swimming beneath the surface. If it were merely chance, that would be fine, but if it were an illusion, that could spell disaster. Nearby. On a nearby vessel, a young fisherman was smoking at the bow, observing the dry duck throughout its journey. He muttered to himself, what a pity, such a beautiful girl. What kind of cult has she joined? Zhou Yu's arrangement of tasks yesterday had been quite irrational. The delay in setting the crab traps and the handline fishing had caused significant time loss. Otherwise, their catch would have been considerably more substantial. Therefore, the first order of business today was to deploy the crab traps. In search of a location abundant with crabs, the dry duck sped along, noticing Zhou Yu's relentless pace. Shen Qingqing found it peculiar. Zhou Yu slowed down. At this distance, there must be a spot teeming with fish. Do not rush. Let me find a suitable spot to set the crab traps. Zhou Yu spoke leisurely, a tinge of regret evident in his tone. Yesterday, I stumbled upon a vibrant coral area teeming with lobsters. Alas, I cannot locate it now. Shen Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Coral? Living coral? Why didn't you mark it down? Mark what? What do you mean by marking? Zhou Yu inquired, bewildered. Shen Qingqing, incredulous, responded, using the map navigation. Surely, you know you can add locations on the map? Zhou Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed the first time he had heard of such a feature. As long as he could direct deliveries to customers, there was no need to mark his own location. It was no wonder that other fishermen could locate their nets in the vast ocean. It was all thanks to technology. He had assumed they possessed some extraordinary gift. Haha, do not dwell on the minutiae. Allow me to help you find a new coral area. However, such locations are rare and elusive. After some wandering, Zhou Yu finally halted above a rocky region. Although devoid of coral, the terrain was intricate, and the marine life was quite abundant. The duo donned their gloves, prepared the bait, and cast the crab and eel traps one by one. Despite residing by the sea, It was Shun Qingqing's first experience with this endeavor. Even though the fish entrails and chicken guts were foul and odorous, she remained joyful in her task. Once all the traps were set, Zhou Yu promptly removed his gloves and retrieved his phone. Qingqing, come, teach me how to mark a new location on the map. Shun Qingqing was left speechless. Zhou Yu, you are even less skilled than my grandmother with a smartphone. You act like an elderly man. Though she jested, she patiently guided him step by step in marking the new spot in the sea. Hee, after all, youth knows no bounds. I shall rely on you in the future. With the knowledge acquired, Zhou Yu felt a surge of confidence, boasting of his newfound skills, which provoked Shun Qingqing to chase him, playfully pinching his waist. With the location marked, they no longer had to fear straying too far. Zhou Yu navigated for over 10 minutes before selecting a fishing-rich area on the surface and commenced dropline fishing. When they worked together, everything proceeded swiftly. In no time, the hooks were adorned with shrimp. Just yesterday, this task had vexed Zhou Yu immensely. After setting the drop line, Shun Qingqing insisted on deploying the gill net. Zhou Yu, embodying a reluctant saint, would not deter her. Deploy the gill net, but the catch is your responsibility. What? I was counting on you, she exclaimed. Oh, so you two are a hidden saint? Very well. Let the villain handle it. In their modest circumstances, neither had the luxury to act benevolently. Once they had set the gill net, Shun Qingqing felt something was amiss. Zhou Yu, why didn't you buy the base lures? I saw in a video how easy it is to catch large bass. Zhou Yu chuckled. In those videos, one can even find king crabs on the beach. Content creators are audacious. Nevertheless, the base lures were inexpensive, and acquiring some to test out seemed reasonable. Having organized the traps and nets, the land ducks set sail once more. The moment they had both been eagerly anticipating, fishing, was finally at hand. I'm so excited. It's my first time with lures, Shun Qingqing exclaimed, rubbing her hands together. Your first time? Then you must teach me. A few days ago, I recalled practicing fishing techniques at home with her. It appears you are quite the theorist. Humph. Do not underestimate me. In the realm of fishing, I am revered as the sea fishing king, Yu Yan. If you are unconvinced, let us put our skills to the test. Today, let us see who can catch the most fish and sell them for a higher price. Zhou Yu thought to herself, with my bait, how can you prevail? We must not engage in unfair practices. Very well. The wager shall be that the loser washes dishes for an entire month. Shun Qingqing eagerly volunteers to cook, yet when it comes to washing dishes, she suddenly remembers the need to preserve her delicate hands. The irony is that Zhou Yu despises washing dishes as well. This presents a perfect opportunity for her to experience the realities of life. This modest request hardly constitutes bullying, does it? Chapter 29. The true ocean censor. One word is a promise? Indeed, one word is a promise. Observing Shun Qingqing's unwavering confidence, Zhou Yu couldn't help but smirk. Little girl, soon you shall learn the meaning of brutality. The current underwater visibility limit stood at a remarkable 90 meters, with the lure casting range matching that feat. Within the elliptical zone extending 90 meters before him, if there were fish present, he could strike with pinpoint accuracy. This was not fishing. It felt more akin to cheating at a claw machine. As long as the fish remained within this area, they were destined to be caught. It was a true case of presenting the hook directly to their mouths. How could one possibly lose? Ah, another catch, Zhou Yu exclaimed. Oh dear. I sense this spot is running low on quality fish. Shall we relocate? Qingqing, prepare for dish duty. Zhou Yu, acting like a mischievous child, occasionally jumped in delight. How juvenile. Frustrated, Shun Qingqing cast her lure with increasing intensity, incensed by this foolish boy. In truth, her performance had already surpassed that of the average lure fishing expert. After all, she had traveled quite a distance to discover this prime fishing spot. Nonetheless, even with an abundance of fish, she had to go through the motions of locating and enticing them. Compared to Zhou Yu's effortless bait delivery, she felt significantly behind. By midday, the ducky had relocated 5 or 6 times. Shun Qingqing's catch amounted to roughly 2/3 of Zhou Yu's haul, a mixed bag of varying quality. Qingqing, it's time to eat. I won't. I want to fish. Qingqing, how about a break? No break. I want to fish. Zhou Yu began to regret his decision. There was nothing more exasperating than fishing. Now, he was genuinely annoyed. He refrained from his usual banter and obediently retrieved his insulated lunchbox. Serving the meal onto a tray and presenting it to Qingqing with a servile demeanor. Please eat something. You won't catch any fish without energy. Shun Qingqing pouted in silence, lifting her bowl to eat while turning her head away, refusing to look at him. Humph. After their meal, it was Zhou Yu who took on the task of cleaning up, a chore that had previously been Shun Qingqing's responsibility. He was clearly making things harder for himself. Zhou Yu pondered. This simply won't do. Perhaps I should lower my standards for selecting fish. Quietly, he adjusted his criteria, if any one of weight, length. Her price fell short. It was a pass. No fish in sight? That was easily remedied. Just change locations. The ducky sped along, occasionally encountering other fishermen who looked on in confusion. Was this fellow merely here to surf? Eventually, even Shin Qingqing could no longer contain her frustration. Hey, could you possibly calm down? Are you even allowing anyone to fish? The ducky came to an abrupt halt, not due to Shin Qingqing's plea, but because a formidable moray eel had appeared on the sea floor to the right. This fearsome creature was fiercely pursuing a small fish amid the rocky outcrops. Its slender form did not grant the small fish any agility, and in a single encounter, the eel clamped down on it mercilessly. The moray eel savored its catch. But alas, the tiny fish, scarcely the size of a finger, was little more than a mere snack. Its over 1 meter long, robust body was no trivial matter. However, fortune smiled upon the scene, as an unusual small fish appeared before the eel, a vibrant creature resembling a blend of a colorful fish and a pink octopus. The peculiar fish wiggled as if afflicted by some ailment. Yet, the moray eel paid no heed to its identity or condition. It merely focused on whether it would take a bite. The sea eel launched an attack, effortlessly swallowing the peculiar fish. This so-called strange fish was the 250G boat fishing iron bait that Zhou Yu had just switched to. As the sea eel took the bait, he immediately began to reel in. This creature likely weighed around 10 pounds, but its serpentine body was evidently less powerful than that of a flatfish. Zhou Yu exerted little effort to drag it out of the water. His straightforward nature kicked in. Qingqing, I've hooked a big fish. Zhou Yu, I've caught a large one. Ah, what a peculiar fish. What a coincidence. Shin Qingqing was only a few seconds late. Since they were back-to-back, Zhou Yu was unaware of the situation on her side. He netted the eel and did not rush to remove the hook, instead turning to see the curiosity. At the same time, he rotated the sensing loop towards Shin Qingqing's direction. Goodness, it truly was strange. From above the water's surface, a segment of a dark greenish fishback was faintly visible. Although its body twisted slightly, it exhibited no strength whatsoever, being gradually pulled closer by Shin Qingqing. Zhou Yu had a clear view underwater. This fish was indeed over 1 meter long. What on earth? Such a large fish with so little strength? Was it paralyzed? Oh, it's a shark. Zhou Yu was astonished. It turned out that Shin Qingqing had hooked the shark by its tail, which is why the dorsal fin was not visible above. Zhou Yu secretly glanced at Shin Qingqing, whose expression was a mix of concentration, confusion, and excitement as she gripped the fishing rod and vigorously turned the reel. This was not good. Realizing it was a half-paralyzed shark, his mood soured even more. However, as the fishing line ran out, the large fish was quickly dragged to the side of the boat. Zhou Yu, this fish is so strange. It looks like a dead fish? Shin Qingqing tugged at the tail, strenuously pulling the fish onto the boat. Instead of feeling the anticipated disappointment, she curiously examined the fish's body. Zhou Yu took a few glances and discerned it was indeed a shark, though he couldn't fathom how it had died. Qingqing, just throw it back. Shin Qingqing ignored him, continuing to explore her fish. After a while, she raised her head and astonished Zhou Yu profoundly. Zhou Yu, this fish is fake. What? A fake fish? You won't believe it until you touch it. Zhou Yu crouched down to feel it. Remarkably, one wouldn't notice it without careful examination. This was definitely not flesh, but something akin to silicone. The two exchanged excited glances, exclaiming in unison, "Spy fish." Zhou Yu immediately pulled out a knife and made a cut, producing a jarring sound. Inside the fish's body was metal. Qingqing, quickly call, what's the number? Hee, I know. Coastal residents are well informed. Almost everyone knows the hotline for security agencies. Hello? I've caught a fish. No, it's a very strange fake fish. It's not a soft-shelled turtle, it's a fake fish. Blah, blah, blah. Zhou Yu was curious about how they would handle such a matter. They said to wait. Someone will contact us. Shin Qingqing, irritated, remarked that the signal was poor, and the female operator's comprehension was even worse. Was it really that hard to distinguish between a fake fish and a soft-shelled turtle? In less than 10 minutes, Shin Qingqing's phone rang again. The previous conversation repeated itself. This time, the other party added a few more words, instructing them to wait in place. This is unfortunate. We can't go anywhere now. With this incident, neither of them had any desire to fish. Zhou Yu removed the eel from the hook and placed it in the live well. Then, he and Shin Qingqing began examining the artificial fish. One must admit, it was crafted remarkably well. Its mouth could open, its tail could sway. It possessed all the features of a real fish. Since it had to be reported, The two of them took out their phones and snapped a few pictures. Just as they were engrossed in their playful investigation, a Coast Guard speedboat sliced through the waves towards them. It was astonishingly swift. It had only been a little over 20 minutes. The professionalism was evident, as they didn't even inquire about the duo's location before navigating their way over. The speedboat approached, and a Coast Guard officer jumped aboard the dry dock. Are you the two who reported catching a fake fish? Chapter 30, The Legend of the Colt. In truth, the fish was quite small, and the Coast Guard officer spotted it at a glance. The inquiry was merely a procedural formality. It was I who made the call. The Coast Guard officer paid no mind to who had phoned. He was already crouched down, inspecting the fish with a sense of wonder, exclaiming, "A biomimetic submersible? This is a first for me. You two have done a commendable job." The couple dared not explain anything, despite being law-abiding citizens. The sight of the uniform instilled a sense of reverence within them. The dashing Coast Guard officer effortlessly lifted the shark, calling out to his colleague on the workboat, "Shally, come and assist." A young man in uniform received the faux fish aboard the vessel. The handsome Coast Guard did not leave immediately. Instead, he pulled out a folder and began to ask questions. The couple recounted the circumstances of their discovery in full detail, subsequently signing to confirm their statements. Following this, their personal information was meticulously recorded, and they were provided with a receipt for their report. Only then did they complete the necessary procedures. As the Coast Guard officer closed the record, he advised, "Do not turn off your phones in the coming days. You may receive a monetary reward. We will notify you when it's time to collect. Do you have any questions?" In such a setting, you refrained from making any witty remarks about the reward. "Officer, I simply wish to inquire how you located us." The Coast Guard officer smiled charmingly. "It's surprising that a young person like you is unaware of mobile positioning. However, the accuracy leaves something to be desired. Next year, the Fisheries Administration will equip all compliant fishing vessels with unified Beidou positioning systems. At that point, it will take merely 10 minutes to find you. Goodness, why wait until next year? With that, setting crab traps will be so much easier." As the Coast Guard vessel sliced through the waves, both individuals exhaled in relief. The officer left them a contact number, instructing them to reach out directly should they discover any suspicious items. After all the commotion, time had slipped away. It was now time to retrieve their nets and traps. Following the marked coordinates on the map, they first arrived at the designated netting location. Zhou grasped the buoy, seized the rope, and began to pull in the net. The net contained a sparse catch of about 7 or 8 fish. However, since he had purchased a net with large mesh, the fish were rather sizable. The nature of the net was rather chaotic, which was precisely what made it effective. Untangling the few fish proved to be quite a task. Among the catch were several mackerel and barracuda, and fortunately, a grouper was present to bolster their haul. Otherwise, it would not cover the labor costs. Shen Qingqing lamented that she would never use a net like this again. Relying on cheap gear was truly frustrating. The line fishing was more fruitful, yielding several sizable sea bass, along with rockfish and bream. Collecting these was no easy feat either. Zhou had the strength to manage it, but the organization was undeniably tedious. Both felt that fishing with a rod was far more enjoyable. In truth, nearly all fishermen live this way, dealing with nets, lines, crab traps, and eel baskets, day in and day out, constantly collecting and releasing. How else could one make a living from fishing? Conversely, deep-sea fishing was a lesser priority. Their impatience stemmed from Zhou's reliance on visual fish finders. Fishing was certainly more gratifying than pulling in a net. One could hardly chase after fish just to catch a few good ones from a net. The final stop was the crab traps. As the first crab cage was hoisted up, Shen Qingqing beamed with delight. Several crabs, including blue crabs and orchid crabs, tumbled out. Zhou certainly knew how to pick a location. With each of the remaining 9 crab cages brought up, Shen Qingqing's spirits soared further. It was a veritable crab festival: stone crabs, bread crabs, and red crabs. Among the catch was also a large sea snail and an eel, which seemed quite peculiar. Why would the eel forsake its own cage to mingle with the crabs? All the smaller catches were returned to the sea, while over 40 sizable crabs were placed in a live fish box. From the eel cage, they extracted 7 or 8 eels, each weighing less than 2 pounds, along with 2 sea eels and a host of small fish and crabs. Nevertheless, wild eels commanded a decent price, making the haul quite satisfactory. The dried duck boat returned home laden with bounty, and as it docked, they found themselves alongside the Pong Pong boat, where a young fisherman was smoking a cigarette. He happened to notice Zhou and Shen Qingqing packing their catch. To his astonishment, they filled 2 large live fish boxes, all brimming with quality fish, devoid of any inferior sorts. His keen eye soon spotted a 10-pound eel and a plethora of large crabs, along with sizable bass, horsehead fish, and various groupers. Was this the usual yield for such a small vessel, or had they absconded with aquarium stock? Then he noticed the fishing line wrapped around Zhou Yu's wrist. Along with the buoy in the water, and memories of that early morning flooded back. It was indeed them, the couple steeped in their peculiar beliefs. Shortly thereafter, tales of their so-called cult began to circulate at the dock. It was said that initiates must bind a fishing line around their wrist, measuring 3 meters and 3 centimeters, with a buoy attached at the end. Joining this cult supposedly guaranteed bountiful returns from the sea. Little did they know they were the subject of onlookers' amusement while they busily contacted Lu Qichuan to sell their fish. Upon seeing the photographs, Lu was highly pleased with the haul and requested they deliver it directly, promising to buy it all. Today, the couple had fished, set crab traps, and cast nets, reaping a significantly greater harvest than the previous day. Notably, the crabs and eels were abundant, with around 40 farmed stone eels in their catch. Lu purchased the wild ones for $70 each. The largest weighed over 8 pounds, fetching $600 alone. Although the variety of eels and crabs was vast, prices varied. Yet none were particularly cheap. Just from these two categories, they sold for $2,700. It was no wonder Zhou Yu valued the crab traps. They truly yielded results. The remaining fish brought in $3,200, culminating in a daily total of $5,900, shattering their previous record. The couple was ecstatic. At this rate, buying a house, a car, and a large boat, reaching the pinnacle of life, seemed imminent. The future looked bright. In their excitement, they forgot to keep even a single fish for themselves, necessitating another trip to the market. Indeed, indulging in fish and crabs felt rather extravagant. Pork was merely a few dollars, and beef and lamb were only 30 or 40. Most of their catches were priced over 60, making the thought of exchanging a pound for 2 pounds of ribs quite tempting. Thus, they treated themselves generously, purchasing ribs, pork belly, lamb legs, and beef, each in quantities of 4 or 5 pounds. The unfortunate pair lacked nearby family or kin if they did not indulge themselves. Life would be devoid of flavor. Thanks to their bountiful catch, the dinner atmosphere became jubilant, with Zhou Yu preparing a hand-grabbed meat dish and a braised pork dish. Previously, after gathering a considerable number of sea snails during a coastal outing, Shen Qingqing decided to salt some of them. To balance the richness of the dish, she prepared a fragrant stir-fry of mushrooms and greens. During the ceremonial immersion, Zhou Yu returned with a bottle of yellow wine, pouring a bowl for each of them. With delectable flavors and pleasing sights before them, the experience was simply delightful. However, as soon as the chopsticks were set down, Shen Qingqing's expression shifted. Zhou Yu, who was responsible for washing the dishes today? The outcome of their fishing competition needed to be addressed. A chill crept up her spine. How could she have forgotten about their fishing contest? Was it a victory or a defeat? Naturally, they would first settle the financial matters. They had collectively earned 5,900 yuan, which meant a split of 2,950 yuan each. While the specifics of who caught what fish were too intricate to recall, it was evident that Zhou Yu had likely sold the most. He was a man of integrity and would speak plainly. Of course, Qingqing won. For this entire month, I shall be the one to wash the dishes. Chapter 31. Breaking records. Oh, I seem to recall you fishing more, Shen Qingqing remarked playfully, her gaze teasing yet enigmatic as it settled on him. Zhou Yu had come to a realization. Indeed, he had lost. This young lady was adept at fishing for compliments. When it comes to genuine fish, I suppose I have caught a few more. However, the fabricated fish you have caught is of high technology, likely worth several $100,000 at the very least. Moreover, there are bonuses to be awarded. By any calculation, it certainly far exceeds a mere few thousand. So, without a doubt, you are the victor. A smile crept onto Shen Qingqing's lips. Humph, at least you know your place. But as for the fabricated fish, they cannot be counted, so let us consider it a tie. In the end, the two of them tidied up the aftermath together, deciding to forego the wager to preserve their camaraderie. The following morning, before venturing out to sea, they made another trip to the fishing tackle shop. Based on the previous day's experiences, they needed to make some adjustments to their equipment. They purchased 20 more crab traps and 10 eel traps. This method, when employed in the right locations, proved to be far more efficient than traditional sea fishing. While others merely cast their traps and waited for crabs and eels to arrive, Zhou Yu directly sought out their habitats, making it akin to a wholesale purchase. It would be foolish to merely set a few traps. Shen Qingqing acquired some base lures, intending to test their effectiveness. They opted not to purchase additional nets or long-line gear, having grown somewhat lazy from their fortunate circumstances, feeling that packing those items would be excessively time-consuming and laborious. Upon reaching the sea, their first task was not fishing, but rather finding suitable locations to deploy the crab and eel traps, followed by the long-line fishing and nets. This had become their established workflow. Shinqingqing had grown accustomed to the Hanyazi, reveling in its swift journey across the ocean. Regardless of the reliability of the ocean sensor, the results were tangible. The income that others could only dream of achieving through exhaustive efforts was effortlessly attained by the two of them. With profits to be made, they felt emboldened to affix flotation balls and even attach antennas to their heads, if necessary. To their surprise, they encountered the same coral belt as before. This time, Zhou was cautious and marked the location. Should he decide to sell, this singular coordinate could command a handsome sum. Divers and coral harvesters would be more than willing to pay. Of course, Zhou had no intention of selling. After deploying the crab and eel traps in this area, akin to yesterday's rocky zone, the two of them relaxed. The long-line fishing and net casting could be done haphazardly, unless there were large schools of fish. The exact placement mattered little. After completing the netting and long-line fishing, they engaged in the familiar ritual of surf casting. At this point, fortune came into play. If luck favored them, they might discover a prized catch, with earnings exceeding 10,000 in a single day not being unusual. Alas, this remained a mere figment of Zhou Yu's imagination. By the end of the day, their haul was slightly less impressive than the day before, with no remarkable catches in sight, rendering his ocean sensor somewhat futile. In the afternoon, they first collected their long-line gear and nets. The yield was only marginally better than the previous day, with a total of over 10 fish including gold-spotted eels, bass, and mackerel, though none of significant size. Zhou began to understand why some resorted to using gill nets. The sensation of pulling up a long net with few fish was indeed exhilarating. Yet, with a mere adjustment to the mesh size, one could secure a greater catch. Greedy individuals often found it hard to resist such temptations. They set down 2 traps in close proximity, beginning with the rocky area. As the first crab trap was drawn from the water, Shinqingqing exclaimed in delight, "Wow, there's a tiger crab." The patterns adorning this crab resemble the intricate designs of Hu Wench, with purple spots on its gills reminiscent of tiger's eyes, hence its name. In truth, the price of the tiger head crab is comparable to that of the blue crab. The surprise stemmed from the fact that it was the first time catching this species. As we pulled up each of the 15 crab traps, satisfaction illuminated the faces of both individuals. There were even more crabs than yesterday, with a few lobsters mingling among them. This crab-catching spot is truly exceptional. The eel traps yielded good results as well, with 2 eels exceeding 3 pounds and several stone eels weighing over a pound. The traps also contained a chaotic assortment of nibbled grouper and pomfret. After collecting from the rocky area, we immediately set off towards the coral zone, which contained 15 crab traps and 8 eel traps. Before the boat had even come to a stop, Zhou lips curled into a smile. Soon, they would catch sight of Shinqingqing's little tongue again. Wow, why are there so many lobsters in the crab traps? Beautiful lobsters, spiny lobsters, snap a photo. I must capture this moment. Shinqingqing whipped out her phone, clicking away. Zhou chuckled inwardly, recalling that it was a group of lobsters that had initially drawn his attention to this locale. How could there be so many lobsters? Out of the 15 crab traps, only 13 crabs were caught, while an impressive 27 lobsters were found. Most of the 8 eel traps remained empty, yielding merely 3 stone eels over a pound. Conversely, there were quite a few octopuses and small perch. Lobsters and crabs are known to be nocturnal creatures if the daytime haul was this bountiful. The night's catch was unimaginable. Zhou resolved that he must return to cast the traps again in the coming days. The dry duck vessel returned home laden with its bounty. Just as they docked, a nearby boat pulled up alongside. A young man, cigarette in mouth, approached the bow. His gaze immediately fixated on the live fish box aboard the dry duck. Tiger head crabs, spiny lobsters, and so many fish. The smoker's eyes shifted to the buoyancy ball wrapped around Zhou wrist, lost in contemplation. Today's catch would still be sold to Boss Lu. Even Lu Qiquan, despite his extensive experience, was left in awe. Well done, you two. Have you stumbled upon a lobster den? Xiao Shun. I see you possess a knack for fishing. Would you consider taking on some orders? Zhou felt perplexed. Was this a proposition for them to undertake tasks? That seemed rather dull. Freedom was preferable, with no worries about sales. Boss Lu, are the orders for specific fish species? Shinqingqing, having grown up by the sea, clarified his doubts with a single question. Boss Lu nodded, smiling. Xiao Shun is correct. Some customers occasionally request particular dishes. However, if no one supplies them, I find myself in a predicament without resources. Those who raise fish look down upon these, so I can only place orders with you. Zhou Yu now understood. It was akin to ordering dishes. They could accept the orders, but he needed to clarify first. Currently, I can only procure items available in nearby waters. Boss Lu nodded, readily responding, rest assured, for areas you cannot reach, I will enlist others. Moreover, you will not suffer any losses. The prices for custom catches are significantly higher. After discussing the main business, they began weighing the catches. Goodness, that spiny lobster was priced at 160 per pound, truly astonishing Zhou Yu. He noted this down mentally, resolving to request a few more next time. Today, the eel traps yielded over 3,400, while fishing produced more than 3,100, resulting in a total sale of over 6,500. Yesterday's record has been shattered overnight. For the next 2 days, the duo's harvest remained approximately around 6,000. The abundance of crabs led to increased sales, whereas a lesser catch resulted in diminished sales. After a brief meeting, they concluded that this represents the pinnacle of fishing yield. The dried duck vessel is nearly at its limit. Unless the two can teleport, surpassing 3,000 will prove exceedingly challenging. Even catching larger fish is futile, as the live well has limited capacity and would quickly become full with just a few sizable catches. Chapter 32. The gift let us add a few more crab traps. The location you discovered for crabbing is simply superb. With a few extra traps, we are bound to catch a great deal. Shen Qingqing's words resonated profoundly with him. Among the various fishing gear, crab traps are the least troublesome. All right, tomorrow we shall endeavor to find another crabbing spot. This time, let us leave them there for a few days. The following day, the two procured an additional 20 crab traps, together with those previously acquired. They now possessed a total of 50 crab traps and 20 eel traps, distributed across 3 locations. Their boat handling training course commenced that afternoon. Shen Qingqing also needed to visit her school, which would undoubtedly consume several days. They decided against setting nets for other fish as a self-service option, and even forewent the line fishing for bass, opting instead to make their way back, expecting a rigorous training session. They were surprised to find themselves handed 2 books upon registration, as if to hastily dismiss them. At least when obtaining a driver's license, there is typically a safety lecture. Upon exiting the training facility, the two felt somewhat bewildered. Clearly, they could not venture out to sea now. After a month of early mornings and late nights, with only a single day of rest, they were rather worn out. It was the perfect opportunity to unwind. Zhou Yu, shall we go shopping? Of course. If we earn but do not spend, it is as if we have not earned at all. Let's go. The two were in perfect accord as they took a taxi to the shopping mall on the island. Shen Qingqing led Zhou Yu to the clothing section and selected a casual suit for him. Little Yu, try this on. You will undoubtedly look splendid. It was Zhou Yu's first experience of this kind, and although he felt somewhat out of his element, the allure of the beautiful girl compelled him to reluctantly enter the fitting room. Upon his emergence, Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. The 178 centimeters tall, spirited young man, with his muscular build, was undeniably captivating. Particularly striking was his earnest, yet resolute demeanor, which inspired immediate trust in those who beheld him. Even the salesgirl found it difficult to look away. Zhou Yu, do you like it? I do. This suit is wonderful in every regard, except for its price. I shall gift it to you. Thank you, Zhou Yu, for working alongside me and earning money together. Previously, girls had offered him clothes, but he had always declined. His inherent distrust of others made him reluctant to engage in conversation, let alone accept gifts. Thank you, Qingqing. I truly like it. Of course. Shen Qingqing was different. How could one be untrusting and yet have a partnership? Naturally, he would not take advantage of her kindness. Thus, in the women's clothing section, he generously gifted her 2 outfits in return. Having known each other for just a month, Shen Qingqing had cycled through merely 3 outfits, one of which was a sun protection suit for their sea excursions. He could no longer bear to witness her limited wardrobe. This is for you, Qingqing, my partner. Thank you for assisting me during my most difficult times. Thank you, Zhou Yu. This fellow was as foolish as he appeared. But why did he keep referring to her as his partner? On this rare day of leisure, the two enjoyed a delightful shopping spree. While things could not satiate hunger, they should certainly be appreciated visually. With Zhou Yu's robust physique, he found himself growing weary, yet Shen Qingqing remained invigorated, growing more energetic as they continued their exploration. Qingjia, you truly are like a sister to me. Shall we head back? Little you, are you all right? How could a man claim to be incapable? I must persist. Seeing his resolute expression, Shin couldn't help but laugh heartily. All right, just a little longer. Sister has a reward for you. Shin final stop was a jewelry store. After much deliberation, she purchased a pure silver ring. On the way back, Zhou Yu glanced left and right. Ching, didn't you say there would be a reward? Here, this is for you. Isn't this the ring you just bought? He tied a fishing line to the ring, ensuring it wouldn't press painfully against her wrist. A simple remark, yet it struck him deeply. Ching, thank you. That was very thoughtful of you. Zhou Yu resolved to gift her a gold one in return. Shin smiled silently, recognizing that it was he who had first tied it to her case. Yet he remained so careless. Early the next morning, Shin returned to school for classes. Zhou Yu headed alone to the fishing tackle store, purchasing 50 crab traps before setting out to sea on his small boat. Not far from shore, his phone rang. Hello, Songgu. I can't hear you well. The signal is poor. Zhou Yu, where are you? It's so noisy. I'm out at sea. What is the matter? Hey, there's news about Gao Haizi. Oh, did they catch him? Zhou Yu felt no stir of emotion. He was unexpectedly indifferent to Gao Jinbao's whereabouts. 2 months' wages, previously. He would have dealt harshly with anyone who dared to cheat him. Now, he felt a strange assurance that his wages would be returned. They caught him. Someone else got him. They say he's in Myanmar, calling me for money. I'll go after his ancestors. Zhou Yu was bewildered. What was happening? Was this for real? How could such an old thief fall into another's trap? Xiao Song, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, who knows if it's true? Anyway, everyone in his contact list is being harassed. They're threatening to cut off his kidney if he doesn't send money. Should VE smashed his head instead? After hanging up, Zhou Yu rubbed the ring with his thumb, feeling a twinge of worry. Shin wouldn't be receiving any ransom calls, would she? Should he tell her about this? Lost in thought, the phone rang again. Xiaozhou, are you going out to sea today? It's me, your Lu Gu. Hello, Lu Gu. I just arrived at sea. What can I do for you? I have a guest who wants an eel feast. Can you catch a few more eels? I'll give you the best price. The so-called best price wasn't particularly high, merely the retail price. Restaurants pay a low price for seafood. But if one were to sell it independently, it might spoil before being sold. Thus, even at a lower price, they preferred selling to restaurants. Now, being able to sell at retail prices, he was more than willing. Lu Gu, I'll make sure to take care of it. Can I deliver it to you this afternoon? Sure, take as many as you can. This was akin to a custom order, albeit a low-end one, as receiving a retail price was already satisfactory. If specific high-end fish were requested, the premium would be significantly higher. Setting aside these thoughts, the small boat arrived at the first crab-catching spot. Even from a distance, Zhou Yu's heart soared with delight. What a bountiful harvest. The traps were teeming with crabs. It seemed that crab traps were indeed meant to be left at the bottom of the water overnight. This catch was more than double that of the traps retrieved earlier that day. If it were left out for 10 or 8 days, one could only imagine the outcome. However, at this juncture, several traps have already been set, and one cannot help but wonder if they will be stripped bare. In stark contrast, the yield from the eel traps has been rather dismal. A mere 2 or 3 small eels fall woefully short of Mr. Lu's expectations. It seems one is left wanting for everything. These eels are even inferior to those caught the day before. Having retrieved the old traps, Zhou Yu carefully rebaited them and cast the new ones into the depths once more. It appears that hope now rests solely on the 2 remaining points. Yet, fate does not always align with our desires. The second point continues to yield an abundance of crabs but a scarcity of eels, with only 2 meeting Mr. Lu's standards. This is troubling. If the coral zone exhibits the same lackluster results, I fear I may have to take the plunge myself to catch some eels. Chapter 33, A Fish. 200,000 ah, what a magnificent specimen. Between 2 rocky outcrops, dense seagrass suddenly swayed, revealing a substantial stone eel emerging from the foliage. The seagrass here was so thick that when the eel remained still, it was nearly indistinguishable from the stones. It managed to elude Zhou Yu's keen gaze. It appears that underwater visibility is not infallible. The skill of these creatures in concealing themselves should not be underestimated. In truth, Zhou Yu had already discerned the presence of several eels in this area, all of considerable size. He merely overlooked this particular giant. Perhaps these creatures had grown wise with age, as they neither ventured towards the bait in the eel traps nor swam into the open waters. Instead, they remained tucked away among the crevices and seagrass, preying on smaller fish and shrimp. The rocky terrain was prone to snagging the line, which is why he had refrained from casting. However, Upon sighting the large eel, he promptly reconsidered. What a little extra effort. Even if he did snag the bottom, he could still manage to extract the hook. Since the bait in the eel trap was ineffective, Zhou Yu retrieved a 250G ship fishing jig. This time, he did not need to cast. He gently lowered the artificial lure straight down into the water until it rested before the stone eel. The eel eyed this unexpected visitor with suspicion, sensing that this creature was unlike any other fish. Yet, as the artificial lure swayed enticingly, the stone eel soon relaxed its guard. Its posture unmistakably signaled a willingness to partake. With a swift lunge, the large eel seized the bait. With great delight, Zhou Yu hauled it up and into the live well. One catch led to another, prompting him to explore the rocky seabed further, initiating a fresh vertical jigging strategy. Now, hiding among the stones would prove futile, as the lure boldly ventured into the crevices. Who could resist a meal delivered right to their lips? In less than 20 minutes, several notable catches were secured. Zhou Yu felt exhilarated. Since his previous overzealous exploits, he had hesitated to manipulate the hook. However, it seemed that this meticulous, close-range technique was indeed the key to success. With the cover of the jig, there was no longer a need for long-distance hook movement. Having captured all the qualifying eels in the vicinity, Zhou Yu set the dry duck vessel in motion towards the coral reef. To his surprise, the crab traps were predominantly filled with lobsters today, albeit fewer than yesterday. It was only natural. One cannot overharvest a single sheep without consequence. After 2 more attempts, he would abandon this spot to allow it to recuperate. Collecting his catch, he rebaited his hooks and cast the new traps once more. The coral zone harbored even more concealed eels. Zhou Yu employed his previous strategy once again, resuming vertical jigging. In less than half an hour, he had cleared the area of its large eels, exceeding Lu Chiquan's expectations. As he had scheduled the installation of broadband with the telecom service for today, he refrained from further fishing and steered the dry duck back to port. Upon arrival, he promptly called Lu, who was astonished to hear of the catch. How can this be? It has even been a full morning. Wild fish don't become available that quickly. Did you simply scoop them out of the net? However, upon witnessing the haul, he immediately relaxed. These were undeniably authentic wild eels. Brother Zhou, I am impressed. While others fish at sea, you seem to be merely restocking. Possessing such skills, you ought to refrain from pursuing eel next time. Instead, procure something of greater value. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. Lu Gu, as long as it is not a protected species, feel free to express your desires, so long as it can be found in nearby waters. Lu Chichuan laughed heartily, patting Zhou Yu on the shoulder. How could that be? I would not dare to engage in illicit dealings. My dear brother, do not confine yourself to coastal waters. It would be a pity to squander your talents. Zhou Yu offered a wry smile and a shake of his head, knowing that had he possessed the wealth, he would have already acquired a grand vessel. Lu Chichuan, noticing Zhou Yu's lack of other fish today, assumed he had come solely to present eels, which touched him greatly. Not only did he purchase the eels and crabs at a generous price, but he also inquired how much Zhou Yu needed for a boat, offering to invest. Zhou Yu dared not accept such an offer. After all, the boss's money was not easily obtained. Thank you, President Lu, for your kindness. But Qingqing's father does not permit us to enter into partnerships. This was not entirely false. Ever since Gao Jinbao had fled, all bosses appeared to Zhou Yu as mere opportunists. They would even insist on contracts for a diamond ring, let alone partnerships. What a farce. How unfortunate. One must heed the wisdom of their elders. Lu Chichuan sighed, shaking his head, while Zhou Yu nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of this Mr. Shen. At last, the attendant concluded weighing the eels, setting the average price at 90, yielding over 3,000 in total. With the crabs included, the total reached 6,300. Zhou Yu was astonished by the outcome. It had only been a single morning. However, he quickly realized that the crab traps had already been set overnight. Thus it should at least account for 2 days' worth. Moreover, the crab-catching spots would soon be depleted, leading to a significant decline in yield. On his way home, he received a call from the telecommunications staff. Stop urging me. I shall arrive shortly. Shen Qingqing was notoriously frugal, and thus the family had never installed home internet, relying instead on her mobile data. Yet Zhou Yu could no longer tolerate this. Although he had data, it was limited to distant locations. Unfortunately, Shen Qingqing refused to relent, even activating her mobile hotspot for him. Consequently, both of them felt as if they were clutching a heating stove while attempting to access the internet. Seizing the opportunity of Shen Qingqing being away today, Zhou Yu planned to take decisive action. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the telecommunications personnel waiting, their expressions rather grim. Zhou Yu felt displeased as well, thinking, "You arrived early. Why blame me?" The main lines were readily available on the nearby utility pole. It would merely require pulling a branch line into the household and configuring the modem and wireless router, a task that should take no more than 20 minutes. It was no wonder he was unhappy. The wait was long enough to install an entire household's worth of service. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu did not indulge him. Seeing the technician diligently fulfill his duties without mishaps, he finally offered tea and cigarettes. Respect is bestowed by others, but one's dignity is something to be preserved. Were he to hear a single disparaging remark, Zhou Yu would have lodged a complaint without hesitation. Once the installation technician departed, Zhou Yu collapsed onto his bed. He retrieved his phone, opened the app, and began to practice questions. This was his approach to studying for the driving test. First, answer based on common knowledge. Then save the incorrect answers to focus his studies on those areas, thus achieving greater efficiency. As he alternately practiced questions and consulted his books, he absorbed the theoretical knowledge with remarkable speed. Within less than 2 hours, he was confident he could pass the mock exam. Yet, during another round of simulation, the app was abruptly interrupted by an incoming call. It was Xing. "Zhou Yu, I have received a phone call. Did they notify you? 100,000 yuan. It's truly terrifying." Zhou Yu's heart sank. Had the extortion call reached Xing? That shouldn't be possible, as the contact list would need to be compromised first. It was inconceivable that they could connect with either of them. Moreover, the tone of the caller seemed rather cheerful. "Zhou Yu, did you hear that? Once we claim the prize, we will have enough money to buy a boat." "Prize? What are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, he suddenly felt alert. It was the reward for reporting spy equipment, a sum of 100,000 for each person. Zhou Yu was astonished. 200,000 for a single catch. He was utterly convinced by his loss. Chapter 34. Receiving the award after exchanging a few words, Xing urged him to end the call, fearing that the line might be occupied and he would miss the call regarding the award notification. Indeed, it was not long before Zhou Yu's phone rang. A sweet female voice first confirmed his identity and then informed him to prepare the necessary documents to collect the award from the relevant department. In truth, he had already learned the time and location from Xing. After hanging up, Zhou Yu remained excited and restless for quite some time. Each person was to receive 100,000 yuan. After working with Xing for over a month, they had barely accumulated around 30,000 each. This windfall would significantly advance their progress in purchasing a boat. Zhou Yu closed the training app and opened a webpage to browse fishing boats. To his astonishment, he discovered that these vessels were far more expensive than cars. A fishing boat measuring around 17 or 18 meters easily cost over 1 million. 20,000 in the maritime industry was merely a drop in the bucket. It wouldn't even cover the down payment. After searching extensively, he did find some cheaper options. However, when he clicked on them, he was infuriated to find they were merely boat hulls. Not only were the engines missing, but even the seats had been taken out. Naturally, the bare metal was sold at a lower price. Zhou Yu's mind raced with thoughts as he remained indoors during lunch, continuing to peruse boats while eating instant noodles. Even if he couldn't afford one, he still wanted to look. He became utterly engrossed. By the time Xing returned in the afternoon, Zhou Yu was still lost in the world of yachts. He even held his phone during mealtime. "Zhou Yu, I'll turn on my hotspot for you. Studying consumes a lot of data. No need. I've managed to connect to the neighbor's Wi-Fi today." The neighbor lived quite a distance away. The signal must be poor. Xing took out her phone to check, and to her surprise, the signal was full. "Isn't there a password? How did you connect?" "It's fine. I have a universal Wi-Fi key. Hand me your phone, and I'll help you log in." In just a few moments, Zhou Yu connected her to the Wi-Fi, leaving Xing starry-eyed with admiration. "Which brand of router is this? It's so powerful. Studying and watching videos are seamless. Just like being next door." While she was delighted, Zhou Yu found himself in a predicament. Should he reveal the matter concerning Gao Haizi? If he spoke up, it would only add to the frustration. If he remained silent and it turned out to be true, he might risk losing the ticket. Xing would surely feel upset upon learning the truth. Despite their estrangement, there still remained a bond of blood. Damn it, this little song is truly a piece of work. Why tell me this? What does it have to do with me? Zhou Yu wrestled with his thoughts, ultimately deciding to remain silent. Could Gao Haizi truly be deceived into being kidnapped? It seemed far more likely that he would be the one to deceive others. Even if, for the sake of argument, he had genuinely been kidnapped, Gao Haizi would undoubtedly be among the first to join in, becoming a lackey for the criminal organization. Moreover, if Gao Haizi truly were kidnapped and the attempt failed, paying the ransom would be futile. In that place, Even the most formidable would have to toil for 2 acres. The ransom was a bottomless pit. Even after being drained, they might still refuse to release him. Shin was so kind-hearted, yet far too susceptible to being taken advantage of. This new suppression was undoubtedly a villainous act. He had to take a stand. Let them tear up the ticket. Let chaos ensue. Let it happen swiftly. Hey, is it necessary to grit your teeth just to wash a bowl? I can wash it myself. Seeing him gripping the table, his face alternating between pale and flushed, Shin mistakenly thought he was reluctant to do the dishes. Put it down, let me handle it. Wagering entails accepting the consequences. That fish was worth 200,000. I am thoroughly convinced and, moreover, deeply impressed. After making up his mind, Zhou Yu appeared unexpectedly magnanimous. It was merely a slight transgression, and he bore the burden with grace. In truth, both were merely indulging in playful banter, as household chores were shared equally. Delineation was hardly so clear-cut. Once they tidied up the aftermath, the two proceeded with their customary division of earnings. Zhou Yu transferred 150 yuan to her, far exceeding her expectations, especially considering he had ventured out to sea alone that day, and the time was notably brief. Is it possible to earn so much from crabs and eels? No wonder there are so many crab-catching vessels. With a larger ship, we could venture into deeper waters for crabbing. A larger vessel? That seems rather distant. The following morning, the two donned their newly purchased attire, looking neat and presentable. Upon hearing Zhou Yu mention the possibility of being photographed during the award ceremony, Shin even applied a light touch of makeup. Zhou Yu found himself momentarily entranced, realizing that even the celebrities adorned with filters on television could not rival her beauty. Still looking? The car has arrived. As their destination was the police station, they dared not ride the electric scooter together. Instead, they summoned a Didi taxi. Zhou Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly opened the car door for Shin before climbing in himself. The driver, taken aback by the made-up Qingqing, seemed momentarily dazed, even neglecting to verify their information. What are you staring at? Drive. After reprimanding the driver, Zhou Yu felt a sense of balance restored within him. It was not a lack of resolve on his part, but rather a case of mutual enchantment. Upon arriving at the Maritime Police Bureau, the two entered an office per the given address. Seated behind the desk was Officer Ding, the very individual who had previously taken their statements. Officer Ding appeared quite busy, and without a word, tossed a sheet of paper their way. Xiao Shou, fill out this form. In truth, the content was minimal, merely personal information and bank account details. They were also required to make photocopies of their identification, sign, and provide fingerprints. After collecting the forms, Officer Ding informed them that all was in order. The entire process took no more than 20 minutes. Is this really it? Zhou Yu found it hard to believe. Such procedures were exceedingly simplistic. At the factory of Gao Haizi, even the reimbursement for material expenses was more complex than this. Did you expect it to be intricate? The most challenging aspect is identifying espionage equipment. You both performed admirably, and thus our compensation will be equally generous. Do not assume that 100,000 is easily obtained. In recent years, foreign entities have deployed various detection devices in our maritime territories, estimated to exceed 100,000 units, with a total value of approximately 900 million yuan. To date, fewer than 100 have been discovered. If you possess the capability to retrieve them all, the state can indeed afford this modest reward. Their astonishment was palpable. 100,000 units, those foreign devils are truly extravagant. Officer Ding further explained that as more equipment is recovered, the rewards will fluctuate based on the value of the devices. The reason for the 100,000 each is that the counterfeit fish Shin retrieved is a state-of-the-art piece of espionage equipment, previously only existing in legend. Securing a tangible specimen holds significant implications for technological breakthroughs. The 100,000 was awarded as it is the maximum limit, based on the counterfeit fish's value. A reward of several 100,000 would not be excessive. Additionally, there may be a formal awards ceremony in the future, and they will be contacted to participate. To speak candidly, neither of them held any particular interest in the award ceremony. However, it was not within their power to decline. Serving one's country is an honor, and making an appearance would not be amiss. The monetary reward would be credited within 2 working days. Do remember to check your account. As they exited the Coast Guard Bureau, it was still before noon. If they were to set sail, they would need to return for the tricycle and fishing gear. And by the time they completed that errand, it would be quite late. Yet, staying ashore would only lead to a dull stare-off. Qingqing, shall we go watch a movie? Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, No, let us go to the amusement park. Chapter 35. The Amusement Park. Certainly. I have yet to visit an amusement park. Zhou is indifferent, as the cinema organizes trips for the school twice a year. Kiki. This will be my first time too. There are several amusement parks in Xiamen, and the two are unsure which one to choose, so they simply hailed a taxi. The taxi driver, much like Aunt Xiaoyang, is an information guru, speaking incessantly about the amusement park. If one is to consider new facilities and numerous attractions, Fanawild is the place to be. At other parks, one would not be able to experience everything, as they are often under maintenance for a staggering 366 days a year. Before the two could utter a word, the driver had already taken the steering wheel, heading towards Fanawild. Heeding others' advice is wise, especially when one has sought their counsel. Upon arrival, they immediately recognized the driver's honesty, for this was evidently the nearest amusement park. Had the driver been deceitful, he would have surely taken them on a convoluted route to the island. The amusement park features 3 thematic parks, each offering distinct attractions. With limited time at their disposal, they would not be able to explore every corner. Following the driver's recommendation, they purchased tickets for the Dream Kingdom, costing 299 each, totaling 498 for both. Upon entering, they were greeted by the option of renting a sightseeing cart for 100, perfect for their desire to save time and experience more attractions. Zhou hopped onto the electric tricycle, ferrying Shen Qingqing as they embarked on their amusement park adventure. The park was bustling with visitors, and apart from the particularly exhilarating rides, most attractions required queuing. Fortunately, the pair sought thrill. Anything less would not suffice. They postponed the indoor attractions they couldn't comprehend, steering the tricycle towards the less crowded areas. The names of the rides were flamboyant, yet they essentially consisted of the usual fare: roller coasters, pirate ships, freefall towers, Ferris wheels, and the Stormeye. After experiencing the entire lineup, they felt as though they had been tossed in a popcorn machine. It was undeniably exhilarating. Enough. If we continue, I might be sick, Shen Qingqing exclaimed, feeling a bit dizzy and in dire need of a respite. Let us first grab a bite. Then we can engage in some lighter attractions to change things up. Fanawild boasts numerous dining establishments, all sharing the common traits of being both expensive and unpalatable. Zhou and Shen Qingqing entered a dumpling restaurant, eager to sample local flavors. A set meal of mixed noodles and dumplings cost 39. The dumplings were quite similar to wontons, with a comparable taste, providing a refreshing experience, albeit the portion was exceedingly small, though they had not expected to be satiated. Feeling nearly half full was rather excessive. With no other option, they switched to another establishment, indulging in spicy pig intestines and pig trotter rice. After spending over 100, they finally achieved a semblance of fullness. With 59 yuan milk tea in hand, enjoying 15 yuan ice cream, and seated on a 100 yuan tricycle, they wore cheerful smiles. To make the most of their ticket price, they were not picky. They commenced with a ride on the carousel, followed by an exploration of indoor attractions such as the Qinling Adventure, Tangula Town, and the Magic Castle. Their final experience was a thrilling ride called the Rapid River, leaving them disheveled and drenched. Oh no, even my shoes are soaked. Shen Qingqing frowned, lamenting her new outfit. Didn't you say you wanted to relive your childhood? What does a child care about such things? Zhou added fuel to the fire, prompting Shen Qingqing to pinch his arm in frustration. All right, stop twisting. Take off your shoes. I'll carry you. What? You'll carry me? Shen Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape. Zhou turned around and said, less chatter, kid. Who cares about that? Are you coming or not? Without uttering a word, Shen Qingqing leaped onto his back, clinging tightly. In her haste, she forgot to remove her shoes. Zhou, surprisingly strong, held her thigh with one hand while using the other to assist her in removing her shoes. Here, take them. They'll dry in the breeze. Shen Qingqing hurriedly accepted, placing her sneakers on Zhou's chest, one on each side. In truth, it was only a short distance to the tricycle, where he set her down on the seat. They placed the shoes beside them, and then set off, circling the amusement park. By the time the battery of the electric cart was nearly depleted, both of their clothes and shoes had dried. Little you, you're so clever. How did you think of such a silly solution? Zhou was momentarily speechless. Clever yet silly? What a description. In reality, her clothes hadn't been thoroughly soaked. Shen Qingqing wore little, and with the breeze, the scant fabric dried quickly. Even without the wind, Zhou, with his fiery warmth, naturally dried the damp clothing in no time. After returning the sightseeing cart, they took a cab home just in time for dinner. Shen Qingqing remained immersed in joy. Her grandmother, with a weak heart, had often wanted to take her to the amusement park, but she always claimed she didn't like it. Throughout her childhood, She had been solitary, without anyone to play with. As adulthood approached, the pressures of academia and survival left her with even less time for play. Yet with Shoyu, she truly rediscovered the essence of childhood, a time to indulge in playful whims and embrace her true self. Shoyu, however, was not burdened by such sentimentality. He simply relished the fun. The amusement park left him with delightful memories, as soft and white as clouds. The next day, the two finally set out to sea as usual. Their joyful visit to the amusement park the previous day was genuine, and the excitement was considerable. The expenses were indeed substantial, casually spending nearly 1,000. And that was just for one park. Visiting both would require an additional 1,000 in admission fees. Previously, Shoyu had thought 60 yuan for a fish was quite a bit, but after savoring a 59 yuan cup of milk tea, they both felt that the fish was still rather cheap. Little you, fish from the coast is too inexpensive. I want salmon, I want tuna. Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she envisioned the scene of catching an expensive tuna. Stop daydreaming. Our funds are far from enough for a new boat. So what if I want to dream? Why wake me up? Shen Qingqing was thoroughly disgusted by Shoyu's pragmatic demeanor. Besides, it wasn't as if there were no alternatives. Once the prize money arrives, Shoyu paid little heed to her words, fully focused on sensing the conditions beneath the sea. After more than a month of fishing, the nearshore resources had become increasingly scarce. To maintain their catch levels, he needed to concentrate on finding fish. The coastal fish were few and far between, and the few they encountered were often mackerel or other types that restaurants were reluctant to accept. Hence, his primary target remained those valuable solitary fish. Today, luck was on his side. Not long after they began surfing, a large brownish fish appeared in their sight. Is that a big yellow croaker? Shoyu's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. The price of wild daylilies has skyrocketed? Previously, I heard from Boss Sure that he once purchased a 5-pound daylily for over 30,000 yuan. Fishermen who catch daylilies are often met with immediate offers at the dock. This fish is incredibly sought after. Shoyu restrained the urge to shout and swiftly halted the boat, turning off the engine. Qingqing, the waters here are calm and green. Surely there are splendid fish to be found. Shen Qingqing shot him a glance, utterly speechless. Humph, I've never seen you so verbose while fishing before. Come on. What scheme are you concocting this time? Chapter 36. The True Golden Legend. Ah, Qingqing, must you be so astutely clever? Shoyu chuckled awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Then continued, I propose we resume our interrupted fishing competition from last time. Although I accepted my defeat gracefully, it stings a bit to have won 100,000 without any effort on my part. Now that the golden fish is within reach, it is the perfect opportunity to redeem myself. Let us agree that whatever we catch today shall be counted, to avoid any disputes about fairness. With that, the agreement was sealed. The two of them each grabbed a live fish box, and the competition commenced immediately, set to conclude by lunchtime. Eagerly, they retrieved their fishing rods and baited their hooks. Shen Qingqing positioned her sea rod into the fishing hole on the side of the boat and began her casting. By employing a dual approach, her odds of success would naturally increase. Shoyu, opting against the sea rod, commenced his own method of lure fishing. He was cautious not to target the large yellowfish immediately, as that would reveal his intentions too overtly. Knowing Shen Qingqing's intelligence, such a tactic would surely raise her suspicions. Unfortunately, aside from the large yellowfish, the only catches he could find were of lesser value. Reluctantly, he made an exception and caught 2 inexpensive jinchong fish. As he removed the hooks, he kept a keen eye on the movements of the large yellowfish. It would be quite humorous if he inadvertently scared it away while feigning a catch. Fortunately, a swarm of small shrimp lingered beneath the surface, and the yellowfish swam leisurely around them, happily consuming the little ones. After tossing the fish into the live box, Shoyu replaced his bait with a vibrant imitation shrimp. You prefer shrimp, do you? Here is a more enticing offering. The yellowfish, having gorged on the small shrimp, was slightly bloated and seemed ready to depart. Suddenly, a beautiful blue shrimp leaped into view, shimmering with a soft glow. Such beauty, I shall offer you as my final morsel. The yellowfish joyfully made its decision, flicking its tail and darting towards the alluring bait. The diminutive blue shrimp attempted to flee, but its clumsy swimming skills were no match for the graceful predator. Within just 2 exchanges, the shrimp met its demise in the jaws of the yellowfish. In the 3rd round, the yellowfish soared into the air, landing in Shoyu's hands. Holding the splendid yellowfish, he estimated it weighed at least 2 pounds. He suppressed the urge to call Shen Qingqing over to witness his catch, and instead tossed it into the fish box, thinking to himself, little girl, by noon, you shall learn the treachery of the human heart. Shen Qingqing was slightly slower than him, but not by much. After all, fish are mobile creatures. And the ones Zhou Yu had his eye on often drifted towards her side, which he could not prevent. Furthermore, armed with the sea rod and lure, her catch count was comparable, though the value was lacking. With coastal resources dwindling, the dry duck boat had to frequently change locations. As noon approached, Zhou Yu anchored at his final chosen spot. Here, a multitude of fish swam about, and he had deliberately scanned the seabed near Shun Qingqing's side, ensuring there were no false fish lurking about. Clearly, victory was within his grasp. Soon enough, he would simply need to haul out the large yellowfish. And wouldn't Shun Qingqing obediently call him brother? The battle intensified, and the two no longer engaged in their usual light-hearted banter. Silence enveloped the dry duck boat, save for the sound of the reel releasing and retracting the fishing line. As the sun reached its zenith, the competition was nearing its conclusion. A small pike darted into Zhou Yu's sensing area. Zhou Yu scoffed, thinking himself above such trivial fish. However, the next moment, a golden figure surged forward, swallowing the pike whole. Good heavens! Another large yellow croaker. Zhou Yu nearly leapt into the air in excitement. What a fortuitous day, judging by its length. This creature must weigh at least 3 to 4 pounds. Surely, this was a gift from the Mother Ocean, a guarantee for victory in the competition. Zhou Yu swiftly adjusted his reel, reeling in the line to change bait. Fond of pike, are we? Allow me to present a splendid alternative. In truth, this artificial bait was not a pike, but its shape was similar. Coupled with its colorful exterior, it was sure to entice the yellow croaker. The small bait fish only needed to twist its body and flick its tail before the yellow croaker lunged at it, swallowing it whole. Ha ha ha, such a plump yellow croaker. Victory is assured. As the yellow croaker flailed in midair, Zhou Yu could hardly contain his exuberance, shouting with delight. However, Shun Qingqing's voice cut in, almost instantly. It's a hermit crab. Wait, victory is still mine. What a coincidence. I refuse to believe that with a yellow croaker in hand, I could possibly lose. Zhou Yu grabbed the landing net and rushed towards Shun Qingqing with the yellow croaker. On Shun Qingqing's hook hung something resembling a conch shell, covered in dark green algae and barnacles, looking rather unkempt. The conch revealed a large claw. What is this? Just a hermit crab, albeit a rather large one. That conch must be at least 10 centimeters in diameter. Qingqing, how can you win with just a hermit crab? Just watch my golden legend. With that, he shook the landing net, and the yellow croaker obligingly performed a dramatic leap. The sight of one person with a fish presented a rather irksome tableau. Shun Qingqing smiled slyly, reaching to nudge the hermit crab on the deck. Little you, allow me to show you what a true golden legend looks like. As the large conch was turned over, a semicircular structure came into Zhou Yu's view. A handle? Is this a teacup? He tossed the landing net into the fish box and squatted down to grasp the handle. Rubbing his thumb up and down, a brilliant golden light burst forth. Good heavens! A golden cup. Neither of them bothered to bicker any longer. Shun Qingqing turned to fetch a brush for cleaning the boat. With a scrubbing sound, she cleared away the algae and barnacles from the cup's surface, revealing a stunning golden artifact. Tall, with a wide belly and a small mouth. It was evident that this was not merely a cup, but rather a golden pot. Its short spout, obscured by algae, lent it the appearance of a conch shell. Such a large golden pot must be worth at least several thousand. Qingqing, you have triumphed once again. It seemed he must have owed Shun Qingqing something in a past life. He, who possessed an advantage, could not seem to outmaneuver this girl. Truly, divine prowess could not contend with karma. Skill is no match for luck. Hee, little you aren't angry, are you? It seems I forgot to set a wager. I'll just have you treat me to a movie at the cinema. Is this truly a punishment? Last time it was washing dishes, and that never came to pass. Although he lost, there was no significant loss to speak of. Catching the grand golden cup had left both of them feeling somewhat elated. While the cup was made of expensive material, its craftsmanship was ordinary, lacking any inscriptions. Most likely, these are mere remnants from a sunken vessel, brought here by marine life. Since they lack any archaeological significance, the two of them might as well sell them as gold. The thought of potentially holding thousands, if not tens of thousands, in their hands dampens any desire to fish. After finishing their packed lunch, they continued to sit across from each other, exchanging glances without rising or reaching for their fishing rods. Zhou Yu cleared his throat and rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. Qingqing, I observe that the waters here are calm and dark. There is probably no fish to be caught. Shall we consider heading back? Chapter 37. Yellow fish and gold. Qingqing immediately rose to his feet, expressing his agreement. You are right, little you. If there are no fish, it would be better to return and sell the gold cup. Zhou Yu was left speechless, Clearly, he also wished to head back but insisted on having him voice it. Although they mentioned returning, it would take some time. They could leave the crab trap out for another night to see the results. The long line and the sticky net still needed to be retrieved. Had they known they would catch gold, neither would have cast their nets. Zhou Yu first marked their current location on the map. Although he had failed to discover the sunken ship beneath the waters, it would not hinder their future searches in the vicinity. The likelihood of encountering a sunken vessel near the shore was low, yet one could never be certain. The two of them hurriedly collected the sticky net and long line. All fish weighing less than half a pound were released, performing a good deed to accumulate merit, perhaps allowing them to catch a grand golden cup next time. Half an hour later, the dry duck returned to the harbor. Their catch for the morning was not particularly abundant, yet 2 large yellow flowers were enough to astonish the crowd. Now, with just a shout of "I have large yellow flowers," they would surely attract eager buyers. However, things were not conducted in such a manner. Xinqing still followed the proper protocol to contact Boss Lu. If he were uninterested or offered a low price, they could not be blamed. Lu Qichuan, a man of principle, immediately expressed his willingness to pay the highest market price upon hearing about the large yellow flowers, insisting that they be delivered. The two held a considerable amount of trust in him. Finding an unfamiliar buyer might not yield a higher price, and if Lu Qichuan learned of it, it could jeopardize their existing sales channel. This time, Lu Qichuan was thoroughly impressed. He had several clients who had been requesting large yellow flowers for over a week. Due to the scarcity of yellow flowers near the shore, he had not sought Zhou Yu and his companions. To his surprise, they had brought him 2 exceptionally fine specimens. Thus, the price he offered was exceedingly generous. Should he underprice them, he might lose future collaboration. Xiaozhou, Xiaoshun. The current wild large yellow flowers will be priced according to weight and quality, employing a tiered pricing system. This one weighs 2 pounds and 2 ounces, priced at 2,000 per pound, totaling 4,400. This one weighs 4 pounds and 3 ounces, priced at 4,000 per pound, totaling 17,200. The other fish are priced at 1,400, summing to a grand total of 23,000. Zhou Yu and Xinqing were both astonished. No wonder the yellow fish was dubbed the golden fish. 2 fish fetching over 20,000 was remarkable, even surpassing that of tuna, perhaps? Thank you, General Lu. Your generosity is commendable, they exclaimed. Haha, your fish are exceptional. The price must be fair. Feel free to bring more good fish next time. You won't incur losses. As they exited the restaurant, they did not dare to sell the gold cup just yet. Although it was not considered an artifact, they were unaware of the policies surrounding gold transactions. Acting hastily could lead to complications, and they were uncertain about the authenticity of the gold. Zhou Yu pondered that they should first verify it. If it were indeed genuine gold, they could then inquire about the selling policies. As neither knew how to authenticate gold, they simply hopped onto a tricycle and began searching online. The 3-piece gold testing kit refers to gold authentication can utilize. Individuals selling gold must register their ID and provide. After a lengthy search, the conclusion was that gold could indeed be sold. As long as they did not disclose it as salvaged goods, no one could challenge them. Now, they merely needed to ascertain whether it was real gold. Xinqing suggested they go directly to the gold shop for verification, but Zhou Yu disagreed, given the significant stakes involved. It is all too common to misrepresent gold as copper. Trust me, Xinqing. Let us purchase a blowtorch and refine it ourselves. All right, I shall heed your advice. You suspicious man. Zhou Yu felt a wave of frustration. What did she mean by suspicious? It was simply that he was aware of the multitude of deceivers in this world. The couple visited a hardware store, spending over 80 on a high-temperature blowtorch and gas cylinder. Other necessary tools were rather specialized and could only be found online. Once home, they retreated to Xinqing's room, placing the gold pot on the table while Zhou Yu assembled the blowtorch, preparing to ignite it. Suddenly, Xinqing called out, "Wait, the hermit crab is still inside." Zhou Yu chuckled. Indeed, they had completely forgotten about it in their greed. This creature was their good fortune. They certainly should not harm it. Come, Xinqing. Let us provide it with a new home. They often encountered hermit crabs while beachcombing. Aside from their diminutive size, their habits were identical. They knew precisely what to do. In the kitchen, they retrieved an empty conch shell and a basin. Carefully, they turned the hermit crab upside down and placed it in the basin. The conch shell was set beside it. Soon enough, a creature with a head like a shrimp and legs like a crab, complete with soft, muscular foot, emerged from the pot. It climbed down into the basin, paused briefly, and after a few tremors of its antennae, swiftly burrowed into the empty shell. Xinqing placed the hermit crab into a fish tank. Murmuring softly, Dear crab, endure a little discomfort for now. I shall find you a lovely conch shell to reside in later. Goodness, such a redundant expression. With the fortune-bringing crab settled, the couple returned to the kitchen to reignite the flames. It is said that true gold does not fear the red-hot furnace. And as the azure flames danced upon the golden pot, their anxiety peaked. The second hand ticked away, but the pot showed no signs of discoloration. Instead, the mottled residue began to turn to ash and flake away. They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. The unchanging color under high heat surely indicated it was gold. As the pot neared melting, Zhou Yu quickly repositioned himself, seizing the opportunity to give the entire pot a thorough cleaning. After some effort, the once filthy pot was transformed. Zhou Yu then thought to clean the inside as well with the blowtorch, and Shen Qingqing fetched a cloth to wipe it down inside and out. Now, no one would discern that this was a relic salvaged from the sea. Qingqing, this pot bears no inscriptions or markings, making it impossible to ascertain its age. Selling it directly should pose no problem. Shen Qingqing nodded, deep in thought. This could very well be the property of pirates. Typically, affluent individuals would not craft tea sets in such a crude manner. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. If it were indeed pirate treasure, there might truly be a sunken ship nearby. With the night long and fraught with possibilities, they decided to sell the pot the next day. Until the gold was in their possession, their hearts would remain uneasy. Preoccupied with the thought of selling the gold, they hastily finished dinner and retired early to bed. The following morning, after breakfast, their phones buzzed simultaneously. It was a notification from the bank. The 10,000 yuan reward had been credited. Although they were aware of the substantial reward of 100,000, the overwhelming impact upon actually receiving such an amount took Zhou Yu completely by surprise. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Qingqing, we are wealthy now, they exclaimed, embracing one another while leaping joyfully. Shen Qingqing buried her head against Zhou Yu's chest, laughter giving way to tears. Her tears dampened Zhou Yu's heart, prompting him to gently stroke the back of her head. Once, they had both endured profound loneliness and hardship. After more than a month of shared struggle and companionship, their diligence, optimism, and sincerity had woven a bond between them. As a glimmer of hope pierced the previously bleak skies of their existence, how could one accustomed to dark clouds refrain from shedding tears? Witnessing Shen Qingqing's emotional outpouring over their newfound fortune, Zhou Yu felt a sharp pang in his heart. Chapter 38. Today's gold price 386. The emotions of the youth surged swiftly, just as they faded. Why are you holding on so tightly? Let go. Shen Qingqing scolded herself for being so pathetic, crying and laughing over 100,000, and throwing herself into that guy's embrace. Moments ago, they had succumbed to their emotions and embraced each other, but now, realizing the gravity of the situation, they instinctively recoiled from one another, as if shocked. Quick, wipe your face. We have to meet someone soon. Zhou Yu handed Shen Qingqing a tissue from the box, diverting the conversation. They wrapped the golden pot in a backpack and hailed a taxi. They arrived at the largest local gold shop, Silver Egret Jewelry. The staff first retrieved tools to verify the gold, and only after confirmation did they proceed to weigh it and register the information. Naturally, they were not foolish enough to claim it was retrieved from the sea, merely stating it was a family heirloom. After registering Shen Qingqing's ID, they successfully completed the transaction. The gold pot weighed 520 grams, and with today's gold price at 386 yuan, they would incur a depreciation loss of 30 yuan per gram when selling to the gold shop. The calculations amounted to 356 multiplied by 520, resulting in 120 yuan. 180,000. Had they not just released their emotions that morning, they might have jumped for joy on the spot. Upon exiting the gold shop, they stared at the incoming funds on their phones, still in a daze, unable to believe their fortune. In just one morning, they had earned 380,000. Each received 190,000. Two impoverished youths, who had only seen such sums on television, were now in disbelief. Zhou Yu, we are rich, Shen Qingqing exclaimed for the second time that morning. Wake up, that's not enough to buy a boat. Reflecting on their earnings, both of which stemmed from Shen Qingqing's fortunate circumstance, Zhou Yu couldn't help but tease her a bit. Shen Qingqing snapped back to reality. The thought of fishing boats costing over $1 million instantly deflated her spirits. She clenched her fists, reassuring herself, it's all right, I can at least make a down payment. Zhou Yu also yearned to sail the open seas, agreeing. Taking out a loan for a boat would work. That way, we can quickly upgrade to a larger vessel for deep-sea fishing. With my skills and your luck, it will be hard not to prosper. Shin Qingqing stole a glance at him, her heart fluttering with delight. Though her luck had always been poor, she could get electrocuted while charging an electric bike. Ever since this guy saved her, inexplicably, her fortunes had turned, transforming her into a lucky charm. The red fish and tiger grouper seemed trivial compared to the golden pot and the spy fish they had reeled in. Partnering with him was indeed her greatest stroke of luck. Though one does not gain wealth without risk, life must go on. The two resumed their routine in the afternoon, setting out to sea once more. This time, they finally retrieved the crab traps. After 2 nights of hunting, they experienced an unprecedented bounty of crabs and eels. Their afternoon haul fetched over 6,000. However, that was merely a fleeting success. In the following days, the yields from the 3 crab-catching spots plummeted, and finding fish in the coastal waters became increasingly challenging. Zhou Yu, helpless, lowered his standards, willing to catch anything. This approach did yield more fish, but their income continued to decline, settling at around 3,000. Despite their understanding of the nearshore realities, they could not help but feel anxious. Thoughts of upgrading their boat grew wildly in their minds. Time swiftly passed, and they had been studying the theory of ship navigation for some days. The duo had thoroughly engaged with the app's question bank, consistently scoring no less than 95 in their mock examinations. Sensing that they were adequately prepared, they scheduled their exams for the same day. Initially, Shin Qingqing suggested that they stagger their appointments, allowing one person to remain at sea. However, Zhou Yu firmly opposed this notion, asserting that partners should face challenges together. Moreover, given the current fishing situation, a break was indeed warranted. Leaving the crab traps unattended was simply impractical. The examination process bore a striking resemblance to that of obtaining a driving license. After verifying their identities and gaining entry, it felt akin to a bustling internet CAF. Each candidate was assigned a computer, where they answered questions online, drawn from the same question bank they had practiced. The variations were minimal, primarily involving subtle changes in the phrasing of questions, such as altering the correct answer to an incorrect one. Zhou Yu spent more time double-checking his answers than actually responding to the questions. After a thorough review, confident that he would score between 97 and 98, he clicked Submit. Upon submitting his exam, he glanced toward the front right and noticed Shin Qingqing rising from her seat, evidently having completed her exam as well. Zhou Yu quickly rose to follow her. What a coincidence! They had both finished simultaneously. As they exited, Zhou Yu could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Why did you wait for me?" Shin Qingqing shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, "I was waiting for you. I finished ages ago." Zhou Yu was taken aback. "Why wait for me? You could have submitted your paper earlier." "Humph. It's not my fault. Someone insisted that partners should act in unison." Well, that someone was indeed him. He had been concerned about the potential disturbances from the Gao family, but he did not believe they needed to be inseparable at all times. "By the way, what score did you achieve?" The advantage of the computer-based exam was immediate scoring upon submission. Zhou Yu garnered a remarkable 99 perfect. Given the simplicity of the questions, Shin Qingqing, a true academic powerhouse, possessed an uncanny ability to pierce through insecurities. Noticing Zhou Yu's slightly disturbed expression, she quickly added, "As long as you pass, that's what matters. It's not the college entrance exam. 1 point more or less makes no difference." Zhou Yu felt the sting once more, acknowledging that indeed, it was 1 point less. "How about you? What score did you get?" "It's no different from yours." 99. Following the theoretical examination, they would proceed to practical lessons. Once they passed the practical assessments, they would be eligible for certification. For the next period, aside from Shin Qingqing returning to campus, Zhou Yu would venture out to sea alone, while the two would predominantly attend their training sessions together. This training program would enable them to operate fishing vessels under 300 tons. Consequently, their classmates were predominantly robust working individuals, far removed from the extravagant yacht-owning elite. As operating a yacht required additional certification. Though referred to as practical lessons, these sessions also encompassed a significant amount of theoretical knowledge, including ship construction and equipment nomenclature. Zhou Yu had not been away from school for long, and sitting alongside Shin Qingqing at the same desk evoked a nostalgic sense of returning to academia. However, the duration of the slideshow presentation was fleeting, quickly transitioning to the next phase, simulated sailing. Gazing at the simulation equipment before him, Zhou Yu felt a wave of incredulity. Wasn't this merely a gaming console? Manipulating the joystick and dashboard in front of a screen felt no different from the devices found in an arcade, where one would drive cars or ride motorcycles. Zhou Yu felt a tinge of irritation. Having spent such a considerable sum, was this all he received? The instructor incessantly prattled on about the necessity for novice safety. "Pa, Was it not merely an attempt to save on fuel expenses? Do not be vexed. Even pilots now partake in simulated training. Want it not to regard it solely as a gaming console. His face was as grim as the towering Chaobai Mountain. And Shen Qingqing could easily discern the cause. Moreover, the instructor had assured them that once they became proficient, they would have the opportunity to operate a real vessel. Zhou Yu managed to muster a faint smile. It's nothing. It's just a tad disappointing not to be able to navigate a genuine one. If you truly enjoy sailing, why not enroll in a yacht class? I've heard that it offers ample practical experience. Chapter 39. Now it's my turn. If one aspires to obtain a driver's license for automobiles, it is prohibited to apply for two types within a single year. While the reason behind this eludes understanding, it appears that there exists no such constraint for maritime licenses. In response to Shen Qingqing's suggestion, Zhou Yu, an enthusiast of acquiring licenses, found it utterly impossible to decline. To operate a yacht? Why not? However, he shifted the responsibility onto Shen Qingqing. Acknowledging that partners must advance and retreat together, they decided to enroll in the yacht class as a duo. Thus, the pair inexplicably signed up for yet another course in yacht navigation. Much of the theoretical content overlapped, allowing them to swiftly align their progress with that of the fishing boat curriculum. Due to the constraints of the examination venue, they were even required to undertake the yacht driving test first. Truth be told, whether it be a yacht or a fishing vessel, the task is significantly simpler than driving a car. After all, the vast ocean lacks crosswalks and speed limits. Aside from exercising caution while entering and exiting ports, one merely needs to avoid crashing into reefs. As long as one is not foolish, navigation is quite manageable. Having grasped the fundamentals of driving, along with the proper use of radio and signaling lights, passing the exam was all but assured. For Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Both aced the examination on their first attempt, rendering any retake entirely unnecessary. Upon returning home, they gazed at the 4 licenses laid out on the table, their eyes alight with exhilaration, for they could now legally command fishing boats and yachts. Zhou Yu, what type of boat do you think we should purchase? This indeed was a question worthy of contemplation. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Yu responded, let us opt for a fishing boat. Given that we will undoubtedly need to spend nights offshore, the comfort of a fishing vessel surpasses that of a yacht. Should we procure a trawler or a gill net boat, we would struggle to manage it ourselves. Hiring additional crew would be a waste of resources. The thought of hiring crew brought to mind the infamous XX Fishing 2682, sending a shiver down his spine. I could never hire anyone. However, yachts are prohibited from engaging in fishing activities. Shen Qingqing, too, favored the idea of a fishing boat, yet each type of vessel comes with its own set of restrictions. Yachts are strictly forbidden from any fishing operations. In fact, it is even prohibited to carry fishing gear while enjoying a day at sea, let alone setting crab traps. Then let us purchase a fishing boat and register it as a fishing vessel. There have always been a few who pursued this route. Yet it bears both advantages and disadvantages. During the closed fishing season, claiming that it is a yacht would offer no reprieve. One must remain honest and stay docked at the harbor. This plan is splendid. Let's proceed with this delightful decision. They resolved to visit the boatyard the following morning. To determine a precise budget, the two exchanged their financial standings. Zhou Yu had already cleared his debts, with a balance of 247,763 yuan in his account, while Shen Qingqing had 251,324 yuan. Combined, their savings comfortably sufficed for a down payment. The next day, they set sail to retrieve the crab traps. Returning to the dock without catching a single fish, the new crabbing site yielded decent resources, netting them over 300 yuan from crabs and eels combined. Although this represented a significant decline compared to previous hauls, it was still commendable when juxtaposed with the recent struggles of local fishermen. Lately, rumors of a cult had been circulating at the dock, and Shen Qingqing even observed Zhou Yu's invention, the ocean sensor, in the hands of more than one individual. The depletion of coastal resources has reached such a critical point that many have begun to explore unconventional avenues. From 9 in the morning, the two spent the entire day wandering around the shipyard. There were indeed numerous fine vessels, yet suitable options were scarce. Most domestic fishing boats and recreational vessels are designed primarily for commercial purposes, often featuring 4 or 5 cabins and a dozen or more fishing spots. Who among boat owners possesses such a vast circle of friends? If one truly had an extensive social network, it would be more prudent to invest in a luxurious yacht of several hundred feet, rather than cramming a group of acquaintances onto a modest 10-meter dinghy. Clearly, the intention here is to profit from taking people out to sea. However, there were no available boats, They were merely viewing those already reserved. Should one place an order now, there would still be a wait. It seemed best to return home and continue the search tomorrow. Zhou Yu supported the unsteady Shen Qingqing, both feeling utterly exhausted by the day's endeavors. All right, let us head back for a meal. If all else fails, we can consider second-hand options. Before the tricycle even arrived at the entrance, Zhou Yu's expression soured. Gao Jinhua was waiting at the gate with an unfamiliar individual. Shen Qingqing noticed them as well. And in a silent agreement, they both chose to ignore the encounter, entering the courtyard without a word. Excuse me, are you Miss Shen? The stranger unexpectedly produced a microphone and directed it toward his mouth, while a burly man with a camera emerged from a nearby vehicle. Oh my, has Gao Jinhua brought a reporter along? Hello, Miss Shen. I am the host and mediator of the Life Channel's Uncle Heir's Assistance segment. The mediator introduced himself. According to your second uncle, you have taken possession of your father's estate. Could you clarify this matter? Gao Jinhua, standing behind the mediator, wore a compliant expression and quietly interjected, My dear niece, anything that isn't rightfully yours should not be taken. Just return what belongs to me. This barrage of accusations left Shen Qingqing and even Zhou Yu utterly bewildered. The mediator ranked high on Zhou Yu's list of most detestable individuals. Had this been a matter concerning him, he would have long since lost his temper. Yet, given the stakes for Shen Qingqing, he knew he must remain composed. Observing the pallor of her face, Zhou Yu suppressed his anger, resting a hand on her shoulder and leaning in to whisper reassuringly, Do not worry. I am here for you. Feeling a tremor run through her, Shen Qingqing gradually regained her composure. Zhou Yu stepped forward, addressing the mediator, Sir, let us discuss this inside. We shall clarify the facts. With that, Zhou Yu closed the door behind them, inviting everyone to sit within. He glanced at the cameraman and inquired, Is your program being broadcast live? The mediator hesitated before responding, Our program has a live streaming option, but it is not currently active. Are you wishing to stream live? Zhou Yu nodded affirmatively. Yes, I would like to broadcast this. Although the mediator was uncertain of Zhou Yu's intentions, he signaled for the cameraman to retrieve his phone and tripod to initiate the live stream. Zhou Yu downloaded the necessary app and, upon entering the live stream, was met with a multitude of viewers on the screen. With a sardonic smile, Zhou Yu addressed the mediator, You may now present your requests. The program has gained tremendous popularity locally. Shortly after its live broadcast commenced, a multitude of viewers flocked into the streaming room. Upon entering, one could immediately observe the mediator chattering away with outlandish tales. Initially, a brief overview of the relationships and familial backgrounds was provided. Subsequently, the familiar narrative unfolded, with Shen Qingqing disregarding familial ties to monopolize the property, among other allegations. However, the audience, well-versed in the nature of contemporary programs, refrained from hastily forming judgments, recognizing that twists and turns are commonplace. Nevertheless, some individuals, lacking in discernment, indignantly began their tirades. This girl is quite greedy. If it weren't for the support of her uncles and elders, would she have come this far? Does she not care at all for the bonds of kinship? Yet, one must acknowledge that the inheritance rights of the second uncle are enshrined in law. Zhou Yu, too, was engrossed in his phone, vigilantly monitoring the public sentiment in the live chat. Once Gao Jinhua and the mediator concluded their discourse, he lifted his head and declared, Have you finished? Now it is my turn. Chapter 40. Live mediation. Who is this person? Why isn't that niece speaking? Indeed, who does he think he is? Call the niece out to speak. The mediator appeared equally perplexed and inquired, May I ask who you are? I am her representative. I can speak on her behalf. Everyone turned their gaze to Shen Qingqing, questioning the veracity of his claim. Qingqing subtly nodded and replied, Yes, his words are my words. Seeing that there were no further objections, Zhou Yu began, Having listened to your statements, we now focus on two key issues. First, the inheritance rights of Mr. Gao Jinhua. Second, whether Ms. Shen's actions disregard familial ties. Mediator, do you concur with my assessment? Although the mediator relished in chaos, he could not deny the accuracy of his statement. Such trivial matters, devoid of personal stakes, left Gao Jinhua with no grounds for rebuttal. Noticing the absence of dissent, Zhou Yu continued, Since there are no objections, let us first address the second issue, familial ties. Mr. Gao Jinhua, please answer me this question. What is the name of your so-called eldest niece? Gao Jinhua was momentarily taken aback. This was their second meeting. How could he know her name? Gao Jinyu, however, was aware, as it was information gleaned by the lawyer for the lawsuit. Gao Jinhua faltered, and the production team was astonished. You truly do not know? With this, how can you speak of familial affection? The live stream erupted in chaos, with viewers bombarding the comments with questions, mocking, truly a paragon of familial devotion, yet unaware of his niece's name. If you don't even know her name, how can you discuss familial bonds? The mediator, sensing the situation spiraling, quickly intervened. Perhaps he is used to calling her by a nickname, and it momentarily slipped his mind. In reality, calling each other by name might feel distant. Gao Jinhua seized this lifeline and eagerly agreed. Yes, calling her my eldest niece feels more affectionate. Zhou Yu scoffed derisively and continued. Very well. Now answer me 2 more questions. How old is your eldest niece this year? Gao Jinhua again fell into deep thought, casting a furtive glance at Shin Qingqing, uncertainly stating, 17? 18? Shin Qingqing could no longer contain herself, letting out a cold laugh. I am 21 this year. The live stream erupted once more. Not knowing her name or her age, I must ask, does this uncle truly know his niece? This is outrageous. A gap of 1 or 2 years might be excusable, but this is a generational divide. The mediator was sweating profusely, striving to maintain dignity to elders. Younger generations are always children. Zhou Yu shot him a glance, undeterred. All right, one final question. How many times have you met your niece? We have cameras installed outside. Deceit will not prevail. Gao Jinhua was drenched in sweat, unable to utter a word. The mediator, equally curious, asked, Mr. Gao, just tell us how many times you've met? The barrage of comments has commenced with predictions, a wager for a packet of spicy strips, occurring once a year for a total of 20 times. Responding to the aforementioned spicy strips, I propose a bet every 2 years. Gao Jinhua mused that such matters could not be deceived. It would be better to speak the truth. After all, inheritance rights are statutory and these matters hold little weight. Resolutely, he declared, this is our second meeting today. The mediator, somewhat perplexed, inquired further. Is this the second meeting of the year? Gao Jinhua shook his head. Not this year, but we have met a total of 2 times. The live stream was inundated with question marks, followed by a flurry of ellipses, signifying utter disbelief. Twice in 20 years? I've met the President of the United States more frequently than that. I advise you not to take sides too hastily. Have you been slapped in the face by reality? What familial affection? Bah. How dare they demand a house under such circumstances? This is akin to seeking a lifeline. The public opinion in the live stream turned entirely against Gao Jinhua, with nearly everyone casting blame upon him. However, the law remains steadfast. If Gao Jinhua possesses inheritance rights, familial sentiment is inconsequential. Zhou Yu sensed the opportune moment had arrived and spoke. Let us not dwell on the non-existent. Let us discuss inheritance rights. Qingqing, please present the sales contract for the courtyard. The courtyard is now under Shin Qingqing's name, and merely producing the property deed does not suffice. The sales contract is essential to demonstrate the original ownership, from which subsequent inheritance rights are derived. Shin Qingqing retrieved a document envelope from beneath a quilt in the wardrobe. Extracting a yellowed piece of paper, she positioned the contract before the phone's camera, displaying the transaction details clearly on the screen. It read unequivocally, Villager Way. On a certain date, in the presence of Village Headley, sold their courtyard to you, for the sum of XX yuan. Below were the signatures and seals. Do you see? You is my grandmother. Therefore, this courtyard was purchased solely by my grandmother after my mother's passing, with no connection to the Gao family whatsoever. Shin Qingqing then presented the contract to the mediator and Gao Jinhua. So, Mr. Mediator, do you have anything further to say? The mediator turned to Gao Jinhua, asking, Mr. Gao, the existing evidence indicates that you do not possess inheritance rights to this courtyard. Do you have anything to add? In the past, Gao Jinbao had fled hastily, leaving the Gao family entirely unaware of the Shin family's circumstances, including Gao Jinyu, who believed that the courtyard had been purchased first, and that Shin Qingqing's mother had died afterward. Thus, upon hearing news of demolition, they approached with utmost seriousness to claim the property. Now, upon seeing the contract, they immediately recognized the futility of their claim. As the mediator delivered this final blow, Gao Jinhua's spirits plummeted, and he rose to exit without a word. The mediator, striving to maintain dignity, exclaimed, Every family has its own burdens. One should not place undue value on money, for familial bonds are the most precious. With that, the live stream concluded, and the audience was bid farewell until next time. After shutting down the stream, the mediator sought to continue interviewing the two, but Zhou Yu outright refused. Are you here to mediate or to stir up trouble? With the parties having withdrawn, what purpose does your interview serve? The mediator, feeling helpless, could only take his leave alongside the burly photographer. Zhou Yu was eager for their departure, suppressing the urge to give the mediator a good thrashing. He rose to see them out the door. Mediator, we won't be on television, will we? I have no desire for public exposure. Should my portrait rights be infringed upon, we shall pursue legal action. The mediator's expression resembled that of a bitter melon as he assured, do not worry, it will not be broadcast. Your dominance throughout the proceedings leaves no room for twist or suspense. Even editing cannot salvage it. Such material need not go through review. I can dismiss it outright. Zhou Yu chuckled to himself, hoping fervently that it would unfold as the mediator suggested. Otherwise, he might just realize his dream of unleashing his fury upon the mediator. Chapter 41. The tracker. After the mediator departed, Zhou Yu turned back into the room. Shen Qingqing was sitting at the table, and upon seeing him return, she immediately rose to greet him. Thank you, Zhou Yu. I thought I was quite resilient, but I never expected that when confronted with such shameless individuals, I would still feel so powerless. If it weren't for you, I might have suffered greatly. Zhou Yu smiled gently, reaching out to pat her head. Qingqing, you were merely overwhelmed by anger. The evidence is irrefutable. They cannot prevail against you. So do not waste your energy on these wretches. They are not worth your ire. A victor should revel in their triumph. Otherwise, wouldn't our victory be in vain? Shen Qingqing chuckled softly, realizing the truth in his words. Zhou Yu, you seem to possess a wealth of experience in battling adversities. Zhou Yu offered a wry smile. I've simply encountered my fair share of unsavory characters. One cannot allow oneself to be overwhelmed by disgust. I can only close my eyes and strike hard. With Zhou Yu's encouragement, Shen Qingqing chose to rise above her indignation and enthusiastically began preparing dinner. To express her gratitude to Zhou Yu, she insisted on refusing his assistance, playfully pushing him into a chair. Sit still. Tonight, I shall be your maid. Zhou Yu's eyes widened in surprise. A maid? Such a delightful prospect? What are you thinking? It's merely cooking. Flushed, Shen Qingqing hurried into the kitchen. Half an hour later, a variety of fragrant dishes were presented, diverging from her usual southern cuisine. She experimented with an entirely new style: chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised lamb, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and scallion tofu, each dish a testament to northern flavors. The vibrant colors and enticing aromas left Zhou Yu salivating at the mere sight. He took a bite of the chicken, savoring its tender, succulent flavor. Delicious. With a bit more practice, you might soon rival my skills. Shen Qingqing smirked, elongating her tone. Oh, are you truly that formidable? Zhou Yu puffed out his chest confidently. Indeed. Shen Qingqing giggled. In that case, you shall take over the cooking duties from now on. Instantly deflated, Zhou Yu sheepishly replied, it's better to work together. A collaboration between the sexes is less burdensome. As they enjoyed their meal, the lingering negativity from Gao Jinhua dissipated. Although they had only dealt with Gao Jinhua this time, he would undoubtedly relay the information to Gao Jinyu. Their ongoing litigation had become a farce. Shen Qingqing's two distasteful relatives had been dealt with in one fell swoop. Should they wish to covet this courtyard, they would have to resort to deceitful purchases, for they could no longer intrude or harass. Nevertheless, Life's troubles were not singular. The matter of acquiring a boat remained unresolved. The current trend in fishing vessels emphasizes spacious living quarters and multiple fishing spots. However, they prioritized longer range and larger live wells. Such a vessel was not easily found. After spending the morning at the shipyard, they ultimately decided to set sail. Buying a boat was no trivial endeavor. It could not be accomplished in haste. However, life must go on. If we do not fish, we shall inevitably deplete our resources. Zhou Yu navigated the dry dock, centering his search around the location where the golden pot had been discovered, tracing circles in the water. For a hermit crab, the range of movement is quite limited. If there truly lies a sunken ship beneath the sea, this method would be the most efficient for uncovering it. As he circled, whenever he spotted an area abundant with fish, he would halt and cast his line, employing a lure. He managed to catch quite a few fish. Yet the shadow of a sunken ship eluded him entirely. Zhou Yu sighed, pondering the truth that treasures are not easily unearthed. Even if a shipwreck existed, it would likely be so fragmented that its original form would be unrecognizable. Look, there is a boat approaching, Zhou Yu remarked. He glanced over and indeed, a small vessel was meandering nearby. Perhaps it was just passing by. After all, we had no acquaintances at sea. The spots suitable for fishing along the coast were limited. And it was not unusual for fishing boats to cross paths. Not so. Look again, it is definitely heading our way. Shen Qingqing's voice carried a hint of urgency. Zhou Yu turned once more, this time grasping the situation. The small boat was not merely wandering, it was deliberately circling the dry dock. Zhou Yu was taken aback. What could they hope to gain from following their little vessel? Were they attempting to steal fish? Unable to decipher their intentions, Zhou Yu decided to power up the engine and set off. However, to his astonishment, wherever the dry duck went, the small boat followed. They maintained a distance of several hundred meters, merely observing from afar. Frustrated, Zhou Yu chose to ignore them, curious to see what they would do next. Aboard the fishing boat a few hundred meters away, a young man with a dark complexion, in his 20s, held binoculars, fixated on the dry duck. Are there really that many fish? Another bald young man inquired. Many? Not just many, but quite expensive. This fellow is reeling in one fish after another. And they are all fine catches. Damn, what kind of cold is this? Do they expect to recruit me too? Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing could never have imagined this. The two young fishermen, having heard rumors at the dock, were consumed by curiosity. Previously, when they encountered Zhou Yu at sea, they noticed the buoyancy ball tied to his line, resembling the tail of cult members. Unable to resist, they decided to follow and investigate further. Indeed, upon observing, their suspicions deepened. This man clearly lacked a fish finder, yet he was catching fish one after another. Was this not a sign of some dubious practice? They contemplated approaching him, but it felt somewhat intrusive. Who would share their secrets to prosperity with others? Moreover, Zhou Yu's performance could easily be attributed to skill and luck. After all, someone had to experience a windfall, and Zhou Yu was precisely that person. Thus, they resolved to follow him a little longer and see what unfolded. Today was fortuitous. A small school of fish had just passed by, allowing Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing to catch several large bass. As they noted the time, they decided to reel in their lines and head home. However, just as the dry duck began to move, the pesky little fishing boat trailed closely behind once more. Damn it, that toad may not bite, but it certainly is irritating. Zhou Yu muttered under his breath as he maneuvered the fishing boat to the spot for longline fishing. They had not increased the number of lines, still relying on the single 90-meter line with 60 hooks. As Zhou Yu pulled the long line from the depths, a distant observer could not help but exclaim in disdain, "Is this it? I catch more than that." Previously, it had mostly been a matter of chance. Let me see. A dark-faced fisherman snatched the binoculars and perched them on his nose. From afar, the long line emerged from the water, revealing 10 hooks, 9 of which were empty, at best reflecting the average catch of a fisherman. Let us go. Let us go. No need to waste time here. The bald-headed Yumin had no intention of continuing to watch. Wouldn't it be better to catch more fish himself with that time? What's the rush? We'll check the crab traps first. One cannot thrive at sea without a bit of belief in luck. Chapter 42. A bountiful harvest of crabs. Zhou Yu's proficiency in netting and longline fishing was merely reflective of the average fisherman's skill. After all, one cannot simply relocate at will. The abundance of fish hinges solely on fortune. A fraud. This fellow is nothing but a charlatan. He is not nearly as formidable as the legends proclaim. The two fishermen lurking nearby exchanged barbed remarks, vehemently condemning Zhou Yu's deceptive antics, even vowing to expose his fraudulent reputation. If Yu had overheard them, he would have been utterly bewildered, wondering what deceit he had perpetrated. After a considerable passage of time, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing finally finished sorting the fish. They set sail towards the location where the nets were cast. The curious fishermen in their small boat followed suit, albeit without any harmful intentions, and Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing chose to feign ignorance. The yield from the nets was slightly better than usual, even ensnaring a sizable green grouper, which brought joy to the duo. Yet, the fishermen in the observing vessel grew increasingly vocal in their derision. Have they never seen a proper catch? Just a handful of fish, and they are grinning like fools? The bald fisherman's face was a mask of frustration. And they only set one net and a basin of longline traps? Unbelievable. The dark-faced fisherman shook his head in disbelief. Ultimately, they reached a conclusion. Enough of this. They are nothing but two buffoons. Let us leave. Next time we encounter Xiao Wang, I shall knock his teeth out for spinning such tales. Oblivious to the chatter behind them, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing concentrated on sorting the fish, not even noticing when the small fishing boat departed. Phew. At last, it's done. Every time we sort the fish, it feels like a punishment. Shen Qingqing exhaled deeply, unable to suppress her complaints. Zhou Yu empathized and tentatively suggested, once we acquire a larger vessel, perhaps we should forego netting altogether. We could simply increase our crab traps and longline fishing. Shen Qingqing hesitated. After all, no fisherman would abandon netting. However, contemplating the time expended versus the yield, it might be wiser to relinquish that method. Well, at least for you. The time spent on netting might be better invested in fishing. Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Being young, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Some individuals despite recognizing the unprofitability of certain practices, cling to them out of habit and resist change. With the observers no longer in sight, the pair felt more at ease and began systematically retrieving the crab traps. As each trap emerged from the water, smiles graced their faces to rejuvenate their catching grounds. They had already abandoned the earliest crab-catching spots. This new location was one Shoyu had recently discovered, and it was their first retrieval since setting the traps. To their astonishment, the catch was remarkable. The first trap yielded 6 crabs, all of considerable size. Shoyu had a premonition that today as crab harvest might set a new record. Just at the first spot alone, they collected over 50 crabs. Arriving at the second crab-catching location, Shoyu had just grasped the rope and was about to pull the crab trap when Shin Qingqing suddenly interjected. "You always do the heavy lifting. Today, I want to give it a try." Shoyu couldn't help but smile at her unexpected competitive spirit. The crab traps were lighter than the nets and longline gear, and a girl could certainly manage to pull them without fear of danger. Since Shin Qingqing is fond of it, let her have a try. She transferred the rope into his hands while Shoyu stepped aside to assist. Grasping the rope, Shin Qingqing skillfully maneuvered it, inch by inch dragging the crab trap to the surface. As the pale green net emerged from the water, Shin Qingqing exclaimed, "Wow, what a massive flower crab." Despite having been forewarned, Shoyu still played along. Indeed, it's quite substantial, at least over a pound. In addition to this sizable one, there were also 3 or 4 crabs weighing more than half a pound. Shin Qingqing continued to pull the rope, retrieving the second trap, while Shoyu emptied the crabs from the trap into the live fish box. This was usually Shin Qingqing's task, but today their roles were amusingly reversed. Before long, a dozen traps were drawn from the water, and Shin Qingqing's excitement mounted. Each trap yielded an average of 5 or 6 large crabs, resulting in the collection of over 100 crabs from this singular fishing spot. One can only imagine the bountiful harvest of the day. Once all the traps were retrieved, Shin Qingqing joined in to assist, pouring the crabs onto the deck and tossing them into the live fish box. "Little you, I am beginning to admire you. Such an incredible crab-catching spot. How fortunate you are to have discovered it." Shoyu merely smiled, shaking the buoyant ball on his wrist without uttering a word. As the crabs seemed to have reached their limit, he turned to start the boat's engine, heading towards the eel traps. In no time, the crab traps and eel traps from the 3 replenishing points were collected, yielding a substantial catch of both crabs and eels. After casting the traps back into the sea, the dry duck returned home laden with its bounty. As the dry duck docked, a group of young men on the pier were engaged in lively conversation. A bald-headed fisherman and a dark-faced one were teasing a youth with a cigarette, insisting he treat them to a meal. "Xiao Wang, you scoundrel, crafting tales of a cult, claiming you never come back empty-handed? Nonsense. That's pure rubbish. I saw it with my own eyes. The next catch was smaller than mine." Their banter left the cigarette-smoking youth's face flushed with embarrassment. "Are you two mistaking me for someone else? I swear, those two never come back empty-handed. Just wait and see. They should be returning around this time." Unbeknownst to Shin Qingqing and Shoyu, engrossed in their tasks of transferring fish to the live box, the commotion on the shore escalated. "Hey, look, aren't they back?" They glanced over but failed to recognize anyone and returned their focus to their work. However, the 3 on the shore erupted in excitement. "Goodness! Crabs! Hundreds of large crabs! Where on earth did they catch these? This is unbelievable! We left too soon." Unaware of the stir they had caused, the duo proceeded to Lu Qichuan's shop to deliver the fish. Lu Qichuan's admiration for the pair had only deepened. Surprises continued to unfold, especially now, as he beheld the staggering number of large crabs before him. It was indeed hard to fathom that such a bounty belonged to a humble, independent fisherman. It is more accurate to say that these were delivered by a professional crab-catching vessel. "Xiaozhou, Xiaoxin, have you two stumbled upon a crab nest? I suspect you both have some connection to the Dragon King. Mr. Liu, you certainly have a knack for humor, having encountered king crabs numerous times. How could these few crabs possibly catch your discerning eye? Shin Qingqing, when she speaks auspicious words, has quite the way with her words. Charming Mr. Liu into a broad smile. However, this is not merely a handful. The large crabs alone weigh over 100 jin. The flower crab weighs 25 jin. The orchid crab, 33 jin, and the blue crab, 46 jin. The prices are as follows: flower crab at 28 yuan, orchid crab at 48 yuan, and blue crab at 70 yuan. Today, merely from the sale of crabs, a total of 504 yuan was garnered. Chapter 43. The shipyard's young lady for Zhou Yu and Shin Qingqing. This was an unprecedented experience. In the past, during bountiful crab seasons, their sales barely reached 2,000 yuan. It appeared that today's crab-catching spot was exceptionally fruitful. The eels fetched 996 yuan, and the other fish caught amounted to 2,300 yuan. Their total earnings for the day reached an impressive 7,000 yuan. Without the presence of the prized yellow croaker, this was indeed a remarkable record. The nature of seafood hunting is inherently unstable. One could either return empty-handed or experience an overwhelming abundance. Just last time, their fish sales barely exceeded 2,000 yuan. Yet now they were greeted with such an astonishing surprise. Had they not reserved some crabs and eels for dinner, their income would have been even greater. Remarkably, they achieved this in merely half a day's work. Although the crab traps were set overnight, their catch was more than double the usual yield. After leaving the restaurant, the duo made their customary visit to the market. Growing weary of the daily indulgence in fish and meat, they decided to purchase an assortment of vegetables, including lotus roots, bamboo shoots, and okra. Following dinner, they opened their laptops to continue their search for a boat. Sitting on a rather uncomfortable chair, Zhou Yu squirmed and reiterated his earlier sentiment. Ching, let us discuss the boat matter. We can no longer postpone the sofa decision. Ching regarded him with suspicion. Shifting uncomfortably, is it truly that uncomfortable? Zhou Yu sighed. I lack sufficient cushioning, so indeed, it is quite uncomfortable. It was painfully hard. Very well. After we finish with the boat tomorrow, we shall purchase a sofa. The next day, they visited a manufacturer specializing in yachts and fishing boats. Over the years, the company had produced several acclaimed models, earning a respectable reputation in the industry. The owners proudly presented a fishing boat measuring 13 meters in length and 2 meters in width, powered by two 250 horsepower engines capable of reaching a top speed of 40 knots, complete with an independent restroom. It boasted a 160-liter live well to ensure the freshness of their catch upon arrival. The sales representative spoke incessantly, leaving both Zhou Yu and Ching incredulous. 160 liters? Is that truly considered large? It is merely the size of a live fish tank. Zhou Yu was about to interject and request information on a larger vessel when a few passers-by suddenly exclaimed, Hey, it's you two, the niece and the agent. Ah, you are. Turning to see a youthful girl, around 18 or 19, dressed in a short skirt and long t-shirt, with cascading hair and long, fair legs complemented by flats and white socks. She exuded a beautiful yet understated charm. Her large, sparkling eyes widened with excitement as she addressed Ching, Sister Shin. What happened afterward? Did the house get taken by the second uncle? The two were momentarily perplexed, only to realize she was a viewer from the live mediation session. To elevate Jean Hua's standing, Zhou Yu had deliberately refrained from mentioning their names, leading the girl to remember them simply as the niece and the agent. Haha. Thankfully, because of this individual, the house was not seized. Ching smiled warmly at Zhou Yu before turning with curiosity to the young girl. Little sister, are you here to buy a boat as well? The girl giggled. So, you are here to purchase a boat. Tell me which model you like, and I shall offer you a discount. The shipyard belongs to my father. The young girl waved her hand at the salesperson. Brother Feng, you go ahead with your work. I will attend to these two guests. Noticing Brother Feng's expression of discomfort, the girl added, Don't worry, as long as they place an order. The commission will be yours. Thank you, Mississippi. I shall take my leave now. You may chat at your leisure. He relished the thought of earning money without labor, wishing for such days to be a regular occurrence. The girl joyfully skipped over to the two and took Ching's hand. Sister, you are so beautiful. I still don't know your name. This girl was quite friendly. Zhou Yu and Ching exchanged glances, resigned to introduce themselves. I am Ching, 21 years old, studying in my senior year at Xiamen University. I am Zhou Yu, 22 years old, a fisherman. Upon hearing that Ching attended Xiamen University, the girl became even more animated. Sister, I also study there. My name is Yu Jiying, and I'm 20, in my sophomore year. The girl was lively and chatty, and within no time, she and Ching were engrossed in conversation. Due to familial circumstances, Ching had few friends. Without parents, a sense of inferiority often accompanied her. And socializing among girls, going for ice cream, or to an amusement park, always required spending money. Even if friends were willing to treat, no one liked to take advantage repeatedly. Consequently, she naturally distanced herself from social circles. However, things had changed now. Not only did she have money in her pocket, but she could also foresee earning more in the future, which gave her the confidence to make friends. The two chatted like 1,000 chattering ducks for nearly half an hour without mentioning the ship. Finally, Yu Jiying seemed to come to her senses. Oh right. You and your brother-in-law are here to look at the ship, right? What specific requirements do you have? Please tell me. Shen Qingqing's cheeks flushed. Jiying, we are not. Zhou Yu, fearing that she would lead the conversation astray for at least half an hour, promptly interrupted, stating, 2 requirements. The ice storage must be large, and the range must be extensive. Yu Jing displayed a serious expression and pondered. Fishing boats have limited space. Achieving your requirements will inevitably encroach upon living space. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing replied in unison. It doesn't matter. Yu Jing looked bewildered. How can it not matter? It's quite unpleasant to have many people squeezed into a small space. The two exchanged smiles. And Zhou Yu explained, there will only be the 2 of us on the boat for extended periods. We truly do not need that many rooms. Yu Jing then exclaimed in realization, oh, I'm so foolish. You and your brother-in-law can share a room, and 1 guest room would suffice. Shen Qingqing intended to clarify. But Zhou Yu, fearing that she would lead them off course again, interjected, pressing on, Miss Yu, is there a boat type that meets these specifications? Upon hearing this address, Yu Jing frowned. If you call me Miss Yu one more time, I want to sell it to you, even if I have it. Zhou Yu was taken aback. They were not that familiar. Was it wrong to address her as Miss Yu? Shen Qingqing, being a girl herself, could empathize with Yu Jing's feelings. He gently draped his arm over Yu Jing's shoulder, saying, Ying, pay him no mind. Let us converse. Humph. Sister Qingqing is far better. Yu Jing expressed frustration. What have I done to be deemed a villain? Zhou Yuren was taken aback. He had exchanged merely a couple of words with her. Fortunately, the 2 girls did not digress, engaging in a lively discussion about boats. In truth, yachts, fishing boats, and workboats of the same dimensions are fundamentally indistinguishable. They may even share identical hulls, with distinctions arising solely from the arrangement and decor of the cabins. By matching different power sources, they manifest as various boat types. The vessel you desire is not readily available at my home. However, modifying it slightly for either an ice storage or sleeping cabin would suffice. Is it truly that simple? A few words from Yu Jing ignited a warmth in their hearts. Chapter 44. Zhou Yu's baiting strategy as long as the blueprints receive approval. It will merely take 2 months. By then, I shall certainly have my father break your bones. A single remark from Yu Jing left the 2 men feeling disheartened. Such a production cycle is far from brief. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would not be unusual to face delays stretching 3 to 4 months, or even half a year. Zhou Yu, still not ready to concede, inquired, can it not be expedited? Yu Jing appeared perplexed. It is already quite swift, is it not? Are you both in such a hurry? Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing nodded in unison. Their eagerness for the overseas venture was palpable. The timeline was set. But urgency would not hasten the process. If they were truly desperate, they could simply rent a vessel. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes brightening. Amidst their fervent desire to purchase a ship, they had momentarily overlooked this option. Now both possessed the necessary licenses to rent a boat. Yu Jing enthusiastically presented several suitable models for modification, each ranging from 14 to 18 meters in length, given their specifications, with significantly reduced living space and amenities. The prices were not as exorbitant as they had initially imagined. Approximately 601,000 would suffice. Reflecting on their circumstances, they realized they had become somewhat unrealistic, considering 600,000 a bargain. However, they ultimately refrained from making a decision, merely stating they needed to contemplate further before taking their leave. Yu Jing, reluctant to part ways, exchanged contact information with them and even arranged to meet Shen Qingqing for a future outing. In the afternoon, it was customary for them to set sail. Though it was only a half-day excursion, they valued the time greatly. Each additional task completed brought them 1 step closer to acquiring the new vessel. The duckling had scarcely departed when they sensed something amiss. Zhou Yu, do you see that boat? It seems to be following us. Zhou Yu had already noted it. A glance confirmed it was indeed the same pursuer from yesterday. They exchanged incredulous looks. Could it be? It was the afternoon. Shen Qingqing grasped his implication. To trail the duckling immediately upon departure indicated that these individuals had been waiting the entire morning. A shiver crept over her. What animosity compelled them to confront them at the dock? But who was Zhou Yu? A contender who had engaged in battles against bottle collectors and scavengers. He never shied away from conflict. Qingqing, do not fret. 2 or 3 of them are no match for me. If they wish to follow, let them. As long as they do not encroach upon our space. Their anger was palpable, while the followers, clad in dark attire and bald heads, were equally infuriated. Who were these 2? They fished for 3 days only to sunbathe for 2. It infuriated them that they had baked in the sun for an entire morning. Ever since they spotted the large crabs aboard the Duckling, they had resolved to uncover their crab-catching locations. Such a lucrative spot would never be divulged, even if one were to think with their heels. Thus, they devised this underhanded tactic of relentless pursuit, tracking them around the clock. The dark-skinned one gleefully declared, "We are not encroaching upon them. Even if he reports to the police, it will be futile." The bald one, somewhat apprehensive, stammered, "Brother, do you think they might actually possess some kind of supernatural ability?" Hearing this, the dark-skinned one felt a twinge of unease. Rumors circulated at the dock, claiming that the buoyancy ball worn by Zhou Yu was a mystical artifact. With a toss into the sea, one could effortlessly direct themselves towards the schools of fish. Yet, should it strike a person, it would result in instant and fatal consequences. Nevertheless, the mere thought of the bountiful crabs invigorated his spirit. These were crabs, after all. It is worth noting that contemporary fish finders are solely adept at locating fish, leaving crabs entirely beyond their reach. If one were to discern their elusive spots, earning 5,000 to 6,000 in a single day would be a mere trifle, and surpassing 10,000 could very well be within reach. What is there to fear? We are blessed by the deity Mazu, and thus face no restrictions. If Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing were privy to such thoughts, they would surely be amused to the point of laughter. After all, during their extensive time at sea, aside from that one instance of catching large yellow croakers, they had never surpassed the 10,000 mark. Instances of exceeding 6,000 were hardly frequent. These two braggarts truly dared to speak on their behalf. As usual, Zhou Yu piloted the dry duck vessel, skillfully riding the waves in search of fish. He remained unfazed, yet the smaller boat trailing behind was struggling to keep up. "Are they trying to toy with us?" he exclaimed. "Floor it, let us give chase." Their encounter the previous day had been accidental, leading them to believe that this was a deliberate attempt to shake them off. Typically, they operated at close quarters, lacking any real fishing techniques. Thus, they employed a modest 9-horsepower outboard motor with a mere 1.8-liter fuel tank. Once the dry duck truly gained speed, they would soon find themselves outmatched. "Pass me the fuel barrel, we need to refill." The smaller boat strained valiantly, barely managing to keep pace with the dry duck, finally enduring until Zhou Yu came to a stop. The tan crew member, drenched in sweat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did they think they could lose me? Not a chance. Oh no, they're about to fish. Upon realizing this, he understood that fish must be present. Quickly, let us deploy the sticky net. With the net in place, no fish would escape. Zhou Yu, observing from a few hundred meters away, was astounded to see them setting out a 200 to 300 meter sticky net. 2 Black Sea bream and several grouper. Was it really worth such effort? He resolved to see if they could succeed. With determination, Zhou Yu turned and began rummaging through the storage box. "Little brother Yu, what are you searching for?" Shen Qingqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhou Yu, known for his singular prowess in lure fishing, was acting unusually. What could he have misplaced? When she saw him extract a packet of bait from the depths of the box, she was left utterly astonished. "Ah, found it," he exclaimed. "One cannot fish without properly baiting. The catch will be meager otherwise." Shen Qingqing's heart raced with apprehension. "Zhou Yu, have you lost your senses?" It was common knowledge that Zhou Yu abstained from using bait while fishing. Yet, for the sake of those 2 inept fishermen, he was willing to make an exception. This bait had been purchased when they first acquired the boat, at Shen Qingqing's insistence. In truth, neither Zhou Yu nor Shen Qingqing had ever utilized it. Now, it seemed he was ready to indulge. Zhou Yu scattered the bait around the dry duck, employing several times the usual amount. Fish of all sizes flocked to the area. Zhou Yu welcomed them all, casting his lure with the finesse of a whip. Not a single fish he could spot would escape his grasp. Observing him toss several small fish into the live well, Shen Qingqing grew increasingly alarmed. This was undoubtedly a transformation of sorts. These small fish were typically released back into the water. Zhou Yu. With a look of bewilderment and hesitation, Shen Qingqing struggled to articulate her thoughts. Zhou Yu, caught between amusement and exasperation, responded, "Oh, Qingqing, what are you thinking? I simply refuse to leave the fish for those 2 individuals behind. As for these smaller ones, I shall release them elsewhere." Shen Qingqing suddenly realized her earlier concerns were unfounded and couldn't help but chuckle. "Zhou Yu, you petty man. Yet, I find it endearing." Shen Qingqing seized the bait bag and began casting it on her side as well. Although she remained uncertain of the true intentions of those 2, she was certain they harbored ill will. Humph, not a single fish shall be left for them. With Zhou Yu, the seemingly invincible force, nearby, all the larger fish in the vicinity had been swiftly caught. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, retrieving a cast net, He threw it multiple times, sweeping away the fish from the shallows. Hey Pai and Tutu, after setting their nets, were also engaged in sea fishing, occasionally using binoculars to keep a watchful eye. They observed Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing reeling in fish one after another, leaving them dumbfounded. 2. What's the matter with us? Why aren't we catching anything? Tutu pondered for a moment and then had an idea. Hey Gu, don't worry. The big fish must be entangled in the nets. Those two fools don't know how to use the nets. This round is definitely ours. Chapter 45. Acquiring household items. Zhou Yu cast the final net, retrieving a diminutive fish no longer than a finger. Within a 200-meter radius, this was the last fish to be caught. Satisfied, he activated the boat's motor, and the Danduk surged forward. Are they leaving so soon? Black Skin and Bald Head were taken aback, realizing that after deploying the sticky net, they had only managed to catch 3 small fish. However, in order to pursue the crab-catching spot, they had to follow. As for the sticky net, they could retrieve it later. The Danduk changed positions several times, but could not shake off their persistent pursuers. The two began to suspect, and Zhou Yu conjectured. Could it be that they are after the crab-catching spot? Shen Qingqing recalled the incident at the dock the previous day and replied helplessly, that's likely the case. I remember encountering them while moving crabs at the dock yesterday. This complicates matters. If they truly follow us to the crab-catching location, we can drop our traps, and they will have no claim to any of it. Furthermore, we have no recourse, as the ocean's resources belong to everyone, and no one will listen to complaints. Zhou Yu scoffed. We only set the crab traps yesterday. It's no trouble to wait a few more days. We'll finish fishing today and head back. Let us see how long they can endure. Each time they halted the boat, Zhou Yu systematically swept the surrounding waters clean of fish. The two followers had spent an entire afternoon trailing them, yielding little in return. Zhou Yu was confident they would not last much longer in such conditions. Black Skin and Bald Head were growing increasingly anxious. They could only watch as the couple continuously hooked fish while they struggled to catch even a few. What truly vexed them was that the pair showed no intention of retrieving their crab traps. As dusk approached, the couple reeled in their fishing rods and set course back to the dock. How dare they? Blackskin fumed. They haven't even collected their crab traps. If I find out where they are, I'll make sure to retrieve them. Should we continue following? Black Skin, initially reluctant, quickly reconsidered. We must, lest they attempt a surprise maneuver. Bald Head pondered this and was filled with admiration. Truly, Black Skin, your wisdom is unmatched. The two, having no time to collect their sticky net, hastily pursued. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing were perplexed by their relentless following as they returned to port. Unaware of the concept of a surprise maneuver they themselves had not considered. Having only spent one afternoon fishing and not collecting crabs or eels, they managed to sell over 1,300. Nevertheless, they felt content. Fishing was akin to the tides, with its ups and downs. As long as there was something to eat, gratitude was in order. The following day, as Shen Qingqing prepared to return to school, Zhou Yu opted not to set sail, but instead seized the opportunity to go shopping. Initially intending to purchase a sofa, he had completely forgotten amidst the excitement of fishing. Zhou Yu was unwilling to postpone any longer, as the chairs at home were quite uncomfortable and his patience was wearing thin. Additionally, there were various household items to procure. After all, living together necessitated a certain level of comfort. Moreover, Shen Qingqing no longer demanded the 200 yuan rent from him, stating that they were in a partnership, and it wouldn't be appropriate for such partners to exchange rent. Since it is a comprehensive partnership, Shen Qingqing's home is essentially equivalent to his own. It is perfectly natural to procure a few items for one's household. Upon arriving at the first floor of the hypermarket, he grasped a shopping cart in one hand while opening his phone's notes with the other. Therein, he meticulously listed everything he intended to purchase today, ranging from small to large items. The first item on his list was tableware. Shen Qingqing's utensils had a long history, nearing the point of being mistaken for artifacts. It was high time for an upgrade. After a leisurely stroll through the dinnerware section, he added a 36-piece set of bone china tableware and 10 pairs of alloy chopsticks to his cart. Zhou Yu continued to methodically check off items, acquiring mosquito coils, floral water, clay pots, cushions, curtains, and sofa pads one by one. After nearly 2 hours of shopping, he finally completed his list. Fortunately, the shopping cart could be taken down to the underground parking, otherwise, it would have been quite a hassle to carry everything. He returned home on his tricycle and prepared a pot of noodles for lunch, simply tossing in a few eggs to make do. In the afternoon, he would need to make another trip. Larger furniture like sofas could not be found at the supermarket and required a visit to the furniture market. After finishing his meal, Zhou set out again on his tricycle. Upon arriving at the furniture market, he was taken aback. Even a modest sofa cost several thousand. However, essentials for daily living could not be skimped on. Even if it meant taking out a loan, the few thousand yuan was not a significant concern. Sofas primarily came in two varieties, leather and fabric. Genuine leather sofas exude a higher quality and durability, but they can be quite odorous and less comfortable to the touch compared to fabric. Additionally, both he and Shen had sensitive noses. Even the slightest unpleasant scent could induce dizziness and discomfort. Hence, leather sofas were promptly dismissed, given that only the two of them would be seated. And with few guests expected in the future, a 1.6-meter sofa paired with a 1.2-meter chaise lounge would suffice. No larger configuration would fit in their space. The Nordic-style linen sofa set cost him 3,000 yuan. After making the payment, he promptly left. The store would deliver it to his address free of charge. His next destination was a fishing tackle shop. Their benefactor, the Lord of Wealth, the hermit crab, was still languishing in the live fish tank. This was the same tank that had come with the tricycle when he purchased it. Although it had an oxygenator, it often lacked sufficient oxygen and frequently needed recharging. Bringing home seafood for extra meals was quite inconvenient without a proper fish tank equipped with an oxygen machine. As he drove partway, his phone suddenly erupted with a cacophony of ringing. He had few friends, and calls were generally not trivial matters. He quickly slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. To his surprise, the caller was Officer Ding. "Hello, Officer Ding. What? The commendation ceremony is on the 30th? I can come, I can make it." When he received his award at the Coast Guard Bureau, Officer Ding had mentioned the possibility of a commendation ceremony. Initially, it was thought to be scheduled for the end of the year, but it had unexpectedly been moved to coincide with the National Day celebrations. Since he had received a generous sum of 100,000 yuan, he would not hesitate to make an extra trip. Even if it meant taking the stage to dance, he would accept it with grace. When he purchased the tricycle, they had abstained from buying a fish tank due to financial constraints. In truth, the model they had considered was merely over 1,000 yuan. Now, as he revisited the same place, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. It felt as though he had returned triumphantly, akin to the legendary Huan Zhuang. He decided on the very tank they had previously eyed, a 1504070 cm model with an oxygenator, priced at 1,700 yuan. The employer had long forgotten him and politely inquired whether he required home delivery. Free delivery would have been utilized by others without hesitation. However, Zhou was different. He promptly declined. If not for the incapacity of the tricycle to accommodate the sofa, he would have preferred to transport it himself. For Zhou, inviting a stranger into his home was a profoundly unsettling prospect. The known circumstances were unavoidable, but he preferred to minimize any new additions. After bringing the fish tank home, Zhou busied himself with various tasks, arranging the fish tank, changing the curtains, and replacing the dining utensils. Despite his extraordinary strength, he was still perspiring from the exertion. Before 4 o'clock, the crisp sound of a horn outside signaled the arrival of the delivery truck with the sofa. Chapter 46. The ancestor of cheating. Zhou opened the door to find 2 delivery workers, who checked the list against the items with him. Once everything was confirmed, Zhou directed them to bring the sofas inside. Both sofas were rather small, and in no time, they were successfully delivered. Zhou offered the workers cigarettes, but they declined, tucking them behind their ears before taking their leave. It was not that they looked down upon Zhou, rather, they had several more deliveries to make and could not afford any delays. As Zhou adjusted the positions of the 2 sofas, the front door swung open once again. Shen had returned. Nowadays, she hardly stayed in the dormitory. She left in the morning for classes and hurried back in the evening, as if the school were haunted. "Wow, little you bought sofas. They are so beautiful," Shen exclaimed, taken aback by Zhou's excellent taste, which perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. However, in the next moment, she pouted and indignantly remarked, "Why didn't you wait for me to go together? I wanted to shop at the mall too." Zhou moved 2 chairs under the window and replied nonchalantly, "But you had class, didn't you? We still need to go to the boat factory after you return. Since I had the time, I thought it best to go alone and save some trouble." Shen pout deepened. How boring. There is no sense of participation at all. Zhou felt a tinge of frustration. If she desired to participate, he thought, he could certainly accommodate. He pulled Shen into the kitchen and pointed to the newly purchased fish tank. "Look, the tank still needs water, and we must also invite your benefactor over. Plus, I forgot to wash the new curtains." In short, There are plenty of tasks that require the lady of the house's involvement. As he casually mentioned this, Zhou realized just how much there was still to do. To his surprise, Shen Qingqing was not deterred by the effort and rolled up her sleeves to join him in the flurry of activity. Tasks such as cleaning and tidying up were not exactly Zhou Yu's forte, but with their combined efforts, they made swift progress. By 6 o'clock, the new home was finally in order, and both collapsed onto the sofa. As Shen Qingqing surveyed the refreshed room, she furrowed her brow. Zhou Yu, isn't something still missing? Zhou Yu glanced around, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate what it was. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his thighs. Shen Qingqing exclaimed, "It's the walls. The furniture is too new, and the walls are too old." Zhou Yu looked again and realized she was right. The contrast between the shabby walls and the new furniture created an unsettling dissonance. "But why don't you just slap your own thigh?" he joked. "What should we do then? We can't exactly change houses." Shen Qingqing shot him a disdainful look. "Haven't you heard of wallpaper and wall paint?" Well, he had to admit he hadn't thought of that. To him, the house felt akin to a dilapidated structure. Adding some furniture was one thing, but repairs and painting seemed pointless. He would rather wait until he had the means to demolish and rebuild. Let us postpone the wall painting discussion for now. If we don't eat soon, I'll starve. After dinner, the two nestled on the sofa, watching television and engaging in light conversation. Shen Qingqing shifted slightly, satisfied, and remarked, "Buying sofas was indeed a wise choice. They are much more comfortable than chairs. By the way, did Officer Ding call you?" "He did," Zhou Yu replied. "The acquisition of this 100,000 is no simple feat. It necessitates a day of enduring the vastness of the internet. The commendation ceremony is scheduled for the 30th, hence the following day." The two set out to sea as usual. Little did they know, upon reaching the dock, they were confronted by two menacing fishermen. "Hey, you two. Why didn't you venture out to sea yesterday? Were you avoiding us?" Cold Qingqing was taken aback, immediately recognizing them as the stalkers from the previous day. She was astonished by their audacity to openly block their path at the dock. Suddenly, a large hand clasped her shoulder. Her delicate frame resembling a small vessel caught in the eye of a storm, now safely anchored in harbor. The fear that had gripped her dissipated in an instant. She could hear Zhou Yu's furious rebuke directed at the obstructors. "Good dogs don't block the way. Clear off. If you dare to harass us again, we will deal with you first, and then call the authorities." Zhou Yu, holding on to Shen Qingqing, strode forward confidently. The dark-skinned man and the bald-headed one felt a wave of trepidation, yet they were not the type to back down easily. They understood that retreating was not an option. They needed to intimidate this pair to uncover their fishing locations. Zhou Yu was not one to coddle them. With a swift motion of his free hand, he brushed against the shoulder of the dark-skinned man as if to shake off dust. The man stumbled like a bowling pin, crashing into his bald companion. They fell to the ground in a tangle, moaning in pain. "Hey, you wretch. You hit me. We're going to report you." Zhou Yu did not pause, pulling Shen Qingqing onto the boat. To their threats, Zhou Yu scoffed. "Go ahead and report us. If you don't, you're the fools." As he started the boat's engine, the two men were left dumbfounded. This fellow was impervious to intimidation. "Hey, don't you want to know why we are looking for you?" Zhou Yu let out a cold laugh. "Not interested. I couldn't care less about your fate." He was acutely aware that asking why was akin to inquiring whether a robber was after money or lust. Such a question implies an acceptance of the robber's right to assault you. Thus, he refrained from questioning the dark-skinned man and the bald-headed one about their motives for pursuing him. As the dry duck sliced through the waves, the two men were left utterly bewildered. This fellow was truly unshakable. On board the dry duck, Qingqing gazed at Zhou Yu's upright figure, her eyes seemingly transfixed. He exuded an undeniable masculinity. "Zhou Yu, why don't you listen to what they have to say about their pursuit?" "Qingqing, do you believe that if you give them the chance to explain, they will stick to you like a stubborn adhesive?" After hearing Zhou Yu's theory about robbery, Shen Qingqing was profoundly impacted. The more she pondered, the more she understood that some individuals, even a mere exchange of words, could provide them with a reason to intrude upon your life. "Zhou Yu, I didn't realize you were such a philosopher. Your reasoning is impeccable. In some respects, you exhibit remarkable maturity." The two were engaged in their pleasant conversation when the sound of an engine roared behind them. That troublesome pair had pursued them once more. The dark-skinned man and the bald-headed one had initially contemplated reporting them, but upon reflection, they realized that their intent was to procure fish and crabs. The police were indeed called, yet neither individual sustained any significant injuries, leaving the officers powerless against the miscreant. Consequently, the matter regarding the crabs has been entirely rendered futile. Yesterday, the dry duck vessel did not set sail, and thus, black skin and bald head spent the day at the dock, soaking in the sea breeze. Which explains their heightened tempers today. Abandoning the situation now would be a considerable loss. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing, upon witnessing their demeanor, felt utterly helpless. They were not breaking any laws. Even if Zhou Yu possessed firepower, he would not dare to sink their boat. Shen Qingqing appeared particularly exasperated. Zhou Yu, what should we do? They are being unbearably oppressive. Her irritation seemed to morph into a playful pout, almost resembling a charming display of frustration. Fear not, Qingqing. Today, we shall ensure they receive their due comeuppance. Zhou Yu scoffed. Oh, so they wish to play tricks, do they? I am the master of trickery. Chapter 47. Going to see the dry dock vessel came to a halt near a small school of fish. As was the case yesterday, they began the routine of baiting, setting up nets, and fishing. Hey Pai and Tutu were rather annoyed, wondering why those two weren't busy collecting crab traps. However, there was no alternative but to remain occupied. Thus, they commenced deploying gill nets and longline fishing. In comparison to Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing, their nets were considerably abundant, with several hundred meters of gill nets and numerous baskets for longline fishing. While they were engaged in their tasks, they remained attentive to the sounds from the dry dock. The moment the boat set off, they would promptly follow suit. However, in their divided focus, they inadvertently miscalculated. Once they finished their work, they were astonished to discover that only the girl remained aboard the dry dock. How peculiar. Had that fellow fallen overboard and drowned? As it turned out, Zhou Yu was indeed in the water. 5 minutes prior, Zhou Yu had suddenly exclaimed in frustration as his fishing rod became immovable, seeing the rod bend under his strain. Shen Qingqing quickly intervened. Don't pull too hard. You're snagged on the bottom. In matters of fishing, Shen Qingqing possessed more experience. Under her guidance, they attempted to shake and tug the line, but to no avail. Observing Zhou Yu's flustered demeanor, she could no longer restrain herself. Let me have a go. Zhou Yu willingly passed the rod to her. Though exhausted and panting, it yielded no results. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Shen Qingqing's brow, he felt a pang of guilt. Qingqing, don't bother with this. I can dive down and retrieve it. Absolutely not. At worst, we can cut the line. But it's too dangerous to go into the water. Shen Qingqing firmly refused. Zhou Yu felt his cheeks flush. He had deliberately created a snag to trick Shen Qingqing. Yet she was solely concerned for his safety. Qingqing, you know my swimming skills, right? I can hold my breath for 5 or 6 minutes without issue. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing grew even more agitated. That's out of the question. This isn't shallow water. If something goes wrong, no one will be able to save you. Realizing that honesty was the only path forward, Zhou Yu confessed. Actually, I wanted to dive down to deal with those two rascals. I have complete confidence. In truth, he wasn't merely holding his breath. He was practicing a technique known as turtle breathing. He could easily last for 2 hours underwater. Shen Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if he were spinning a fantastical tale. Zhou Yu, you can't be serious. What is this turtle breathing? I've never heard you mention it before. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Yu explained, we weren't well acquainted back then. Besides, my master had a peculiar temperament and forbade me from discussing it. Still skeptical, Shen Qingqing questioned, why the secrecy? Competing and bringing glory to our country is a good thing, isn't it? Zhou Yu beckoned her closer, whispering, Qingqing, you don't understand. Anyone who reveals even a hint of their skills has to register with the police. Even the slightest incident can lead to a visit for AT session. Who could endure that? Shen Qingqing, caught in his persuasive words, found herself agreeing to let him dive into the water, albeit in a daze. Zhou Yu donned his snorkeling gear and, just before plunging in, turned to Shen Qingqing. By the way, you mustn't tell anyone about this. I certainly don't want to go through the registration process. Shen Qingqing nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Rest assured, I will never breathe a word. Zhou Yu's silhouette vanished into the ocean. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes passed. As time wore on, Shen Qingqing's heart sank deeper into uncertainty. She inwardly chastised herself. Shen Qingqing, what folly is this? The so-called tortoise-breathing technique. The tales of reclusive masters, such nonsense meant for children. How could I have fallen for his tricks? In the distance, the dark-skinned fellow and the bald-headed man observed Shen Qingqing circling in the small boat, sensing impending doom. It's over. It's over. That lad must have drowned. The bald one mused, perplexed. Could it be true? If she fell into the sea, why is she not calling for help? The dark-skinned man scoffed. What do you know? Can't you see the girl is spinning around? She's preparing to leap into the sea for love. After more than 20 minutes, they concluded that if he had drowned, he would surely ascend to the heavens. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was indeed wasting considerable time in the water. The net was too lengthy. After severing the buoy and lead weight with scissors, he found himself perplexed by the hundreds of meters of netting. Unlike humans, animals ensnared in the web would perish, even if they rotted and festered. Allowing such a contraption to drift aimlessly in the ocean would be an abomination. Contemplating his options, he decided to first gather the net into a ball and swim towards another sticky net. He repeated the process. Snip, snip, gather, gather. The buoys remained afloat, and the dark-skinned man and the bald-headed fellow were blissfully unaware of any anomalies, engrossed in betting on whether Shen Qingqing would jump. Suddenly, the dark-skinned man slapped his thigh. Good grief. If the girl dies too, who will we enlist to catch crabs? The bald man's eyes widened in realization. She cannot be allowed to perish. Oh no. She jumped. All three sticky nets were rendered useless, bundled together by Zhou Yu and dragged along the sea floor. His current dilemma was how to dispose of this tangle. After careful consideration, he concluded that burying it would be the best course of action. Zhou Yu focused intently, surveying the terrain within 100 meters. Not far off, a rocky area caught his eye, particularly a peculiar boulder that piqued his curiosity. This stone was strangely shaped, with a large, wave-like fissure atop it. If he could shove the net bundle inside and press it down with the stone, that would do the trick. Zhou Yu guided the net bundle to the boulder and halted, raising his hand to stuff the net into the crevice. The opening was over a foot wide, ample enough for the bundle. However, to his surprise, as he pushed it in halfway, he felt resistance. What is obstructing this? Zhou Yu tugged on the fishing line, attempting to extract the bundle. To his astonishment, it would not budge. A chill crept up his spine. Had the stone become haunted? Was it biting? Indeed, it was truly biting. The wave-like fissure was narrowing inch by inch, firmly trapping the net bundle. Good gracious. What is this? This is no mere stone. It is a gargantuan Tridacna gigas. This creature, often mistaken for a rock due to its loose closure, left Zhou Yu utterly astonished. Wasn't he this species supposed to inhabit the South China Sea? How could it be here? It is a protected species, illegal to harvest. He dared not interfere, merely regarding it as a rare opportunity for enlightenment. Yet, what to do with the net? Stuffing it into its mouth seemed rather impolite, did it not? Zhou Yu, with great exertion, finally extricated the tangled net from the shell of the water channel. Fearing that Shen Qingqing might be anxious, he dared not linger any longer. He lifted a large stone beside the clamshell and pressed the sticky net inside. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden flash of luminescence emanated from the net, revealing a fist-sized porcelain white pearl. Ah, a clamshell pearl. In an instant, Zhou Yu discerned its origin. It must have just fallen from the clamshell. There was no time for further inspection. So he hastily stowed it in his snorkeling suit and swam towards the direction of the dry dock. With his current swimming prowess, the 100-meter distance was traversed in a blink. As the dry dock loomed closer, he suddenly sensed a figure ensnared by a mass of seaweed in a small trench to his left. Zhou Yu's vision turned crimson. It was Shen Qingqing. Chapter 48. This precious treasure I shall show you upon our return. Shen Qingqing struggled desperately, a stream of bubbles rising toward the sky. She felt a pang of despair. Having submerged for barely 3 minutes, she was on the verge of exhaustion. Yet Zhou Yu had been underwater for nearly 20 minutes. How foolish she had been to believe in the so-called turtle breath technique. 20 minutes, such a duration approached the world record. How could Zhou Yu possibly achieve that? Something must have gone awry. If he wasn't found in this small trench, where could he be? In her disorientation, she could hardly see anything, the seaweed ensnaring her too tightly. Through the murky depths, Shen Qingqing gazed skyward one last time, with her back to the shimmering rays of sunlight. A figure shot through the water like an arrow. That handsome, resolute face. Zhou Yu. I am saved. Shen Qingqing was overwhelmed with joy. In her excitement, she inadvertently swallowed another mouthful of salt water. Zhou Yu was frantic. He lunged toward Shen Qingqing, clutching her tightly as he attempted to drag her to safety. However, he underestimated the tenacity of the seaweed. Suspended in the water, he found no leverage. With only a small pair of scissors to cut the fishing line, he realized that by the time he severed the seaweed, Shen Qingqing would have already drowned. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Yu kissed Shen Qingqing's lips, channeling a surge of energy from the yellow crystal stone into her. Shen Qingqing, severely oxygen-deprived, had slipped into a semi-conscious state. Suddenly, it felt as if a heavenly nectar had descended. A sweet essence flowed from his mouth into her throat, invigorating her entire being. It was blissful. She could not help but move her lips, greedily consuming the life-giving essence. In an instant, clarity returned to her. Oh my, Zhou Yu is. Even in the frigid waters, Shinqing felt her ears flush with warmth, her eyes fluttering shut. She remembered, Zhou Yu was saving her. In that moment, Zhou Yu acted purely on instinct, driven solely by the need to rescue her. When Shinqing opened her eyes and ceased her struggles, Zhou Yu finally exhaled in relief. It seemed the energy from the yellow crystal stone was far more potent than pure oxygen. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned down, meticulously untangling the dark seaweed from her legs. During this time, he administered 2 more breaths of life to her. Though he succeeded in preserving her life, he began to feel a dull ache in his head. Zhou Yu was alarmed. He had always known that the energy of the yellow crystal stone was finite. The onset of his headache signified that his powers were nearing depletion. With renewed urgency, he quickened his pace, finally freeing the last strand of seaweed. Grasping Shinqing's slender waist, he kicked with all his might, propelling them both swiftly toward the surface. Splash! Zhou Yu and Shinqing broke through the water's surface. The azure sea lay tranquil, the pursuer's vessel having vanished from sight, leaving only the dry duck anchored quietly nearby. Shinqing had fully regained her consciousness, though she seemed utterly drained, allowing Zhou Yu to guide her toward the small boat. As Zhou Yu supported her chest with one hand and gave her a gentle push from behind with the other, Shinqing finally regained her strength, clinging to the boat's edge and effortlessly climbing aboard. Zhou Yu followed suit, and the two remained silent, gasping for breath. After a moment, Zhou Yu regained his composure and softly inquired, "Did I not assure you of my confidence? Why then did you jump in?" Shinqing blushed and spoke in a soft voice, "I was genuinely worried about you." At that moment, she truly believed that even without any extraordinary techniques, Zhou Yu was indeed a person of remarkable talent. Submerging for over 20 minutes was no feat for an ordinary individual. It was impossible for Zhou Yu to criticize a woman who was willing to risk everything for him. Well, thankfully nothing happened this time. Next time, you must listen and not run off, she admonished gently, looking down and responding with a faint, almost inaudible, "MHM." After a brief respite, they finally noticed that their pursuers had vanished. It's fortunate they left. It saves us from wasting time on fishing. Let's continue. "Oh, where's my fishing rod?" Zhou Yu exclaimed in bewilderment. Shinqing lifted her gaze and gasped, noticing that both their sea rods and lures had completely disappeared. When Zhou Yu lifted the lid of the live well, he found it devoid of even a single fish. To make matters worse, both their mobile phones had been stolen. Fortunately, the outboard motor remained intact. Otherwise, they would have had to paddle back. "Damn it. Call the police. We must catch those two," Zhou Yu raged, starting the motor while cursing relentlessly. Shinqing frowned and disapprovingly remarked, "Zhou Yu, I dislike your use of foul language. However, we must report these scoundrels." Zhou Yu swallowed his expletives and huffed, "All right, we shall proceed according to the law." Upon returning to the dock aboard the Hanyazi, they disembarked and immediately borrowed a passerby's phone to report the theft. Officer Ding, upon receiving the call, was taken aback. "You reported a theft on the very day before the commendation ceremony? They made off with your phones, fishing rods, and even your clothes? This thief must have some audacity." He pondered how the commendation ceremony would proceed if the brave officers had their dignity tarnished by such a theft. "Zhou Yu, Shinqing, rest assured. If we cannot recover your belongings within an hour, I will arrange for a law enforcement vessel for you," Officer Ding assured them. Zhou Yu quickly smiled and replied, "Officer Ding, that one tea be necessary. Those two fools, thinking they are safe at sea, didn't even turn off the stolen phones. If someone is dead, who will come looking for them?" Within 20 minutes, the Coast Guard intercepted the thieves. 2 mobile phones for fishing rods, totaling over 5,000 yuan, a substantial amount indeed. The culprits were apprehended on the spot. Upon their return to port aboard the law enforcement vessel, it took less than 50 minutes. Officer Ding had certainly not exaggerated. The Coast Guard secured the evidence on the vessel and returned the stolen items immediately. The case was resolved flawlessly. The only curious aspect was that upon seeing Zhou Yu and Shinqing, the two suspects went into a panic, shouting about ghosts, leaving the officers bewildered. Zhou Yu and Shinqing had not uttered a single falsehood to the police. They had gone diving and discovered their belongings missing upon surfacing. As for how long they had submerged, the phones had been left on the boat. Who could know? Yet, why did the police regard them with such peculiar expressions? In truth, not just the police, but everyone at the dock who laid eyes on Zhou Yu bore a strange look. How the two fools were interrogated afterward was a matter for the police. Zhou Yu and Shinqing retrieved their belongings, preparing to sell fish. As Zhou Yu intended to change into the returned garments, he finally comprehended the reason behind the peculiar gazes directed at him. The large clam pearl was still nestled within his trousers, creating a rather conspicuous bulge that undoubtedly warranted a second glance from passers-by. At that moment, Shen Qingqing also noticed his oddity and suddenly recalled something. Zhou Yu, what are you hiding? It hurt so much when I was at the bottom. Gazes from those around them pierced through the air. Was there still such an innocent girl in this day and age? This rascal, utterly devoid of decency. Zhou Yu felt utterly wronged. He assured that Shen Qingqing's words were meant quite literally. Having seen each other's physiques during their swims, they were both aware of the other's form. Nevertheless, he dared not casually reveal the clam pearl, opting instead to murmur, "Don't fret. This precious treasure will be unveiled to you once we return home." The surrounding crowd erupted in a chorus of admiration. Chapter 49. The conch pearl. The bustling dock was far from convenient. Ultimately, the two did not change their attire and made do with their snorkeling suits. Among the returned stolen goods were also their own catches, which had been placed in a live well by the two thieves. The police were unable to distinguish which fish belonged to whom, leaving it to Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing to identify their own. The two thieves, known as Black Skin and Baldy, remained oblivious to the loss of their nets, as only the fish they had caught were left in the well. Zhou Yu, however, was not one to be polite. He swiftly cleared out the few good fish that remained. Naturally, he did not take advantage of them entirely, retaining a fair number of his own lesser catches, even surpassing their original quantity. Truly a great benefactor. As for the valuable fish that might weigh down their sentences, that was a matter for the police. Blackskin and Baldy trembled in fear, watching Zhou Yu create chaos, too intimidated to speak. This lad was either a ghost or a demon that could only hope to remain hidden. The Coast Guard escorted the two thieves away for interrogation, while Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing rode their tricycle towards Boss Lu's tavern. Due to the day's earlier misfortunes, they returned to the dock before noon, having only sold a little over 1,000 yuan. Frustrated, Zhou Yu berated Black Skin and Baldy for their ineptitude. Is this all the fish you managed to catch in a whole morning? I suggest you change your line of work, having sold their fish before noon. The two felt no inclination to venture out to sea again, opting instead to return home for lunch and perhaps visit the shipyard later in the afternoon. Upon arriving home, Zhou Yu pulled Shen Qingqing into the room, mysteriously drawing the curtains and turning on the lights. Supporting her shoulders, he seated her on the sofa and then reached for the waistband of his snorkeling suit. Shen Qingqing swiftly grasped his wrist, lowering her gaze, her cheeks flushed, her voice trembling. Hey Zhou Yu, what are you doing? Did you forget? We promised to show you the treasure when we got home. Zhou Yu replied, puzzled by her sudden shyness. Shen Qingqing, her expression complex, grew irate. Isn't it your fault for being so impatient? What is it? Show me already. Just as Zhou Yu pulled down his waistband and retrieved a pearl the size of a duck egg, Shen Qingqing gasped. What a beautiful conch pearl. Could it be? How could she recognize it so quickly? Zhou Yu felt a pang of disappointment after all his effort in finding the treasure. He had hoped to showcase it to Shen Qingqing and redeem himself from past humiliations. Yet, she had recognized its origin at first glance. Shen Qingqing snatched the pearl, holding it aloft for a closer examination. Did I not mention it? My major is marine biological resources and environment. There are very few things from the ocean that I cannot identify. How had he overlooked such crucial information during their time together? Feeling the sting of his failed attempt to impress, Zhou Yu realized the need for deeper understanding. He sat beside Shen Qingqing, both of them admiring the exquisite conch pearl together. The pearl was slightly larger than an egg, its color a porcelain white, forming a perfect teardrop shape. However, its surface was not entirely smooth, adorned with regular patterns resembling flames rising. One side bore several shallow grooves. Zhou Yu took one glance and felt disheartened. These were all detracting features. The size is indeed considerable, yet its luster pales in comparison to that of a pearl. The surface appears rather rough, leading one to doubt its true value. Observing Zhou Yu's expression of disappointment, Shen Qingqing raised her delicate, jade-like hand and playfully poked his forehead with her index finger. What are you thinking? The Chi-Chi pearl is not the same as a traditional pearl. Its essence is a porcelain-like brilliance. As for the surface, those are flame patterns, a hallmark of exquisite Chi-Chi pearls. Moreover, if you look closely, those indentations resemble the figure of Guanyin, don't they? Really? Zhou Yu, still skeptical, scrutinized it as Shen Qingqing suggested. With a newfound perspective, the indentations indeed came to life, embodying the serene posture of Guanyin in meditation. Zhou Yu was overjoyed. So, does that mean it's quite valuable? Shen Qingqing shot him a disapproving glance, exasperated at his lack of ambition. This large Chi-Chi pearl could easily fetch several gold pots. Several gold pots? Zhou Yu was taken aback. Shin, curious about the origin of the Chi pearl, was incensed when Zhou Yu mentioned that the large Chi was merely a few hundred meters away from the trench where he had been trapped. She pinched his waist in frustration. So close, yet you didn't take me to see it? I've never laid eyes on a live Chi before. Zhou Yu, feeling helpless, explained that he had been preoccupied with survival and had lost all his belongings. Such thoughts were far from his mind. Next time, it won't be the same, right? Didn't you say that adult Chikais don't move? Shin turned her back to him, fuming. In the vast ocean, nothing is certain. Just because the books say so doesn't mean they're 1TB Chikais. As fate would have it, upon their return to the location, they indeed found no trace of the Chi, but that is a story for another time. After finishing their lunch, they hurried back to the shipyard, for this was likely their final opportunity to inspect the vessels before making a conclusive decision. Today, they were examining a rather unique type of ship known as a leisure fishing boat. Compared to standard fishing vessels, it offered a significantly larger living space, while also providing a more extensive operational area than typical yachts and fishing boats. Theoretically, it seemed to meet their requirements perfectly. However, as Shin remarked, what appears to be theoretical does not always hold true. This boat exhibited a heavy bow and light stern, making its structure somewhat unbalanced, much like a hastily assembled hybrid. To describe it, it was akin to villagers adding 2 extra stories to a building upon hearing about impending demolition. Ultimately, both were dissatisfied and agreed to return for further discussions. Once again, they revisited the old topic, choosing among the 3 types: fishing boats, leisure fishing boats, and fishing yachts. As for yachts, they were not suited for them. For the 2 of them, fishing boats represented surplus productivity. While they were economical, the living conditions were subpar. Fishing yachts could meet their basic operational needs, but they were prohibitively expensive and required customization and waiting. The leisure fishing boat struck a fine balance between operation and living space, yet for some inexplicable reason, it exuded an air of unreliability. They had heard much about fishing boats and fishing yachts, but only learned about leisure fishing boats today at the shipyard. Given their lack of understanding, the 2 decided to conduct some research. Shin powered on her computer and opened a web page for a search. To their astonishment, the first 5 results were all news articles about capsized vessels. It appeared that this was a type of boat repurposed from fishing vessels to promote coastal tourism. After the redesign, the boats became top-heavy, resulting in a diminished ability to withstand winds, leading to a series of unfortunate accidents. Well, no need to look further, pa. As for fishing boats and angling vessels, they had previously discussed their options and both favored the angling boat. However, taking out a loan to purchase something worth tens of millions was no trivial matter. Ching, why do we work so hard? Isn't it to enjoy life? If we can avoid hardship, it's best to do so. The price of the boat was not a significant concern. They could sell the large clam pearl, and that would cover most of the cost. After hearing Zhou Yu's words, Shin finally made up her mind. All right. After the award ceremony, we will go find Ying to order the angling boat. Chapter 50. The commendation and award ceremony. Having concluded the commendation conference, the 2 resolved to seek out Ying to arrange for a fishing boat. They had already agreed to rent a vessel during the construction of their own, which would serve a dual purpose: to practice navigation and familiarize themselves with the open sea, while also generating some income to save and repay their loans. The large ship was equipped with comprehensive facilities, including radio and navigation systems, effectively mitigating the risks associated with incidents like the theft of mobile phones, which left them feeling utterly helpless. In truth, today had been perilous had the 2 thieves dared to dismantle the boat's outboard motor. The pair might not have had the opportunity to report the crime. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the duo donned their attire with care and took a taxi to the auditorium of the Maritime Administration. After signing in, they were led into the venue, where they joined other honored fishermen. The assembly was densely populated, predominantly filled with personnel from the Coast Guard, Maritime Supervision, and various other government agencies. In the background, television crews and reporters prepared to capture the event. Prominently displayed on the large screen was the grand title: Provincial Maritime National Security People's Defense Line, Special Commendation and Award Ceremony. Once the hour struck, a male host clad in a Coast Guard uniform took the stage, clearly articulating the theme of the gathering before delving into an exposition on the grave and pressing state of maritime safety. The slides that followed showcased a plethora of foreign espionage devices deployed in the oceans. Their staggering numbers and advanced technologies indeed left a striking impression. Zhou Yu felt bewildered, contemplating the sheer volume of such threats and realizing the need for greater diligence. After addressing the serious circumstances, the host transitioned to highlight the impressive achievements of fishermen under the guidance of relevant authorities. Remarkably, numerous items were recovered: torpedoes, sonar devices, robots, and submersibles, alongside a photograph of the faux fish caught by Shen Qingqing, all meticulously presented with brief accounts of their discoverers and the context in which these finds occurred. Just as Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing began to feel drowsy, the host finally called them to the stage to receive their awards. Receiving an award? Hadn't they already distributed them once? The mention of this brought them both to alertness. The host called up 10 names, and aside from Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing, the remaining honorees were all middle-aged men of darker complexion. Shen Qingqing stood out as the only female, her fair skin contrasting vividly against the others, eliciting murmurs of surprise from the audience. In truth, Zhou Yu was not particularly dark-skinned. However, in the presence of Shen Qingqing, he felt as though he had become an honorary African. A group of leaders ascended the stage and shook hands with each fisherman, presenting cash award checks with both hands. Upon receiving their awards, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing discovered that they merely held oversized cardboard checks adorned with grand illustrations of the prizes. The actual monetary rewards were not doubled, resembling a wedding that had been hastily arranged, with the couple now merely dressing the part for a photo opportunity. With each awardee called, the host exuberantly announced, "Fisherman so-and-so receives a prize of XX yuan." Notably, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing were recipients of the highest awards, with only 3 prizes of 100,000 yuan, 5 of 50,000 yuan, and 2 of 10,000 yuan. Once the ceremony concluded, the two maintained their stiff smiles as they descended the stage. Fortunately, in addition to the mock checks, each received a certificate of honor, ensuring that their attendance had not been in vain. After the host concluded with a summary, the award ceremony was declared a resounding success. Throughout the event, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing remained silent, acting merely as tools. The task worth 100,000 was now completely finished. The two let out a sigh of relief and joined the flow of people exiting the venue. "Qingqing, let's go. I'll take you for some milk tea." "Sure. I want it iced. I was just about to melt." "Get one for me too. I'm parched." Suddenly, a figure in uniform stepped between them, closely following their lead. "Hello, Officer Ding." Zhou Yu greeted politely, acknowledging that his single call yesterday had prompted a swift resolution to the case. Regardless of duty, gratitude was due. Shen Qingqing chimed in with a playful smile. "Officer Ding, you're not old at all. You're quite dashing." Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor alongside Zhou Yu, her emotional intelligence surged when faced with outsiders. There was a milk tea shop next to the Maritime Bureau. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing ordered iced drinks while Officer Ding opted for his at room temperature. The three stood under the shade of a tree, sipping their milk tea. "At my age, I have to drink beer warm," Officer Ding joked, opening the floodgates of conversation. Zhou Yu, compelled to play along, replied, "Come on, Officer Ding. Are you really 30? Not that he was flattering. Officer Ding genuinely appeared to be around that age. "I'm 34, he replied. "By the way, Zhou Yu, that Tan Xiaojiang said you can dive for half an hour. Is that true?" "Who is Tan Xiaojiang?" In a flash, Zhou Yu realized he must be one of the two thieves. He chuckled. "Officer Ding, do you know what the world record is? That guy really dares to boast. He must be trying to lighten his sentence. If I could dive for 3 days and nights, that wouldn't be stealing. It would be scavenging, right?" Officer Ding chuckled in response. "I don't believe it either, but those two were quite adamant and even claimed you were involved in a cult. What is that about?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing grew indignant. "Officer Ding, how can we take the nonsense of these thieves seriously? At the dock, aside from the administrators, we don't know anyone. What cult could we possibly belong to?" Officer Ding thought to himself, "You've hit the nail on the head. They weren't suggesting it was just the two of you." In truth, he was primarily concerned about the diving incident. The two thieves, with their dark skin and bald heads, had caught all the fish from their live well, claiming it was done in a minute or two, which was unlikely. However, he didn't believe the half-hour claim. He had merely seized the opportunity to inquire during the event. Since Zhou Yu denied it, that was that. It would hinder the conviction of those two. Finishing his milk tea, he tossed the cup into a nearby trash bin. Officer Ding clapped his hands together. "All right. We've only chatted for a bit. Why so tense? Where are you two headed? I can drive you part of the way." Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing exchanged glances and replied in unison, "To XX shipyard. We're going to find you, Jing, to order a ship." Officer Ding looked astonished. "You're buying a ship? You little ones are quite wealthy." Shen Qingqing replied with a frown. "We're quite poor, actually. We're trying to figure out a loan." Officer Ding's expression became serious as he pondered. Short on funds? I happen to know where they sell ships. Which shipyard has vessels for sale? Observing their nonchalant expressions, Officer Ding added, a nearly new ship will undoubtedly cost no more than half of the market price. Really? What a delightful surprise. The two of them looked at him with eager anticipation. Where? Where? Officer Ding's expression turned slightly awkward. The Maritime Bureau is set to auction off a batch of seized goods, which includes ships and accessories, judicial sales. The two were greatly disappointed. Was this something an ordinary person would dare to touch? By the time they acquired it, they might not even obtain the relevant certificates. Imagine purchasing a vessel that couldn't even set sail. What a predicament that would be. Officer Ding hesitated, exasperated by their naivety. You two should consider who is conducting the auction. They pondered. Who? The Maritime Bureau, of course. Oh, isn't that the very place for handling the necessary documentation? Officer Ding continued, moreover, given your recent achievements, I can assist you somewhat with the paperwork. If you are interested, you might want to check the auction website first. Seeing their faces light up with excitement, he added, it's not on the way to the shipyard, so you two should take a taxi. Chapter 51. The fiery dragon. Officer Ding departed, leaving Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing in a state of disarray. They exchanged glances, both filled with uncertainty. Should they still proceed to the shipyard? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yu remarked, Officer Ding is not one to speak recklessly. Perhaps we should first inspect the auction before making any decisions. Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with agreement. I believe that is prudent. What if there truly is a significant opportunity? Having resolved against visiting the shipyard, the two decided to return home to retrieve their tricycle, intending to collect the crabs from the sea first. The peculiar duo had left the crab and eel traps submerged for several days. The traps were teeming with crabs and lobsters, nearly depleting the bait. In some traps where the bait was scant, these creatures had resorted to cannibalism. Alas, what a waste. Lamented Zhou Yu, my splendid crabs have lost their legs. It's all the fault of those rascals, costing us dearly. As they gathered the crabs and eels, they mourned the unfortunate fate of the disabled crabs, cursing the two foolish thieves. Their haul surpassed even the day they first discovered this crab-catching spot, yielding over 100 pounds of crabs. Including the eels, they sold their catch for 700 yuan, although they had broken their record. This sum reflected several days of accumulation. On average, their earnings had decreased significantly as they had been accustomed to daily returns of 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. Nevertheless, the two were too preoccupied to dwell on such matters and hurried home after settling their accounts. Shoulder to shoulder, they nestled together on the sofa. They powered on the laptop, logged into the auction platform, and began their search for bargains, selecting vessels under auction items and narrowing their search to local listings. A plethora of ships appeared before them. Fishing boats, yachts, and a myriad of engines and accessories were displayed. The current auction process was remarkably transparent, with descriptions of items, ownership status, and any defects clearly outlined. However, the cheaper vessels often bore issues, such as liens or accident histories. Conversely, those without flaws were not affordably priced. The prospect of finding a true bargain proved elusive. As they scrolled through the listings, confusion mounted. Shen Qingqing queried, most of these inexpensive boats indicate that the court bears no responsibility for any transfer of ownership. Bidding on them would be futile. Show you sense something amiss. Court? Didn't Officer Ding mention something about the Maritime Bureau's auctions? Shen Qingqing nudged him playfully with her shoulder. Why didn't you mention this sooner? She swiftly typed Maritime Bureau into the search bar, only to be met with a blank page, deep in thought. Zhou Yu, equally astonished, wondered if Officer Ding could be misleading them. Suddenly, he recalled something. Qingqing, try searching for Maritime Police. Shen Qingqing, though skeptical, typed Maritime Police confiscated goods with a flurry of keystrokes. Upon hitting enter, a long list of items appeared. Goodness, it's not just vessels. There are fishing rods, hooks, clothing, and benches. Wow, did Officer Ding raid someone's home? Shen Qingqing's words triggered a memory for Zhou Yu. Qingqing, do you recall the news from a while back? The Provincial Maritime Police apprehended a transnational smuggling ring and confiscated numerous vessels and supplies. Shen Qingqing recalled the matter and could not help but express her dissatisfaction. This Officer Ding is truly lacking in masculinity. Clearly, it is a maritime police auction. Yet he insists on referring to it as a maritime administration event. Zhou Yu secretly chuckled. Such matters are indeed delicate. Although they are presented on a public platform with auction announcements, without insider information, few are likely to pay attention. Many items may have already been earmarked by insiders. Officer Ding's disclosure bore some caution. Should the two of them unwittingly purchase something predetermined, it would be quite troublesome. However, since he mentioned it. There must be some items suitable for them that had not been preordained. Ching, let us carefully examine this vessel information. I believe there must be something suitable for us among them. As they perused the details one by one, they soon stumbled upon a peculiar vessel, the Jinjianlong. A GF-60 type diesel-powered ocean fishing boat, measuring 17.7 meters in length and 5 meters in width. It has a displacement of 21.3 tons. It is equipped with two Weichai 400 diesel engines with an economical cruising speed of 18 knots and a maximum speed of 22 knots. Its 6,000L fuel tank affords a range of 1,000 nautical miles. The expansive fore and aft decks each feature 4 fixed fishing holes. At first glance, it appears to be an attractive fishing yacht with a flying bridge deck. However, the interior starkly contrasts with typical leisure fishing vessels. Aside from the salon area within the cockpit, there is but one resting cabin. Compared to other fishing boats boasting 3 or 4 rooms, it seems rather meager. Instead, beneath the foredeck lies an enormous 44 cubic meter ice hold, and adjacent to the engine room at the stern are 2 small ice holds and a live well. Is this not the perfect vessel to meet their requirements? Could it be that the yacht's owner also wishes to venture out for fishing? Yet, the realization struck them swiftly. This boat belongs to a smuggling ring. The ice holds and live well are mere facades. Its true purpose is to transport contraband. No wonder it is so grandiose. It is evidently a smuggling vessel disguised as a fishing boat, custom-made for such illicit activities. Zhou Yu concluded that Officer Ding was hinting at this very ship, although the ice holds and live well might not have ever contained a single fish. Their functions are undeniably genuine. Moreover, apart from them, it is unlikely that anyone else would be interested in this vessel, as whether purchased for fishing or leisure. The passenger space is severely inadequate. Any attempts to retrofit it would necessitate altering the entire structural framework of the boat. Such a considerable expenditure would render the opportunity utterly pointless. The auction records revealed that this vessel had failed to sell twice, with its starting price reduced from 600,000 to 420,000. This marks the maximum permissible decrease, indicating how unpopular this boat truly is. This is it. These smugglers have anticipated our needs better than we have. Zhou Yu clapped the sofa in excitement, nearly leaping from his seat. It felt as if the vessel were tailor-made for them. Zhou Yu, let us take action. Shen concurred with delight. This boat was launched this year, and the Nautical Association certified its condition at 90. However, from the videos and images, it would not be an exaggeration to claim it as a new vessel. The most astonishing aspect is that this vessel is classified under the CCS category, allowing it to navigate up to 200 nautical miles from the shore. Such a rarity is seldom found among domestically produced fishing boats. Zhou Yu harbors significant doubts, suspecting that during the approval process, a certain illicit transaction occurred with involved parties, thereby facilitating the interests of criminals. Naturally, the sordidness of the situation is far-reaching, an affair not suited for a mere commoner to concern himself with. Without hesitation, they resolved to take action. To secure the subsequent rights, they registered for the auction using Shen account. Following identity verification, a deposit of 42,000 yuan was promptly deducted from the account. Should their bidding prove unsuccessful, this sum would be automatically refunded thereafter. However, neither of them was the least bit apprehensive about failure. The auction for this vessel had been ongoing for 7 days, concluding at midnight tonight. Yet, as of now, the number of bidders remains at 0. Zhou Yu and Shen are determined to succeed. Chapter 52. The people of Wuling, however, thus far, the number of bidders remains at 0. Zhou Yu and Shen are resolute in their determination. Shen cautiously pressed the button for the minimum bid. With a soft click, 3,000 yuan vanished. My heavens! How exhilarating! Shen hands trembled with anxiety, fearing that a momentary lapse might result in a double click, transforming the bid from 666 to 6,000. There is no need to be anxious. We'll take turns keeping watch. If no one bids, we shall wait indefinitely. If someone bids, we can respond accordingly. Thus, the two began to engage in a silent stare-off, eyes fixed on the screen, terrified that a careless moment might result in someone else snatching the vessel away. Even dinner was consumed in shifts, with one of them always stationed by the computer. Zhou Yu initially believed that no one else would place a bid. To his astonishment, when the auction page refreshed at 8 o'clock, the current price had soared to 426,000 yuan. What the heck? There's a shill. Zhou Yu fumed. Irate that after 2 unsuccessful auctions, as soon as he placed a bid, others emerged. He seized the mouse, intent on increasing his offer, but Shin grasped his hand, saying, "Wait, don't bid yet. Let us bide our time." In that moment, Zhou Yu realized his folly, lamenting his miscalculation. What a loss. I should have waited until the last 5 minutes to bid. Now I've squandered an extra 6,000 yuan. The bidders were undoubtedly not genuine buyers. They were merely attempting to inflate the price. Had they waited a bit longer to bid, the shills would have had no opportunity to spring forth. Back and forth. It was a needless waste of 6,000 yuan. After dinner, the two settled in with drinks and snacks, their eyes glued to the computer screen. At 11:50, they could no longer afford to delay. This time, Zhou Yu took the initiative and pressed the minimum bid button once more. The current price stood at 429,000 yuan. The moment the bid was successful, both their hearts raced, fearful that the shills might leap out again to raise the price. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. At 11:56, the bidding closed. We did it. We own the ship. The two embraced, their backs slapping loudly in celebration. The official auction platform provided authoritative notarization, confirming Shin qualifications. As long as the remaining balance was settled within the stipulated time, the ship was unequivocally theirs. Zhou Yu took out his phone and transferred 214,500 yuan to Shin, who promptly paid the remaining balance. Thus, they became the proud owners of the fiery dragon. By the time they returned to their room in the early hours, Zhou Yu was still too exhilarated to sleep. From this moment forth, he was the owner of a grand vessel. He could hardly wait for dawn to arrive so he could head to the port and retrieve his ship. The following morning, both appeared with dark circles under their eyes, their faces long and sorrowful. In the middle of the night, they had realized it was the National Day holiday. No formalities could be processed, and finding someone to inspect the ship was impossible. With no alternatives, they would have to continue their voyage. A large ship not only signified wealth but also immense pressure. What does a 6,000-liter fuel tank entail? Refueling would cost nearly 40,000 yuan. Moreover, they needed to purchase fishing gear suitable for deep-sea operations, as well as ice blocks for the ice storage, which amounted to a considerable expense. Presently, after filling a tank with fuel, the money left in their pockets was negligible. It was imperative to strive harder. During the 3-day holiday, the two of them rose early and returned late, truly exhausting themselves. Not only did they fish and set nets, but upon discovering large crabs on the seabed that refused to enter the traps, Zhou Yu would personally dive to retrieve them. By now, Shin had become accustomed to his diving endeavors, though she incessantly asked if he could speak to his master about taking her on as an apprentice. Where could Zhou Yu possibly find a master for her? He could only fabricate a tale, claiming that after his master taught him the skill of turtle breathing, he had passed away. After fabricating such a story, Shin began to pester him to teach her the same technique. This predicament was quite troublesome. He certainly could not claim he had also perished. He continued to deceive Shin, asserting that turtle breathing was a practice exclusive to men, while women practiced snake sleeping technique, which even his master could not perform. Shin was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why breath-holding should be gender-specific. Zhou Yu discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting that honesty is crucial. Indeed, one lie necessitates countless others to sustain it. In the past few days, Zhou Yu had taken Shin to search for giant clams, but other than a shallow pit, they found not a trace of them. As the holiday concluded, the two hurried to the maritime police station. Upon seeing them, Officer Ding smiled. "Youngsters, you indeed possess a bit of insight. I thought you wouldn't find that ship." Zhou Yu and Shin expressed their gratitude. "Thanks to Officer Ding for your help. Are you free tonight for a meal?" Officer Ding shot them a look. "I compliment you for a moment, and you start to get muddled. Do you think I need a meal from you? Come. I'll take you to see the ship." The confiscated vessel was docked at a nearby public pier. When the Jinjianlong appeared before them, both were astounded. It was essentially a brand new ship. Isn't it remarkably new? Indeed, it is new. This vessel is embarking on its maiden voyage, and we caught it red-handed. Its maiden voyage? The engine has probably not even run for 24 hours. They increasingly felt that a meal was an inadequate expression of gratitude. Such a new ship was worth at least 100. Without Officer Ding, they would never have stumbled upon this opportunity. Their gratitude deepened immensely. The ship featured sleeping quarters, a private bathroom, and an open kitchen just outside the cockpit door. To the left of the door was a concealed gas and sink area, while the right housed a live bait tank. In front of the live bait tank was a ladder leading to the flybridge deck. The flybridge deck also included a small salon area, complete with sofas, chairs, and tables. Ingeniously, to facilitate the transport of smuggled goods. A crane compartment had been designed in front of the ice storage. When not in use, it could be folded down and hidden within the compartment. When needed, the door could be opened, and with a simple insertion of a locking bolt, it transformed into a small crane capable of lifting substantial weight. For Zhou Yuning and Shen Qingqing, this design was nothing short of miraculous. The more they observed the ship, the more they grew fond of it. Let us not linger too long. We have a multitude of formalities to attend to, Officer Ding urged. The ship's documentation was clear and unencumbered. The smugglers, anticipating inspections by the maritime police, had carried all the necessary paperwork with them, which ultimately led to their complete confiscation. Indeed, the judicial auction page states that the Maritime Police Bureau bears no responsibility for the transfer of any ownership certificates. Had it not been for Officer Ding's prior disclosure, they would not have dared to make a purchase, even at the cost of their lives. The original shipowner is now incarcerated, and as a forfeited vessel, the original property certificate has been annulled. Recently, the Maritime Police Bureau has been processing a batch of confiscated ships. It is all part of a systematic operation, and the Maritime Administration naturally provides unimpeded support. The new vessel name, Wuling Run, is the brainchild of Shen Qingqing. Initially, it was suggested that Zhou Yu come up with a name, but while he was adept at spinning tales, he faltered when it came to naming. He concocted a series of ludicrous names like seahorse pufferfish paired with bronze and black iron, which he found embarrassing even to utter. In contrast, Shen Qingqing's choice, Wuling Ren, resonates with purpose, highlighting the fishing vocation of the Wuling people. Both attended university, yet Zhou Yu felt as though his tuition had been in vain. Following closely behind Officer Ding, they seized the opportunity to complete the ownership registration for this batch of ships in a single day, thereby truly becoming the rightful owners of the vessel. Chapter 53, Preparations for Departure. No matter how many green lights were given, the tedious procedures had consumed an entire day, filled with endless running around. At noon, the three of them managed a meal at the Maritime Bureau's cafeteria. Now that everything was settled, while Shen Qingqing stepped away to the restroom, Zhou Yu seized the moment to persuade Officer Ding to join them for dinner. Officer Ding chuckled and remarked, "Do you really think I'm a charitable soul, offering my assistance for free?" Zhou Yu was taken aback, pondering the implication of his words. "If you don't purchase it, this will go unsold. Once it's in your hands, it will at least serve a purpose. Besides, I've helped the Bureau earn an additional 6,000 yuan. A sense of familiarity washed over Zhou Yu at the mention of 6,000 yuan. "Oh, I see. It's you, you old rascal." Zhou Yu found himself both amused and exasperated. Officer Ding was indeed quite the prankster. While he was certainly not a shill, it seemed to be a jest, perhaps a way to impart wisdom to the younger generation. Nonetheless, the lesson worth 6,000 yuan was no trivial matter. Officer Ding glanced around and, with an air of mystery, said, "Regardless, this ship is indeed quite a bargain. Why is it that no one seems interested?" Zhou Yu, intrigued, inquired, "Is there more to this story?" Officer Ding leaned closer, lowering his voice. "This vessel, you see, is not something just anyone can handle. The nominal ship owner is currently incarcerated. The true owner and his two accomplices jumped ship and fled. Yet, in a matter of just over a minute, all three were found lifeless. Isn't that rather eerie? They dare not pass it on to friends or family for fear of being scolded." He glanced at Zhou Yu. "Now that the ship is in your possession, I trust you won't be cursing me behind my back?" Zhou Yu nearly laughed, feeling uneasy about this unexpected fortune. However, his words brought him a sense of reassurance. "Of course not, Officer Ding. Qingqing and I are of upright character. We don't believe in such superstitions. You've helped us save money. I should be treating you to dinner." "Ha ha, good lad. I knew I had not misjudged you. Wait until you make some profit before treating me. For now, just don't let me make a mistake." Officer Ding patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder, offering a few encouraging words before turning to leave. Just then, Shen Qingqing returned and noticed his departing figure. Curiously, she asked, "Zhou Yu, why didn't you invite Officer Ding to dinner?" "That Officer Ding is henpecked. His wife called him home for dinner," he thought to himself. Of course, he wished to invite him, but the man's integrity left no room for temptation. As for the matter of the drowned, he gracefully chose to omit it. Discussing such tragedies might unsettle the young lady. Shen Qingqing, with a hint of envy, remarked, "I never expected Officer Ding to appear so serious, yet be so gentle with his wife." Unintentionally, she had helped establish Officer Ding's reputation as a devoted husband. A small token of gratitude in return. Though the ownership of the Wuling had been officially transferred, the final settlement had not yet reached its deadline, allowing them to remain at the public dock for a few more days. The following morning, the two made their way to the dock where the dry dock was moored, seeking to rent a new berth. $5,500 a month. Why don't you just go and rob a bank? We are aboard a fishing vessel, not a yacht. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing were truly taken aback by the annual fee of $66,000. Young man, do not be overly agitated. This charge is already based on fishing boat rates. The minimum for a yacht is $8 per foot per day, which would amount to $180,000 per year for your vessel. In truth, do you not have an inkling of whether it is a fishing boat or not? The administrator extended his finger, tapping on the images of the boat certificates presented by the two, wearing a calm and composed expression, as if everything was under control. The two felt a twinge of guilt. The Wollongren was undeniably a luxurious fishing yacht by appearance. However, we are registered as a fishing boat. Nevertheless, the administrator was correct. Yacht docks charge at least $8 per foot. The issue is, this is not even a professional yacht dock. The conclusion reached was one of compromise. Zhou Yu took a step back, as did Shen Qingqing, and they begrudgingly paid $5,500. There was no alternative. They could not truly drift aimlessly at sea. They were astonished that the docking fee alone was so exorbitant, and the thought of subsequent maintenance and upkeep left them even more distressed. Fortunately, Zhou Yu was studying mechanical design and manufacturing automation, making equipment repair and maintenance a trivial matter. At least they would save on labor costs, only needing to spend on parts and materials. Or else the expenses would have been even greater. Once the docking arrangement was settled, the two hurried to the fishing tackle shop. Deep-sea fish were not to be underestimated, often weighing in at 100 pounds or more. If they continued using their previous fishing rods, they risked breaking them the moment they encountered a sizable catch. Thus, acquiring 2 sets of rods capable of handling large fish was imperative. The owner relished customers like them, who immediately sought gear for deep-sea giants. He skillfully presented 3 sets of fishing rod combinations: entry-level, intermediate, and expert. Translated into plain terms, this meant expensive, fairly expensive, and exorbitantly expensive. Upon seeing the prices, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing gasped, nearly sucking the heat out of the room. The entry-level set started at $5,000, which was quite a financial burden. Thicker, longer lines, larger, sturdier hooks, and heavy reels that could accommodate more. It must be said, these items held significant allure for Zhou Yu. It is often said that underperforming students possess an abundance of stationery. However, as an engineering student, Zhou Yu firmly believed that to excel in one's craft, one must first have the right tools. Having a pen does not guarantee high marks, but lacking one ensures a score of 0. Those who toil at the front lines harbor a disdain for subpar tools that outsiders cannot fathom. Therefore, even if they were costly, they had to be purchased. Shen Qingqing, the theoretical expert in sea fishing, had already been financially drained by Zhou Yu. Seizing the opportunity to play the role of a deity, she dragged the owner into an extensive learning session, repeatedly inquiring about the classifications and distinctions of rods, lines, hooks, and reels. The owner, having exhausted his saliva, thought to himself that unless she spent $10,000 today, she would not leave his shop. Given that she had asked questions, it was evident she did not intend to learn for free. In the end, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing spent nearly $30,000 in the tackle shop. The 2 sets of heavy-duty boat fishing gear alone cost them $17,000, while they also purchased 3 nets for catching fish in case they encountered a large school. 5 sets of fishing line cost over $1,000. The fishing line and drop line were similar in structure, but the fishing line used in deep-sea operations needed to be significantly thicker. They also acquired 2 large collapsible crab traps, which were quite different from the ones he had previously purchased, being rectangular steel cages with mesh openings of up to 8 centimeters. Only large crabs and lobsters were captured, perfectly embodying Zhou Yu's persona as a merciful killer. The reason for purchasing only 2 was their exorbitant price, exceeding $200 each. Zhou Yu intended to assess their effectiveness. If satisfactory, he could procure the materials to replicate them himself. He acquired a complete array of fishing gear and bait. Shen Qingqing even went so far as to purchase a set of deep-sea diving equipment. The last incident, where she was ensnared by seaweed, not only failed to instill fear, but also ignited her interest in diving. Each time she watched Zhou Yu plunge into the depths, she felt an overwhelming desire to join him. Unable to master the turtle breathing technique, she resolved to rely on a tank instead. This set was again over $3,000. And although Shen Qingqing contemplated a more economical option, Zhou Yu firmly insisted that one should not skimp on essential gear. Chapter 54. The Sea, Here We Come. In addition to the essential fishing gear, bedding, pillows, slippers, and the necessary kitchen utensils, mops, and other household items had to be procured. The two were occupied until the afternoon, finally gathering all these items. They drove a tricycle to the public dock, loading the fishing equipment and miscellaneous goods onto the boat. Officer Ding provided the contact information for fuel and ice vendors. With a single call, both the fueling boat and the refrigeration truck arrived shortly thereafter. Over the past few days, several confiscated vessels had departed from the official dock, all requiring fuel and ice, and both vendors were quite familiar with the process. However, upon seeing the enormous ice hold of the Wollongren, with a 6,000-liter fuel tank, the vendors expressed their astonishment. While they had encountered larger vessels, they had never seen such a small boat equipped with such a substantial ice chamber and fuel tank. The refueling took over an hour. During this time, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing not only undertook a thorough cleaning of the entire boat, but also took the opportunity to disembark and replenish a few items. The kindness of the Coast Guard was evident. Not only had they emptied the fuel tank, but they also removed the gas cylinder intended for the kitchen. Zhou Yu had no choice but to go ashore to purchase a new one, which cost over 1,000 yuan for a 50-kilogram cylinder, including the tank. After this experience, the two inspected the boat carefully. It became clear that, aside from the originally outfitted items, little remained on board. It was no wonder that the online auction for seized goods was filled with odds and ends, even including the tea table of the offenders. In total, the fueling expense was 39,000 yuan, while the ice cost over 3,000 yuan, demonstrating that even abundance comes at a price. Once all was settled, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Under normal circumstances, they would have returned home for a meal and leisure, but this time was different. Without a moment's hesitation, they resolved to set sail immediately. They understood that even if it were not yet 4 o'clock, they would embark regardless of the encroaching darkness. With nearly 50,000 yuan invested in their journey, returning home would only deprive them of sleep. The Wollongren was equipped with an electric anchor winch, and the anchor chain was plated in silver. As it started, the shimmering silver anchor was dragged from the water with a clatter, resembling a work of art. Shen Qingqing, leaning against the railing on the flybridge deck, her long hair flowing and skirt billowing, held the walkie-talkie, calling out, Xiao Yu, the sea is calm and clear. No obstacles, ready to set sail. Over. Zhou Yu, in the cockpit, could also see the sea conditions, but he cooperatively responded over the radio. Received. I will sound the horn. Hold onto the railing. Over. The Wollongren let out its first cry, and with a deft turn of the steering wheel, the new vessel flawlessly exited the harbor. Shen Qingqing lowered her hands from her ears and began filming a video on her phone. The blue sky, white clouds, splashing waves, and flying birds, not to mention the exquisite and lavish vessel itself, were captured beautifully. The flybridge deck, free and graceful, was the centerpiece. Zhou Yu's silhouette as he navigated the boat swept past, and Shen Qingqing positioned herself at the bow, capturing a full-body shot. The Wollongren, dedicated to the art of fishing, was now setting forth into the sea. Here we come. After carefully selecting and editing the footage into a 15-second clip, she posted it to her social media. Shen Qingqing then descended to the resting cabin to change her attire. This long dress had been chosen specifically for the video, and it was time to switch to something more suitable for work. The new vessel has arrived, yet she has yet to indulge in the thrill of sailing. The destination is not particularly close. At a steady economic speed, it will require over 4 hours of navigation. One would expect the Wollongren to have undergone trial runs, ensuring that its maiden voyage would be relatively brief. However, both Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing are brimming with confidence. After all, this is a ship custom-made for smugglers, and its reliability is beyond question. Once Shen Qingqing took the helm, Zhou Yu found himself with a rare moment of leisure. He lived as if in hiding, wary of others discovering his circumstances, and he certainly refrained from posting anything on social media. Seizing this opportunity, he retrieved his tools and embarked on a special modification of the Wollongren. First, he installed 2 large marine sensors. However, instead of buoyancy balls, he opted for 2 50G deep-sea lead weights. He cast them through the left and right windows of the cockpit into the sea, securing the other end directly to the steering wheel. Next, he meticulously adhered fishing lines along the path with tape, ensuring they posed no tripping hazard and were virtually invisible. He left about a foot of slack under the steering wheel, ensuring it would not impede navigation. As Zhou Yu replaced Shen Qingqing at the helm, the moment he grasped the fishing line, the underwater world stretched out before him, encompassing over 90 meters in either direction. He was nearly elated to the point of jumping. From the moment he boarded the Wollongren, he had been contemplating how to continue utilizing his unique abilities. Simply observing the sea with buoyancy balls was insufficient, and he could not rely on Xinqing to navigate indefinitely. Thus, he devised a plan to attach the sensors to the steering wheel. To his astonishment, this experiment yielded unexpected delight. Previously, he could only scan a 90-meter radius at fixed points, but once in motion, some areas would inevitably be overlooked. Now, with the two lead weights acting as sensing points, he was able to create an overlapping 90-meter oval sensing area, completely unaffected by movement. Astonishingly, at a speed of 18 knots, exceeding his previous sensing limits, the imagery remained intact. Clearly, he had made significant progress during his time aboard. Xinqing, you continue navigating. I will affix another sensor, Zhou Yu instructed. Xinqing exhibited no surprise. Without a fish finder aboard the Wollongren, they were reliant on Zhou Yu's marine sensors. Even if the outcome were uncertain, it would provide some psychological comfort and perhaps a stroke of luck. Zhou Yu proceeded to secure another sensor at the bow, creating 3 sensing circles like petals that could simultaneously cover most areas within a 100-meter diameter. He decided against placing one at the stern, as it might inadvertently become entangled in the propeller. Finally, he replaced the buoyancy ball with a long line and lead weight for use when the vessel was not in motion. Once he completed this task, Zhou Yu traversed the Wollongren several times to familiarize himself with its layout. The ship comprises 2 distinct sections, the deck and the cabin above it, situated in the middle of the vessel. The rectangular cockpit features the steering position in the upper right corner, while the lower left corner hosts a small kitchenette. The 2 longer sides are adorned with elongated sofas. Between the steering position and the left sofa lies the entrance to the lower hold, complete with a staircase. Directly facing this entrance is the cockpit door. Descending the stairs reveals a modest standing space of just over a square meter. To either side are doors. Opening the left one reveals a bathroom, while the right leads to a washroom with a sink, both equipped with ventilation systems. Turning around, he lifted the descending staircase as one would a hatchback door. The concealed resting chamber has now come to light. In fact, the entire living quarters are situated beneath the cockpit, with a vast ice storage compartment located under the foredeck, while the engine room, fresh water tank, and smaller ice chamber are found beneath the aft deck. These areas are distinctly separated from the living quarters, with entrances and exits that open onto the deck. The design of the 3 major sections beneath the deck is remarkably ingenious and rational. Zhou Yu even feels that these smugglers surpass many ship designers by leaps and bounds. Less than 2 hours into the voyage, it was time for dinner. Zhou Yu first prepared a large pot of rice using gas, followed by a simmering pot of spare ribs and a stir-fried dish of mushu tomatoes. The open kitchen is partially sheltered by the flybridge deck above, with the cockpit extending outwards to provide protection on either side. It can be considered semi-open, as long as there is no wind from the rear. Rain poses no issue. However, even in the face of strong winds, the cockpit is equipped with an induction cooker and rice cooker, despite the presence of an exhaust hood. The aroma of cooking oil is difficult to completely eliminate. If possible, the open kitchen remains the preferable option. Zhou Yu devoured his dinner voraciously before pushing the bowls aside. Xinqing, let me take the helm. After you finish your meal, you should rest in the sleeping quarters. As he took the wheel, Zhou Yu felt a surge of excitement. Beneath the water, there are treasures to be found. Chapter 55. The first trial of fishing 2 hours had elapsed since departing from the port, and they had long since left the inland sea, entering the realm of our nation's exclusive economic zone. In stark contrast to the sparse marine life of the inland sea, the waters here teemed with a greater variety of fish. With a fleeting glance, Zhou Yu discerned at least 4 or 5 fine fish swimming around the Wollongren vessel. Had he been aboard the dry duck, he would have promptly halted. However, this was the Wollongren, equipped with a 6,000-liter fuel tank. The potential yield from those few fish hardly justified the fuel expense. Oh dear, how foolish of me, Zhou Yu exclaimed, slapping his thigh, startling Xinqing, who turned to him with wide eyes, a piece of pork chop still dangling from her mouth, her cheeks adorably puffed out. Xinqing, we both forgot to cast our fishing rods. With a thud, the pork chop fell onto the coffee table, and a blush crept onto Xinqing's cheeks. How embarrassing. Despite her coastal upbringing, she had been as distracted as Zhou Yu, fixated on fishing in the open sea, neglecting to fish while sailing. Having dined, Xinqing promptly positioned 2 fishing rods at the stern of the vessel. As the Wollongren sped through the waters, the bait floated near the surface, rendering the bobbers ineffective. Xinqing could only periodically adjust the reels to check for bites, running back and forth between the 2 rods every few minutes. Zhou Yu, glancing over, couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. How many fish could one catch on the way? Had he known, he would have kept quiet. Xinqing, just leave 1 rod, he suggested. There aren't any large fish nearby, so there's no need to keep running around. Yet Xing was undeterred, with the Woolingren towing her along. It was akin to automatic fishing. Before long, she had reeled in 2 fish. Just as they were conversing, her reel tightened, signaling another catch. Hee little you. Steer your boat. With the vessel's motion, the fish could hardly maintain its posture. A 6 or 7 pound turbot was effortlessly hoisted aboard by Xing. Encouraged by her success, she continued to fish enthusiastically, darting back and forth between the 2 rods. The good catches were promptly tossed into the live well, while the lesser ones were relegated to the bait box, destined to lure larger fish at their destination. As night fell, the Woolingren activated its navigation lights. With a dozen nautical miles remaining to their destination, Zhou Yu brought the vessel to a halt. Zhou Yu, have we arrived so soon? Xing asked, surprised, as the journey should have taken about another hour. Zhou Yu remained nonchalant, replying softly, after all, it's all open sea, it matters not where we are. I find this spot quite agreeable, perfectly tranquil for fishing, alleviating the need for your incessant running about. He certainly would not divulge that he had spotted several tuna congregating below. After contemplating his words, Xing concurred. They were now over 100 kilometers offshore. With ample resources and an additional hour of travel seemed superfluous. The destination they had initially selected was merely the excited impulse of novice sailors, fuel-consuming without significant purpose. Very well. I shall heed your advice. I, too, wish to experience night fishing. She retrieved 2 expensive heavy-duty rods, securing them in the bow's fishing holes. Extracting 2 live mackerel from the bait box, she affixed them to the hooks and cast them into the sea, releasing the line with ease. As soon as the fishing rod was set up, Xing exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to lower the crab and eel traps to prevent entanglement. The traps should not be placed too close to the fishing area." Xing suggested retrieving the fishing rod, lowering the traps, and then moving to another spot to fish. Zhou Yu countered, "But that won't do. The tuna can't be moved. Wouldn't that render the effort futile? Xing, let us fish first. I suspect there aren't many crabs here." Xing had long since admired Zhou Yu's prowess in finding fish and crabs to the point of reverence. Since he had spoken, she felt compelled to trust his judgment. Initially, Zhou Yu refrained from throwing out the frozen bait, as it was quite expensive. They had purchased 10 boxes, spending over 5,000 yuan. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to waste it. Thus, even though they were aware that catching large fish required the bait, not even Xing protested. Unfortunately, those cunning tuna, although merely 20 meters away from the Woolingren hull, remained indifferent to the struggling mackerel in the water. Did they have nasal congestion? Xing, I'll go fetch a box of frozen bait. Zhou Yu turned towards the ice storage. Xing hesitated, but ultimately did not stop him, muttering to herself, one must invest to reap rewards. Catching a bluefin would cover the cost. Zhou Yu found her amusing. The girl was quite greedy. However, it turned out to be futile. Below were 2 big-eyed tuna and 1 longfin. After hauling 2 boxes of frozen bait to the bow of the boat, Zhou Yu began chopping and tossing pieces, calling out, 20, 20, 20, 30. Oh no, that piece was too large. A few tuna that had been leisurely swimming at the seabed suddenly found themselves under an unexpected shower of self-service. After consuming several chunks of fish, the 2 big-eyed tuna realized that not only was the chef's skill subpar, resulting in tough meat, but the delivery location was also becoming increasingly inconvenient. In search of sustenance, they had no choice but to relocate and swim forward. Piece by piece, the supplier finally had a moment of clarity and delivered a live one. "Bring it here." At the bow, Xing was feeling the pinch. She was already reluctant to part with the bait, and Zhou Yu's shout prompted her to mentally tally the costs. Adding 20, 20, 20, 30, before she knew it, the expenses had soared to 380. Who wouldn't he feel the sting? As Zhou Yu changed direction and tossed another piece further away, just as he was about to calculate the costs, the fishing rod suddenly creaked and bent down. "Wow, I've caught 380. Overjoyed, her thoughts became jumbled, and without a hint of shyness, she lunged forward to reel it in. The big-eyed tuna, oblivious to the self-service buffet being snatched away, instinctively swam in the opposite direction. This reaction was rather typical. Xing quickly released the line, handling the situation with poise. Zhou Yu, however, was not as optimistic. The fish was hefty, and the tug-of-war was bound to be challenging. He promptly reeled in his own rod to avoid entanglement and moved behind Xing, ready to assist. "Zhou Yu, no. This is my first giant catch. I must defeat it myself." Zhou Yu was helpless. This was about sentiment, but he was wasting time. Time equated to money, and rounding it off, She was squandering much more than 380. However, the girl spoke, and he could only watch. The act of fishing is often likened to tug-of-war. Yet it is far more akin to the delicate art of kite flying. When the fish surges with vigor, one allows the line to extend, enabling it to ascend higher. Should its strength to break free diminish, one reels it back in. It is only when both parties reach a state of equilibrium that the true tug-of-war commences, with one force pressing against the other. In a matter of moments, over 400 meters of line had been deployed, and as the tuna's struggles waned, Shen Qingqing promptly reeled it in. The back-and-forth battle had begun in earnest. Standing at 169 centimeters and weighing 50 kilograms, Shen Qingqing faced a giant-eye tuna exceeding 2 meters in length and weighing at least 100 kilograms. After merely 10 minutes of combat, it seemed she was on the verge of being pulled overboard. Zhou Yu could no longer bear to watch. Disregarding all else, he swiftly enveloped Shen Qingqing in his embrace. Chapter 56. The Big-Eyed Tuna and the School of Fish. Zhou Yu could no longer bear to watch. Without a second thought, he embraced Shen Qingqing, enveloping her small hands within his own. One hand firmly grasped the fishing rod, while the other assisted her in operating the reel. Standing at 178 centimeters and weighing 80 kilograms, Zhou Yu's combined weight and height with Shen Qingqing surpassed that of the tuna they were battling. Moreover, the collaboration of male and female made the task less arduous. After all, how could a solitary fish contend against them? As soon as Zhou Yu took control, the tuna found itself at a disadvantage. Yet, Shen Qingqing remained obstinately defiant. Humph, this was her first catch. She resented being interrupted. Zhou Yu thought to himself that if he didn't intervene soon, she might end up losing it to the depths of the sea. This tug-of-war lasted a mere 10 minutes before the tuna, defeated, was dragged to the edge of the boat. The massive head of the fish was illuminated under the spotlight. And Shen Qingqing cheered, "It's a big-eyed tuna. My very first colossal catch." Zhou Yu interrupted her jubilation, reminding her that the battle was not yet won. "Qingqing, go to the cockpit and fetch the spear gun." Shen Qingqing bent down, releasing the fishing rod and swiftly darting toward the cockpit. Though referred to as a spear gun, it was actually a harpoon. They had previously examined two models at the tackle shop, one priced over 3,000, the other exceeding 8,000, both equipped with a sighting mechanism. The exorbitant prices had astonished them. Purchasing either would leave them unable to fill their gas tank. Yet, they could not forego the tool altogether. Zhou Yu opted instead for a stainless steel harpoon designed for shallow waters, equipped with barbs and a tether, costing only a few dozen yuan. He dared not let Shen Qingqing handle it. Without a sight, even with the bright lights, she might inadvertently toss it into the sea. Shen Qingqing nestled back into Zhou Yu's embrace to take the fishing rod. He picked up the harpoon from the deck, aimed it at the thrashing tuna, and decisively launched it. The harpoon pierced through, penetrating the brain. Even a creature of the deep, once its brain was damaged, quickly ceased its struggle. Zhou Yu opened the hatch of the boat's winch compartment, erecting the collapsible winch. Shen Qingqing secured the rope and looped it around the tuna's tail. Zhou Yu operated the remote control, and the nearly 2-meter-long fish was hoisted upside down. Zhou Yu was utterly unfamiliar with the handling of tuna, while Shen Qingqing was a theoretical expert. Fortunately, Zhou Yu possessed strong practical skills. Together they resembled Wang Yuyan directing Qiaofeng. With one swift cut at the tail and another at the chest to allow for blood drainage, they followed Shen Qingqing's instructions, which suggested that the internal organs should ideally be removed as well. As novices without professional tools, they hesitated to make any incisions, fearing they might ruin the fish with a careless mistake. Once the blood had drained completely, Zhou Yu retrieved a water gun to wash both the fish and the deck. The boat was designed for self-draining, and after the cleansing, it appeared immaculate. Thanks to the timely washing, not a hint of fishy odor lingered. The ice hold and the winch compartment were adjacent to one another. Opening the ice hold door, the winch was lowered, and together they effortlessly placed the tuna deep within the ice chamber. One must admit that this collapsible remote-controlled winch was a remarkable tool, whether for smuggling or fishing. It could replace several strong men. After all this commotion, it was already past 9 o'clock. The other two tunas had long since escaped Zhou Yu's sensing range. In the pitch darkness, there was nowhere to search. Noticing Shen Qingqing's exhaustion, Zhou Yu decided to cease fishing for the time being. The two cast their crab and eel traps into the water, leaving the cumbersome task of baiting the hooks for another day. The Wuling Ren anchored, and they tidied their equipment before returning to their cabins to wash up and rest. Shen Qingqing settled into the sleeping quarters, while Zhou Yu opted for the cockpit. Shen Qingqing was agreeable to Zhou Yu sleeping down below, given that the folding bunks accommodated 4 beds when unfolded. However, Zhou Yu harbored a slight claustrophobia. He particularly disliked rooms without windows. Given Zhou Yu's physical stamina, handling the tuna was not overly taxing. Yet, regardless of fatigue, his sleep resembled that of a lifeless creature. Come morning, he awoke with a sneeze. Upon opening his eyes, he found Shen Qingqing teasingly flicking a strand of hair across his face. Hey, Qingqing, why are you up so early? Shen Qingqing shot him a playful glance. Can't you check the time yourself? Hurry up, breakfast is ready. Zhou Yu fished his phone from the couch, astonished to find it was already 7 a.m. He had never slept in so late at home. It was absurd that Shen Qingqing, so worn out, was up at such an hour while he, having had an easy night, was just waking up. He began to suspect that perhaps the 3 boat captains had conspired to keep him in bed. It seemed a water immersion ritual to honor Mazu was in order. Breakfast consisted of lean meat porridge and steamed buns. The porridge was freshly cooked, while the buns had been bought and stored in the freezer, 80 of them purchased at once. Even with both of them being hearty eaters, consuming one each for breakfast over the course of a week would be no issue. After a satisfying meal, they felt rejuvenated. With their spirits restored, they were reminded of the hefty investment weighing on their shoulders. They needed to earn money. Fishing was imperative. They deployed the crane. And both the crab and eel traps were swiftly retrieved. The bounty of the open sea was evident, although not a crab-rich terrain. They had managed to catch 8 large crabs and 4 lobsters overnight. The most astonishing catch was in the steel trap, where 3 of the biggest crabs and 2 of the largest lobsters resided. To provide a sense of scale, the mesh grid of 8 centimeters could barely contain them, with each crab weighing over a pound. The eel trap was even more remarkable. Though it contained only 3 eels, their size dwarfed those found in the inner sea, each thicker than Shen Qingqing's arm, leading Zhou Yu to suspect they belonged to an entirely different species. Was it possible for them to grow larger simply due to the depths of the water? After collecting the traps, Zhou Yu started the wooling wren. The day's plan was to first locate a spot for crab trapping, then search for tuna or other large deep-sea fish. Shen Qingqing, not at the helm, had her own challenges, sitting alone on the deck to bait the hooks. 2 lines with over 100 fishhooks each awaited her attention, and the live bait from the previous day was woefully insufficient. She had no choice but to resort to the frozen bait, chopping and threading it onto the hooks. This task was both arduous and tedious, but Zhou Yu needed to keep a vigilant eye on the sea floor and could not assist her. As often happens, events unfolded in rapid succession. Shen Qingqing was overwhelmed with her tasks when a school of mackerel unexpectedly approached. With a swift turn of the wheel, Zhou Yu maneuvered the wooling wren right in front of the fish school. Though feeling somewhat apologetic, he promptly called out to Shen Qingqing. Qingqing, we can deal with the fishing line later. First, let us cast the net. Qingqing acknowledged the command with an over. If he had been the one being directed in such a manner, he would likely have been infuriated, a storm of frustration brewing within him. Yet, Shen Qingqing exhibited no trace of displeasure. Without hesitation, she cast aside the knife and fishing line, swiftly turning to lift the lid of the small ice compartment. Retrieving the adhesive net, she tossed the buoy of the net into the ocean, while the other end was dragged by the boat, successfully unfurling the 200-meter-long net. Their teamwork was seamless, and soon 3 large nets were strategically positioned in a triangular pocket before the advancing school of fish. Chapter 57. The second battle with the tuna. Unlike the previous strategy of passively waiting in the inland sea, this time the net was cast without a prolonged wait. Soon, a school of mackerel collided with the sticky net. After a brief turmoil, the waters settled down. The diminutive mackerel slipped through the net, while the larger, more robust ones became ensnared. Zhou Yu halted the vessel and set up the crane on the foredeck. The 3 sticky nets were gradually hauled up. The crane, increasingly favored by the 2, could be elevated, rotated, and its arms extended. Zhou Yu approached primarily to assist with the fish. With remote control capabilities, Shen Qingqing could operate the crane single-handedly. Ordinary mackerel may not fetch a high price, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The 3 nets brimmed with a bounty, totaling several hundred pounds. Even if they did not sell them, they could be tossed into the ice hold as frozen bait, a splendid alternative. These creatures perished upon surfacing, eliminating the struggle and making the process considerably less strenuous. Nonetheless, Zhou Yu found himself dizzy and irritable from the task. Yet, the thought of Shen Qingqing, busy with the fishing lines and the fish, motivated him to persevere. After more than an hour of labor, they finally stowed the fish in the ice hold. They grabbed 2 bottles of ice-cold soda, each indulging in a bottle on the deck, refreshing themselves. Ah, what a relief, they exhaled, enjoying the chill. Thank you, Qingqing, for your hard work. We must continue with the fishing lines. Zhou Yu felt a blush creep upon him as he uttered these words. Chuckling, he quickly sought out a few larger fish. In truth, compared to those professional fishermen, They were enjoying a rather leisurely endeavor. The Wu Ling Rin set sail once more, this time discovering a seabed depression, a labyrinth of rocky outcrops and crevices. The marine life was abundant, predominantly lobsters and crabs. Zhou Yu navigated the vessel while Shen Qingqing took action, casting down crab and eel traps. Ideally, they should have used a small boat to deploy the traps and fishing lines for convenience and cost-effectiveness. Unfortunately, the Coast Guard had auctioned off their inflatable boat. Having depleted their savings for this voyage, they would have to postpone purchasing another. As they resumed their journey, Zhou Yu remained intensely focused, constantly monitoring the activities beneath the waves. While there were indeed numerous fish offshore, not all warranted a stop. They were in search of substantial fish weighing over 100 pounds. Only such deep-sea giants could expedite their recovery of costs. At last, after more than an hour of sailing, he beheld tuna for the second time in his life. Not just one, but a whole school. Zhou Yu swiftly positioned the Wu Ling Rin above the school and beckoned to Shen Qingqing to prepare for fishing. His eagerness was understandable. The fuel cost from the crab catching point to this location had already reached 800 or 900. If they failed to catch something worthwhile, they would incur significant losses. Shen Qingqing also felt the urgency. The Wu Ling Rin was no idle vessel, and Zhou Yu's surfing-style navigation made her anxious. Had it not been for her unwavering trust in him, she would have called for a halt long ago. As the vessel came to a stop, their spirits soared. Fishing rods, frozen bait, and fishing guns were gathered one by one. Setting up the rod and attaching the live bait was a seamless process. Zhou Yu then realized that she was equally concerned about losses. Along the way, he had already chopped up large pieces of frozen bait, throwing in 20 or 30 at a time. For tuna were foraging on the seabed, 2 of which were sizable, 1 long fin and 1 big eye, while the smaller 2 were yellowfin. Apart from tuna, there are abundant varieties of seafood such as lobsters, crabs, and squid. However, Zhou Yu's attention was not on them. All eyes were drawn to 2 magnificent tunas. Large chunks of frozen bait were hurled towards the largest longfin. Yet this aloof creature disdainfully ignored the offerings and instead pursued a small bass, swimming away. Zhou Yu felt a wave of frustration. Could it be that this was the same fish that had evaded capture yesterday? Its size was comparable, and its finicky nature was strikingly similar. With no other choice, he redirected his aim and cast the bait towards the big-eyed fish above. Fortunately, it was not as picky and eagerly consumed the bait. Just as it was about to seize the floundering mackerel, a large fish erupted from beneath the boat, snatching the live fish into its maw. Zhou Yu was taken aback. It was a big-eyed mullet over a meter long. This lively creature, having just taken the bait, leaped and thrashed, splashing water all over Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing. In mere seconds since it had bitten, the suddenness of it all left Shen Qingqing momentarily stunned. Regardless, Zhou Yu had no time to dwell on the splashes. Seizing the opportunity before the mullet submerged, he yanked the fishing rod back with fervor. The hefty fish landed with a thud on the flybridge deck, momentarily dazed. He swiftly reeled it in, brandishing a knife to chop the bait, executing several swift cuts with precision, leaving Shen Qingqing even more astonished. The flesh of the big-eyed mullet is often deemed unpalatable, typically reserved for salted fish. What use was it to Zhou Yu? More importantly, it had allowed the tuna to escape, a grave sin that warranted repayment in kind. If he acted quickly enough, he could potentially cast the bait again before the tuna swam away. As he was removing the hook, Shen Qingqing's fishing rod creaked ominously, bending under strain. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes. Clearly, the live fish had been snatched away, likely devoured by the neighboring big-eyed fish. Shen Qingqing gasped, regaining her composure as she clumsily began to release line. This time, Zhou Yu was unyielding. He tossed aside his rod and rushed to embrace the struggle. Drawing from their experience the previous day, they worked in greater harmony today. The big-eyed fish weighed at least 80 to 90 kilograms, and under normal circumstances, reeling it in could take an hour or more. Their collaboration might typically require around 40 to 50 minutes. However, Zhou Yu was different. He was among the strongest of his peers, augmented by his unique abilities. Each time he exerted force, the tuna felt as though it had been struck with a hammer, momentarily stiffening for a fraction of a second. One must not underestimate those fleeting moments. They could hold the key to breaking records. Within just over 20 minutes, the big-eyed fish was dragged alongside the boat, bobbing on the surface. The sunlight revealed the impressive, textured head of the tuna, its prominent, gleaming features and characteristic large, dark eyes clearly visible. Zhou Yu turned to pick up the spear gun and handed it to Shen Qingqing, saying, "Do you see those glistening eyes? Aim for that." The big-eyed tuna is named for its strikingly dark eyes, far more beautiful than the lifeless gaze of an ordinary fish. Gazing at those glistening, dark orbs, Shun Qingqing, who had cried out passionately the previous night, yearning to spear fish with a harpoon, felt her own eyes moisten. Zhou Yu chuckled in disbelief, tempted to reclaim the harpoon for himself. Yet, Shun Qingqing firmly held on, her expression resolute despite her reluctance. I cannot allow you to undertake this cruel task alone. Let me do it. Shun Qingqing's beauty resembled that of a flower, yet it was not cultivated in the confines of a greenhouse. She raised the harpoon, squinting slightly, aiming meticulously. A perfect opportunity presented itself. The harpoon shot forth with precision. It struck the hard head of the tuna, leaving a small dent as a mark of success. Chapter 58. The mackerel basks in the sun. A splendid opportunity arose as the spear gun shot forth with electric precision, successfully creating a small dent in the hardened cranium of the tuna. Shun Qingqing, slightly embarrassed, stuck out her crimson tongue and remarked, "The wind is rather strong today." Zhou Yu gazed into the distance at a cargo ship, its chimney belching thick black smoke skyward, lost in contemplation. Nevertheless, his determination was unwavering, though he recognized ample room for improvement in his skills. Retrieving the spear gun, Zhou Yu embraced her once more, guiding her hands to assist in launching the weapon. The unfortunate creature, with its large, innocent eyes, met its fate as it was pierced through the brain. "Look, Zhou Yu, I hit it," Shun Qingqing exclaimed, her spirits soaring, as if the earlier tears shed over the fish had belonged to another. With the rhythm of familiarity taking hold, the duo efficiently executed the tasks of hoisting, bleeding, and rinsing the catch before placing it in the ice hold, all in one seamless motion. Compared to the previous night's clumsy efforts, they accomplished it in less than half the time. They reset their fishing rods, noting that a significant portion of the tuna still lay on the ocean floor. Though the bad news was that the remaining fish were the smallest of the lot. The two petite yellowfin tunas measured barely 1 to 2 meters. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. 20, 10. They were evidently still growing, and didn't he require such a large meal? Zhou Yu had no intention of pursuing the longfin that had escaped. He could neither determine its direction nor match the tuna's remarkable speed of 30 to 50 kilometers per hour with a burst speed of 160 kilometers. In full flight, the locals from Wuling could hardly keep pace. The two small yellowfins were anything but coy, and with less than 300 yuan spent, they eagerly boarded the vessel. At last, Zhou Yu had made his mark. He and Shun Qingqing stood at a tie of 2, at least in terms of quantity. Once the yellowfins were secured in the hold, both were famished from their exertions. A glance at the clock revealed that it was nearly time for lunch. They hastily prepared a meal at sea, selecting a few half-dead fish unsuitable for freezing bait to create a hodgepodge stew. A pot of potatoes and eggplants completed their feast. Life at sea differs from that at home. The priority is quantity over finesse. They eschewed time-consuming preparations, for they had come to earn their keep, and could not afford to waste a moment. Hence, Zhou Yu shamelessly took the initiative to assist Shun Qingqing. Allowing her to fish alone would have taken at least 3 times as long. Time is indeed money on the ocean. Of course, the tactile experience of fishing was secondary. With 3 tunas already in the hold, the pair enjoyed a more leisurely afternoon. After fishing for a while longer, Shun Qingqing took the helm to seek out new fishing grounds, leaving Zhou Yu at the stern to cast a lure. Occasionally, he sensed a couple of promising fish beneath the surface, which filled him with frustration. The prospect of halting the boat was impossible. Seeing the fish was more tormenting than not seeing them at all. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He opened the small ice compartment and retrieved a hand net. With one fishing rod stowed away, he cast the net into the water. Thanks to the boat's speed, the net had not yet sunk when he swiftly pulled it back. Zhou Yu stumbled slightly, almost being pulled into the water by the current's force, but he quickly crouched down to stabilize himself. With a surge of strength, he dragged the net back, initially expecting it to be empty. To his surprise, he found 2 fish inside, a pufferfish and a tigerfish. In the fleeting moment when the cast net opens, 2 fish can be seen darting within. It is no wonder that the nation has imposed a ban on trawling. That vast net, if the vessel sails swiftly, could indeed capture an entire school in one sweep. However, one cannot solely rely on fortune. He returned the cast net to its place, preparing to continue fishing for live bait. Suddenly, his body jolted, and he called out to Shun Qingqing. "Qingqing, steer towards the 10 o'clock direction. Stop the boat after 500 meters. Received." Shun Qingqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Although navigating the boat was relatively easy, the pressure was immense. Failing to locate fish would be quite embarrassing, But since Zhou Yu had called for a halt, it surely indicated he had spotted a school of fish. This was, in fact, the fifth school Zhou Yu had discovered. Earlier, he had encountered 2 schools of sardines and 2 of mackerel but remained silent. Let us not even mention the affordability of these fish with his net's 5-finger mesh. Tossing it in front of sardines would likely go unnoticed. Achieving success was not merely a dream. However, this school of pomfret was different. They largely conformed to the duo's catching standards. Upon reaching the designated location, the vessel Wuling Rin sprang into action. Zhou Yu swiftly deployed the net and immediately beckoned Shen Qingqing to maneuver the boat. In no time, the net formation was successfully arranged. The Wuling Rin anchored not far from the net, and Shen Qingqing eagerly observed the surface of the sea, where numerous pomfret leaped into the air. It was evident to the naked eye that this was a considerable school of fish. People often speak of the herd mentality, and fish schools behave similarly. Despite the duo casting their net one side at a time, the pomfret continued to charge toward the sticky net. Seeing the elderly fish entangled in the net, one might think they were sunbathing. They followed without hesitation, not glancing back. After a mere 10 minutes, the surface of the sea returned to calm. The smaller fish slipped through the net, while the fortune-favored ones escaped through the gaps. The remaining pomfret, both large and small, became ensnared in the net. The vessel's winch whirred, and the 3 nets were gradually hauled up. Fish emerged from the nets one after another, and thanks to the 5 mesh openings, the smaller fish were freed, or else the net would have been overwhelmed, making it difficult for the crane to lift them. The pair was now utterly engrossed in their labor. With 500 to 600 fish, their hands grew numb. They toiled for over 4 hours, neglecting dinner. Before finally processing the catch, the live well could scarcely accommodate them. Aside from reserving some for bait, most were sent directly to the ice hold. In addition to pomfret, there were also some mullet, skinning fish, and black bream, all of considerable size. Any fish under a pound had slipped through the net. Once the fish were processed, the duo, feeling dazed, hardly paid attention to meals or rest. Zhou Yu navigated the boat towards the crab traps. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 8 o'clock. The 2 retrieved their fishing lines from the ice hold, persevering to drop them before finally eating. Thankfully, they had taken the opportunity in the morning to prepare frozen bait for the fishing lines. Otherwise, they would have struggled to set them today. Dinner consisted of a 5-pound golden pomfret and 3 pounds of ribs, with not a single vegetable prepared. Only then did the 2 begin to regain their strength. They were utterly exhausted. Beyond physical fatigue, their spirits were weary. Processing fish was akin to working on an assembly line, monotonous and repetitive. It was a true test of their resolve. What should have been a lucrative endeavor turned into a thought of, I am paying you. You should be the one to process them. After finishing dinner, the 2 fell asleep without even taking a shower. They initially expected to rise late due to their exhaustion. But to their surprise, Zhou Yu awoke at just past 5 the following day. Upon descending to the lower deck for ablutions, he discovered that Shen Qingqing was already taking a shower in the bathroom. The stern of the vessel housed a 500-liter freshwater tank, ample enough to accommodate their washing needs, with the occasional shower posing no issue. For drinking water, they had brought large containers of purified water, which would undoubtedly suffice. Once Shen Qingqing finished her shower, she vacated the bathroom for Zhou Yu, who proceeded to prepare breakfast. After a restful night and a rejuvenating shower, they enjoyed a meal of meat porridge, pickles, and steamed buns. Both felt invigorated, the negative emotions from the previous day's fish-catching ordeal having nearly dissipated. They roughly estimated that they had caught fortuna, while the mackerel and pomfret weighed at least 2,000 jin, ensuring that they would certainly break even on their expenses. Chapter 59. The competition of lying flat. The 2 of them roughly estimated that they had already caught fortuna, along with a substantial amount of mackerel and pomfret, weighing at least 2,000 pounds. With the addition of crab traps and eel nets collected today, achieving a bounty of 50,000 seemed assured. This tank of fuel could facilitate at least 2 round trips. Thus, from this point onward, every fish caught would be pure profit. Therefore, Qingqing, we can relax a bit. Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled at the prospect of not having to gut fish today. Oh, wonderful. Teach me how to dive. Ever since she learned the turtle breathing technique, Shen Qingqing had transformed from a disciple into a devoted pupil, seizing every opportunity to pester Zhou Yu for diving lessons. The problem was, he had no special techniques to share. He was merely relying on the energy of the crystal stones, and he himself barely comprehended the mechanics, making it impossible to instruct others. Even for nearby fishing, a multitude of tasks awaited. The crab traps could remain unretrieved at a sufficient distance, but the fishing lines, secured to the boat, would need to be pulled up before casting the hooks. 5 fishing lines were deployed, 1 on each side of the bow, 1 on each side of the midship, and 1 at the stern. In the dim light of yesterday's night, exhausted, he had carelessly cast down several lines. Now, as he released his senses, he realized this location was not ideal for fishing. The deeper areas exceeded 100 meters, with vertical placements insufficient to reach the bottom. However, the underwater topography was a tapestry of peaks and valleys, with the highest points only 60 to 70 meters deep. A fishing line of 100 meters would still have 30 to 40 meters resting on the seabed. Observing the substantial catches at the end of the fishing line, Zhou Yu's smile broadened. Eels, squids, and groupers were unlikely to weigh less than 10 pounds each. With just this catch, the cost of the fishing lines would be recouped. The outer sea was indeed fertile ground. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Yu vigorously reeled in the lines. Many of the hooks at the front of the line were empty. After all, in a vertical position, the main line, branch line, and bait were all clustered together, making it difficult for mid-depth fish to bite unless they were particularly foolish. As the 13th hook broke the surface, a large fish with a glossy black sheen and brown spots flopped into view. Zhou Yu was taken aback. Just a moment ago, he hadn't sensed its presence at all. It must have just bitten. In disbelief, he watched as the line connected to the black fish snapped right before his eyes. With a flip, the fish leaped back into the depths of the ocean. "Stay here," Zhou Yu shouted, gripping the fishing line with his left hand while swinging his right hand in a wide arc. With a resounding slap, he sent a 3 to 4 pound fish flying from the boat's side to the front deck. "Wow, Zhou Yu, a fish just flew into my basket," Shen Qingqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "It's a grouper. We've hit the jackpot." Overjoyed, she pulled on the fishing line while glancing up at the sky, half-jokingly believing that fish were raining down from above. Zhou Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her whimsical imagination. "What kind of fish is this? Is it expensive?" Shen Qingqing responded enthusiastically. "The grouper, belonging to the stone-based family, is colloquially known as the black drum. It has a dark brown body adorned with irregular black spots. Groupers are reef-dwelling fish, often hailed as the kings of rock fishing, with powerful jaws capable of biting through fishing lines." Zhou Yu thought to himself that she was indeed correct. The hook had just snapped, and the fish still had it lodged in its mouth. In the natural marine realm, the resources of this fish are scarce. Shen Qingqing spoke incessantly, prompting Zhou Yu to interject. "Qingqing, could you be a bit more practical and just tell me the price?" Roused abruptly from her exam-oriented mindset, she felt somewhat unfulfilled, contemplating. "The farmed ones are around 70 per pound, while the wild ones might fetch 200 to 300, right? This one weighs about 5 to 6 pounds, so 1,000 should be a safe bet. We're in for a windfall, yay." Having already caught 2 tuna, 1,000 yuan was hardly a substantial sum for her. However, the unexpected fortune was indeed significant, and she was overwhelmed with joy. Zhou Yu, not daring to reveal the truth, chuckled awkwardly. "Consider it a blessing from the Mazu goddess." Unlike the catch from the inner sea, these were genuine deep-sea fish. Each of them wielded a gas needle, puncturing the fish's belly to prevent them from bursting. After retrieving 5 fishing lines, they had only done about 20 punctures. The quantity was modest, yet none were below 3 pounds, and they were not lacking in prized species. In addition to the spotted sea bream, there was also a 2-pound redfish and several large groupers. Zhou Yu was equally astonished, realizing that while they had encountered what seemed like cheap fish, the ones they had hooked were indeed treasures. The live well was quite lively. In reality, these fish were merely uncommon in the inner sea. In the open ocean, they would hardly attract fishermen's attention. There were plenty of high-priced catches elsewhere. After finishing with the fishing lines, the two set up the rod and hung 2 live pomfret. Then, they spread out some crispy rice, chips, and cold soda at the bow of the boat. Beneath the blue sky, with white clouds and rolling waves, accompanied by the beauty beside them, they indulged in spicy food and fragrant drinks, an ultimate pursuit for many, which they were fortunate to experience ahead of time. If it weren't for the 2 fishing rods tethering them down, they would have eagerly taken to the flybridge for a refreshing break. Today, they decided against casting even a single piece of frozen bait. Whether it was tuna or mackerel, they were indifferent, declaring, "Let them come if they wish. I want to be serving them." Simply lying back was the pinnacle of life's aspirations. After a sip of cold soda, Zhou Yu released a hearty burp. "Why do we work hard, Qingqing? Isn't it for moments like this?" With a crunch, Shen Qingqing enjoyed a chip followed by a gulp of cola, letting out a long belch. "Little Yu, today is all about the big bluefin tuna leaping onto the deck. I wouldn't even glance at it. Effort? Work? What nonsense." The two exchanged words, dreaming of a future of leisure, even pulling out their signal-less phones to watch downloaded episodes of Extreme Challenge. It was pure bliss, akin to divine happiness. Just minutes into the show, before the performance of a certain fortune teller commenced, a loud creak sounded, and both fishing rods bent simultaneously. They sprang up from the deck in unison, causing a loud clap as the phone fell, the protective film cracking like a spider's web. They had both assumed the other would catch it, but instead, they both let go. Embarrassed, they exchanged glances, disregarding the phone as they lunged for the fishing rods. Humph. You say you want to relax, yet you made me drop my phone. Shin let out a line while muttering to herself. Zhou, unwilling to be outdone, fiercely engaged in a contest against the formidable fish. If I don't earn a living, how can we afford to indulge in leisure? A 7 or 8 pound fish was deftly caught by Zhou, with a nearly 2 pound rod and an electric reel weighing close to 4 pounds. He wielded the heavy tackle as if it were a mere extension of himself. In contrast, Shin lacked his audacity. After several minutes of tugging and pulling, she finally managed to haul in a sizable sea catfish. In truth, given the equipment for boat fishing, there is no need to romanticize the capture of 10 or 8 pound fish. The PE line rated at 10 and a robust setup would effortlessly yield compliance from any catch. The duo discreetly turned their heads, only to find that their counterparts were also observing them. With a burst of laughter, they could not contain their amusement. Were they truly ignoring the bluefin tuna? These 2 catches could be deemed mere trifles from the depths of the sea, hardly worth a fraction of their value. Yet they found themselves genuinely thrilled. Who would love to embrace leisure? Yet, for the sake of a better life, one must still toil. Chapter 60. Hair-drying Zhou had indeed memorized the terrain of this area. It was a veritable paradise, and although he had no intention of fishing, the morning passed in a flurry of activity, with an unceasing catch of fish, both large and small. However, overall, sea fishing was far more leisurely compared to net fishing. After a restful night and a leisurely half-day, both individuals had fully recuperated from their earlier exertions. Following lunch, they began to intensify their efforts. The seabed nearby harbored numerous large fish. The morning's deliveries were merely small fry. The colossal creatures of the deep were enamored with the reefs, often lurking in the shadows of deep crevices and boulders while hunting. They rarely ventured out unless bait was tantalizingly close. It was time for the frozen bait to make its grand entrance. They had utilized over 4 boxes of bait for catching tuna and other species, leaving ample for further indulgence. They cast the frozen bait into the depths of the ocean as if it were free. All hunting techniques share a commonality. For instance, one might attract birds to a trap by strewing rice along a path. The skill of casting frozen bait is similarly strategic, creating a pathway from afar to lure fish towards the live bait on the hook. Throughout the afternoon, the Wuling Wren moved short distances 3 times, exhausting all the frozen bait. Of course, nothing comes without a cost. The large fish at the bottom were also caught, totaling over 20. It was commonplace to reel in grouper exceeding 10 pounds, with 2 magnificent specimens surpassing 30 pounds. Shin, exhausted, had succumbed to a state of complete relaxation once again. Previously, when helping to catch the large tuna, Zhou would blush and scorn when she embraced him. Now, when a big fish was hooked, it was impossible for Zhou to avoid her embrace. Zhou suggested she rest, but she refused, insisting that one cannot fight alone or simply relax. As partners in this endeavor, they would toil together, come what may. With the frozen bait depleted, the return journey of the Wuling Wren was now imminent. This was Zhou's deliberate intention. While he certainly cherished the prospect of catching large tuna, navigating the Wuling Wren in search of them was no trifling matter. The dry duck boat cost over 100 for a day's journey, while the Wuling Wren would rack up nearly 800 in just an hour. If one were to find 2 yellowfin tuna in 4 hours, they might only break even or even incur losses, given Zhou's less than 100 meters sensing range aboard. Encountering tuna was largely a matter of luck, with little distinction in approach. After calculating the costs, he preferred to exert effort towards the larger fish that were within close proximity. To speak frankly, 2 or 3 good fish could equate to the value of a yellowfin, while 5 or 6 could rival a longfin. However, the difficulty in obtaining them was worlds apart. Catching 10 or so in a day was hardly a challenge. In a location like today's, the numbers could soar. Moreover, as they were new to the open sea, many of their configurations were quite impractical. Numerous pieces of equipment were unwieldy, issues that could only be resolved upon their return. Most importantly, Shin had to prepare for her upcoming classes. While earning money was important, one cannot neglect their studies for financial gain. Zhou prepared dinner, as they would be returning the next day, and there was no need to conserve provisions. He prepared 4 dishes: pork ribs, lamb legs, fatty pork, and vegetables. Shen Qingqing, too fatigued to lift a finger, felt a surge of irritation at Zhou Yu's lively demeanor. Why was it that, despite both of them fishing, she felt as drained as a salted fish? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her hand, propelled by sheer will, pinched Zhou Yu's waist with fervor. Zhou Yu could not help but grasp her hand, exclaiming, "Do not play around, it tickles." This only served to heighten Shen Qingqing's irritation. Today, they did not hold back on their meal, consuming a staggering 14 steamed buns between them. 4 bowls of vegetables were devoured, leaving not a single leaf behind. Observing Shen Qingqing's evident fatigue, Zhou Yu could not restrain himself from suggesting, "Qingqing, perhaps you should take a moment to digest and enjoy a bath this evening. The bathroom is equipped with a shower head, and there is a bathtub measuring 1.70 meters. The full tub contains a mere 110 liters of water, leaving ample fresh water in the tank, sufficient for even 3 baths." Shen Qingqing felt tempted. A bath before bed would surely alleviate her weariness. It would also lighten the load of the boat. Conserving fuel. After contemplating the plethora of benefits associated with a bath, Shen Qingqing decisively stated, "I will heed your advice. Please start filling the tub for me." Zhou Yu called out, "Qingqing, have you finished your bath?" After receiving no response, he grew increasingly anxious. He had descended to use the restroom and found the resting quarters empty. However, Shen Qingqing had already been in the bathroom for an hour. What if she was in danger? Zhou Yu pushed open the bathroom door, startled to find Shen Qingqing motionless, concealed beneath a mound of bubbles, with only her petite head and delicate feet visible. Unsure where to apply pressure to rouse her, he raised his hand to check for her breath, relieved to find it steady and tranquil. Goodness, she was sleeping soundly. Despite his persistent knocking, she remained undisturbed. Why had she not locked the door while bathing? He pinched his thumb against his index finger, aiming for Shen Qingqing's pristine forehead, and flicked it with force. Pop! Shen Qingqing jolted awake, her hands flailing as she attempted to sit up. Had she been dreaming a nightmare? Quickly, awaken! As she regained her senses, her arms, resembling tender lotus stems, emerged lazily from the frothy embrace. "A bath truly feels delightful," she remarked, turning to inquire, "I must have dozed off. What time is it?" Zhou Yu, still attempting to regain composure, replied, "Almost an hour has passed. If you linger any longer, you'll only tire yourself more." He then pondered, "Should you not have screamed upon seeing me?" Shen Qingqing shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "I saw nothing, so why would I scream? You're being ridiculous. Now please leave. I need to get dressed." As Zhou Yu turned away, a blush crept across Shen Qingqing's cheeks, revealing her toes and face beyond the bubbles. Just as he returned to the cockpit, the intercom crackled to life. "Zhou Yu, come help me dry my hair. The hairdryer is too heavy. I cannot lift my arms." Thus, Zhou Yu turned back and hurried to the resting quarters, for who could deny his robust physique? Expecting to finish in a moment, he was unprepared for the reality that a woman's hair differed vastly from a man's. Shen Qingqing's hair was astonishingly abundant, dark and silky, resembling satin and flowing clouds, yet proving exceedingly difficult to manage. Zhou Yu gingerly used a towel to pat her dry, then lifted a strand to direct the airflow from the dryer. Each step was a flurry of activity, as he feared causing her any discomfort. A waft of youthful fragrance enveloped him, igniting his curiosity. He found himself bringing her hair closer to his nose, and then stealthily leaning down to inhale the scent from her neck. What kind of shampoo was she using? Had she secretly stashed away a bottle? Shen Qingqing trembled slightly, her ears flushing crimson. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop dawdling. It's nothing, just a bit of nasal congestion." Sneaking a bit of luxurious shampoo was hardly a significant matter. Zhou Yu resolved not to expose her. He rarely used a hairdryer, and even when he did, it was for no more than 3 minutes. Under Shen Qingqing's guidance, it took nearly half an hour to dry her hair. Though he felt no physical exhaustion, mentally, it was far more taxing than confronting a formidable adversary. Once her hair was dry, Shen Qingqing beamed with satisfaction, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she drifted into slumber. Zhou Yu, however, felt his legs tremble, slowly making his way back to the cockpit, as if his very essence had been drained. Chapter 61. What wind is blowing? With a clatter, the crane swung into action, dragging crab traps one after another from the depths of the water. Shen Qingqing was radiant, skillfully maneuvering the crane with ease. Zhou Yu, with dark circles under his eyes, reached out to receive the crab traps as they were brought to the side of the boat. "Ah!" Zhou Yu yawned widely, his mouth agape. Such a heavy sleeper. Yet he had suffered from insomnia the previous night. Surely it was the fault of those 3 water ghosts. To his astonishment, Zhou Yu's lethargy vanished as he beheld the crab traps before him. What colossal crabs! At first glance, their carapaces appeared larger than Shin Qingqing's face. Each one weighed no less than a pound, if not more. And there was not just one. At least half of the crabs emerging from the traps were of such impressive size. Zhou Yu felt as if his leg hair was standing on end. This was far more lucrative than fishing for golden snappers. Shin Qingqing gasped in astonishment, exclaiming with delight. This underwater mountainous region was truly a treasure trove. It certainly needed to be marked on their map. As the last 2 steel crab traps surfaced, both were left in utter disbelief. The large traps, measuring 2 feet wide and a foot high, were crammed with 4 or 5 blue crabs, leaving little room to spare. These crabs were not merely large. They were nearly the size of their own faces. Overjoyed, the pair laughed heartily as they reached into the traps to catch crabs. Shin Qingqing seized the largest one. Zhou Yu, let us bind this big fellow. The crab, with its menacing claws, undoubtedly weighed over a pound. Perhaps even a pound and a half. While ordinary blue crabs fetched 70 to 80 yuan each, this one could easily command double that price. Typically, they rarely bound crabs. But risking injury in a fight would be too great a loss for such a specimen. Zhou Yu wholeheartedly agreed, nodding earnestly. I will learn from you. Shin Qingqing was adept at using chives to secure crabs, and handling this group was no challenge for her. However, they had not prepared any crab ropes. So they had to fashion a makeshift line from a piece of rope, splitting it into strands to bind crabs weighing over 6 taels. As for the smaller ones, there were simply too many, and the rope was insufficient. Though Zhou Yu possessed remarkable manual skills, he struggled to grasp the intricacies of various knots. Even after Shin Qingqing patiently taught him, he would forget the technique by the time he reached the second crab after successfully binding the first. Shin Qingqing chuckled, recalling how she had faced a similar situation when they first met and she taught him to tie fishing hooks. All right. I'll take care of this one. If you can do everything, what use do I have? Zhou Yu felt a twinge of indignation, convinced he could master it with just a glance. In addition to the crabs, the traps contained a hodgepodge of other creatures. Most had already been ravaged by the crabs, including a half-eaten grouper and a gutted gold drum eel, now rendered useless as bait. Yet there were a few resilient octopuses that had managed to entangle themselves in the fray, feasting on the crabs. Zhou Yu approached and yanked one off, tossing it aside in disdain, questioning the creature's audacity to compete when it had no home of its own. From 52 crab traps, they collected a total of 157 large crabs, along with 13 lobsters. 5 sizable eels emerged from the eel traps. Yet none matched the colossal one caught by the fishing line, which weighed over 20 pounds. However, a spotted stonefish unexpectedly diverted Zhou Yu's attention. Now, upon seeing a small creature weighing 5 or 6 pounds in the eel trap, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The two had risen early, and by the time they finished collecting the traps, it was already past 7. They decided against fishing and headed back instead. The live well had been overflowing yesterday, with the catch arranged according to their market value. Often, before the fish could even thrash about, they were pushed into the ice storage by the new affluent. Such is the harsh reality of society. Even fish must be ranked by seniority. Zhou Yu steered the boat while Shin Qingqing finally found some leisure to indulge in her dream of the flying bridge. Previously, she had rushed through filming short videos. But now, with snacks in hand, she could sit back and enjoy, as the boat cruised at an economical speed. Zhou Yu focused on exploring the underwater terrain, not for the purpose of fishing, but to seek out unique topographical features. Wherever reefs intertwined, marine treasures were sure to abound. If he had to search every time he set out, that would be quite foolish. His sensing circle in the vast ocean was minuscule, but he could utilize the fishing line to probe the underwater landscape, a significant advantage that he needed to exploit fully. Initially, Zhou Yu thought Shin Qingqing would spend half the day on the flying bridge, but before long, she returned to the cockpit to play with the radio. Qingqing, why aren't you enjoying the breeze? Zhou Yu inquired. Shin Qingqing retorted, enjoy the breeze? I started feeling dizzy after just a little while. My stomach hurts terribly. Rich people are all deceivers. They buy yachts without knowing what enjoyment they're truly seeking. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, bemused by her innocence. Did she think a grand banquet at sea was merely about dining? Such enjoyment was of a different nature. The public channel was filled with rough men, and only 3 out of 10 statements could be deemed truthful. Among those, 2 were weather forecasts, and the last was a distress signal. Zhou Yu had never bothered to listen to such transmissions. After a short while, Shin Qingqing also lost interest. Who would announce the discovery of fish schools over the radio? Even her kind-hearted nature didn't compel her to engage in such matters. Instead, she chatted with Zhou, and despite their daily conversations, they never seemed to tire of each other's company, unknowingly drifting closer to the shore. Suddenly, Shin Qingqing's phone buzzed incessantly. 3 days' worth of messages exploded onto her screen. The red notification numbers rapidly climbed. Oh no, Ying is upset. She opened her social media feed to find Yu Jing had liked her boat video and commented, "What a beautiful boat. Sister Qingqing, we could have one too." Shin Qingqing promptly replied on WeChat to clarify. There were also a plethora of messages from schoolmates and teachers. Even those with whom she had little interaction suddenly expressed concern for her, shamelessly asking to join her on a sea adventure. It seemed that overnight, the number of people showing interest in her had multiplied like mushrooms after rain. In that moment, Shin Qingqing grasped the meaning of popularity. Zhou, having long surpassed this phase, noticed Shin Qingqing's troubled expression and instantly understood what was amiss. Qingqing, don't mind the opinions of others. Let us focus on living our own lives. People do require social interaction. Individuals like Zhou were indeed rare. Even he found himself reaching out to Xiao Song for information when needed. Thus, he refrained from preventing Shin Qingqing from posting on social media, instead advising her not to fret over those who were inconsequential. Oh no, we still have yet to find a market for our catch. Upon seeing Boss Lu's message, Shin Qingqing was suddenly reminded of an important matter. This was no longer the past when delivering 100 or so pounds of fish to a restaurant sufficed. Not to mention the tuna. Even the 2,000 pounds of mackerel and pomfret would be of little use for Boss Lu's salted fish. Zhou's heart sank as well. Both of them were so elated after purchasing the boat that they had completely forgotten about this issue. Now that the boat was nearing the port, who could possibly consume such an abundance of fish? The channels for selling the large tuna had become utterly obscure, and what connections could these two young individuals possess? Qingqing. It's all right. If all else fails, we can sell to a fishery company, Zhou suggested. This would undoubtedly be a safe route, as these companies engage in low purchasing and high selling, essentially functioning as large-scale fish dealers. With their support, it was certain that none of the fish would remain unsold. However, the price would undoubtedly take a significant hit. Shin Qingqing felt a sense of vulnerability over the fate of this entire catch. The thought of selling to middlemen was unbearable to her. Chapter 62. The buyer Yin Lu sells to a second-hand dealer? Shin Qingqing is unwilling to accept this. Now that there is a signal, she decides to explore the market herself. After making a round in the ice storage and live water tank, she takes photos of the tuna, live fish, and large crabs. She refrains from immediately posting in the group chat and, as usual, contacts Lu Qiqu first. Although he is unlikely to buy, the procedure must be followed. Shin Qingqing plans to wait for 2 minutes before sending the group message, so he cannot nitpick. To her surprise, just as she successfully sends the photos, Lu Qiqu calls. Xiao Shun, Xiao Zhou, congratulations. A 60-foot luxury fishing boat, over 100, right? You young people are remarkable. Oh, Mr. Lu, you flatter me. It's merely luck. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Qiqu gets straight to the point. Xiao Qing, I see you have caught some tuna. Have you found a buyer? My little restaurant cannot handle it. Shin Qingqing's expression dims. This was expected. However, she adds, I know someone who is seeking tuna, and the price is absolutely the highest in the market. Shin Qingqing and Zhou exchange a glance, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Mr. Lu, do you have this person as contact information? Rest assured, we want to let you connect us for free. Lu Qiqu speaks hesitantly, and Shin Qingqing suspects he is angling for a kickback. Ah, you're overthinking. I can provide the contact, but I have one request. You must not mention that I referred you. Zhou and Shin Qingqing exchange glances, their minds racing with 1,000 words of business strategy. However, their fish is indeed fresh, and it won't spoil. What is Lu Qiqu up to? Zhou gestures to Shin Qingqing. Regardless, their catch is secure. They will simply sell the fish honestly and not get involved in any dubious dealings. All right, Mr. Lu. We'll say we found the purchase information online. By the way, do you know anyone in the fishing industry? We still have over 2,000 pounds of pomfret and mackerel. After a lengthy phone call, they finally have a clearer picture regarding the sale of the fish. Whether it will pan out, they will have to see after making further calls. The two of them contact both the tuna buyer and the fishing company. The tuna buyer is a woman, and upon hearing about the 4 tunas, a cacophony of crashing sounds reverberates through the phone. Zhou and Shin Qingqing are stunned. If she doesn't want to buy, why is she throwing things around? Shin Qingqing, holding back her frustration, says, since President Yin is unsatisfied, we won't disturb you further. Goodbye. They must quickly find other buyers and have no time to waste on her temper. What kind of people has Lu Qiqun introduced? Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, a plump and capable young woman, Yin Lu, aged 33 and divorced with a child, stares at the hung-up phone in a mix of exasperation and amusement. To support her child, she has ventured into entrepreneurship, investing all her savings to open a Japanese restaurant. She initially believed this would lead her to success, only to discover that the business is not as easy as anticipated. Just sourcing ingredients has already caused her to lose several strands of hair. The existing market supply share is remarkably stable. Suddenly, with the emergence of her establishment, no one dares to offend their loyal customers by diverting goods to her. Particularly concerning the tuna, she often finds herself relegated to the remnants left by others. While other shops offer big eye or even bluefin, hers only has longfin. Other establishments might serve sashimi, but all she receives are the lower cuts. This may happen once or twice, but over time, the quality of offerings diminishes. Customers may tolerate advance reservations, yet consistently receiving second-rate ingredients is intolerable. Is it that my money is depreciating, or are the card transaction fees excessively high? Recently, the shop has witnessed a decline in foot traffic. If a good supply source is not found soon, before profits can be realized, losses will ensue. In a state of desperation, Yin Lu posted numerous purchasing requests online. Yet, she failed to consider that fresh seafood, if not sold in real time, would likely spoil before finding a buyer. Suppliers have established fixed channels, and no one pays her any mind. Occasionally, she receives a call, but upon revealing her gender, the conversation quickly shifts to inquiries about appointments. Yin Lu is nearly driven to madness. Just moments ago, while resting her head on the table, she drowsily answered a call. The other party announced the arrival of 4 tuna at the port. It felt surreal, like a dream. In her excitement, she sprang to her feet, accidentally overturning the coffee table and shattering the teapot and cups. The caller misconstrued her enthusiasm as arrogance and hung up abruptly. How could this happen? The caller is akin to her biological parents. Even if younger, they are like sisters, like daughters. Yin Lu promptly dialed the driver. Get the refrigerated truck to the entrance immediately. If you arrive later than me, this month's bonus is gone. The driver hung up and sprinted out. A month's bonus holds significant meaning for a man with a family. He mused about his boss's peculiar behavior. Why the need for a refrigerated truck when perfectly functional vehicles were available? Is she experiencing an early midlife crisis? Within 5 minutes of hanging up, Shin Qingqing received Yin Lu's call back. After a few exchanges, misunderstandings were cleared, and the two women engaged in lively conversation. 20 minutes later, the Wuling vessel docked. Before it even reached the berth, a refrigerated truck was already parked at the dock. Among the crowd, a beautiful young woman eagerly awaited. Fearing they might overlook her, she donned sky-high heels, leaping and waving. Qingqing, over here, it's Yin Lu. Zhou Yu staggered slightly, feeling a bit queasy. The waves at the port seemed more tumultuous than those at sea. Thankfully, Shin Qingqing could remedy this. With a sharp grunt, she firmly pinched his waist. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, as if the storm had calmed. It was nothing short of miraculous. The two led Yin Lu to the cold storage, where she beheld 4 large tunas. Tears of joy welling in her eyes. No longer would she have to scavenge behind others. Sister Qing, I'll take all 4, she declared. Rest assured, the price I offer is undoubtedly the highest among all Japanese cuisine establishments. This was no exaggeration in her pursuit of quality fish. Yin Lu had always been willing to pay. Acquiring these fish would enable her to establish a reputation for her shop, even if it meant incurring losses initially. While Yin Lu fretted over the purchase, Zhou Yu and Shin Qingqing were equally concerned about selling. Unless they stored the fish and continued searching for buyers, they had little choice in the matter. The two parties quickly reached an accord. Zhou Yu raised the crane while Yin Lu's driver maneuvered the refrigerated truck into position, facilitating the transfer of the colossal tuna to the shore. The seasoned dockworkers, accustomed to various marine encounters, paid little heed to a mere Wuling vessel. However, the appearance of the magnificent tuna sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire dock. A throng of onlookers surged forward, eager to witness the spectacle. Whose ship is this? It's truly remarkable, they exclaimed. Just last month, it was merely a small skiff from neighboring Hongxi village. I recognize those too. They are from the Xinjiao sect. No wonder they are so formidable. For large tunas, surely worth over 100,000, right? Shin Qingqing, with her unblemished background, was quickly discerned by the crowd. While Zhou Yu remained an enigma, his origins shrouded in mystery. Rumors swirled, branding him as the son-in-law of the Shin family and a cult leader. A number of eager individuals had already begun seeking ways to align themselves with the duo. Yet, One was an outsider, and the other a solitary woman, leaving the curious onlookers with no means to establish any connection or exchange a word. As the 4 enormous tunas were still being loaded, representatives from the fisheries arrived. Zhou Yu had called them in to inspect the mackerel and pomfret, but upon sighting the tuna, they were rendered immobile. "Boss Zhou, you simply must sell me these tunas." Chapter 63. A profitable venture. This impeccably dressed individual, who spoke not a word of human language, demanded an explanation as to why the tuna should be sold to him. "I apologize, sir, but the tuna has already been sold. Perhaps you could wait until next time?" The representative from the fishing company, with an air of arrogance, retorted. "If that is your stance, then I shan't accept any other fish either. Selling tuna to others while offering me mere bycatch? Such fortune does not exist in this world. Indeed, larger fishing enterprises possess their own ocean-going vessels and engage in aquaculture, while smaller ones merely operate under the guise of a fishing license, functioning as mere middlemen in the trade. When the price is right, these traders swarm like flies, stubbornly refusing to be driven away. There is simply no need to indulge them." With that, the fishing representative turned on his heel and departed without further ado. Before he had even made his exit, someone in the crowd initiated a conversation with Zhou Yu. "Young man, do you have any fish left?" Zhou Yu chuckled. The bustling atmosphere was indeed lively. He called out to the crowd, "I have over 1,000 pounds of pomfret and several hundred pounds of mackerel. These are fresh catches from yesterday, if you're interested. Come find me." The individual who had spoken stepped forward from the throng, a lean, middle-aged man named Manager Zhang from Newbie Fisheries. Zhou Yu promptly invited him aboard to inspect the fish, and with the ice storage open, it was quite convenient to view the catch. The fish, sorted through a 5-mesh net, were of substantial size and freshness, clearly appealing to Manager Zhang. Negotiations ensued, with Zhang offering $10 for the mackerel and $18 for the pomfret. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingxing were understandably dissatisfied. They believed they should at least charge a 50% markup at their stall. However, selling fish in such large quantities proved to be a different matter altogether. Money was not earned by one alone, and bringing in another buyer would likely yield a similar price. After a moment of deliberation, they decided to sell. Manager Zhang's vehicle and crew were already at the dock, and with a quick phone call, they arrived to load the fish and weigh them. In addition to the tuna, Yin Lu also selected a variety of other seafood, including large eels, groupers, and lobsters, staples in Japanese cuisine. Upon spotting the striped bass, her excitement surpassed even that for the tuna, not due to its price, but rather its rarity. The pricing of tuna is determined by its quality, necessitating a visit to the store for the transaction to be completed. Thus, the duo split up. Shen Qingxing accompanied Yin Lu to the Japanese restaurant, while Zhou Yu remained to finalize the sale with Manager Zhang. The mackerel weighed over 600 pounds, fetching $300, while the pomfret, at over 1,300 pounds, sold for $200. The pricing for both fish was based on their weight. The larger the fish, the higher the price, resulting in a total that exceeded their expectations. Once the representatives from the fishing company departed, another figure approached the dock, Lu Qichuan. Zhou Yu's face brightened at the sight of him. This gentleman had been of great assistance to them. The nature of his relationship with Yin Lu remained unclear, though one could speculate on the various possibilities that exist between men and women. Given the tumultuous waves, it was no surprise that Lu had felt disoriented. Zhou Yu remembered feeling similarly upon their first encounter. Lu Qichuan purchased all of Zhou Yu's remaining fish and crabs, having intended to collect them himself. He arrived in a refrigerated truck, which was unexpected. The crabs, weighing over 100 pounds, sold for $11,000, while the fish brought in over $8,200. In days gone by, after reeling in such a bountiful catch, Boss Lu would joyfully break into a rendition of "Only Those Who Dare to Compete Will Win." However, today, his expression was as long as the Chabai Mountain. Zhou Yu mused that if he was dissatisfied, he need not make a purchase. He intended to inquire about Lu and Yin Lu's situation, but thought better of it, given Lu's current demeanor. By the time Lu Qichuan departed, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Only then did Zhou Yu realize he had not yet had lunch. Alas, there was still cleaning to attend to. They would dine together later. As he busied himself with tidying up the ice storage and washing the deck, Zhou Yu was both occupied and content. With tens of thousands in earnings, who would lie flat? Only a fool would do so. He craved a 996 work schedule, or even a 007. Just as he was about to wear down the deck with his scrubbing, Shen Qingxing arrived on a tricycle to fetch him. The two exchanged furtive glances as they loaded the tricycle with their belongings, racing homeward. Upon entering the room, Shen Qingxing immediately turned on the lights and drew the curtains. Zhou Yu felt a sense of deja vu wash over him. Shen Qingqing pulled him onto the sofa, bubbling with excitement as she inquired, "How much did you sell yours for?" "Mackerel fetched 8,300, pomfret 33,200, crabs 11,000, and large fish 8,200, totaling 60700. Upon calculating, Zhou Yu was taken aback. This was an extraordinary profit. "And you, how much did your tuna sell for?" Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, almost shimmering with a blue light. The two big eyes, weighing 103 kilograms, sold for 18,000, while the other, 98 kilograms, brought in 9,800. The two yellowfin totaled 6,500, and the lobster and large fish were 9,300. In total, I made 43600. Together, we amassed 104,300. Zhou Yu's eyes gleamed with a green light as well. However, being the cautious person he was, he quickly became suspicious. What's the deal with the tuna prices? The two big eyes differ by just a few pounds, yet the price disparity is astounding. And as for the yellowfin, surely there must be a limit to how cheap it can be? He could not help but voice his habitual skepticism. Could Yin Lu be a fraud? Shen Qingqing shot him a disapproving glance. "I once he allow you to speak ill of Sister Yin. She has it tough. She even treated me to tuna sashimi." "Huh? So you're saying that you're shortchanged? I've been starting all day, and you didn't think to save me a bite?" Shen Qingqing explained. "It's all due to that meat quality inspection. Tuna prices vary significantly based on fat content. As for the yellowfin, it's naturally the cheapest variety, primarily used for canning, and these two were quite small. How much could they possibly cost?" "All right," Zhou Yu conceded, as long as he was deceived. The two flushed with excitement as they divided their earnings. It was tea until after dinner, when Zhou Yu returned to his room, that he began to calm down. Upon further reflection, he realized the profits weren't as substantial as he initially thought. The Wuling Ren could be utilized for many years, thus not factoring into the costs. This voyage alone had nearly racked up expenses of 80,000. Excluding the reusable fishing gear, the essentials of fuel, frozen bait, and ice would amount to around 50,000. With such an investment, if they made a mere 10,000 to 18,000 per outing, it would scarcely cover the depreciation of the vessel. Moreover, do not even mention the costly tuna. Even when it comes to the mackerel and pomfret caught this time, one cannot guarantee that each voyage will encounter a school of fish. If the earnings from a single outing fall below 30,000 yuan, it essentially results in a loss. The pressure is indeed immense. Luck is unreliable, and one's visibility beneath the water in the open sea is insufficient. It is imperative to devise a strategy to enhance the efficiency of locating fish. Ideas flashed through his mind, each one dismissed until he eventually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the two dined on shredded meat congee accompanied by mantou and pickled vegetables. They had purchased an excess of mantou for this voyage, leaving over 20 to bring back. They would not spoil and could suffice for 2 meals. As the two were enjoying their meal, a loud banging reverberated from outside the door. "Shen Qingqing, come out. Stop playing dead. Someone saw you return." Chapter 64. Wealth should not be displayed. Shen Qingqing's face instantly drained of color. It had to be the Gao family, despite having made everything clear. Why were they still pestering her? Zhou Yu's anger surged as he thought, "Do you think I am weak and vulnerable?" Rising from his seat, he strode to the courtyard door, silently unlatched it. Standing outside were 2 middle-aged men, Gao Jinyu and Gao Jinhua. Upon seeing Zhou Yu, the 2 men disdainfully lifted their chins and entered without a word. At that moment, Shen Qingqing also arrived in the courtyard, glaring at the Gao brothers with resentment. Simultaneously, she was perplexed as to why Zhou Yu had opened the door for them. Wasn't it better to keep it closed? "Shen Qingqing, your father has been kidnapped. If you don't pay, they will cut off his kidney. 100,000, as his daughter, it is your duty to pay." Each of the two made their intentions clear with their statements. Zhou Yu leaned against the doorframe, glancing around to find no one outside. He swiftly turned to close the door and secure the latch. "I have no money. Seek whoever you wish." Shen Qingqing coldly rejected them. "No money? Are you trying to deceive me? You just received 100,000 in prize money. It was all over the news. If you don't take the money to save your father, you are being utterly unfilial." The prize money had already been spent on a boat, leaving both Shen Qingqing and Zhou Yu with barely 50,000 to their names. However, explaining this to them was futile, with those who lacked understanding. One needed to resort to physical language. Zhou Yu swiftly darted behind the 2 men, kicking them. "Hey, you dare to hit me?" With each kick, Gao Jinhua and Gao Jinyu were sent rolling on the ground. Zhou Yu specifically targeted them, ensuring that if either attempted to rise, he would deliver another kick, sending them sprawling once more. 100,000, is it? Here, Let me give you some. He taunted. 250, 250. Do you want 250? The Gao brothers were in no position to express their frustration. In their awkward attempts to crawl away, they could barely muster the strength to shout, Don't kick me again. I'll call the police. Struggling to catch their breath, they could hardly articulate their words. Though their bodies were resilient, they could not withstand the relentless barrage of kicks. The sheer humiliation was infuriating. Suddenly, Gao Jinhua realized that as long as he remained on the ground, he would not be kicked. A spark of intelligence ignited within him. I want to stand up. I'll crawl. He began to crawl towards the entrance, thinking that once he was outside, Zhou Yu would not be able to kick him anymore. Gao Jinhua, not wishing to be the only one to suffer, followed suit, crawling alongside him. Shen Qingqing stood in disbelief, watching the two supposed adults perform such a humiliating act. How had the situation devolved so quickly? Upon reaching the door, Gao Jinhua stood up to unlatch it and was about to flee. But not before taking the door with him. Shen Qingqing, just you wait. If you don't pay, I will make your life miserable. With a loud crash, Gao Jinhua, who was a step behind, found himself with a nosebleed. He couldn't even bother to wipe the blood away as he pushed through the door. One foot inside and the other outside. You little girl, just you wait. Hey you. Zhou Yu rushed forward and delivered a kick that sent him flying out the door. Leave if you must, but spare me your incessant prattle. The Gao brothers, grumbling and cursing as they departed, were indeed somewhat intimidated. After all, this young man resembled a humanoid beast. While a kick to the rear could be tolerated, a blow to the head would surely result in grave injury. It hardly seemed worth it to extort a bit of money. Observing Zhou Yu's nonchalant demeanor, Shen Qingqing voiced her concern. Zhou Yu, what if they decide to call the police? Zhou Yu chuckled dismissively. If they have the audacity to seek medical attention for their injuries, then let them. Seeking treatment for one's rear end? Such an endeavor would inflict greater embarrassment than the injuries themselves. Especially for men, scars on their bodies can be paraded as badges of honor, but injuries to their behinds. Well, that's a conversation best left unspoken. Furthermore, they had no evidence. A bruise on the rear could easily be attributed to prolonged sitting. Shen Qingqing couldn't help but laugh as well. With no witnesses around and the incident occurring within their own courtyard, Zhou Yu felt justified in his actions. The appearance of the Gao brothers served as a wake-up call for the duo. At the awards ceremony, neither of them had any lines to recite. It was merely a fleeting moment, yet it had captured someone's attention. Once one person noticed, another was bound to follow suit, signaling that they had inadvertently revealed their wealth. Although their money had been spent, the real issue was that no one believed them. As they each contemplated their thoughts while finishing their interrupted breakfast, Zhou Yu suddenly suggested, Qingqing, how about I take you to school later? Shen Qingqing paused in surprise, realizing that he was concerned about the Gao brothers' threats. She smiled radiantly, sure. Today I have my second class, which is why we chose to return yesterday. Zhou Yu, riding his electric scooter, nervously transported Shen Qingqing. Anxious about being caught by traffic police. The same rules applied to electric tricycles. Carrying passengers could result in fines. Both felt the pressing need for a car. Initially intending to drop her off at the entrance to ensure her safety, Shen Qingqing insisted on accompanying him to class. Having been away from school for just over a year, Zhou Yu had little desire to return and face detention. However, Shen Qingqing tugged at his arm insistently, and in his dazed state, he acquiesced. In the lecture hall, the instructor was oblivious to the identities of the attendees. The likelihood of encountering classmates in their senior year was slim, thus Zhou Yu felt no pressure. With around 10 minutes remaining before class commenced, many students had already settled in, and Zhou Yu took a seat in the back row, thinking that he could simply play on his phone. Recently, he had become captivated by fishing gear, frequently watching short videos to study various rods and reels, rapidly evolving into a true angler. As soon as they were seated, a girl adorned in heavy makeup and a long dress plopped down beside Zhou Yu. Tilting her head, she spoke across him to Shen Qingqing. Qingqing, is this your boyfriend? The one who stood beside you at the awards ceremony? Wow, 200,000. You two have struck it rich. Zhou Yu, bewildered, thought to himself. Why must she lean in so closely to speak? Shen Qingqing, silent, stood up and attempted to squeeze past Zhou Yu. The long tables in the lecture hall were fixed to the ground, making the narrow passageway even more cramped with Zhou Yu sitting in the way. Their proximity was awkward and uncomfortable, leaving Zhou Yu speechless and cornered with no escape from the situation. I truly wish to send that woman beside me flying. At last, after a brief yet protracted journey, Shen Qingqing squeezed herself between the two individuals. Knowing that he was someone else's boyfriend, she ought to refrain from frivolous flirtations. The girl had not anticipated that Shin would not deny it, but rather confront her directly. However, since she had initiated the topic, it was difficult for her to refute it, leaving her momentarily speechless. Humph, what is so impressive? It's merely a stroke of luck. If you possess the ability, why not aim for a graduate degree? With that, she swayed her hips and advanced to the front row. What kind of person is this? She certainly seems unfriendly. Shin turned her head, glaring fiercely. Zhou, why don't you move aside? Aren't you pleased to have a beauty so close? Zhou thought to himself. Where could I possibly retreat? Ascend from this spot? What is so admirable about a heavily made-up, modified person? Regrettably, his inner musings amounted to silence, as he saw Shin Qing's little hand approaching her waist. In a moment of desperation, Zhou cleverly replied, what is there to avoid? Isn't it common to be close together while fishing? Shin Qing paused, a blush rising to her cheeks. Clearly, she was referring to that green tea BTCH. Yet he called me a beauty. Her claw-like hands immediately retracted, gripping the hem of her clothing. Chapter 65, another award? Aside from this minor interlude, attending classes with Shin Qing proved to be quite delightful. Zhou, free from the burden of lectures, indulged in games and admired the beauty around him, experiencing sheer bliss. Although the class was a lengthy 100 minutes, it felt as if it had concluded in the blink of an eye. As soon as the bell rang, the students surged forth like unleashed hounds, racing towards the cafeteria. Those who arrived late were sure to find the dishes devoured. Zhou chuckled to himself, recalling his own past experiences. After all, the cafeteria offered far more affordable meals than any outside establishment, and he would always compete in a race against a group of boys. The first scoop of food was undeniably superior to the subsequent servings, which often trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Accompanying Shin Qing, however, he certainly could not match their pace. The two strolled leisurely out of the classroom when a striking girl slipped between them, wrapping an arm around Shin Qing's shoulders. Qing, you still bother to come to school? If I had a yacht, I would be sailing on the sea every day. Oh, Qing, what are you doing here? Shin Qing replied excitedly, reciprocating the embrace. The two girls shared an intimate moment before parting, and Shin Qing introduced them. One was her Seoul University friend and classmate, Gao Xing, and the other was her cooperative partner, Zhou. How wonderful to discover that she had friends. Zhou genuinely felt happy for her. The life of a lone wolf was not particularly pleasant. With one more addition to their dining group, the three of them filled a table in the cafeteria. Gao Xing stared at the mountainous plates piled high with food before them, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Qing, have you gained weight? Coughing. Shin Qing nearly choked, while Zhou promptly patted her back to ease her breath, casting a fierce glare across the table. What were today's female university students thinking? Gao Xing looked slightly aggrieved. You never used to eat this much. People say only pregnant women experience such an increase in appetite. Gao Xing had already decided to stay at the school as a counselor for the freshmen. After graduation, she could enter the graduate program without examinations. Her future seemed predetermined. A clear path ahead. As a counselor, she faced numerous trivialities, and Shin Qing had been visiting the school less frequently, which made their meetings rare. It was no wonder her imagination was running wild. Qing, what nonsense are you thinking? This is all for Zhou. All the ribs, chicken, and vegetables are double portions for each of us, which explains the intimidating appearance. Gao Xing responded with an understanding "oh," and her gaze towards Zhou shifted significantly. Zhou smirked, clearly unimpressed, as if to say she had never encountered such an audacious man before. Gao Xing discreetly rolled her eyes, pondering how Qing ended up with such a glutton. In truth, Zhou bore the brunt of Shin Qing's growing appetite, which had soared since they met, now rivaling that of a robust man. In the presence of her close friend, she appeared rather shy. Zhou would wager that she wouldn't be satisfied after this meal. Women and their pride. Is it truly that significant? By the way, Qing, I actually came here with a mission. I have 2 pieces of good news to share with you. Shin Qing was poking at a piece of rapeseed with her chopsticks, her heart in turmoil, longing for ribs and chicken legs. Upon hearing Gao Xing's words, her attention shifted instantly, curiosity piqued. What news? She inquired, skeptical that any good fortune could arise from the school apart from scholarships. Gao Xing chuckled knowingly. Are you still upset? It was you who relinquished that opportunity, after all. However, fortune has smiled upon you again. The school has agreed to support your graduate studies. With a sudden flick, a rapeseed leaf flew out of her plate. Gao Xing continued, and there's a prize of 10,000 yuan as well. Huh. Did your grandmother have a chat with the principal? The two of them stared in astonishment. Look at your silly faces. Achievements worthy of news coverage, and you don't even think to mention it to the school. Such a momentous occasion surely warrants a generous reward. Shinqing sighed, realizing they were still discussing this. It seems not only the Gao family has a television. She was certain she would claim the 10,000 yuan, but regarding the graduate studies, she hesitated. With her academic record, she had previously been granted an opportunity for graduate study, which had seemed secure until a competitor consulted the advisor late one night, and the spot was reassigned. Had Shinqing been more assertive, she could have preserved her rights. Yet, she had been torn between choices, preferring to enter the workforce and earn money sooner, and ultimately chose to let it go. Although a dedicated spot had resurfaced, the thought of the murkiness within the ivory tower made her feel queasy. As a good friend, Gao Xing saw through her thoughts immediately. Hey, someone like Lu Shanshan will inevitably face her downfall. You can't starve yourself just because she eats. Mentioning Lu Shanshan darkened Shinqing's expression as she shot a fierce glance at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu responded, what does that have to do with me? Suddenly, a vivid image of a flamboyant girl from the classroom flashed in her mind. In the end, Shinqing refrained from voicing her decision, merely stating she needed to consider it. Graduate studies were not like senior year. A careless absence could lead to failing grades, jeopardizing her plans to go out to sea with him. Having conveyed everything needed, Gao Xing took her leave after lunch. With ample time before class, they decided to explore the campus. Each held an ice cream, wandering beneath the phoenix trees by the Furong Lake. The azure sky, white clouds, and verdant trees, accompanied by a gentle breeze and beauty at her side, made the university campus feel exceptionally serene. Zhou Yu, should I pursue graduate studies or not? Zhou Yu replied without hesitation, if you enjoy it, pursue it. If not, don't. Employment and money shouldn't be issues now. With Willing around, I believe we can engage in things we love. Is that so? Shinqing pondered thoughtfully. The afternoon classes passed in a blink, and the two rode safely home on a small electric scooter, without the Gao brothers showing up. Yet, such matters could not be overlooked. From that day forward, whenever Shinqing had class, Zhou Yu would ride the small electric scooter to escort her. However, he wouldn't attend her classes, as he had many matters to attend to. This week's courses were rather numerous, so they refrained from venturing out to sea. During their free time, they would take the dry duck boat to nearby shores to fish and enjoy the day. Next week, Shinqing will have a 6-day holiday, and the two plan to drift at sea for 4 to 5 days during this time. Taking advantage of these leisurely days, Zhou Yu began to procure equipment. He has several ideas that might enhance fishing efficiency. Some of the items are unavailable for purchase, so he intends to craft them himself. Starting from the simplest, the first is a crab trap. To be honest, Zhou Yu is enamored with this device, as long as he can locate a bountiful crab-catching spot. It feels akin to picking up money. In terms of yield, neither tuna fishing nor netting schools of fish can compare. It is truly a delightful and effortless endeavor. Previously, he had a steel trap that cost over 200, which yielded remarkable results. Thus, he purchased a considerable amount of thick steel wire. Each trap requires approximately 18 meters of material, with a 5mm frame and a 3mm mesh, costing merely a little over 20 yuan. Compared to the traps in fishing stores, which are priced at over 200, this is less than a tenth of the cost. Even if they corrode more quickly, as long as the degradation does not reach tenfold, it remains a profitable venture. Chapter 66. Capturing the moment. Constructing a cage is remarkably straightforward. It can be broken down into several lengths. By bending them into fixed shapes and finally assembling them, the task is complete. Within 2 afternoons, 50 cages were fashioned. While the cages themselves are inexpensive, the tools required for their creation are rather costly. The entire set of manual tools, along with electric welding equipment, drills, angle grinders, and electric saws, cost several thousand yuan. This expenditure is unavoidable as maintaining the ship's equipment necessitates it. The Coast Guard confiscated the toolbox and fire extinguishers, which now must be replenished at one's own expense. Zhou Yu also purchased a remote-controlled boat for deploying nets. This device has gained immense popularity, with many individuals acquiring it for inland fishing. One need not enter the water. The small boat can be maneuvered to lower the net. Additionally, he acquired a drone with an exceptionally long-range control, which he claimed to use for locating fish schools. The steel wire, tools, and remote-controlled boat are all accounted for in their shared expenses, while the drone was purchased solely with his own funds. Although he professed it was for fishing, in truth, it was merely a toy he longed to play with. In his previous poverty, he had scarcely indulged in the toys that boys typically cherish. Now, with a bit of money in his pocket, he finds himself regressing to a more youthful state. On this particular day, they fished near the shore for the entire morning. Suddenly, Shin recalled that they had yet to purchase wallpaper for their home. The enormity of the world pales in comparison to the significance of domestic affairs. Zhou immediately responded, "Let us sell the fish and head back to buy wallpaper." He deftly turned the helm without a moment's hesitation. The nearshore waters have become so depleted that it has reached a new low. The local crab spots are exhausted, rendering their efforts futile. Recently, each time they approach the nearshore, they are reminded of various household matters, prompting them to return home after a half-day's work. Today was no exception. They were both eager to venture into the open sea. They sold their catch to Boss Sher, with whom they had not collaborated for some time due to a previous unpleasant encounter. 2 days prior, Boss Sher unexpectedly called, inquiring if they could procure crabs weighing over a pound, as he had important guests to entertain. Crabs of such weight are relatively rare. However, he was genuinely interested in purchasing a larger quantity, merely providing them with an initial request. Without any overt hostility, they agreed to catch a few to fulfill his request, thereby mending past grievances. Moreover, Lu Qichuan had previously taken in a substantial number of large fish, and he was somewhat saturated. Thus, they decided to sell their recent haul to Old Sher. As with previous days, their earnings amounted to over 1,000 yuan. After settling their accounts, they hurried to the furniture store. Upon entering the shop, Zhou pointed to a roll of marble-patterned wallpaper and declared, "I think this one is splendid, simple, and elegant." The sales assistant smiled, "Sir, you have a discerning eye. This model is specifically designed for bathrooms, being waterproof and moisture-resistant, with no adhesive residue upon removal." However, Shin had already taken Zhou by the hand and dashed away, leaving him bereft of the power to choose wallpaper. Now subjected to a thorough questioning of his aesthetic judgment, Zhou found his voice only when Shin encountered difficulties in selection. "Zhou, which is more beautiful? This ivory white or the blue and white porcelain? Zhou, should we choose cherry blossom pink or opulent gold?" Whenever Zhou ventured an opinion, Shin would invariably opt for the alternative. This phenomenon is what she termed aesthetic risk aversion. In a fit of exasperation, Zhou decided to speak in sarcasm. When asked if that was the case, he proclaimed he would only discuss the model he disliked. "Little brother, being with me has certainly refined your aesthetic sense. This particular model is indeed quite remarkable. I find myself enamored with it." "Very well." Zhou fell silent, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Ultimately, he adhered closely to Shin design, purchasing wallpaper and latex paint. After a hasty lunch, the two commenced measuring and cutting the wallpaper. The walls of the house were originally pristine white. Although somewhat aged, they had been well maintained. Zhou smoothed out a few minor cracks with sandpaper, meticulously brushing away dust and flaking paint from other areas to ensure a clean surface. With the wall prepared, Shin had also finished cutting the wallpaper. Both were now rather disheveled, their faces smeared with white dust. They then retrieved a basin, mixing glutinous rice glue with water to begin the wallpapering process. Shin applied the adhesive with a roller, while Zhou stood on a stool to affix the wallpaper. Finally, they used a scraper to flatten the wallpaper, squeezing out any excess glue from the edges. What they initially thought would be a simple task took an entire afternoon to complete Shin room. To save time, they decided to simmer a pot of ribs for dinner. Once the ribs were in the pot, they returned to Zhou's room to continue their work. Zhou had always spent time in Shin room, while she was only visiting his for the second time. Upon entering, Shin immediately noticed something intriguing. "Little brother, what is this? I don't recognize it." It's no wonder women are often seen as technologically challenged. Zhou took on the role of the teacher. "Qingqing, this is a wireless router, and this is called an optical modem." Shin looked at him with a bemused expression, her voice rising from a whisper to a shout. "That can't be right. I've heard that S called the neighbor S internet." "Qingqing, let me explain." The relentless grip of Shin hand seized the tender flesh at Zhou's waist. "You deceived me, you big liar. Tell me, how many megabits does the neighbor's internet have?" This revelation left Shin so agitated that she devoured an extra steamed bun for dinner. Zhou had no intentions of deceiving her. It was simply difficult to reject the goodwill of someone who generously provided a hotspot daily. And to insist on a broadband connection felt rather ungrateful. Resolved, Zhou vowed never to mislead her again, at least not to let her discover the truth. The thought of the tortoise breathing technique sent a shiver down Zhou's spine. He could never confess that, by nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, they had finally finished wallpapering Zhou's room. Internally, It indeed resembled a brand new house. Tomorrow was Shun Qingqing's award ceremony, and the other room would have to wait. The ceremony was set to commence at 9, so Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing departed at 8. It was the height of the morning rush hour, and traffic crawled at a snail's pace, causing significant delays. Fortunately, the electric scooter allowed them to navigate the non-motorized lanes, and as luxury cars fell behind, Zhou Yu felt a sense of vindication regarding his choice of transportation. However, just as he relished the moment, a police officer suddenly appeared at the intersection, beckoning him. Was this a stroke of bad luck? Zhou Yu's eyes widened in surprise. How long had the officer been lurking in the bushes, having often walked by the river? He was well aware that one could not avoid getting wet. He was mentally prepared for the possibility of being caught. Park the vehicle by the roadside and present your identification as requested by the officer. Observing Shun Qingqing's slight panic, Zhou Yu reassured her, "Do not worry, Qingqing. This will not take long. It's merely a fine of 50 yuan, at most 200. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment aloud. The officer cast a sidelong glance at him and declared, "Young man, you are operating an unregistered electric vehicle with a passenger. Consequently, I must impound your vehicle in accordance with the law. Think you can avoid delays? You both should hurry to catch a taxi." Upon hearing the word impound, Zhou Yu became anxious. "Officer, I possess a registered vehicle. You have no authority to seize it. Look, my license plate number is. Where's my license plate?" He turned to the rear of the vehicle, only to find the designated spot for the plate completely empty. Somehow, it had come loose and vanished. Chapter 67. Peculiar business. The loss of a license plate is not as simple as merely obtaining a replacement. The maximum fine for carrying passengers on an electric bike is 200, and driving without a plate may result in the vehicle being impounded. Shun Qingqing was becoming anxious. "Officer, we truly have a plate. It just fell off while we were on the road." The officer's eyes brightened. The young lady was indeed striking. However, beautiful women often resort to deception, and the more enchanting they are, the higher the likelihood of their craftiness. Mere looks were insufficient to sway him. Zhou Yu scrutinized the location where the plate was affixed and exclaimed with delight, "Officer, look, the imprint of the license plate is still there." Upon turning to inspect, the officer indeed noticed a rectangular area on the fender that was pristine and devoid of dust, indicating it had previously been concealed. "You two are quite clever." "You haven't lied," he acknowledged. Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing rejoiced, thinking, "Who says police are difficult to deal with? This one is quite reasonable." However, the vehicle still had to be impounded. "Why?" they inquired in unison. The officer replied nonchalantly, "What if everyone without a plate claims it fell off?" Zhou Yu scoffed. "That can't possibly happen. We are telling the truth." The officer retorted, "Similarly, for those without plates, some I let go, while others I do not. Would you believe me if I said those I released had lost their plates?" The two were left speechless, knowing full well that it implied he had accepted bribes, a notion any reasonable person would consider. Zhou Yu was now in a state of panic. Typically, a vehicle impound would not be catastrophic. Yet, with the current traffic congestion, without their little electric bike, Shun Qingqing would surely be late. The impact of her tardiness on the awards ceremony, where she was to be the center of attention, was considerable. Thinking of the awards ceremony, Zhou Yu spoke up, "Officer, we are different. I am taking her to the awards ceremony. Surely someone who has served the country deserves some consideration? Others may wish to compete, but let her achieve some recognition as well, recognition for service." This argument held considerable weight, as children of martyrs receive additional points on college entrance exams. "Oh, have you truly served?" he probed, skeptical. Indeed. Look. Here's the certificate." Shun Qingqing promptly opened her bag to present evidence. "People's Coastal Defense, Security Guardian. Your name is Zhou Yu?" "I apologize. I am Shun Qingqing." She hastily retrieved her own certificate. "I mistakenly took his." The officer recalled a broadcast during the National Day celebrations. Although he did not pay close attention to the individuals involved, the incident was unmistakable. The young couple had indeed been recognized for their contributions, and the officer felt a surge of respect. "You two should hurry along. Do not keep your leaders waiting. It would be inappropriate." The pair expressed their heartfelt gratitude, hopping onto the electric bike and speeding away. "Don't forget to replace your license plate. And next time, don't carry passengers." Zhou Yu twisted the throttle, anxious that the officer might change his mind. After a thrilling but uneventful journey to the school, Zhou Yu, looking quite presentable, blended in with the crowd entering the auditorium. The proceedings of the ceremony were similar to those before, but the main title had transformed into Coastal Defense Guardians Awards Ceremony and Shen Qingqing's report on outstanding achievements. The host began to extol Shen Qingqing's remarkable accomplishments. Next, Shen Qingqing took the stage with her manuscript, weaving in numerous fictional narratives. She claimed that the school had provided her with ample national security education and under the wise guidance and thorough instruction of the institution. She found the courage to stand up when she discovered the spy fish. In that pivotal moment, the images of martyrs such as Liu Hulin and Dong Tsuanrui flashed through her mind, inspiring her to forge ahead unflinchingly, dedicating her efforts to the nation and its people. Zhou Yu was left speechless, recalling that he had initially thought it was merely a dead fish. However, he understood that Shen Qingqing likely did not wish to fabricate such tales. Yet, given the matter's implications for the school's reputation and the leadership's dignity, could one afford to disregard the manuscript requirements and risk losing the 10,000 yuan? Ultimately, thunderous applause erupted as the leaders took the stage to present awards. Shen Qingqing, alongside the leaders, held up a mock check, while the flash of cameras erupted chaotically. It was astonishing how a trivial matter could be stretched into a 40-minute spectacle, earning Zhou Yu a newfound respect for them. Fortunately, the 10,000 yuan was successfully acquired, accompanied by an honorary certificate issued by the school. One should not underestimate its significance. Akin to a national award, it would be recorded in Shen Qingqing's personal file. Now, should she desire, any graduate program at the school, provided the fields were not too disparate, would be open for her selection. Remaining at the institution was not out of the question. To put it plainly, after this incident, Shen Qingqing's animosity index skyrocketed to triple digits. Even before leaving the auditorium, no fewer than 10 girls were secretly disparaging her. Posts on the school forum surfaced, accusing her of cozying up to wealthy patrons and engaging in yacht escapades, complete with videos from Shen Qingqing's social media, serving as damning evidence. Alas, in a society where resources are limited, claiming a share inevitably breeds resentment from others. Unbeknownst to Shen Qingqing, the tide of malice had already begun to swell. Obliviously elated, she tugged Zhou Yu along towards home, eager to complete the wallpapering today, so she could prepare her gear for the sea tomorrow. Just the thought filled her with joy. In her exuberance, Gao Xing approached them, inviting the pair to indulge in icy refreshments. Such unsolicited attentiveness could only signal ulterior motives. Zhou Yu scrutinized Gao Xing more closely, suspecting that no good would come of this. Before Gao Xing could say a word, Shen Qingqing's petite hand stealthily reached out. To be frank, Gao Xing was extraordinarily beautiful. Tall and slender, she appeared even more formidable in high heels than Zhou Yu, despite weighing less than Shen Qingqing. Her visage was cool and her demeanor elegant and intellectual, truly the epitome of a goddess-like beauty. However, Zhou Yu was not one to admire women in that manner. Rather, he was determined to uncover her true intentions. Thus, the three of them settled down at a tea table outside the beverage shop, each with an ice cream in hand. Zhou Yu opted for vanilla, Shen Qingqing chose strawberry, and Gao Xing selected a raspberry flavor. At this moment, the autumn sun was particularly fierce, making the icy treats all the more delightful. Qingqing, was that yacht truly purchased by you? Gao Xing began, licking her ice cream and steering the conversation towards the crux of the matter. Shen Qingqing looked somewhat perplexed. Qingqing, didn't I tell you that already? Gao Xing's expression turned intricate as she pondered. Well, you know our school offers several marine-related programs. For thesis projects or graduate courses, there are always relevant experimental tasks. The current leadership is inclined to rent your boat for students to conduct marine research experiments. However, we still need the boat for fishing. Shen Qingqing is not averse to taking students out, but the financial compensation is rather meager compared to the profits from fishing, rendering it a poor bargain. As long as we adhere to specific routes, you are free to fish or engage in any activities along the way. If that is the case, it could indeed be an unexpected windfall. Just as Shen Qingqing was about to consent, Zhou Yu interjected. I find this proposal inappropriate. Zhou Yu fixed a penetrating gaze on Gao Xing, inquiring, I wonder whose idea this is? Is there some animosity towards Qingqing? He noted that Gao Laoshe and Qingqing seemed to share a good rapport, suggesting he wouldn't wish her harm. Gao Xing's expression darkened at Zhou Yu's heavy words, as they struck a nerve. The troubling truth was, Zhou Yu had indeed hit the nail on the head. This idea had originated from someone who bore a grudge against Shen Qingqing. Chapter 68. A best friend is not an ideal species. Upon observing Gao Xing's expression, Zhou Yu immediately discerned that her conjecture was indeed correct. Without awaiting a response, she continued, Qingqing knows a girl whose family operates a shipyard. She also studies at your school. Why not seek her assistance? Zhou Yu pondered aloud. It's because she sells boats. and accommodating passengers is not part of her business. The fishing boat I share with Qingqing is officially registered, and charging for passengers is illegal. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Qingqing grasped the gravity of the situation. If they engaged in illegal operations and an incident were to occur, both she and Zhou Yu could face imprisonment, even in the absence of any mishaps. A mere report could lead to severe repercussions. The realization that she had been momentarily blinded by a trifling amount of silver left her feeling utterly ashamed. Initially, Gao Xing did not take the matter seriously, but upon hearing the word illegal, her demeanor shifted dramatically. I am so sorry, Qingqing. I am so sorry, Zhou Yu. It was my oversight. Even though the suggestion came from Lu Shanshan and our superior, I thought it would be a lucrative opportunity for you. And I believed it was a good thing. It was Lu Shanshan who had usurped Qingqing's opportunity for graduate school recommendations. To label her as an enemy might be an exaggeration. They merely had conflicting interests. Gao Xing earnestly turned to Qingqing, confessing, Qingqing, I truly never intended to harm you. Qingqing promptly rose to sit beside her, taking Gao Xing's hand in hers and gently caressing it. Qingqing, I was just tempted by the idea. You sincerely wanted to help us earn money. How could I hold that against you? Aside from Zhou Yu, that dark-minded individual. Who could have foreseen the traps hidden within? Zhou Yu interjected. So I am the only one deemed a schemer? Gao Xing chuckled, playfully poking Qingqing's forehead. Don't be oblivious to your own good fortune. With such a partner, at the very least, you won't be taken advantage of. Zhou Yu smirked and nodded slightly. This woman does possess some insight. She is not as foolish as I had assumed. Just as he was reveling in this thought, Gao Xing continued. However, Qingqing must remain vigilant. Do not allow yourself to be sold out while counting his money. Zhou Yu's brows visibly furrowed. Where did this nonsense come from? Can't you choose your words wisely? Qingqing playfully nudged Gao Xing's shoulder, feigning innocence. That would never happen. Our partnership is secured by a signed contract. Gao Xing raised an eyebrow. I was not referring to monetary matters, but rather to emotional entanglements. Damn it. Indeed, a best friend is not an ideal species. The discussion regarding taking students out to sea was thus shelved. After enjoying some refreshments, the two bid farewell and returned home. They retrieved the necessary receipts and documents. With Zhou Yu riding a tricycle and Qingqing on an electric bike, setting off to reapply for the license. Why take two vehicles? The electric bike would carry them to the traffic police station, while Zhou Yu lacked the audacity to venture out alone. The process of reapplication was remarkably swift. After the vehicle inspection, they were soon provided with a new license plate. Once the plate was affixed, both felt a wave of relief. No longer burdened by the fear of having their vehicle impounded. Their original plan was to procure equipment the following day, but since they were already out, they decided to tackle everything in one go. They found a small eatery and ordered 2 medium-sized clay pot chicken dishes, resolving their lunch needs first. With no time to waste, they hurried off to the fishing tackle shop. Upon seeing the two of them, the shop owner beamed with delight. In a recent expenditure exceeding $30,000, the proprietor was eager to provide the two participants with a premium membership card. Regrettably, this time, they found themselves devoid of such necessity. A modest rubber dinghy measuring 2 meters and 60 centimeters, accompanied by an array of trivial complimentary items, amounted to just over $1,000. While other anglers consumed fishing hooks in great quantities, the two were distinctly different. Regardless of snagging the bottom or reeling in an oversized catch, Zhou Yu could effortlessly extract the hook with a mere flick of his hand. Ever since he demonstrated this ability following a remarkable fishing trip, Qingqing had come to recognize it as an extension of his unique skill. Whenever a snag occurred, she would simply call out to him. They had purchased a substantial quantity of fishing lines and hooks previously, and aside from the one severed by a grouper, they felt no need for replenishment. Observing the situation, the proprietor hastily approached to introduce a new offering. Esteemed patrons, did you not purchase a fishing spear last time? We have just received a carbon fiber model. May I present it for your consideration? Today, it is available at a special price of only $6,800. Zhou Yu chuckled, taking a glance at the item, but refraining from expressing intent to buy. Qingqing stifled a laugh. After being enticed by an $8,000 fishing spear, Zhou Yu had promptly ordered a plethora of aviation aluminum and stainless steel upon returning home. After several attempts, he had successfully replicated a spear worth $800. Now, the proprietor was presenting one at $6,000? Yet, out of respect, Zhou Yu acknowledged the offer. His replica spear was equipped with a laser sight and could even be customized with a reel. He resolved to make a purchase there. How about the electric reel from last time? He suggested. The previous reel, priced over $7,000, made the proprietor's calculations sound alarmingly loud, causing Zhou Yu a headache. If I buy a 6,000 spear and then craft a 7,000 replica, wouldn't that render my efforts in vain? Ultimately, disregarding the proprietor's fervent sales pitch, he settled for a fish shooting reel at just over 1,000. The proprietor's expression shifted. Bewildered that he would purchase a reel instead of the spear, this was a lost sale. Zhou Yu paid him no mind and left with Shen. Their departure marked by a sense of liberation. They still needed to acquire a fire extinguisher. In the event of an inspection, lacking such a device could prove perilous. When the Dragon of Flames obtained their certification, they had registered their fire safety equipment. Should the authorities apprehend any Wuling personnel, it would lead to charges of unauthorized removal of fire safety devices, potentially resulting in the confiscation of their vessel. After strictly adhering to regulations and procuring adequate fire safety apparatus, the pair finally returned home, where a room awaited wallpapering. Remarkably, despite having resided there for some time, Zhou Yu had yet to visit the room to the west. Carrying wallpaper adhesive, he stepped inside, only to be greeted by 2 memorial tablets on the offering table. The table was adorned with incense and offerings, revealing that the spirit tablets of Shen Qingqing's mother and grandmother were positioned there. Zhou Yu felt a twinge of discomfort. This was not a topic for discussion. He busied himself with the task at hand, moving cautiously so as not to disturb the table. Observing his demeanor, Shen Qingqing chuckled softly. Zhou Yu, there's no need for such formality. The departed have moved on. My mother and grandmother would only find joy in seeing me thrive. Although she intended to comfort him, her voice dwindled to a hush, her own spirits dampening. Zhou Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He was well aware that this was a topic best left unspoken. Setting aside the wallpaper coated in glutinous rice adhesive, he strode over and embraced Shen Qingqing as a partner would, gently patting her back. All right, let us proceed and continue with our work. She released her grip and turned back to continue applying the wallpaper. Huh? Shen Qingqing appeared utterly bewildered. The glue had been meticulously applied, yet she suddenly recoiled, afraid to embrace her. What was this all about? Such a commotion dissipated the oppressive atmosphere that had engulfed the room. The two postponed their dinner and, with renewed vigor, completed the wallpapering. With the new wallpaper, the 3 rooms transformed completely, transitioning from the aesthetics of the 1990s to the early 21st century. If they could match it with a full set of furniture and appliances, they could elevate the space by another decade, achieving contemporary standards. Unfortunately, neither of them watched television. Otherwise, hanging one would greatly enhance the homely ambience. After considering various options, they concluded that to harmonize with the wallpaper, both the bed and wardrobe would need replacing. However, if they were to replace those, the ceiling would also require a complete overhaul. Fluorescent tubes would not suffice, at the very least. They would need to install LED panel lights, or even better, a crystal chandelier. After thorough deliberation, their ultimate conclusion was that nothing should be changed. The strategy of adding excess is a cardinal sin in warfare. If changes were to be made, it could only be in the event of moving to a new house. Chapter 69. Technology as the primary productive force. At the crack of dawn the following day, the 2 individuals commenced loading the vessel. The fishing gear had been delivered the previous day, and now they were primarily loading potable water and newly acquired tools. The trawler was entirely enclosed, impervious to pressure, and thus the equipment was placed at the bottom. Next, they stacked water and provisions, while the most precious item, the drone, was carefully situated on top. This time, they adjusted the food ratio. In addition to steamed buns, they procured frozen foods. When encountering a school of fish, there would be no time to cook. Dumplings, ready in 15 minutes, were ideal for a working meal, and the presence of a freezer facilitated their storage. Before they set sail, Shen Qingqing called the supplier of ice and frozen bait. Just as they arrived at the dock, the supplier did as well. The ice was delivered in a specified quantity, with over 3,000 blocks filling the large ice storage. Do not scoff at the price. Once you freeze some at home, you will understand. The process of freezing does not occur overnight. The ice that melts in a day differs vastly from that which takes a week to thaw. Each time they returned from sea, any unmelted ice had to be disposed of. The nearly boundless market demand made Zhou Yu envious. As for acquiring a seawater ice machine, it was utterly impractical. Zhou Yu hesitated to use electricity even for cooking, as it was drawn from diesel generators. This was not merely electricity. It represented endurance and financial expenditure. This time, they required 8 boxes of frozen bait. If they wished to catch larger fish, such provisions were indispensable. Even with a global perspective, being able to see fish was futile if they did not bite. Moreover, Zhou Yu's vision was rather limited. and the process of casting lines was unavoidable. The combined cost of ice and bait amounted to approximately 8,000, representing the direct expense of this expedition. Other items were considered fixed assets, merely subject to depreciation. The destination was farther this time, requiring 5 hours to reach. Following the pandemic, the process for fishing vessels to report their outings had become more standardized. Any vessel registered formally could report via mobile phone within 24 hours of departure and arrival. The Wuling Rin and their personal information, including operational waters, had been submitted by Shinqingqing the previous night. With a sharp whistle, the Wuling Rin carved a trough in the tranquil sea, venturing into the depths of the ocean. The wind was slightly stronger today. Zhou Yu glanced at the black anemometer at the flybridge S rear, spinning wildly. A southerly wind, force 4. Compared to the last outing, more fuel would be consumed. Shortly after setting off, the intercom crackled with Shinqingqing's voice. Zhou Yu, take the helm for a moment. I need to take a call. Zhou Yu hurried to the wheelhouse, pondering who would choose such an inopportune moment. Sister Qingqing, where are you? Ying, I'm out at sea. Humph. Not buying a boat is one thing. We agreed to enjoy together, yet each time I look for you, you're never around. I'm not going to be nice anymore. All right, Ying, don't be upset. This time I'll treat you to ice cream. Hey, you better keep your word. Or just wait and see how I'll punish you. Your Agent 1T be able to save you, I promise. The two engaged in an awkward yet lively exchange, leaving Zhou Yu quite baffled. The last time they met, they weren't like this. What peculiar chemistry was at play? What are you staring at? Can I be a bit charming? Yes, that's the spirit. Now, that's the real you. Once again, Shinqingqing took the helm, while Zhou Yu moved to the stern, preparing to experiment with his new creation. Previously, he had attempted to cast a net from the back of the boat, but it proved impossible to open the net while in motion. Naturally, a trawl net would be most effective at the stern. However, trawl nets are incompatible with other fishing gear and can only be utilized on specialized trawling vessels. With trawling out of the question and the cast net unable to open, Zhou Yu had to think creatively and modified a rake net himself. The rake net is quite common in rural areas, consisting of a semicircular iron hoop with a net bag attached, complemented by a long handle. It is quite effective in small rivers for scooping up small fish and shrimp. Zhou Yu removed the small mesh net bag and replaced it with a 5-mesh net, bending the iron handle to fit perfectly into a fishing hole. Thus, he fashioned a mini trawl net with large openings that could hang at the stern of the boat. By pressing the short L-shaped end of the handle into the fishing hole, it fit snugly. The semicircular net bag partially submerged in the water, and wherever fish were present, it would immediately sift through them. The opening of the rake net resembled a crab trap, ensuring that nothing could escape. In fact, it resembled more of a fish cage than a trawl net. Having set up his new toy, Zhou Yu immediately began to cast lures nearby. After half an hour, he pulled the rake net up with force, revealing 3 lively fish weighing over 2 pounds each. Wasn't he this much faster than fishing with bait? Perhaps the novice halo from the open sea had worn off. He hadn't spotted a single large fish, let alone a tuna. Numerous small fish schools appeared, which would have been a jackpot in the inland sea, but here it felt like a waste. The engine consumed the most fuel when starting and stopping, so he dared not play around too much. By the time he reached his designated destination, Zhou Yu had yet to spot a single tuna. Growing increasingly anxious, he lamented the ineffectiveness of the 100-meter sensing circle without good fortune. Especially in deep water, without dropping a lead weight, he couldn't even reach the seabed. But he couldn't let the line out carelessly either, as too much slack in shallow waters would lead to snagging the bottom. Unbeknownst to Shinqingqing, who was oblivious to his troubles, she approached him after anchoring the boat and asked, Zhou Yu, shall we drop a crab trap here? Don't forget like last time when you remembered only after catching fish. It's flat as a pancake down there. There are a few sea cucumbers, but only a couple of crabs. No rush, Qingqing. Let us first try out my new gadget, Zhou Yu replied. This trawling vessel, a meter long, although shaped like a boat, was entirely enclosed, resembling a sci-fi spaceship. It boasts a remote control range of 1,000 meters and can pull a net measuring 6 by 100 meters. It can also automatically distribute bait, making it quite versatile. However, aside from the remote control, Zhou Yu found no other features useful. He only needed to pull hooks, not nets. Zhou Yu took out a roll of 1,000-meter transparent fishing line, attaching a 500-gram bullet sinker to create a large sea sensor. After lowering the sinker a distance, he secured the fishing line to the hook at the stern of the trawling vessel and anchored the line spool to a cleat. Zhou Yu then picked up the small boat and tossed it into the sea. He retrieved the remote control from his pocket and pressed the power button. A faint hum of the motor sounded. Zhou joyfully attempted to tilt the joystick to the left, watching as the little boat turned accordingly. He was elated. It worked splendidly. After adjusting the vessel's orientation with a couple of tries, I pressed the forward button. With a resonant hum, the small boat surged through the waves. Trailing the fishing line, it traversed distances of 100, 200, and 500 meters, until reaching the ultimate limit of 1,000 meters, revealing the underwater world in exquisite detail. What is a golden finger? Technology is the foremost productive force. Some trawlers employ fish-finding technology, providing underwater visibility, which, compared to conventional methods, merely reduces the detection range slightly. However, the nation prohibits visual anchoring for fish, rendering such practices illegal, successfully extending the field of vision to 1,000 meters. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. I continued maneuvering the trawler, circling around the Wollingren vessel. In less than 20 minutes, the underwater realm within a 2-kilometer diameter was thoroughly unveiled. Zhou, are you done yet? A perplexed Shen Qingqing yawned, entirely unaware of the significance of my actions. I burst into laughter. Qingqing, have you forgotten the power of the ocean sensor? Do not blink, for the moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. Chapter 70. A dinner invitation from Ao Guang? Upon returning to the cockpit, Zhou deftly maneuvered the helm to the left, and the Wollingren vessel glided silently southward, creating a gentle wave. After traversing 700 meters, the boat came to a halt. Zhou pointed ahead. This is the spot. Let us cast our lines. The two set up their fishing rods and retrieved 2 lively fish from the live well to hang on the hooks. Within just 3 minutes of letting out the line, both rods bent under the strain, emitting a series of creaking sounds. Shen Qingqing's pupils widened in astonishment, disbelief flooding her eyes. She had known Zhou was adept at fishing, but this was beyond her expectations. In the past, he had never been able to locate fish from such a distance. Even with the aid of his water vision, seeing through 800 meters of water was no small feat. It was hard to imagine spotting fish hidden beneath the surface, let alone those swimming just below the surface. Judging by the curvature of the rods, each fish must weigh at least 50 pounds. Even at a modest price of $10 per pound, that would yield a profit of over 1,000. Zhou, unwilling to squander time, leveraged the advantages of boat fishing and his own skills to tackle the hefty catch. He released and retrieved the line, engaging in a tug-of-war until he sensed the line straining under the weight. The fish weighed a little over 60 pounds. Against the robust tackle that had conquered marlins exceeding 100 kilograms, it was hardly a match. In a matter of mere minutes, a belly-up oilfish was dragged to the side of the boat. The oilfish, scientifically known as the cloud pattern grouper, can grow up to 70 or 80 centimeters in length. This specimen, weighing over 60 pounds, was a dominant figure among its kind. Authentic cloud pattern groupers are exceedingly rare, with many being misidentified brown groupers sold as oifish. Even unscrupulous restaurant owners would charge $4,000 to $5,000 for such a catch. Zhou quickly bled the oilfish and sprinted to the live well at the stern. Upon his return, he found Shen Qingqing glistening with perspiration. Fortunately, her recent health regimen had strengthened her body, enabling her to handle the exertion of a 50 to 60-pound catch. Zhou, however, could not afford to delay. There was still a 30-pound blue grouper lurking in these waters. If they tarried any longer, it might vanish without a trace. With determination, he embraced his companion and commenced the struggle to reel in the line. The battle with Shen Qingqing had left the fish weary. Zhou's crystal energy surged through the line, striking the fish's mouth with a force akin to a 30-pound hammer, leaving it dazed. In under 3 minutes, a yellowfin tuna broke the surface. Unfortunately, it weighed barely 60 pounds and was merely a long fin. Based on previous experience, it would fetch just over $2,000. Falling short of the large oilfish's value, Zhou left Shen Qingqing to attend to the longfin tuna and dashed back to the cockpit for the blue grouper. Worth over $2,000, warranted his attention. 15 minutes later, the blue grouper was safely stored in its new home, with the oilfish valued at $4,000 to $5,000. The yellowfin tuna at over $2,000 and the blue grouper at more than $2,000. Their total earnings rounded up to approximately $10,000. In less than an hour since their arrival, and before even having lunch, they had already recouped their costs. Zhou's new equipment had proven to be a resounding success. Shen Qingqing was awash with incredulity, her admiration for him palpable. Zhou, no wonder people say we belong to a cult. I cannot comprehend your extraordinary methods. Nevertheless, I find pleasure in it. The more wicked, the better. Zhou was rendered speechless. With his modest fishing line, he was hardly alone in his endeavors, after all. What else could explain the existence of net-dragging boats? Yet, while others employed gill nets, bait, and even fish finders, Zhou Yu's approach was distinctly unique. One could scarcely fathom the depths of his methods. Even the wildest imagination would only conjure the notion of X-ray vision, which, in and of itself, would render the fishing line unnecessary. It was astonishingly normal to be branded as a cult in such circumstances. Even Shin found it rather eerie. By the time they finished on deck, it was already 2:30. They decided to boil 4 bags of dumplings for a makeshift meal. Zhou Yu, wary of impending drowsiness, refrained from overeating. With 3 types of filling, they had over 50 dumplings, a perfect amount to enjoy while gazing at the sea. Having recouped their costs, both felt a sense of relaxation. In the afternoon, Shin took the helm while Zhou Yu operated the net-dragging boat, all the while admiring the ocean. Originally, this small vessel had a range of just over 2 hours, but Zhou Yu had outfitted it with 2 batteries, extending its endurance to 8 hours. They could leisurely circle the Wuling Ren without any pressure. Zhou Yu no longer harbored expectations of encountering tuna. Too many were vying for them, and the competition was fierce. However, the ocean floor teemed with larger fish. His vision now extended a kilometer, and should he halt the boat, he could monitor a 2-kilometer radius around him. A vast expanse indeed. Casual encounters with fish weighing over 20 pounds were commonplace. If he could catch even 2 moderately valuable species, it would warrant a stop. Before dinner, Shin halted the boat twice, yielding 3 fish each weighing over 30 pounds, an armored catfish, a big-eye carp, and a grouper. The armored catfish and carp were hardly delectable, destined for the ice hold, while the grouper could fetch nearly 2,000 yuan, a profitable venture. Zhou Yu's greatest desire, however, was to locate another underwater mountain range like the last one, where the abundance of large fish was astonishing. Regardless of the trench or crevice, a colossal creature seemed to lounge within. Such a place could easily yield fish worth over 20,000 yuan, a stark contrast to their current efficiency. As they had yet to find a suitable crab-catching spot, the Wuling Ren continued its nocturnal voyage after dinner. It was not until after 9 that Zhou Yu finally stumbled upon a modest rocky area. While it paled in comparison to the previous underwater mountain range, it still surpassed the inner sea significantly. With the net-dragging boat, deploying crab traps and eel traps became remarkably simpler. Just a single remote control sufficed. After setting the traps, the Wuling Ren dropped anchor for the night. They hoisted the net-dragging boat aboard for charging, concluding a day's labor. The following morning, Zhou Yu, without even washing his face, hurried to check whether the net-dragging boat's battery was fully charged. To his astonishment, it had only reached 80 overnight, beginning from 60. Nonetheless, this posed no significant issue. At this rate of progress, he could easily sustain operations for 4 to 5 days. Disheveled, he crouched on the ground fiddling with the small vessel when Shin entered the cockpit, holding a bowl of hot porridge. Seeing him in such a state ignited her irritation. "Go wash your face. Are you really going to eat like that?" Zhou Yu felt a gentle kick to his backside and promptly stood to head to the restroom. By the time he returned, Shin sat in the captain's seat, her expression oddly contemplative. "What is the matter? Is there a strong wind today?" Regardless of the location, public channels always broadcast weather forecasts. Every morning, Zhou Yu only catches a glimpse of it. However, today the sea is remarkably calm, much more so than yesterday. Are there truly individuals making absurd claims about the weather? Nonsense. Where's the wind coming from? Someone must be inviting us to a meal. Zhou Yu listened attentively to the sounds from outside and reached out to touch Shin forehead. She does not have a fever. There are no clam spirits singing outside. Enchanting minds. Why are such nonsensical remarks being made so early in the morning? In this vast ocean, who would invite us to dinner? Aoguang, perhaps? Chapter 71. The dual challenge of the great Ituna. Shin brushed aside Zhou Yu's hand with a flick of her wrist, playfully admonishing, "Stop talking nonsense." "It's Yu Jing." Zhou Yu was taken aback. She called into the radio? "What kind of technology is that? I've never heard of it." Shin settled at the dining table, ladling a bowl of lean meat porridge and placing it before Zhou Yu. She shot him an exasperated glance. "How can you be so stubborn, more so than a monkey, fixating on trivial matters?" Ying has also set sail, claiming it was for a sea trial of a new yacht. She also wanted to spend some time with her family. Zhou Yu seized a bun and began to eat, alternating between porridge and pickles. It turned out that during the phone call yesterday, Shin had mentioned the coordinates of their destination. He never anticipated that this girl would actually chase after them on a yacht. It seemed she harbored quite a grudge for Shin repeated cancellations. "So you won't come out to play with me, huh? I'll come after you." Zhou could only think, damn, these wealthy second-generation heiresses are truly spoiled by their riches. The sea coordinates, while precise, encompassed a vast area. The limitations of radio communication suggested that Yu Jing must have been quite vociferous on the radio, had it not been for their intention to check the weather that morning. He might not have heard her at all, no matter how loud she shouted. After consuming 5 buns, Zhou felt a surge of energy. He rubbed his belly and inquired, "So what now? Are we really going to meet up? The yacht party will have all sorts of people. It's not a place for us fishermen." Zhou was acutely cautious about such matters. It had taken considerable effort to cultivate good habits, and he couldn't allow Yu Jing to lead Qingqing astray. Qingqing, while tidying up the dishes, glanced at him and chuckled, "Worry less. It's just Yingying's parents who will be there. What's the big deal? It's merely a matter of different social circles. There's no need to force a blend." The two of them, ordinary folk, had no business mingling with the affluent. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he reluctantly agreed. Even if Yu Jing's father was a notorious lecher, there was little to fear. A party wouldn't commence at such an early hour anyway, and they still had several hours of work ahead. This crab-catching spot was far inferior to the last, and it was likely that there would be little to show for their efforts. They decided to leave and return the next day. As usual, Qingqing steered the boat, while Zhou idly played with the small tugboat. Unless they stumbled upon something extraordinary, the Wollongren would cease operations in half an hour. This was Zhou's latest fishing strategy. Such high fuel consumption could not sustain an endless voyage. Even if the Wollongren could endure, the small tugboat's battery could not. In half an hour, they could cover about 10 nautical miles, equivalent to roughly 20 kilometers. Even with the best of luck, finding a few large fish weighing 40 to 50 pounds would be akin to child's play. Despite encountering 2 solitary yellowfin tuna, Zhou did not call for a halt. With lengths under a meter, even if they met the catch standards, it felt a touch inappropriate to harm juveniles. Most importantly, it did not align with maximizing their profits. Only when 3 or more large fish gathered would it be the opportune moment to strike. After a mere 20 minutes, the scene that Zhou had eagerly anticipated finally unfolded before him. A vast expanse of sandy seabed was graced by the presence of 4 or 5 majestic fish gliding through the waters. Although they were scattered across a stretch of half a sea mile, with deft maneuvering, there existed a genuine possibility of capturing them all in one sweep. "Stop the boat. Qingqing, the time for fishing has arrived." Beneath the vessel Wollongren, there swam a rotund, big-eyed tuna, the largest and most valuable among the nearby schools of fish. With the impending war and human intrusion, it was only fitting that this noble fish of the sea be the first to confront danger. Zhou prepared 2 fishing rods, while Qingqing retrieved 2 live bait fish from the live well. This big-eyed tuna was the largest he had ever encountered, and he feared that the 21 pieces of frozen bait would not suffice. Resolutely, Zhou ventured to the ice hold and retrieved a bucket containing the fish he had caught the previous day. The hefty 6 or 7-pound creature was swiftly severed in 2. With an audacious flick, he tossed the pieces into the sea. Such wastefulness prompted a silent gasp from Qingqing. Despite her usual playful pinches at Zhou, she never dared to voice her dissent when he made a decision. Fortunately, the Wollongren was anchored close enough that, with merely 300 or 400 yuan worth of fish meat, the tuna approached the live bait. The big-eyed creature seemed puzzled, having never before encountered such an unusual swimming style. The live bait fish flailed wildly, tethered by the fishing line and lead weight, provoking an instinctive response from the tuna, which misinterpreted the smaller fish's antics as a challenge. In an instant, it lunged forward to take a bite. The fishing rod bent at an extraordinary angle, and had it not been for his confidence in the price, Zhou might have feared it would snap. This time, he was utterly serious and dared not be careless. He meticulously managed the line, adhering strictly to the procedure as he reeled in the fish. The big-eyed tuna, measuring over 2 meters in length, possessed a body as round as a ball. Its sleek form twisted and turned in the water, demonstrating explosive power. Qingqing had already reeled in her rod, watching intently as Zhou performed. His tall, firm physique seemed to harbor boundless strength. Every time she witnessed him overpowering a deep-sea giant, her eyes sparkled with admiration. However, today, Zhou himself was beginning to sweat. The tuna dove straight down, bending the rod to an almost acute angle. Typically, in such heavy boat fishing, there would be no pressure as long as the catch did not exceed 500 pounds. Yet this fish appeared plumper than a pig, leaving him uncertain of its true weight. If it were to snap the rod, there would be no place for lamentation. With determination, Zhou gripped the rod and pulled it from the fishing hole. This proved to be a daunting task. Normally, boat fishing does not require holding the rod. so he had not purchased a belly support. The all-metal rod but was pressing painfully against his stomach as the mighty tuna thrashed. It felt as though he had been struck. In a moment of desperation, Zhou pulled the rod down, wedging it between his legs. This was his first experience of being at a disadvantage during a one-on-one battle. The weight of the fish was overwhelming, rendering even his proud strength ineffective before this formidable big-eyed creature. The tuna darted left and right, causing Zhou shoulders to sway, and he found himself staggering slightly. Shen stood in astonishment, pondering the immense size of the colossal creature beneath the waves. Its erratic movements bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. I cannot stand idly by. I must lend assistance. However, lacking the height and arm span of Zhou, she found herself utterly unable to grasp the fishing rod from behind. After a few glances, she realized there was no feasible way to intervene. The fishing rod was completely obstructed by Zhou, leaving only a segment of the handle exposed between his legs. With a spark of inspiration, Shen leapt forward. Wrapping her arms tightly around Zhou's chest, she pressed her legs together, firmly securing the protruding part of the fishing rod. Drawing strength from her position, she miraculously stabilized Zhou's stance in an instant. Oh, this feels rather pleasant. A wondrous force surged forth, and Zhou swiftly regained the upper hand in the tug-of-war. With renewed vigor, he reeled in a significant length of fishing line. With Shen support, the task of reeling in the fish became considerably easier. The fishing rod was pulled and tugged, gradually diminishing the golden fish's ability to maneuver. However, as Zhou exerted his force, Shen found herself unsteady. Jostled by the rod, emitting soft grumbles. Clinging to his back like a koala, she had inadvertently become his fishing ballast. Zhou, perplexed, wondered, Ching, what is the matter? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, accompanied by Shen vexed voice from behind. Is it not due to your incessant writhing that has caused me such discomfort? Chapter 72 Farewell to Jing. Zhou suddenly realized that he had been hurt by the fishing rod. Although he felt a pang of guilt, the prospect of victory loomed large, and they still needed to catch the fish. Ching, bear with it a little longer. The big tuna is about to surface. Of course. Shen was not one to give up easily, though her words were sharp. Humph, don't boast. What big tuna? It could very well be a worthless ribbon fish. Before she could finish her retort, the large-eyed fish launched a final desperate struggle, nearly toppling both of them. Shen lifted her feet off the ground, crossing her legs to clutch the fishing rod tightly, and maneuvered through Zhou's legs, hooking his calves with her feet. In an instant, they became a well-coordinated unit. Weighing a combined 130 kilograms, Zhou lowered his center of gravity, firmly stabilizing his stance as he began to reel in with fervor. This fish was far beyond the usual size. The electric reel had been powerless against it. Now, with the tuna lying flat, it could finally be brought under control. Or else they would be winding in line until the end of time. The massive tuna was dragged alongside the boat. Shen leaped off Zhou and retrieved her shoe that had flown off during the struggle, squatting at the bow to put it on while peering over the edge. Well, is this what we just caught? Shen gasped in astonishment. Even the fish's head was nearly the size of a dustpan. This was truly a colossal denizen of the deep, likely weighing 300 to 400 pounds. It was hard to fathom that they had just defeated such a creature with their own hands. Although Zhou was already aware of the size of the large-eyed tuna, witnessing it firsthand was still a shock, let alone for Shen. Desire for wealth drives men to their demise, and birds perish for food. He and this large tuna were merely competing for the same meal in the vast ocean. Now that they had succeeded, they were entitled to enjoy their prize. Zhou deftly tossed the harpoon, ending the life of the large-eyed tuna. Despite its size, it was no match for the small crane, which easily lifted it for bleeding. Before their journey, the two had purchased specialized knives, making the process of bleeding the fish much smoother. Once the bleeding was nearly complete, it was time to clean out the internal organs. After returning from their last trip, they had specifically watched videos on how to gut a tuna. Shen had even practiced on a longfin tuna. However, standing before a creature taller than Yao Ming, Zhou's hands trembled slightly as he held the knife. Yet, the remnants of the internal organs would significantly affect the quality of the meat. Having already killed it, any pretense of respecting the corpse felt hypocritical. Zhou gritted his teeth and followed the methods demonstrated in the video. He lifted the gill cover and removed the gills, then sliced open the belly, extracting the viscera through the openings. Finally, he used a water gun to wash away the blood inside and out of the fish. This method, while seemingly straightforward, required considerable effort when dealing with a 2-meter-long, 300-pound behemoth. Particularly since it was precious, the skin could not be bruised, and the flesh could not be damaged. The last tuna they sold had suffered a minor bruise due to a careless drop by the crane, resulting in a significant price reduction. Having learned from that experience, they could not afford to be careless this time. More than an hour had passed since the grand hook was set, yet upon peering into the depths of the ocean, it became evident that 5 or 6 sizable fish had already swum away, leaving only 2 behind. Marine life is not akin to NPCs. They do not remain stationary waiting for one's arrival. Among the remaining fish, one was a large pomfret, of ordinary value, while the other was a substantial grouper, exceeding 1 meter in length. The price disparity for such fish is immense. A fish weighing merely 1 or 2 kilograms may fetch a mere few dozen yuan. Yet a 10-kilogram specimen could command over 100. Judging by its size, this particular fish likely weighed between 40 to 50 kilograms. Thus its worth could reach several thousand yuan. As a capitalist of the aquatic realm, it was only fitting that it was chosen as the next target. Zhou Yu skillfully maneuvered the boat directly above the grouper, then began to throw frozen bait as if it were without cost. He effortlessly lured the grouper towards Shenqing's live bait. The young girl exclaimed in astonishment, "It's hooked. This fish isn't too large. Let me handle it." Zhou Yu chuckled inwardly, having anticipated her spirited determination. This sense of involvement was exactly what he had expected. This time, he refrained from intervening. A fish weighing 40 to 50 kilograms posed no threat to boat fishing. In a one-on-one contest, using a line reel, Shenqing was more than capable of managing it. After a brief struggle lasting about 10 minutes, she triumphantly subdued the grouper, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment for her contributions to Wollongren Limited. Zhou Yu understood the peculiar pride of the young girl and was more than willing to indulge her. After all, when Shenqing had caught the spy fish in the golden pot, had she not also secretly savored the thrill? However, today, such a display of bravado was unnecessary. Without Shenqing's support, he would not have been so certain of defeating that large-eyed creature. Once the grouper was secured in the hold, the large pomfret also revealed itself. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The 2 fish caught this morning were sufficient for both to reap a handsome profit. Moreover, he had a date with Yu Jing to attend. There was no need to squander time pursuing a fish priced at merely 18 yuan. Perhaps one might consider it fortunate that it had evaded capture. Following the coordinates left by Yu Jing, the Wollongren swiftly sped towards the designated sea area. 40 minutes later, the Wollongren arrived at the intended maritime location. However, the vast ocean yielded no sight of the Yu family's yacht. Shenqing attempted to reach out via radio, only to find they had not yet entered the communication range. Noticing the time, it became clear that they had arrived prematurely. With nothing else to occupy their time, they decided to set up for boat fishing, patiently awaiting a stroke of luck. Despite the presence of small fish nearby, one could never tell when a larger catch might arrive. After more than 20 minutes without a single bite, Shenqing grew somewhat restless, wondering why the fish had seemingly vanished. Zhou Yu stifled a laugh beneath the surface. There were indeed numerous fish, albeit only weighing 2 to 3 kilograms. While they would be commendable in the inner sea, here they were merely at the level of live bait. It was uncertain who would be the predator and who the prey. Should one desire a real catch, they would need to switch to a sea rod, as the current line setup was just perfect for that purpose. However, Zhou Yu had no intention of revealing this. He relished Shenqing's puzzled expression, thoroughly enjoying the moment. After a brief interlude, just as Shenqing seemed poised to switch to lure fishing, a magnificent luxury yacht cut through the waves, appearing far larger than the Wollongren, measuring at least over 100 feet. Its 3 expansive decks resembled a floating villa. From a distance, a girl at the bow waved energetically towards them. Zhou Yu's keen gaze quickly discerned that it was Yu Jing. Having only witnessed such grand yachts through screens, the sight of one approaching in reality was indeed astonishing. Suddenly, the magnificent vessel executed a sharp left turn, elegantly swinging its tail towards them. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jing appeared at the stern platform, dragging along a rubber dinghy. It seemed the dinghy had been pre-inflated, as she swiftly launched it into the sea, seizing the oars to row towards the Wollongren. The 2 boats were not far apart, and within a few minutes, Shenqing grasped Yu Jing's hand, pulling her aboard the Wollongren's stern. Yu Jing's first words upon boarding were, "Zhou Yu, what on earth is going on? You're just standing there poking around, not even lending a hand. And what about you, Sister Qingqing?" Chapter 73. Let us order a dish with a look of grievance. Yu Jing widened her eyes, gazing at Shenqing with her sparkling, tear-filled eyes. "Sister Qingqing, I didn't say anything. Why are you pinching me?" Instantly, Shenqing was overcome with guilt, pulling her into an embrace. "All right, weren't you eager to visit the Wollongren yacht? I will take you. Zhou Yu was utterly puzzled. When did these two become so familiar? The way they were playfully interacting suggested a connection far beyond mere friendship. Had they been secretly meeting behind his back? His suspicion was not unfounded. Shen Qingqing and Yu Zhiying had indeed met several times at school. Dining and watching movies together had forged a bond between them, transforming them into close friends. After all, what would a wealthy young lady like Shen Qingqing dare to do if not for the comfort of friendship? In comparison to Yu's grand yacht, the Woolingren was rather unremarkable. Surprisingly, Yu Zhiying was singing its praises, exclaiming how worthwhile it was. No way, Ying. Compared to your grand villa, this is merely a small hut. Do you genuinely find it appealing? Zhou Yu's expression nearly screamed. Are you trying to fool me? With a huff, Yu Zhiying countered. Do you know how much the Xinxin yacht sold for? Over 1,000 million. Even this Woolingren, in the market, is worth more than 100 million. To acquire such a vessel for 40-something million is like a dream come true. If it weren't for the bargain, do you think I would let you off the hook? I clearly offered you the lowest discount. This feisty girl certainly remembered that incident. After a thorough tour, Yu Zhiying led the two aboard the rubber boat. It was now their turn to enter the grand yacht, ready for the party. The yacht resembled a trawler, featuring a platform at the rear for easy boarding, no assistance required. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing were truly astonished. The Xinxin yacht was merely 7 or 8 meters longer than the Woolingren, yet its interior space was several times larger. It boasted a dining area, a living room, a bedroom, and even a KTV, not to mention a small massage pool. Zhou Yu's only thought was that the affluent truly knew how to indulge themselves. The highlight of the day was an outdoor barbecue at the bow of the boat. Yu Zhiying's father, a jovial and portly man, welcomed them warmly. After introductions, he promptly handed Zhou Yu a handful of skewers. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Shun, don't be polite. My daughter doesn't have many friends. Consider yourselves at home. At home? You give me this? Zhou Yu stared at the raw skewers in his hand, lost in contemplation. Yu Zhiying giggled beside him. At home, one must take initiative. Sister Qingqing, let them start grilling. Let's go to the flybridge and take some photos. With that, she dragged Shen Qingqing away. Once Yu Zhiying was out of sight, her father's demeanor shifted. He placed all the skewers he held on the grill and clapped Zhou Yu on the shoulder. Not a bad lad. Remember to add more cumin to the meat. That's my favorite flavor. I'm off to fish for a bit. You cover for me. If Ying's mother comes, just say I went to the restroom. With that, he patted his backside and left, leaving Zhou Yu standing there, bewildered, clutching a handful of raw meat skewers. What a ridiculous yacht party. If you need a barbecue assistant, just say so. It truly seems I am not regarded as an outsider here. This old Yu is quite the character indeed. Zhou Yu is left in a bemused state, feeling unable to refuse, as that would be too petty. Well, if you don't treat me as an outsider, neither will I. While grilling, Zhou Yu grabs a snake fruit from the fruit platter and takes a crunchy bite. He opens an unfamiliar beverage and drinks it without hesitation. Whatever he sees, he eats without reservation. While munching and pondering, he considers that the salon area of the Wuling people's yacht should have some fruits and snacks. The crunching sounds quite delightful. As Zhou Yu skewers and grills, having only prepared a dozen or so skewers, Shen Qingqing and Yu Zhiying, mother and daughter, descend from the top floor. The three, hand in hand, beam with joy, creating a harmonious atmosphere. They seem to be getting along splendidly. Yu's mother is a voluptuous and graceful woman, exuding decisive elegance. Upon meeting, she inquires, "Are you Xiao Zhou? Where is your uncle Yu?" Zhou Yu, who does not engage in gossip, simply states he is in the restroom. "Hello, Auntie. Uncle Yu seems to have gone fishing before using the restroom." "No, that is not right. I misremembered. He went to fish first, then to the restroom." The three women respond with playful expressions. Yu's mother is quite pleased with Zhou Yu, who is honest and knows how to barbecue for them. Unlike old Yu, who can't seem to relax even during a family vacation. "You youngsters enjoy yourselves. I'll take a photo first." Zhou Yu reveals a simple, wholesome smile. "I did heed your words. I said you were in the restroom. If Annie finds out, it's not my fault." Once Yu's mother departs, Shen Qingqing and Yu Zhiying cannot contain their laughter. The three engage in lively conversation while grilling and eating, truly relishing the moment. Before long, Yu's mother returns with old Yu. To everyone's surprise, although old Yu appears somewhat sheepish, he struts with pride, holding a 2 to 3 pound bass. Swaying with every step, eager for the trio to notice his catch. With a thud, old Yu tosses the fish onto the grill. "Here, let me add a dish for you." If not for Ying's mother intervening, they would have enjoyed fresh tuna sashimi today. It's evident that old Yu is somewhat henpecked, though Yu's mother clearly grants him a modicum of dignity in public, albeit limited. Though unspoken, his expression suggests he holds a rank akin to a high-ranking Air Force commander. Yu Jiying, however, is less restrained, revealing her father's secrets in just a few words. Not merely an Air Force commander, but a top-ranking commander with a fleet of fifth-generation fighter jets. There are fishing rods worth tens of thousands at their home. The equipment alone costs several million, yet he has never caught anything noteworthy. Today's catch is already a highlight. U.S. mother does not oppose his fishing. She merely fears he might neglect his responsibilities and overlook his family. Today, he is supposed to entertain guests, and it is rare for the three of them to have a day out together. Unexpectedly, he even takes time to cast a line. The group exchanges jokes, uncovering old U.S. past indiscretions. Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing listen with rapt attention, feeling envious of this familial atmosphere. Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing had not anticipated that today was not a lavish yacht party, but rather a simple family gathering. It is evident that the elder Yu couple treats others without any pretense of superiority, genuinely engaging with their daughter's friends on equal footing. Zhou Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed after having just delivered a sharp remark, perceived his own reaction as somewhat petty. Uncle, Auntie, I am truly grateful that Ying holds us in such high regard, inviting us to your home. It would be impolite to arrive empty-handed. Let us contribute a dish as well. With a flourish, he added, I have fresh fish on my boat. Allow me to fetch a fine specimen for our meal. It is only natural to reciprocate kindness. The Yu family readily agreed, showing no inclination to decline, which clearly indicated that they regarded the two as friends of Yu Jiying. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's suggestion, Shun Qingqing instantly grasped his intent and expressed her fondness for the family. Zhou Yu, I shall accompany you. However, Zhou Yu gently restrained her, saying, I can manage on my own, you all wait for me. Utilizing a small rubber boat, he made the round trip in less than 10 minutes, returning with a 60-pound longfin tuna, which he proudly placed on the dining table. Uncle Yu, weren't you craving tuna sashimi? This longfin may be slightly smaller, yet it is more than sufficient for our gathering. Chapter 74. Mastering the art of fishing. Lao Yu rose to his feet. The longfin tuna, weighing over 60 pounds, barely met the standards for catch. However, it appeared to be about 1.23 meters, a bona fide deep-sea specimen. Lao Yu was acquainted with several affluent individuals, yet he had never witnessed anyone catch a fish of such magnitude. He had certainly encountered larger specimens, but those were the achievements of seasoned fishermen, distinctly separate from the realm of social circles. To his astonishment, this young man, silent yet skilled, had proven his prowess. Lao Yu bent low, scrutinizing the long fin from every angle, filled with envy and admiration. Yuma also expressed her amazement. Could it be that someone truly managed to catch such a large fish? Lao Yu had been fishing for decades and had only managed to bring home a sizable catch once, which Yuma discovered was contained in a bag adorned with the logo of a seafood market. Zhou Yu, you and Sister Qingqing really caught a fish? Yu Jiying gasped in disbelief. She had always assumed that Zhou Yu's family was somewhat affluent and that he had merely bought a boat to impress Shun Qingqing. Upon seeing his wife and children dazzled, Lao Yu swallowed his earlier praises. The flavor of long fin was average. When discussing tuna, one should at least start with big eye. Little Zhou, not bad. With a bit more effort, aim for a big eye next time. Shun Qingqing, feeling slighted, interjected, we have big eyes. Uncle Yu, I apologize. That big eye was far too large. I didn't let Zhou Yu bring it over. Zhou Yu candidly replied, I'm sorry, Uncle Yu. We rely on fishing for our livelihood. We need to keep that big eye for sale. Once Qingqing and I earn some money, we'll treat you and Annie to some bluefin. Lao Yu was genuinely astonished. These two youngsters had indeed secured a tuna. Such a catch was not as common as cabbages. Many fishermen ventured out to sea for 10 days or even half a month without landing a single fish. Had these two managed to catch 2 fish in just over a day? He found it hard to believe, unless he witnessed it with his own eyes. Lao Yu exclaimed, eager to see the tuna, but was swiftly subdued by Yuma. If this continued, dinner would be ruined. Uncle, don't rush. After dinner, I'll take you to see it. This meal was not only filled with barbecued meats and fine wine. The freezer was stocked with lobsters and crabs, complemented by the freshly caught longfin tuna, prepared for immediate enjoyment. The dinner was a delightful affair, yet Lao Yu found no pleasure in the food. The moment his wife set down her chopsticks, he sprang to his feet. Let us go, little Zhou. Show uncle your boat. This time, no one would intervene. Shun Qingqing remained on the boat, engaging with the Yu family women. Zhou Yu ferried Lao Yu back to the Wooling Ren. When the over 2-meter-long big-eye tuna came into Lao Yu's view, he was utterly astounded. He had never seen such a colossal fish, not even in videos. No wonder Shen Qingqing remarked that it was too large to handle. Such a hefty specimen could easily capsize a rubber boat. What was the secret behind this young man's success? His modest vessel cost less than 700,000. A blaze of excitement ignited within Lao Yu as he patted Zhou Yu's shoulder, bonding as brothers and eagerly seeking his wisdom on fishing for large catches. In an instant, little Zhou transformed into Brother Yu, leaving everyone amused. From now on, would you Jiying refer to him as Uncle Zhou? Lao Yu is a person of genuine temperament, and Zhou Yu does not shy away from engaging with him. However, he truly lacks experience to impart, so he can only speak candidly about his vessel's equipment. It is worth mentioning that Lao Yu is, in fact, a pitiable soul, despite his immense wealth. He must resort to furtive endeavors to catch a fish. Even to this day, he does not possess his own fishing boat. Zhou Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. Is it possible, Brother Yu? You own a shipyard. Don't mention it. Every time I consider commissioning my own fishing vessel, my wife vehemently opposes it. I do have a 140-foot yacht, but it serves no practical purpose. When it comes to fishing, he is hardly more accomplished than you, a Wuling native. In a mere 20 minutes, the Wuling Ren had transformed in his mind from a dilapidated boat to a divine fishing apparatus. This predicament could easily be remedied. Simply craft a design and enlist a friend to pose as a client. When the boat is nearly ready to launch, have the client phone in to declare bankruptcy. The boat would be stuck in their hands, and even his wife would have to concede. Lao Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pointed with his finger. You, my friend, are remarkably cunning. However, this ploy is truly brilliant. Their interactions with Lao Yu were quite pleasant, although their friendship was not profound. It would certainly facilitate future modifications to the Wuling Ren. In the realm of external affairs, military orders may not be strictly adhered to, and Lao Yu, lacking a walkie-talkie, took the opportunity to linger aboard the Wuling Ren, insisting that Zhou Yu take him fishing. Brother, let us make the ladies happy. Why should we two gentlemen return to join the fray? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu found his reasoning sound. Very well, let's proceed to showcase our skills. Retrieving their fishing gear and bait, the two made their way to the bow of the boat. This time, Lao Yu's eyes were opened. Zhou Yu first treated him to an extraordinary lure experience. Within no time, they had caught over 10 small sea fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds. As if the fish were lining up to be called for a leap through the Dragon Gate. After the display of lures, Zhou Yu set the vessel in motion, shifting a little over 300 meters. While he and Shen Qingqing indulged in a sumptuous meal, the fish were not idle below the surface. The underwater activity had intensified compared to the morning. His aim was to catch a newly arrived large fish. In front of Lao Yu, live bait was cast into the water, and within 3 minutes, a fish took the bait. In less than 5 minutes, a 30-pound sea bass was landed on the deck. Remarkably, not only was Zhou Yu successful in his own endeavors, but he also enabled Lao Yu to catch fish. As long as Lao Yu cast his line where Zhou Yu indicated, he would undoubtedly hook a fish within 3 minutes. This was a skill honed over many years by legendary fishermen, yet how could such a young Zhou Yu possess it? Before it was even 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the apprentice had become a relic of the past, as Lao Yu had begun to grasp Zhou Yu's arm, calling him master. Zhou Yu felt hesitant. Settling for uncle would suffice, but being regarded as a grandfather figure by Yujing would surely ruffle the little girl's feathers. For Lao Yu, that afternoon felt like a dream. Even upon being returned to his yacht, he remained dazed. As Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing departed from the Xin, Lao Yu reluctantly clung to his hand, imploring him to visit the shipyard in the future. This left Yujing in a state of perplexity as she pursued Zhou Yu, inquiring what sort of enchantment she had administered to her father. The Xinxin vessel has returned from its voyage. They were engaged in sea trials. The client's initial taste was enjoyable, but to cling to the bowl thereafter would be excessive. Thus, regardless of whether they felt satisfied, it was imperative to depart as planned. Shen Qingqing delighted in the experience. Both she and Zhou Yu could be considered social outcasts, estranged from peers and even the elders of their generation. In their lives, such connections had long been absent. Encountering the amiable Yu family, mother and daughter, felt like a refreshing breeze, effectively filling the void in their social circle. Joyful as it was, the day eventually drew to a close. With the banquet concluded and the performance at an end, it was once again time to strive for fishing and earning a livelihood. Chapter 75. Dual Diving Once Again. It was Shen Qingqing at the helm, while Zhou Yu stood at the bow, skillfully maneuvering the trawler to survey the seabed. They had amicably agreed that for future long-distance voyages, Zhou Yu would predominantly take on the responsibility of navigation, while Shen Qingqing would primarily steer the vessel during their fishing excursions in the open sea. This clear division of labor was both just and equitable. enabling both of them to maximize their respective capabilities. Before darkness descended, the Wollongren vessel docked twice, reeling in 4 sizable fish, each weighing over 30 pounds. Although the number may seem scant, a closer examination reveals that it was far more lucrative than netting an entire school of smaller fish. The 4 large catches totaled over 100 pounds. Even if they were of the less expensive variety, they would still fetch around 2,000 yuan. In contrast, a school of 70 or 80 small fish would yield at most 200 to 300 pounds, with species like red snapper and mackerel yielding a maximum of 3,000 yuan. Moreover, the time spent processing those small fish could easily be several hours. Given that time frame, the quantity of larger fish caught could potentially double. That evening, the Wollongren anchored near a reef area that had once been a magnificent coral belt, though now it had been largely ravaged by illicit harvesting, leaving only scant remnants of coral. The diminished coral meant a decline in ecological richness. Yet the remaining reef and scattered rocks continued to be favored habitats for marine life. The water here was over 30 meters deep, teeming with fish weighing 10 to 8 pounds, making it an ideal spot for angling. Crabs and lobsters were also plentiful, though regrettably, their traps had been set elsewhere the previous day. With the trawler in attendance, the two did not even make use of the rubber dinghy, effortlessly deploying their fishing lines remotely. Shin found the situation rather dull. Her penchant for active engagement made the presence of the small boat evoke a sense of idleness. Zhou, would you teach me to dive tomorrow? Let us use the newly purchased rubber dinghy and plunge beneath the waves to catch some large crabs. Zhou pondered for a moment, deeming it a reasonable idea, especially with the substantial 300-pound big-eye tuna as a foundation. They could afford to indulge a little. All right. If the sun is high tomorrow, we shall dive. Dinner that night was quite light, consisting of stir-fried water spinach, sautéed okra, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, accompanied by a 5-pound grouper. Both had felt somewhat overindulged at lunch, so this was a deliberate change of pace. At midday, they had feasted on a 60-pound longfin tuna, from which, after removing the head, entrails, and bones, they had extracted nearly 30 pounds of meat, of which 1/3 had been devoured by the 5 of them. It was not an exaggeration to label them all as gluttons, particularly Zhou, who was the epitome of a voracious eater. He had consumed nearly half of the 10 pounds of tuna sashimi alone, eliciting playful teasing from Yu Jiying, who remarked, "If you are so reluctant, perhaps you should refrain from sharing. Are you planning to eat it all yourself?" Fortunately, Shun Qingqing defended him, asserting that his consumption was modest compared to his usual appetite. This led to the Yu family casting peculiar glances at Zhou, questioning whether the earnings from today's catch would be sufficient to cover their meals. In reality, Zhou felt quite unjustly accused. The sashimi had contained a significant portion of water. Aside from consuming it raw, the remainder was later grilled, and it was commendable that half of it remained. It was not merely the fish. Any meat, once cooked, typically experiences a loss of over half its weight. Otherwise, why would the term water-injected meat exist? That evening, Zhou habitually found solace in the cockpit. As a nominally luxurious fishing vessel, the salon area boasted a commendable width and enveloping comfort in its sofas. However, after several nights of slumber, it still posed a formidable challenge to his lower back. He pounded his fists against his lumbar region, contemplating whether he should procure a wooden board. He preferred the firmness of a hard bed, for the softness of the sofa was unbearable for his spine. At the break of dawn, Zhou completed his morning ablutions and stepped out with a basin, ready to rinse rice for breakfast. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. 3 yachts were anchored on the nearby waters, which had not been there the night before, undoubtedly arriving in the dead of night. A cursory glance revealed that all 3 were lavishly adorned, each considerably larger than the average vessel, with the smallest estimated to be around 80 feet in length. Were these affluent individuals merely indulging themselves in excess, congregating in the open sea? Zhou smacked his lips in contemplation and then slapped his thigh in realization. Most likely, these individuals had come for a yacht party. He turned on the tap and resumed rinsing the rice. Regardless of the activities of these vessels, it bore no significance to him. At a distance of 800 or 900 meters, whether fishing or diving, it would hardly impact his endeavors. Before long, Shin Qingqing joined him, equally astonished by the sight of the yachts. Were there truly so many wealthy individuals? However, she shared Zhou's sentiment. Whether rich or poor mattered little, as long as their fishing was not hindered. After breakfast, the duo began to reel in their lines. The positions they had chosen yielded a far superior catch compared to their previous outing. With each pulling of the line, they brought aboard a bounty of sea fish, squid, and pufferfish, totaling over 40 specimens by the time all 5 lines were aboard. Overjoyed, They carefully stowed the valuable catches in the live well while relegating the less valuable to the icebox. Once the lines were tidied, they set up their fishing gear, attaching live bait. A small table was arranged beside them, adorned with fruits, cola, melon seeds, and crispy snacks, as they embraced a leisurely mode of relaxation. As the temperature began to rise, they planned to dive, a prospect that had been on Xingqing's mind since their last outing. Zhou Yu had previously declined, but today, he knew that further refusal would incite her wrath. The underwater realm harbored some sizable fish, yet their leisurely fishing method, devoid of frozen bait, meant that larger catches were unlikely. By 9 o'clock, they had only managed to catch 2 sizable bass, each weighing over 10 pounds. As the sun climbed higher, they retreated to the cabin to change into their diving gear. Upon their reunion, Zhou Yu had donned a snorkeling suit, adorned with a custom-made spear gun slung over his shoulder. Xingqing, on the other hand, carried an array of equipment, a compressed air tank, diving mask, gloves, fins, and a diving knife. Zhou Yu hurriedly assisted her. Recognizing that the air tank alone weighed over 30 pounds, an arduous task for one person. As Xingqing donned her fins and gloves, Zhou Yu helped her with the air tank, securing the diving knife to her thigh with a nylon strap. Finally, he fastened her diving mask, and she was ready. Compared to her everyday attire, Xingqing appeared strikingly professional in her diving gear, evoking a semblance of a naval heroine, reminiscent of a diving maiden. Xingqing, if you can't see me later, do not be afraid. No matter how far apart we may be, I will always keep an eye on you. Xingqing nodded and exclaimed, I know, who would want to look at you? With a huff, the two stood at the bow of the boat before diving into the water. Just before they submerged, the distant sound of pulsating electronic dance music reached their ears. The group of affluent second-generation heirs had awakened. This body of water was shallow and crystal clear, indeed perfect for diving. Vibrant clownfish and butterfly fish were drawn to the coral, darting in and out of the clusters. Zhou Yu cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. These creatures were primarily for admiration and held little value for him. However, Xingqing was utterly delighted, attempting to reach out and touch a clownfish. It is often said that the most beautiful creatures can be rather foolish. Despite being a seasoned predator of the sea, Xingqing found the clownfish blissfully spinning in her hand, its naivety rendering Zhou Yu almost reluctant to consume it. Chapter 76. The hunt for the grouper. When it comes to swimming and diving, Xingqing is truly a master. To claim that she learned from Zhou Yu is merely a diversion, a playful jest. Now, submerged beneath the sea, Xingqing exhibits a grace that far surpasses Zhou Yu's efforts. With an array of flamboyant swimming styles, she captivates Zhou Yu to the point of nearly frothing bubbles in awe. He hastily collects his thoughts. While she revels in play, he has duties to attend to. Aboard the vessel, he had discerned that this vibrant coral reef concealed numerous impressive creatures. It was the perfect opportunity to select a fortunate spectator to ceremoniously debut his new spear gun. Casting a glance at Xingqing, though her features remained obscured, her carefree posture radiated joy. Enjoy your frolic, dear sister. I shall embark on a hunt. With a swift kick, Zhou Yu propelled himself toward a cluster of colossal rocks. Amidst the shadowy fissures, an enormous silhouette lay motionless. Although only a vague shape was visible to the naked eye, Zhou Yu could distinctly perceive the intricate patterns adorning its body. It was a giant grouper, colloquially known as the dragon grouper or piglet grouper. The name suggests its remarkable plumpness. The dragon grouper commands a high market price. Such a sizable specimen would easily overshadow a similarly weighted tuna. Zhou Yu's anticipation stirred within him, yet the creature remained stationary. It was ensconced within the rocky crevice, and he dared not approach. While the dragon grouper is not known for its speed, Xingqing had warned him of its formidable ability to charge. A direct hit from it could spell disaster. How could he entice it out? Out of the corner of his eye, a foot-long blue-spotted grouper lazily swam into view. Zhou Yu's mind sparked with inspiration. Live bait had arrived. Abruptly, he pivoted and pursued the blue-spotted grouper. Deep-sea fish often exhibit aggression coupled with a lack of caution. Zhou Yu launched a surprise attack from behind, effortlessly seizing the grouper by its spine. Had it been anyone else, the fish would have easily escaped with a flick of its tail, a sweeping motion that would send the intruder sprawling. Alas, it was Zhou Yu it encountered. The radiance of his crystalline powers enveloped the area, rendering the small grouper utterly defenseless. The moment they made contact, the fish went rigid, as if struck by a high-voltage surge. Ecstatic, Zhou Yu executed a swift maneuver, swimming back to the vicinity of the rock fissure. Gripping the blue-spotted grouper firmly in his left hand, he retrieved his spear gun from his back with his right. The spear gun, measuring a meter in length, resembled a pistol with an elongated barrel. However, it was equipped with a high-tension elastic band on top and a fishing reel affixed to its lower front. Within the barrel's groove lay a stainless steel harpoon, tethered by fishing line. Zhou Yu's makeshift version even boasted a safety mechanism. Before entering the water, he had already drawn back the elastic band. Now, all he needed to do was disengage the safety, and he could unleash a lethal steel projectile at any moment. Carefully, Zhou Yu flicked off the safety switch, simultaneously using his left hand to hurl the incapacitated blue-spotted grouper toward the fisher's entrance. He then adjusted his grip on the spear gun, aligning it for the optimal firing position. As the grouper broke free from his grasp, its disoriented body regained control. Hovering momentarily in the water, bewildered, had that been a nightmare? However, it soon abandoned its contemplation, swaying its head and tail as it decided to seek sustenance. The bluestone grouper had barely ventured a foot when the true nightmare descended. A massive shadow surged forth, creating a turbulent current, and collided with it at an angle. In one swift motion, it engulfed the bluestone grouper, leaving only a fragment of its tail fin dangling from the corner of the giant grouper's mouth. The giant grouper, having successfully captured its prey, reveled in its triumph. This was a meticulously planned hunt, observed for quite some time, ensuring safety and cleanliness. As it languidly savored the fruits of victory, the giant grouper turned its body, preparing to retreat back to its lair. At a 45-degree turn, a glimmer of light flickered beneath the water. Suddenly, a harpoon pierced the giant grouper's eye with a resounding thud. A cunning human had approached, brimming with self-satisfaction. Zhou Yu had not anticipated that his plan would unfold so flawlessly, sparing him from a protracted struggle. He grasped the grouper's gills with one hand and fervently swam towards Shen Qingqing. Shen Qingqing was thoroughly engrossed, having discovered several stunning seashells. At that moment, she held one in each hand, pondering which would serve as a new home for her benefactor. Abruptly, a plume of silt rose in the distance as Zhou Yu, dragging the hefty creature, swam towards her. Gurgling sounds filled the water. Shen Qingqing's eyes widened, releasing a flurry of bubbles from her breathing mask. A piggy grouper. Swiftly, she stowed the seashell in her net bag at her waist and approached like a mermaid. With a swift motion, she grasped the other side of the grouper's gills. They exchanged a knowing smile, excitement shimmering in their eyes. Together, they heaved the grouper, straining towards the water's surface. This grouper weighed at least 100 pounds, and it took considerable effort for them to finally bring it out of the water. Fortunately, they spared themselves the need to adjust their ascent speed. It was simply too heavy to rise quickly, alleviating any concerns about decompression sickness. Simultaneously treading water, they managed to pull the grouper to the bow of the boat. Qingqing, I'll hold it. You go activate the crane. All right, just hang on. Shen Qingqing decisively swam towards the stern of the boat. A few minutes later, the crane's arm extended, and the hook descended slowly. Zhou Yu secured the hook onto the grouper's gills, shouting, "All right, Qingqing." The hefty grouper, weighing over 100 pounds, ascended gradually, becoming the trophy of the Woolingren. Zhou Yu climbed aboard and, along with Shen Qingqing, placed the grouper into the ice storage. This delightful and effortless endeavor took less than 20 minutes, culminating in the capture of a grouper worth several thousand yuan. Shen Qingqing gazed at Zhou Yu's spear gun, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Grabbing his hand, she shook it enthusiastically. "Zhou Yu, I want to play with this too." The day was intended to bring her joy, and Zhou Yu was more than willing to oblige her desires. "Come, Qingqing, let me demonstrate. This is the safety, this is the trigger, and the harpoon is installed here." Shen Qingqing nodded eagerly, quickly mastering the usage skills. After returning to the cockpit and sipping a few energy drinks, they plunged back into the water. Throughout the morning, the duo remained submerged in the depths of the sea, replenishing their tanks twice. Zhou Yu had always believed that diving required oxygen, only to discover after purchasing the equipment that using pure oxygen could be toxic. In reality, diving employs compressed air. The set includes a high-pressure pump, allowing for self-sufficient operation. Today, Shen Qingqing revels in unrestrained joy, having discovered a conch and unearthed a large clam. She has also mastered the art of hunting with a spear gun, successfully capturing 3 substantial fish, each weighing over 20 pounds. Her elation is palpable, lifting her spirits to new heights. As lunchtime approaches, the two reluctantly return to the boat for their meal, bidding farewell to the trio of luxurious yachts that have finally vanished from sight. Each time they surface, they cannot escape the thumping electronic music that fills their ears. Had they not concealed themselves underwater, the incessant noise would have driven them to distraction. With the bothersome music now gone, both breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon finishing their lunch and allowing their food to settle, their expressions turn grave as they prepare to dive once more. A myriad of colorful plastic bags drifts toward the Wollongren vessel from the previous yacht's docking area. Snack wrappers, packaging, and unidentifiable bags clutter the water. Zhou Yu grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. I hope I never encounter them again. If I do, I'll sink their boat. Chapter 77. The fisherman loses his net. The two plunged into the water, causing splashes upon the surface, which soon returned to tranquility. Moments later, with a splash, two heads broke the surface. Having benefited so generously from the nurturing embrace of the sea, they felt compelled to repay her kindness. Zhou Yu, with a resigned expression, climbed back onto the boat, pulling Shun Qingqing up alongside him. Shun Qingqing chuckled. Well, how kind the Mother Sea is to us. With her golden vessels and magnificent treasures, we ought not to frown over such trivial tasks. Though they had only submerged for a brief while, the vibrant underwater scenery seemed to have lost its luster. Neither could shake the feeling of melancholy. After exchanging a knowing glance, they surfaced together, fully aware that they could not enjoy their time without first tidying up the litter. They dragged the rubber dinghy to the stern of the boat to inflate it. Zhou Yu launched the inflated dinghy into the ocean, and together they grabbed an oversized garbage bag and a pair of eel clamps, leaping into the small vessel. This dinghy, which had never been used for fishing or leisure, was unexpectedly called upon for its maiden voyage to collect refuse. Zhou Yu chased after floating debris, vigorously paddling the dinghy, while Shun Qingqing skillfully utilized the eel clamps to gather the trash and deposit it into the bag. What seemed easy on land proved to be quite the challenge at sea. Just as they approached a piece of litter, a gentle breeze would whisk it away, leaving Zhou Yu seething with frustration and harboring a deep resentment for the careless litterbugs. He vowed that should he encounter them again, he would entangle their propellers with seaweed. After more than an hour of toil, their task remained unfinished when the distant sound of a motorboat approached. They looked up to see a patrol boat cutting through the waves. Upon noticing it was a maritime police vessel heading directly toward the Wollongren, they exchanged glances and quickly ceased their activities, each grabbing a paddle to row back. A group of maritime officers, calling over their radios, found their inquiries ignored. Just as they were growing irate, suspecting illicit activities aboard the Wollongren, the patrol boat arrived, and a swarm of officers disembarked. Upon boarding, they discovered the misunderstanding. They had seen the two rowing back in their dinghy. However, they were not to leave empty-handed, as protocol required a check for contraband. As Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing stepped onto the boat, the officers' expressions shifted upon seeing the eel clamps and garbage bag in their hands. You two were collecting litter? One officer inquired incredulously. Zhou Yu responded candidly, indeed. We witnessed a group of litterers carelessly discarding waste and felt compelled to intervene. There was no shame in their actions. At worst, they might receive commendation for their efforts. The officers, intrigued yet bound by duty, insisted on proceeding with the inspection. Who is the boat's owner? Please present the relevant documentation. The two had not given it much thought, but upon presenting their credentials, they were met with dismay. You are operating in violation of regulations, they exclaimed. Confused, Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing protested. What constitutes a violation? You registered for fishing gear and traps, yet what is this? The officers had uncovered the small ice chest, revealing a net that had been stuck to it. Not the police officer. Look, we have a permit for gill net operations. The Coast Guard leader furrowed his brow. Are you two genuinely confused or merely pretending? Your gill net allocation belongs to another vessel. Is it not clearly stated that the designated operating location is the dry dock? The two men were taken aback, thinking, ISNT at all our ship? Can't we share? Alas, it turns out they cannot. Each vessel is permitted to apply for only two types of fishing gear. If one chooses trawling and gill netting, they may only apply for one type. If it were interchangeable, a single trawler would mean that all vessels under its name could trawl, which would lead to chaos. They had heard that there is a stringent crackdown on illegal operations and unlicensed fishing. If caught, one faces fines and vessel confiscation. Would this not spell disaster for them? The pallor on their faces was more pronounced than after an hour of free diving. Observing their dismal expressions, the leading Coast Guard officer unexpectedly chuckled. Young man, it seems this gill net has not touched the water? What could that possibly mean? In an instant, Zhou Yu realized. Yes, we completely forgot about this net. We haven't used it at all. This statement held a kernel of truth. During this voyage, they had not encountered a large school of fish, and indeed, the net had not been deployed. As for the previous time it was used, that was simply a moment of indulgence. Moreover, the officer had extended a lifeline. Even if he referred to the gill net as a duck neck, he would still be obliged to support him, since they had not utilized it. They could not be deemed in violation, and thus no penalties would be imposed. The Coast Guard leader patted the shoulders of the two. Well done, young men. always operate within the law. A group of them departed like the wind. Although they were not penalized, all 4 gill nets, 3 new and 1 old, were confiscated. This was only to be expected. Otherwise, as soon as they left, they could be caught using a net again by other patrols, leading to further complications. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing exchanged dry smiles. Was it truly their fortune that picking up trash had saved them? In this situation, it was indeed the best outcome. Regrettably, if they encountered a large school of fish again, they would simply be left staring in disbelief. Zhou Yu felt a pang of regret at the thought. Shen Qingqing consoled him, saying, "If you truly enjoy gill netting, there is still a way. We could apply to convert our crab pot quota into gill netting." Could they really apply for a quota conversion? Zhou Yu couldn't help but compare the two tools. Gill nets, when encountering a large school of fish, were undoubtedly a means to overnight wealth, while crab pots resembled a steady, albeit modest, income. However, truth be told, their vessel was too small. Even if they did find a large school of fish, a single haul would not yield much. The burden of sorting the catch would be overwhelming for the two of them, unless they upgraded to a 100-ton vessel. Zhou Yu preferred crab pots if forced to choose at this stage. Let it be, Qingqing. Gill netting is too ruthless. Let us consider it as accumulating merit. Look, even picking up trash has saved us a significant sum in fines. All right, I'll go along with you. Shen Qingqing giggled, adding, "Actually, you were just too lazy to sort the catch, aren't you?" "Hee, so am I. Everything has a beginning and an end. Since we are to accumulate merit, we must continue picking up trash." He placed the bag aboard the vessel, exchanged it for a fresh garbage bag, and the two set off once more. However, despite their verbal reassurances, the sight of repulsive debris ignited their tempers. What manner of affluent youths were these, that they could unleash such a foul stench? After more than half an hour of fishing, as Shen Qingqing took over the rowing, Zhou Yu's grabber emerged from the water, clutching a mass of filth. This grotesque amalgamation, resplendent in its garish hues, seemed ensnared in a shroud of rotting seaweed. A putrid odor assaulted his senses. Zhou Yu discerned immediately that this was not mere household refuse. Yet, having already unleashed his ire, could he retract his words? If it was their doing, then it must indeed be attributed to them. Were these rascals afflicted by dysentery? Pinching his nose, Zhou Yu vigorously shook the grabber, scrubbing the foul object in the briny depths. Shen Qingqing found amusement in the sight, surprised to witness his stubbornness. "Well, if it's unbearable, let us discard it," she suggested. "Absolutely not. Since it is humanity's refuse, we must retrieve it." Zhou Yu remained obstinate, scrubbing even more fervently. "Look, it's white and fragrant. It's clearly a manufactured item." He beamed at the now revealed hard object, brimming with pride. Just as he turned to deposit it into the garbage bag, Shen Qingqing's startled gaze caught him off guard. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in shock. To his astonishment, her delicate hands reached out directly toward the refuse. "Ambergris. Zhou Yu, this is ambergris, worth more than gold." Chapter 78. The fragrance of ambergris. Shen Qingqing swiftly seized the rubbish into her grasp, bringing it close to her nose for a sniff. "Zhou Yu, the elderly gentleman in the subway," exclaimed. "Qingqing, don't. It's filthy." Shen Qingqing, tilting her head back with her eyes narrowed, wore an expression of sheer ecstasy. The object was a pure white, emanating a rich, sweet aroma reminiscent of amber, intermingled with a delicate woody fragrance. "Zhou Yu, this is the finest grade of ambergris. Each gram commands a price far exceeding that of gold." Shen Qingqing let it rest in her palm, weighing it thoughtfully. "This piece must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. Zhou Yu, we have struck it rich." Zhou Yu found himself in a predicament. How could something initially deemed as trash transform into ambergris? A man of honor should not bow to a mere financial gain. "Qingqing, I was merely testing your discernment. I had already recognized this as ambergris," he stammered. "How much did you say it costs per gram?" I was too excited to catch it all. Shen Qingqing switched to an informative mode, elucidating the nature of ambergris. It is a secretion from the intestines of the sperm whale, akin to animal gemstones like cow bile and dog stones. In addition to being used in the production of high-end perfumes, it is also a rare traditional Chinese medicine. Among various animal excretions, it is regarded as one of the most precious. The price varies significantly based on quality. For a blackish-yellow variety, it might fetch around 100 to 180 yuan per gram. However, this exquisite white variant begins its valuation far above that of gold. Regrettably, this piece is relatively small. Fishermen have been known to discover ambergris weighing hundreds, even thousands of pounds, often selling for tens of millions. What compels an individual to take pleasure in doing good deeds? The answer is simple: reward. The two who acquired the ambergris felt a surge of enthusiasm, tirelessly clearing the ocean of debris, yet still yearning for more. As they gazed across the azure sky and the cerulean sea, not a single scrap marred the surface. This signified the absence of another piece of ambergris for them to find. Zhou chuckled softly, realizing that discovering even one piece was a blessing from the ocean's embrace, and he felt a twinge of greed for more. Upon returning to the boat, they carefully placed the ambergris into Shun Qingqing's satchel. This was indeed an item worth millions. Zhou couldn't help but think that Shun Qingqing's bag appeared too worn and tattered. Would that strap hold together? It seemed high time for a new bag. One wouldn't want to risk losing such a treasure. As dusk approached, the two decided not to linger any longer, weighing anchor and setting sail towards the crab-catching grounds. The vessel, Wollingren, anchored a mile away from the designated spot. With the nets confiscated, their available fishing gear had been halved, necessitating efficient utilization of what remained. After enjoying their dinner, they began baiting the fishing lines. 5 lines were prepared, all adorned with frozen bait. Previously, they had used far too little, and this was the perfect opportunity to exhaust their supply. With 300 hooks across 5 lines, they toiled until past 8 before finally casting them into the water. Zhou pondered the efficacy of this method. The rate of empty hooks in recent endeavors had been astonishingly high, leading him to question the necessity of employing so many hooks. If the number of hooks could be reduced while increasing the catch ratio, it would indeed be splendid. However, such advancements are the culmination of years of fishermen's wisdom, not something that can be easily improved upon in a moment of inspiration. To conserve effort, further experiments are necessary. Following today's maritime patrol inspection, the fishing gear aboard the Wollingren has been officially certified, all in accordance with the fishing permit. Admittedly, the use of gill nets and spear guns is somewhat beyond the prescribed limits. Nevertheless, the former has been classified as a trap, while the latter is deemed a fishing tool, primarily because each is singular and of minimal lethality, thus posing no significant threat to the fishery, leading the authorities to overlook them. If regulations were strictly enforced, even a landing net could be categorized as illegal fishing gear without the proper permit. After casting the lines, the two men proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Through these 2 voyages, they have gained a tangible understanding of the efficacy of 500 liters of fresh water. Based on a journey lasting 3 days and nights, they could comfortably use the water without concern, enjoying daily showers without pressure. A relaxing soak in a bathtub would also be feasible. However, for 5 days, they would only be able to take quick showers, and after 7 days, they would resort to the typical male-style wash. Beyond that duration, it would be unwise to consider, as fuel might not suffice, let alone water. The seawater desalination device is neither exorbitant nor cheap, priced at over 50,000 yuan, yet it is currently beyond their needs. Despite the Wollingren being classified in a certain navigational zone, it merely allows them to venture 200 nautical miles offshore legally. At most, they could barely brush the edges of the ocean. If they truly wish to traverse the open seas, it would be wiser to rest. The following day, immediately after breakfast, they began to retrieve the fishing lines. Their schedule for the day was packed, leaving no time to waste. With 5 lines and 300 hooks, they only caught a little over 20 fish, averaging 15 hooks per fish. Fortunately, the sizes were acceptable, with the larger ones weighing over 10 pounds and the smaller ones around 3 to 4 pounds. This was expected, as they had cut the bait from frozen fish. Fish weighing less than 3 pounds were merely a nuisance. To attempt to catch them would be futile. The offshore waters also have the advantage of an abundance of prized fish species, as evidenced by the presence of several groupers on the lines. With this haul, they secured another 1,000 to 1,800 yuan. After retrieving the lines, instead of hastily collecting the crab traps, they circled the crab-catching area. Starting with a radius of 1 nautical mile, Zhou was maneuvering the trawler, searching for fish within this expansive circle. Upon spotting a cluster of 3 or more large fish, he promptly called for Shun Qingqing to halt the vessel and commence fishing. This trawler is indeed a remarkable tool. Without its assistance in expanding their detection range, they might have returned with an empty fuel tank without encountering a single fish. Now, with a scanning radius of 1 kilometer, they often discover large fish within minutes of setting out. Most of their time was spent chopping bait and enticing fish. By midday, the Wollingren had anchored 3 times, catching 10 fish, each exceeding 20 pounds. Although the quantity seems modest, the value, bolstered by the premium prices for large fish, is astonishing. For certain species, the price difference between small and large fish can be as much as tenfold. Thus, the worth of these 10 fish far surpasses that of an equivalent weight of smaller fish. Before lunch, the Wollongren returned to the crab-catching site. This voyage, they brought along 52 crab traps, all made of steel. The older net traps have long since been replaced with salted fish. This fortunate turn of events has truly brought unexpected luck. During yesterday's inspection by the Maritime Police, it was noted that small mesh gill nets are classified as prohibited fishing gear. The older-style crab traps fall into this category, as small fish become ensnared and cannot escape. Each time the traps are retrieved, numerous remnants of fish, reduced to mere puzzles, are discovered. If any were brought to shore this time, it would undoubtedly result in confiscation and possibly even fines. As the crane was set into motion, over 50 traps were hoisted from the water, revealing a significantly reduced catch of crabs compared to the last haul. However, the size of the crabs was notably impressive, with mesh measuring 8 centimeters and diagonal lengths exceeding 11 centimeters, rendering it impossible to retain smaller crabs. This, however, poses a slight drawback. The traps cannot remain submerged for too long, lest the bait be consumed by the small crabs in a self-service feast. Observing the traps brimming with large, clawing crabs, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing could hardly contain their joy. Chapter 79. Reselling the tuna in the crab trap this time, apart from a few large lobsters. There was hardly any other seafood. The mesh was too wide, allowing the escape of most creatures. The only exception was the octopus, of which there were unexpectedly 2. And both were rather sizable. They had reduced 2 crabs, each weighing over 8 ounces, to a state of disability. Observing this, Zhou Yu was filled with fury and vowed to invent a squid trap dedicated to the extermination of octopuses. Among the 50-odd traps, there were a total of 103 crabs, 7 large lobsters, and 2 squids. The number of crabs had decreased by a third compared to the last catch. However, considering the average size, the overall weight did not seem to diminish significantly. In the 20 eel traps, only 5 large eels were caught, while a chaotic array of small fish had infiltrated the traps. After collecting the traps, the duo had lunch. The dragnet boat was also retrieved, and the Wollongren set sail for home. During their time at sea searching for fish, they had thoroughly exhausted Shen Qingqing. This time, Zhou Yu took the helm for the entire journey. Although they had lost the dragnet boat, the small sensory circle of about 100 meters remained intact. Whenever they encountered a worthy catch, he would call Shen Qingqing to fish. To be honest, this method proved far more effective than aimlessly flailing about like a headless fly. They stopped several times along the way, reeling in 7 or 8 fish of various sizes. Shen Qingqing even managed to catch a large yellow croaker, albeit modest in size, weighing just over a pound. By the time the Wollongren returned to port, it was already past 7 in the evening. This was a deliberate choice by the two. Their original plan was to drift at sea for 5 days, but as soon as the ambergris appeared, they lost all desire to continue fishing. After a busy day, they simply could not sell the ambergris upon their return. They intended to sell the fish the following morning, but they could at least send out information beforehand. After dinner, Shen Qingqing photographed their catch and sent the images to Yin Lu and Lu Qichuan. She had initially thought they would have to wait until morning. To her surprise, Yin Lu was truly relentless. Even after the driver had finished for the day, she located a spare key and drove the refrigerated truck herself. Upon seeing Shen Qingqing, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Chime, where's my big-eye tuna?" One could easily mistake her enthusiasm for an unusual obsession. When she inspected the fish in the ice hold, Yin Lu nearly lunged to kiss them. Despite being a big-eye tuna and untested, her keen eye could discern the quality simply by the richness of its flesh. This was indeed a prime specimen. The last few big-eye tunas had received rave reviews, and many food enthusiasts knew that recently one could walk into Yin Lu's restaurant without a reservation. Arriving meant being treated to freshly sliced tuna, instantly elevating her reputation. This open-door approach meant that, far from just big-eye tuna, even a large elephant could not withstand her allure. Within a couple of days, reservations at Yin Lu's restaurant would be a necessity. At this moment, upon seeing the large big-eye tuna, her eyes sparkled with greed. This single big-eye tuna, alongside a large grouper, could sustain her business for at least half a month. Had it not been for Zhou Yu's vigilant oversight, Yin Lu would have eagerly embraced Shen Qingqing in joyous celebration. Instead, she showcased her dedication by dragging Shen Qingqing to the live well to select the finest fish. Zhou Yu found himself in quite a predicament. Yin Lu's chauffeur had not arrived, leaving him to manage the 2 enormous fish all on his own. These were not mere dozen-kilogram catches, but rather weighed several hundred kilograms. Fortunately, the small crane proved to be quite capable, and Zhou Yu, being a veritable muscle-bound marvel, managed to manipulate it with just a remote control. In truth, Shen Qingqing had long contemplated lending a hand, but Yin Lu had seized her, declaring, "A man's words are but deceits. My dear Qing, do not believe a thing they say, merely observe their actions. Whether they indulge you in comfort or subject you to hardship will reveal their true sentiments towards you." Shen Qingqing was reluctant to become entangled with a divorced woman. Moreover, as the adage goes, the customer is king, and given their amicable relationship, she refrained from contradicting her. Shen Qingqing was well aware that this task would not daunt Zhou Yu. 100 kilograms draped over him would feel as light as a cloak. Once the two women had successfully landed the large fish, Zhou Yu had completed loading the vehicle. Yin Lu beckoned Shen Qingqing to join her in the refrigerated truck, but Shen Qingqing firmly declined. "No, Yin Jie, the seats in the refrigerated truck are far too cramped. I shall ride on the tricycle with Zhou Yu instead." With that, she effortlessly leapt onto the tricycle's driver's seat, squeezing in beside Zhou Yu. Yin Lu couldn't help but smirk. The seating arrangement in the tricycle was no more dignified than that of a small freight truck. With the driver situated in the middle, the seats on either side were utterly misaligned. In truth, the refrigerated truck offered far more room. Yet, she reminisced about youthful romance, having experienced her fair share in her own time. Yin Lu sighed inwardly, thinking, "You will learn soon enough that men are unreliable." The evening brought a surge of patrons to the Japanese restaurant, with everyone, save for the driver, preoccupied with their tasks. Yin Lu called for assistance to move the fish inside. A group of employees began to perform their culinary choreography in the open kitchen, weighing and preparing the fish while conducting quality checks on the meat. Sticking to her usual routine, Yin Lu took charge, directing her staff in the preparation. She arranged a table laden with Japanese delicacies for the two of them to enjoy while they waited, although both had already dined. The modest portions of Japanese cuisine were hardly sufficient for Zhou Yu's late-night appetite. After all, the expenses were drawn from their own resources, so they indulged without hesitation. To be candid, since their experience on the Xian boat, where they had savored an all-you-can-eat tuna, the offerings at the Japanese restaurant seemed almost trivial, akin to crumbs. Once they had finished their meal, the results of the meat quality test were announced. The large-eyed bluefin tuna weighed an impressive 160 kilograms. While Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing could decipher the report's jargon, the true implications left them chuckling. The sole clear takeaway was the Arabic numerals indicating a total price of 44,800 yuan, a figure that pleased them greatly. For a businessman wielding the power to determine pricing based on quality assessments, Zhou Yu deemed this price remarkably generous. How many could resist the temptations of avarice and offer a fair price? The dragonfish weighed in at 58 kilograms. Merely a minor contender in the world of dragonfish, and Yin Lu offered 10,000 yuan for it. As for the other large fish, she was selective, ultimately acquiring them for a total of 6,300 yuan. In this procurement venture, Yin Lu spent a total of 61,100 yuan. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing exchanged glances of astonishment. If Yin Lu could not net a profit of 30,000 yuan from these fish, it would be a considerable loss. Was there truly such profit to be made in the Japanese restaurant business? Reflecting on it, the last time the two sold her the tuna, it amounted to less than 40,000. Today, they sliced a few pieces for him, accompanied by some sushi and grilled fish tempura, reportedly worth over 2,000. If one were to account for it this way, it wouldn't be surprising if a large tuna fetched upwards of 80 or even 100,000. Yin Lu, in high spirits, insisted that they indulge in a bit more drink. The quality of today's Big Eye tuna was exceptional, freshly filleted during peak hours, significantly enhancing the restaurant's reputation. Shen Qingqing was indeed her benefactor. It was imperative to have a drink. As for Zhou Yu, men are seldom commendable. He was merely invited to accompany her for Shen Qingqing's sake. Had Zhou Yu been privy to her thoughts, he would have whisked Shen Qingqing away long ago. Considering Shen Qingqing's limited circle of friends, he refrained from intervening. He abstained from alcohol, seizing the opportunity to savor more of the tuna. After consuming 2 cups of sake, Shen Qingqing's cheeks began to flush. Zhou Yu hurriedly took her leave. Instead of heading home, they made their way directly to the dock. The fish had yet to be sold, and the round trip was hardly worth the effort. Upon arriving at the dock, they were taken aback. Lu Qichuan was squatting on the ground, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, vigorously smoking. Upon seeing them return, old Lu discarded the cigarette but on the ground, stood up, extinguishing it with his foot, and said, "I've come to collect the goods. Have you sold your tuna?" Chapter 80. Appraising treasures. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing were utterly astonished. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and the tavern had already closed its doors, yet here came Lu, eager to collect fish. Lu's mental state seemed rather peculiar. However, delving into deep conversations with casual acquaintances is a grave faux pas. Zhou took a few steps forward, saying, Qingqing and I just returned from delivering the tuna to Mr. Yan. Brother Lu, the fish are in the live water tank. Shall we take a look together? Old Lu, seemingly indifferent, followed the duo to the cold storage and live water tank, nodding his head occasionally, seemingly in agreement with everything. This time, the large fish were fewer in number and slightly smaller in size compared to the last catch. Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the finest specimens had already been chosen by Yin Lu. Had it not been for the large oil-spotted fish he retained to maintain appearances, he would have felt utterly ashamed to face Lu Qichuan. Although these fish were ample to satisfy old Lu's needs, it was improper to handle matters this way. Brother Lu, next time, let Qingqing send you some photos in advance. Aside from the tuna, you can select from the others first. To Zhou's surprise, old Lu shook his head. No need, Xiao Zhou. Let Yin Lu pick the best fish first. Shin Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Boss Lu is quite gracious. Yet Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, he's still a schemer. Don't blame me if I forget about you. Just one of those large oil-spotted fish had sold for 500-600. The price for the other fish was reduced. It turned out that the most valuable fish weighed around 10 pounds, while those too large or too small received discounts. The 60-pound fish only fetched a little over 2,000. Adding the various types of fish together, they made a total of 13,000. The crabs, all weighing at least 8 ounces, brought a smile to old Lu's face. Despite the total weight being just over 90 pounds, the overall price exceeded the last sale, reaching 12,000. After bidding farewell to the smoke-filled old Lu, Zhou and Shun Qingqing eagerly entered the cockpit to divide their earnings. The tuna yielded 44,800. The large fish produced 29,300, and the crabs brought in 12,000, totaling 86,100. Each received 43,050. The two analyzed their income composition. This time, the big eye tuna and the large flatfish had performed exceptionally well, resulting in higher earnings than before. If luck were to wane, they anticipated a significant decrease. The crabs, however, remained remarkably stable, consistently yielding over 10,000. Upon comprehensive analysis, even if both experienced a streak of misfortune and caught no tuna, relying solely on crabbing and catching large fish would still guarantee a baseline income of around 40,000 for each outing. Upon returning from their last voyage, the two hadn't felt entirely secure. Now, the facts confirmed that operating the Wuling Rin ship for fishing had become a reliably profitable venture. They could proceed with confidence. Qingqing, considering our current fuel consumption, every tuna we catch from now on is pure profit. Zhou exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Even more so than when they had sold over 100,000 before. Shin Qingqing, unable to sleep, proposed, Little Yu, shall we share another drink? Zhou, who had abstained from alcohol while driving the tricycle earlier, replied, Sounds good. We still have 7 large lobsters in the storage, perfect for a late-night snack. Thus, the two began to prepare their third dinner of the day, frying the lobsters in oil, savoring the delightful pairing of lobster and red wine, relishing their increasingly prosperous lives. 2 bottles of red wine, gifts from Lao Yu and Xiao Yu, were consumed by them as if they were mere beverages. In a state of inebriation, Zhou collapsed onto the sofa without even removing his clothes, instantly succumbing to slumber. Throughout the night, he was plagued by nightmares, envisioning himself as a destitute performer, futilely attempting to shatter a large rock with a hammer. Despite numerous blows, the stone remained unyielding. Suddenly, a voice called out for dinner, and his companions fled with the hammer. Zhou, clutching the rock, shook it vigorously, exclaiming in frustration, I am still here. Summoning his inner strength, he finally managed to topple the boulder with a resounding crash, startling him awake. Beside him, Shin Qingqing sat up from the floor, rubbing her tousled hair, her eyes still bleary with sleep. How did I end up on the floor? Oh, my head aches. Zhou sat up, his gaze unfocused, and hastily slipped on his shoes, intending to rush to the lower deck. At this age, how can one not sleep properly? To fall off such a wide sofa. Suddenly, Shin Qingqing grasped his pant leg, demanding, Why am I here? A glance around revealed the coffee table littered with shrimp shells and 2 empty bottles overturned on the floor. Then it dawned on her. Zhou, you dared to kick me. Zhou protested. I was the first to fall asleep, all right? You didn't even go back to the resting cabin, opting instead to squeeze beside me on the empty sofa. You crushed me. Ouch. And you still question who fell asleep first? It was you. I was merely muddled and mistook the bed. I truly didn't mean to kick you. Seeing Zhou Yu finally acknowledge the truth and sincerely apologize, Shen Qingqing released her grip. How dare he kick her off the bed without any repercussions? As for sleeping in the wrong place, such drunken mishaps were entirely forgivable. A trivial incident, really. They had a significant task ahead of them today. Qingqing, where should we sell this ambergris? A pawn shop or an auction house? Shen Qingqing, though lacking specific knowledge, was still more informed than Zhou Yu. The ambergris needed to undergo component analysis first. Authenticity had to be verified, and its quality and value assessed based on its composition. Only with a certificate could it be sold profitably. But who could they approach for the appraisal? The two leaned in closer, shoulders touching, and began tapping away on their phones. Generally, there were two avenues for appraising items: professional appraisal organizations and university laboratories. The appraisal organizations could be categorized into official agencies and private companies. They certainly wouldn't dare approach the Quality Supervision Bureau. The last thing they needed was for authorities to declare that floating debris at sea belonged to the state. They could end up going home with only a banner and 500 yuan. University laboratories were a simpler option, as Shen Qingqing could enlist the help of a professor. However, that would inevitably lead to rumors. The last time they secured a certificate with 10,000 yuan, they were subjected to slander. If word got out about the million-dollar ambergris, it wouldn't be surprising for a few college students to turn into kidnappers. After some contemplation, they concluded that their only option was to pay for a private company for the appraisal. Such institutions were plentiful. However, they dared not search online. After all, a simple online inquiry about medical conditions could lead to cancer diagnoses. The internet is rife with advertisements, making it arduous to discern the genuine from the fraudulent. When it comes to authentication, two individuals recall the meat quality testing conducted at Yin Lu's establishment. With such equipment and expertise at her disposal, she likely has connections with relevant institutions and personnel. Shen Qingqing dialed the phone. Sister Yin, my friend stumbled upon a piece of ambergris. Do you know where it can be authenticated? Ambergris. Your friend is quite lucky, huh? Ha ha ha. Yin Lu thought to herself, clearly understanding the situation. What friend? Must be a boyfriend, right? Without hesitation, she promptly sent the address after hanging up. The two took a taxi and hurriedly made their way to the authentication company. The cost for component analysis was set at 5,000, with results available in a week. While the price was somewhat tolerable after all, testing tap water would cost 3,000 to 4,000. The week-long wait was utterly unacceptable. Is there any way to expedite the process? The tester glanced at him and replied, We do offer an expedited service. Results can be ready in as little as 3 days, but it will cost you 8,000. Chapter 81. Discount fishing gear store. The analysis of composition and the value of items are entirely unrelated. Even if it is determined that this mass is nothing more than cow dung, one must still pay 8,000. Many people stumble upon substances resembling ambergris, dreaming of instant wealth, and spend exorbitant sums on testing. Yet, the result often reveals nothing but whale wax. Although that too holds some value, it ultimately proves to be a loss when weighed against the testing fees. Times have changed. 8,000 is now a gamble one can afford. After the payment, the inspector took out his tools to collect samples of the ambergris. He meticulously excavated 7 or 8 samples the size of sesame seeds. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing watched with pain, for despite the modest quantity, at least 5,000 had been extracted. Fortunately, they remained close, or else they might have lost two tails without a chance to lament. Once the sampling was completed, they could take their belongings and hailed a taxi back to the boat. They had worked late into the previous night, leaving the sanitation unattended. With buckets in hand and mops and rags at the ready, they thoroughly cleaned the Wuling Renhao inside and out. All the refuse from their maritime endeavors, including the debris collected from the sea, was disposed of in the large dumpster at the dock. With a piece of ambergris worth a fortune at stake, their cleaning efforts became increasingly fervent. After a morning of toil, they finally returned home on a tricycle. The following days were designated for rest, with the ambergris results pending. Their hearts lingered in uncertainty. Hence, they decided to tidy up their home. Previously, Shen Qingqing's residence featured 3 main rooms with pristine white walls, while the kitchen and storage room were bare cement. The storage room was tolerable, but the kitchen had never been equipped with a range hood, leaving the walls smeared with grease. They resolved to clean the walls, apply putty, and paint them anew. Moreover, installing a range hood would at least lend the kitchen a semblance of modernity. There were numerous issues aboard the vessel, and this recent outing had unveiled several new challenges. While trawlers are indeed effective for fishing, reeling in the line proved to be a nuisance. For the past few nights, Zhou Yu had been carelessly hauling it back in a tangled mess. The disarray of fishing lines was quite unbecoming. However, fishing reels with a capacity of 1,000 meters cost several thousand, and even with money, it was not wise to spend recklessly. There was also the matter of boat fishing. Zhou had long struggled to comprehend why some fishing rods and reels were so exorbitantly priced. Yet, after battling a 300-pound big eye, he had come to a profound realization. You get what you pay for. In these times, purchasing a full roll of 100 meters of wire rarely exceeds 98. Many products are falsely advertised, and one must be wary of believing everything. According to the owner, the two fishing rods had a maximum capacity of 650 pounds. The big eye, including its head, tail, and entrails, was estimated to weigh around 350 to 60 pounds. The boat fishing had begun to exhibit signs of danger. Should they hook a fish over 500 pounds, the rod would undoubtedly snap. Furthermore, the accompanying gear needed an upgrade. Seated on the sofa, they deliberated on their plans for the upcoming days, determining what they needed to purchase and the order in which to procure it. After half an hour of animated discussion, they finally compiled a list and resolved to proceed accordingly. Zhou set out on his tricycle, clenching the list tightly, and visited various hardware and appliance stores. Brushes, putty powder, work attire, range hoods, and freezers were meticulously gathered and transported home, one item at a time. Dragon's blood has yet to be realized, and over 6,000 yuan has been spent anew. The primary expenditure is a commercial freezer, model 2288L, costing a staggering 4,500 yuan. The rationale behind this purchase lies in the difficulty of managing frozen bait quantities. Each sea expedition begins with an investment of at least 20,000 yuan. The prospect of returning prematurely due to insufficient bait would be nothing short of a farce. Conversely, overpurchasing leads to surplus, necessitating a frantic effort to discard excess before returning. Thus, the two decided to acquire a large freezer. Should there be any leftover, it can simply be stored within. With a freezer exceeding 3 meters, retaining 3 to 5 boxes of frozen bait is inconsequential. Furthermore, any inexpensive fish caught in the future need not be sold. They can be preserved within the freezer for homemade bait. Even if electricity costs soar, it remains more economical than purchasing ready-made bait. The refrigerator at Shen Qingqing's home, nearly as old as she, has already been listed on a second-hand platform. The new freezer serves dual purposes of freezing and cooling, while the antiquated one is better suited for collectors. Although they had planned for 3 days of respite, the duo found themselves exceedingly busy. Merely scraping away kitchen grime consumed a significant portion of their day. The layers of grease accumulated into rolls, a sight to behold. This left Shen Qingqing quite embarrassed, as it exposed the less glamorous side of her home in front of Zhou. What was being scraped away was not merely grime, but rather an affront to her dignity. Yet, Zhou remained unfazed. The cement walls, devoid of a range hood, would suffocate even the most divine presence. The rough texture of the cement walls rendered them perpetually unclean, a condition that could not solely be attributed to Shen Qingqing. The grime on the walls had aged just as she had. Qingqing, one's family background cannot be chosen. What does a little grease matter? I shall take you to see my rural home sometime. The maggots in the dry toilet are plump and white, wriggling about. Zhou, be quiet. How disgusting. Shen Qingqing, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment, chased after Zhou, playfully hitting and pinching him. In truth, Zhou had moved to the city at the tender age of 8, and his childhood home had long been sold, rendering any desire to visit futile. Once the walls were scraped clean, the task became far more manageable. Applying putty posed no challenge for the pair. As long as the kitchen's surface was even, it sufficed. By noon the following day, they had completed the work. After applying the putty, it would need to dry for 2 days before they could paint it with protective varnish. Shen Qingqing's 6-day break concluded, and it was time for Zhou to escort her to her class in the afternoon. After watching her enter the teaching building, Zhou opened the Gouda map application to search for nearby fishing tackle shops. He selected the highest-rated one and began navigation. A distance of 8 kilometers was not too far. After considering the time required to browse the fishing rods and return, he would still have ample time to pick Shen Qingqing up after her class concluded. With a flick of the switch, he arrived at the fishing tackle shop. However, upon entering, he realized it was rather disappointing. The shop was stocked with ordinary gear suitable for casual anglers, lacking any heavy-duty boat rods. Zhou had no choice but to navigate to the second closest shop. This time, fortune smiled upon him. Upon inquiring about heavy boat fishing rods, the owner's eyes lit up. He hurried to the back storage area, returning with several dusty rod tubes. The owner placed the tubes on the counter and revealed the rods one by one. "Brother, These are authentic heavy-duty boat fishing rods. Choose as you wish. Even a giant weighing 1,000 pounds from the deep sea is no match for these. I assure you, you won't find a better deal in all of Shaman. A discerning individual harbored no faith in the words of such a creature as the proprietor. He placed his trust solely in his own eyes. After meticulously examining several fishing rods, he could not ascertain whether they were reasonably priced, yet he recognized their undeniable quality. The specifications indicated that they could easily handle weights of up to 1,000 pounds, with one model capable of subduing a 1,500-pound deep-sea leviathan. Whether the parameters were exaggerated remained to be seen, but at the very least, the owner had not engaged in fabrications. "Sir, how much is this particular rod?" inquired Shoyu, holding a rod rated for 1,000 pounds. "A flat price of 4,000 yuan," came the reply. "What? 4,000 yuan?" Shoyu was taken aback. It was not that the price was exorbitant. Rather, it was astonishingly low. In the fishing tackle shop he frequented, a rod with such specifications would cost no less than 7,000 yuan. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And Shoyu immediately became wary. He pondered to himself, wondering if this crafty fellow would attempt to foist an expensive reel costing several thousand yuan upon him shortly. Chapter 82. A loss of 8,000 if not bought, boss. Do I need to purchase a fishing reel to go with this rod? Shoyu cautiously inquired, carefully organizing his words. The old proprietor, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean by bundled sales? Not necessary. What about the fishing line and hooks?" Shoyu pressed on. "Those aren't needed either. Should I sign up for a VIP membership then? Prepay a sum of 10 or 8,000. Bang. The boss slammed the fishing rod onto the table. "Are you trying to pick a fight? You're either not serious about buying the rod or just here to waste my time." Shoyu forced a chuckle to ease the tension, realizing he had inadvertently provoked the owner. "Please don't misunderstand. Your pricing is simply too attractive. I'm just hesitant to make a decision without clarifying if there are any hidden sales." The owner's demeanor softened considerably as he lamented, "Who would want to sell at a higher price? I'm just in a difficult position. This inventory has been sitting here for nearly 2 years." As the proprietor opened up, Shoyu began to understand the situation. It turned out this man was also a novice in the retail business, utterly oblivious to his target demographics and customer segmentation. He had stocked everything from the most expensive boat rods to inexpensive hand rods without a clear strategy. Having no uniqueness or specific clientele is a cardinal sin in commerce. One must not presume that having a wide variety of products is advantageous. Your 20% of offerings might satisfy 80% of your customers. Conversely, items that consume a significant portion of your resources might attract less than 1% of users. The proprietor had priced a batch of boat rods at a premium, yet not a single one had sold in over a year. Who in the city would seek boat rods? If it weren't for picking up Shin from school, Shoyu would have ventured to a nearby fishing tackle shop. He felt a deep sympathy for the owner's unfortunate plight. How regrettable it was had he discovered this place sooner. He could have saved the money he spent on boat rods. Seeing Shoyu sigh repeatedly, the owner developed a fondness for him. In these times, who could empathize with others? "Good man, if you are genuinely interested, I can lower the price a bit more. I'll let it go at cost price. I just want to move this inventory." Shoyu was astonished. What a rare occurrence. Someone willing to reduce the price. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Without hesitation, he chose the highest quality rod. "I'll take 2 that can catch 1,500 pounds. Regrettably, the owner had retained some prudence back then and hadn't dared to stock rods capable of catching a ton of sharks. Otherwise, Shoyu would have made a complete acquisition today. He also purchased 2 heavy-duty tuna-specific reels. While these typically sold for over 20,000 elsewhere, here they were merely 12,000. How could one pass up such a deal? A loss of 8,000 if not purchased. The total expenditure for the rod and reels amounted to 36,000. This was indeed a stroke of luck. At the seaside, the combined cost would easily exceed 60,000. The ocean does not deceive anyone, nor can one deceive the sea. With a fishing rod priced between 5,000 to 6,000, hoping to catch deep-sea giants weighing 700 to 800 pounds, the maternal sea would spit in your face. While deceiving fools may be feasible, attempting to deceive the ocean is the folly of a dreamer. Thus, Shoyu was undoubtedly willing to invest significantly in this equipment. Missing out on a big catch would not be considered a loss. In fact, using it just once would yield substantial gains. The shopkeeper, witnessing Shoyu's extravagant spending, felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly promoted various fishing lines, hooks, rods, and reels to Shoyu. However, Zhou Yu chuckled to himself. With the cost price he had paid for so many items, wouldn't he the shopkeeper exploit him mercilessly when he sought other goods? Farewell. Despite the shopkeeper's disappointment, he was nonetheless pleased to have cleared out several thousand units of stagnant inventory. He proactively exchanged WeChat information with Zhou Yu, rambling on about how he still had quite a bit of surplus stock and inviting Zhou Yu to come by whenever he needed anything. Noticing the time, Zhou Yu realized that Shen Qingqing would soon finish her class. He had no time to engage in idle chatter. He loaded the items and made his exit. Zhou Yu, have you bought new gear again? Shen Qingqing greeted him excitedly, her eyes instantly landing on the rod tube strapped to the vehicle, recognizing his recent indulgence. Let us get in the car and head home. Fishing enthusiast, seeing the new rod? Get in? Not a chance. Shen Qingqing eagerly opened the rod tube, and as soon as the fishing rod peeked out, she was astonished. Zhou Yu, how much did you spend? Zhou Yu smiled faintly. Don't rush. There are 2 reels under the seat as well. Let us look at them together. Once Shen Qingqing laid eyes on the reels, she was rendered speechless. Zhou Yu, are you still managing to make ends meet? She had long coveted these items and was acutely aware of their value. It would take no less than 60,000 to procure them. While she was not opposed to him buying equipment, he had just spent over 40,000. And now it seemed he would be left with nothing in just 3 days? Zhou Yu smirked with a hint of mischief. Qingqing, I'll give you 3 chances. Guess how much I actually spent? Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the prospect of guessing the price, thinking he might have snagged a bargain. She mentally calculated and ventured 63,000. This was her estimate based on the lowest prices she had seen elsewhere. Buying everything from a single store would surely not yield that price. Zhou Yu shook his head proudly. Incorrect, too high. Shen Qingqing began to doubt. Is it still too high? 59,000? That price was already a steal, akin to holding a knife to the shopkeeper's throat. Still too high. Be bolder. Shen Qingqing decided to take a leap, thinking, what's the worst that could happen? 48,000. That's an absolute bargain, akin to breaking the shopkeeper's legs. There are those who engage in head-turning deals, but no one would willingly partake in a losing venture. Zhou Yu laughed heartily. You'll never guess. I spent 36,000. 36,000? Zhou Yu, did you truly manage to outsmart the fishing gear store owner? Zhou Yu was not one to shy away from a confrontation, often kicking the high-handed brothers when provoked. Shen Qingqing feared he might actually resort to violence. Zhou Yu sighed. Is that really the image you have of me? Do you not realize that stores have surveillance? After explaining the entire situation, Shen Qingqing was filled with envy. Such a fortunate occurrence? Rounded off. That's a profit of 30,000. Zhou Yu, you have an incredible knack for shopping as long as the money was well spent. Zhou Yu could purchase anything without her genuine opposition. Moreover, tomorrow marked the day for the results of the dragon's saliva fragrance test. Shen Qingqing firmly believed that she and Zhou Yu were on the cusp of great fortune. At that time, it would not matter if the amount were 36,000 or 63,000. They would still proceed with the purchase without hesitation. As soon as they returned home, after partaking in dinner, the two began to tidy up the bathroom and lavatory. Ideally, the bathroom should be tiled. However, waterproof latex paint would suffice as well. The house was nearly in a state of disrepair, and it was likely to be demolished and rebuilt in the future. Undertaking significant renovations now seemed unwise. Yet, as long as they continued to reside there, enhancing their quality of life was imperative. Thus, they settled for a compromise, opting to apply some paint to get by. Drawing from their previous experience in the kitchen, they managed to complete the small bathroom space in just over an hour. Like the kitchen, the paint would need a couple of days to dry before they could proceed further. Noticing that it was only a little past 8, they decided to retreat to Shen Qingqing's room to watch a movie. They intentionally filled their schedule, leaving no room for idle moments. The moment they relaxed, thoughts would creep in. What if the inspection tomorrow revealed a block of paraffin? Initially, they were unfazed, but now, with merely 10 hours until the results, anxiety began to gnaw at them. They exchanged lighthearted banter, already contemplating how to spend their potential winnings. The thought of not winning was too daunting to entertain. Rounding down would equate to a loss of nearly 100 million. They dared not dwell on such possibilities. Truly, they could not bear to imagine it. Chapter 83. The arrogant swindler. Due to their anxiety regarding the appraisal results, neither of the two managed to sleep well. The following morning, they exchanged wide-eyed glances, unable to suppress their laughter. The allure of wealth is indeed irresistible, and they were no exception. After hastily consuming their breakfast, they summoned a ride, which arrived promptly at their doorstep. They rushed to the testing company, only to find that it was still not open, even after 8 o'clock. Their impatience grew. What kind of establishment does not commence work by 8? Don't they desire to earn a living? It wasn't until 8:50 that the personnel from the testing company finally arrived to open the doors. They hurried inside, only to discover the staff leisurely enjoying their breakfast and attending to their personal needs. It was not until 9 o'clock that they resolved to begin their work. The audacity of taking paid breaks while making the capitalists profit even a single minute was unacceptable. Tears welled in their eyes. This was the last flicker of defiance from the weary workers. As time dragged on, each second felt like an eternity. They fixated their gaze upon the quartz clock adorned with a plaque proclaiming prosperity within the office. At long last, the resolute minute hand made its final movement. It was 9 o'clock. The inspector, moving at a leisurely pace, opened the computer, navigated through folders, and finally selected a report to print. This report contained the results from the automated analysis conducted on the testing equipment that morning, which even the inspector had yet to review. Upon retrieving the printed report, the inspector's brow furrowed immediately. Both Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing's hearts raced. Engineer Zhang, is it truly ambergris? Speak up, please. The inspector forced a smile, assuring them. Rest assured, it is not only ambergris, but also of the finest quality. However, internally he lamented, if only I had known. I should have taken a large sample for testing. What a loss. Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing clenched each other's hands tightly, fearful of expressing their joy too exuberantly. Premium ambergris, with an unknown upper price limit, was undoubtedly worth far more than its weight in gold. This piece weighed over 5 pounds. It was beyond their imagination. The inspection report bore the official seals of both the inspector and the institution, lending authoritative validation to the ambergris. Without a moment's hesitation, they hailed a cab and headed straight to the largest pawn shop in the area. Full of hope, they were met with a harsh dose of reality. The pawn shop offered a price of $270 per gram, totaling over $670,000. Although this sum was considerable, it was grossly inadequate in relation to the ambergris's true worth. Despite having the option to redeem it later, neither of them entertained the idea of reclaiming it. Qingqing, let us go. Even if it's a bit troublesome, we must go to auction. Shun Qingqing was equally incensed. Had she known that the pawn shop would offer only 70% of the item's value, she wouldn't have expected such exploitation. They chose the pawn shop for a quick liquidation, but that did not mean they were willing to be taken advantage of. They had already conducted thorough research on the local auction houses. Now, seamlessly transitioning, they made their way to the largest and most reputable auction company in the city, Poly Auction. Upon contacting the auction house as customer service, their expressions soured further. The company did not accept outside consignments at all. To submit an item for auction, there were only 2 options, either to participate in the auction, purchase their goods, and become a member, or to pay a hefty membership fee of $1.2 million per year. Was this a joke? What brings the 2 of them here with a sum of $1,200,000? Undeterred by the challenges, they left Poly and proceeded to visit 2 more auction houses. These establishments, indeed, offered the possibility of direct consignment. However, the preliminary review, authentication, announcement of the auction, and the entire process would take at least 2 months. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. Each auction house required a percentage of the item's assessed value as an upfront fee. The more they listened, the more absurd it seemed. If their ambergris were appraised at a value of $100 million, they would have to pay $5 million to the auction house without earning a single cent. The depths of the auction world were truly unfathomable. While others seemed to receive immediate payment upon selling treasures, why did they have to endure such a predicament? This was illogical. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived, and the 2 found themselves in a small eatery in Shaxian, sitting in silence. Was there truly no reliable auction house to be found? Qingqing, let us visit a few more places this afternoon. There must be some that do not charge upfront fees. Shun Qingqing nodded in agreement. I've done my research. Those that charge upfront fees are either lacking in credibility or outright frauds. Reputable auction houses only collect service fees after your items have been successfully sold. In theory, Poly operates this way. However, for some unknown reason, they have completely dismissed this model. In this era of the internet, where garbage information proliferates, finding a legitimate auction house is no easy feat. Both were troubled. Their dumplings felt like chewing on wax. Just because I stole a glance at you amidst the crowd. Suddenly, Shun Qingqing's phone rang. Yes, it's me. Shun Qingqing. You wish to purchase? Who are you? I don't believe you unless you come here right now. I'm at Shastan. After hanging up, she turned to the bewildered Zhou Yu and explained, I don't know which auction house sold our personal information. A fraudulent caller is demanding our items. I gave him the restaurant address. If he dares to come, give him a good beating. Zhou Yu chuckled incredulously. Is the trade of personal information so rampant nowadays? It's only been a little over 3 hours, and a scammer is already at our doorstep? Surely, he wouldn't dare to show up. Telecom fraudsters wouldn't be so bold. However, 15 minutes later, as they were savoring their 10th basket of dumplings, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the Shaoxin eatery. They exchanged astonished glances at the luxury vehicle. Do wealthy individuals really dine at places like this? That car could easily purchase an 80-foot yacht. The car door swung open, revealing a burly middle-aged man with a broad neck. Upon entering, he scanned the room and boomed. Who is Shen Qingqing? I have arrived. In this day and age, were scammers so brazen as to rent a Rolls-Royce? Zhou Yu sprang to his feet, seizing the man by his collar. What's with the bravado, you fraud? Come on, I'll take you to the police station. Despite Shen Qingqing's earlier bravado in wanting Zhou Yu to confront the scammer, upon seeing him in person, she immediately clutched Zhou Yu's sleeve. Zhou Yu, don't resort to violence. That's illegal. Zhou Yu was unfazed by such warnings. His mentor was none other than the infamous Master Chun, the leader of the Mad Dog sect, a lifetime devoted to the art of legally administering retribution. The current situation entails delivering lawbreakers to the authorities. A few strikes along the way are certainly inconsequential. Of course, if you decide to administer a beating before the delivery, then you've crossed a line. Rest assured, Qingqing, I possess the necessary restraint. Today has been rife with misfortunes. It is only fitting that I vent my frustrations on this swindler. Zhou Yu dragged the con artist towards the exit. You have no sense of restraint. The con artist silently cursed. His feet were nearly off the ground, his throat constricted by the collar, hoarsely shouting, It's all a misunderstanding. I genuinely intend to purchase your goods. I have the money with me. The patrons in the shop pointed and whispered among themselves. Zhou Yu had revealed the con artist's identity. Otherwise, someone would undoubtedly have reported him. As Zhou Yu had already pulled him out of the shop, he paused at the mention of money. You have the money? Where is it? Show me. As Zhou Yu loosened his grip, the con artist scampered a few steps and opened the trunk. Inside lay several large suitcases, and he casually opened one. It was filled with an array of colorful bills. At that moment, Shen Qingqing settled the bill and hurried outside, just in time to witness Zhou Yu raise his hand and deliver a resounding slap to the back of the con artist's head. Damn it, you little rascal. Are you also counterfeiting money? Chapter 84. Instant wealth. The con man, with his neck retracted and hands shielding his head, remained steadfast despite the precarious situation. Young man, I advise you to remain calm. Do not tread the path of crime. Are you still stubborn? With a swift motion, Zhou Yu raised his hand, prompting the con man to instantly crouch down, shouting towards Shen Qingqing, Girl, you should stop him. I have credentials. I am truly not a fraud. The con man's voice quivered, his years of fitness and martial arts training feeling futile against this bull of a youth. The moment he reached out, he found himself airborne. Realizing he was outmatched, had he known, he would have brought along bodyguards. Shen Qingqing, genuinely concerned that Zhou Yu might inflict serious harm upon the man, hurriedly approached and wrapped her arms around Zhou Yu's. Before she could utter a word, her peripheral vision caught sight of a box full of money in the trunk. Her initial thoughts vanished, and she blurted out, Is this con man selling counterfeit money? Squatting by the car, the con man's eyes brimmed with tears. This was the reality of poverty. He had never seen such extravagance. This is real. I beg you, please verify it. It won't consume much power. His expression appeared genuinely distressed, casting doubt in Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing's minds. They exchanged glances and scrutinized the con man's credentials. Goodness, aside from his ID and passport, he possessed credentials as a member of the Political Consultative Conference. However, such documents could be easily forged and proved little. Yet, the box filled with cash seemed convincingly authentic. Zhou Yu hastily removed a UV keychain and scanned the bills, uncovering no flaws. What a level of counterfeiting. Reporting this could yield a reward of at least 100,000. The con man, noticing the shift in Zhou Yu's gaze, realized the gravity of his predicament and cried out, Search for Song Qianni online. You cannot fabricate an interview with CCTV. The con man's persistence piqued Shen Qingqing's curiosity, prompting her to retrieve her phone and conduct a search. The CCTV Entrepreneurial Summit featured a special interview with the chairman of Wanjin Group, Song Qianni. The man speaking confidently across from Wang Shaya bore an uncanny resemblance to the crouching con man. Oh my heavens, Zhou Yu, help Mr. Song up. Wanjin Group was the largest enterprise in the region and held considerable national prominence. Zhou Yu felt a chill. Had he just slapped the back of a billionaire's head? Surely, He wouldn't he retaliate against me? Finally, Song Qianyi stood tall and commanding, exuding confidence. Come, young man. Let us discuss this in the car. A discussion it shall be. A mere slap cannot yield any injuries. I fear nothing. Zhou Yu maintained his composure. Though a fleeting thought crossed his mind about driving to Vietnam or Malaysia with the Wuling vehicle, he shook his head, dispelling the errant thoughts. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Song were suspicious. The likelihood of the situation escalating to a police report was slim, yet not entirely impossible. Both Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing felt a tumult of emotions. Their interest in the lavish interior of the car completely diminished. You have the ambergris with you, don't you? Show it to me. It turned out that Mr. Song was indeed there to purchase ambergris and wasted no time in getting to the point. What more was there to discuss? That slap could very well lead to compensating for the ambergris. Shun Qingqing swiftly opened her bag and handed the ambergris and its certification to Mr. Song. In the rear, there were 2 spacious sofas, providing an absurd amount of space, allowing the transfer of items to occur effortlessly. Zhou Yu, the perpetrator, hunched down in the passenger seat. Stealing glances. Old Song weighed the piece of ambergris, squinting to inhale its fragrance, before meticulously examining the inspection report. Merely a few minutes passed before Old Song placed the item with a thud onto the armrest. The exquisite ambergris weighed 513 grams, valued in the market at approximately 5 million. It might fetch a higher price at auction. I propose 5 million. Why complicate matters? Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing nodded vigorously. Let us sell it. However, Old Song shifted his tone, but this little rascal yanked my collar, strangled me. He slapped the back of my head and called me a fraud. I demand compensation of 500,000 for each offense. Do you two have any objections? Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing exchanged glances and replied in unison, agreed. To slap a billionaire and only incur a loss of 500,000 seems rather lenient. Old Song could be considered a living bodhisattva. As for the additional 5 million, that was likely Old Song's wicked sense of humor. I trust him as far as I can throw him. Observing Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing's expressions, Old Song appeared disheartened. You didn't feel the sting of losing 2 million for a mere slap? Zhou Yu shrugged. In the circle of the affluent, there are plenty of wealthy individuals. If you slap one and offer 5 million, just ask if anyone would be willing. Of course, they'd readily counter with 10 million and say, come. Let me slap you. Old Song smacked his thigh in exasperation. Damn it, if it were less. How about I return a slap? 5 million still stands. Is there such a good deal? Before Zhou Yu could utter a word, Shun Qingqing firmly rejected. No way. We agreed on a deal. How can it be arbitrarily altered? Zhou Yu swallowed his words. Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing resolutely refused to accept cash, leaving Old Song no choice but to transfer 3 million to them via his phone. It is no wonder they doubted Song Qianyi, apart from funerals or drug films, who carries a truckload of cash these days. Besides paper money for the deceased, it could only be counterfeit. Old Song chuckled, casting a few glances at the two, nodding repeatedly. In truth, it had merely been a jest. Although this piece of ambergris was of fine quality, its size was rather small. It would not exceed 3 million at auction, and after deducting service fees, it would top out at around 270 or 80. Here is my number. Should you come across any more exquisite ambergris, I want as much as you have. With that, he departed like a phantom, leaving the two in a daze by the roadside, as if in a dream. Had 3 million truly landed in their hands so quickly? They were left wondering what Old Song intended to do with such a thing. Later, they learned from Lao Yu that Song Qianyi's father had undergone a lung transplant. The elder had been using a court-secret remedy for years, nurturing his lungs and reducing rejection. This medicine comprised a blend of rare herbs, the most crucial being ambergris. Due to the subpar effects of ordinary ambergris, Old Song had been acquiring exquisite ambergris from around the globe, reportedly spending at least tens of millions. Originally, this piece of ambergris could have been appraised and auctioned at Pali, but they had encountered Old Song's undercover agent. Upon receiving a tip-off, Song Qianyi promptly delegated his current tasks to his subordinates and hastily made his way over. Old Song cannot stop taking his medication, and Song Qianyi is unwilling to wait any longer, even if it means offering a higher price than before. For Zhou Yu and Shun Qingqing, this outcome is quite favorable. Not only do they receive a better price, but they also save 2 months of time. The two are blissfully unaware of the underlying circumstances and happily divide the earnings, each receiving 1,500,000. They have toiled diligently and endured hardships, ultimately becoming millionaires by sheer luck. After all, is it not said that fortune favors the bold? Zhou Yu's account now boasts a balance of 1,559,687 yuan, while Shinqing stands at 1,576,748 yuan. This time, they have made a modest fortune. What do people do when they come into wealth? 99% of individuals indulge in extravagant shopping. Without delay, Zhou and Shinqing rush to the mall. Although their enthusiasm is tempered, shopping is indeed on their agenda. Once inside the shopping center, they part ways with a plan to reconvene in the rest area after 1 hour. For men, efficiency is paramount when it comes to shopping. Within 40 minutes, Zhou finds himself idly scrolling through his phone in the rest area. However, 20 minutes later, Shinqing is nowhere to be seen. Another half-hour passes before she finally approaches Zhou, laden with numerous shopping bags. Zhou is left speechless. Perhaps it is time to consider gifting her a watch. Having gained some wisdom, he understands that such thoughts should remain unspoken. As they exit, Zhou takes the multitude of bags from her hands, and they head out to hail a cab. Upon arriving home, they toss their shopping bags onto the sofa. With laughter and joy, they exclaim in unison, "Zhou, Qing. Can you guess what I bought for you?" They both pause, momentarily stunned, and ask in unison, "You bought me something too?" Let me see. Chapter 85. The bag and the computer. Zhou produced a genuine leather bag, having long harbored doubts about the durability of Shinqing's previous bag, which seemed unfit even for carrying a precious item like ambergris. This new bag, crafted from robust cowhide, not only promised durability but also exuded a fashionable charm that Zhou was certain Shinqing would admire. It came with a price tag exceeding 4,000, branded as a light luxury label from the United States. Shinqing, in turn, had gifted Zhou an array of items, including an entire wardrobe of clothing, footwear, and a laptop. While he lacked expertise in many of the items, he was adept with computers. The Alienware laptop, equipped with a 12th generation i7 CPU and a 3050 graphics card, was valued at no less than 10,000. Zhou felt a flush of embarrassment. Did this gift render him somewhat stingy? Shinqing, however, was not overly concerned. Although Zhou had previously presented her with gifts in a reciprocal manner, this was the first time he had prepared something solely for her. Despite not being on par with the likes of a Chanel or a Louis Vuitton, this bag was still a well-recognized brand, one she had hesitated to purchase for herself. Even with Zhou's straightforward taste, he had chosen an appealing design, which delighted her immensely. She couldn't help but parade around the room with the bag, fully enchanted by the thoughtful gift. Zhou was puzzled as to how Shinqing knew he was in need of a computer. His field of study required graphic design. Previously, he had bought a second-hand laptop while in school, which he sold upon graduation. Since then, he had relied solely on the company's equipment. Following the abrupt departure of Gao Jibao, he had been without a computer. His workload had grown increasingly complex, requiring not only the assembly of parts but also precise design and drafting before production. Shinqing's gift was indeed a timely boon. Resolute, Zhou vowed to reciprocate with a thoughtful gift for Shinqing in the future, determined not to be outdone. The next day, the putty in the kitchen and bathroom was nearly dry. Though they now had some financial stability, there were still many expenses to consider. So they decided to make do with the current living conditions for the time being. They spent a good part of the day applying waterproof paint, which dried after 3 hours of airing out. While the space was not yet fit for habitation, they could at least set up the large freezer and the range hood. Prior to plastering the wall, Zhou had already prepared the vent hole, making the installation of the range hood straightforward. With Shinqing assisting, the installation was completed swiftly. They then moved the large freezer into the kitchen, marking the completion of this project. Once Shinqing finished her classes the following day, they could begin preparations for their upcoming fishing expedition. With the netting now gone, Zhou had conceived new ideas to enhance the efficiency of their fishing gear, which he intended to test before they set sail. In summary, the past couple of days had been eventful. The crab traps listed on Xinyu had sold, and he had disposed of his older gear, selling 50 items for 500. He also sold some extended line fishing gear. Finding the time, Zhou used a tricycle to deliver the items. The old fishing equipment no longer aligned with his evolving strategies and would need to be gradually replaced. Even the fishing lines were unsatisfactory and required further refinement. The next day, Shinqing had classes in the morning. After Zhou escorted her into the teaching building, he made his way to the fishing tackle shop. His excitement from the last successful boat fishing trip had caused him to forget to purchase a belly strap and a rod holder. These two items are commonplace and can be found in any fishing tackle shop on the island. The belly strap, essentially a belt or harness, is designed to secure a groove board that supports the rod handle while reeling in fish, alleviating strain on the abdomen or crotch. The more economical options typically feature a rigid plastic shell. However, Zhou intended to prepare for the possibility of engaging in serious boat fishing. So he refrained from purchasing a cheap belly strap priced around 10 to 20 yuan. Instead, he opted for a combat belly strap specifically designed for battling large catches. Complete with a combat belt that not only supports the rod but also includes straps to secure the rod body and reel. This setup not only protects the body but also minimizes the risk of rod damage. The carbon fiber backing plate, reinforced with a thick EVA cushion, and aluminum alloy deep circular base cost 1,300 yuan for a set, and he decided to buy 2 sets. Zhou is no longer short on funds. The rod holder for boat fishing is, in essence, a heavy-duty rod support that can be fixed onto the boat railing and adjusted for angle and orientation. Zhou examined several models, but found none satisfactory. They were of little help to Shen Qingqing and utterly useless to him. Most notably, unlike the belly strap, which consisted of a variety of synthetic textiles, the metal components of these holders were something he could fabricate himself. Not to mention, the quality he could produce would undoubtedly surpass theirs. Zhou discreetly photographed several different designs of rod holders with his phone, intending to gather materials and create his own upon picking up Shen Qingqing. To his surprise, when class ended, Shen Qingqing emerged alongside Gao Xing. After greeting her, Zhou took her away. They headed straight for the hardware market, where, in addition to materials for the rod holder, they also needed to purchase some aluminum alloy and stainless steel components. After having used a spear gun on a previous outing, Shen Qingqing had since forbidden Zhou from touching it. Whenever he did, she would exclaim mine, resembling a voice-activated doll. This time, he planned to buy some materials to craft her another one. It was Shen Qingqing's first visit to such a place, and her curiosity was piqued. She inquired about everything she saw and expressed a desire to purchase various items. Zhou patiently explained each unfamiliar tool to her. Initially, he thought Shen Qingqing would be like most girls, unable to retain any of the information. However, to his astonishment, she exhibited genuine interest. After he briefly outlined the functions and differences of various power and hand tools, she was able to recall each one accurately upon seeing them again. Qingqing, you're quite impressive. These are all typically considered men's toys, and few women grasp them, he remarked. Shen Qingqing huffed in response, don't underestimate me. In the future, when you embark on your inventions, I'll assist you. This notion was certainly promising. Even if she could only hand him a wrench or screwdriver, it would suffice. The pair had lunch at the hardware market before returning home to commence their project in the afternoon. Although several items remained unpurchased, the small electric vehicle couldn't carry much, and tricycles were prohibited from entering the Xiamen University campus. Thus, Zhou could only transport items in small quantities, akin to an ant moving its home while picking up additional materials. Having crafted the spear gun once before, he was familiar with the process and completed it in less than 2 hours. Tomorrow, he would simply need to procure a fishing reel to finalize it. The rod holder for boat fishing, however, presented a far greater challenge. He must first produce a design blueprint before seeking someone to fabricate the metal components. This is not akin to crab traps or fishing spears. It involves either wire or pipes. Within the fasteners of the artillery platform, many consist of substantial metal pieces, which cannot be managed without a machine tool. This time at sea is out of the question. He must focus on the design for now. Currently, his room serves as a workshop, and the new fishing spear remains unseen by Shen Qingqing. Zhou has decided to first present his treasure to Shen Qingqing, aiming to reclaim his own spear. As he entered the room, Shen Qingqing leapt from the sofa, her long legs nearly catching Zhou off guard. Seizing the fishing spear, Shen Qingqing expressed her confusion. Little you, is this truly my new fishing spear? It appears indistinguishable from yours. Zhou puffed out his chest and replied, how could it be the same? My spear is 5 centimeters longer than this one. Chapter 86. The fishing net. Shen Qingqing's fishing spear underwent a lightweight design by Zhou. The body of the spear was shortened by 5 centimeters compared to his own, totaling a length of 95 centimeters. Additionally, the position of the fishing reel seat was moved backward, shifting the overall center of gravity towards the handle. This significantly reduced the strength required for one-handed operation, making it considerably easier for a girl to use. Holding the spear, Shen Qingqing gestured a few times, and indeed, as Zhou had mentioned, it felt much more convenient. Zhou, you are amazing. Your design is so impressive. We should start a fishing gear workshop, she exclaimed. However, Zhou modestly remarked that it was merely a modified imitation and suggested they keep a low profile. Zhou merely enjoyed DIY projects. Custom pieces in small quantities were acceptable, but mass production for profit held no appeal for him. With their current tasks nearly complete and preparations well underway, they anticipated setting sail the following day. After discussing their plans, Zhou Yu decided to postpone their departure by a day. The cannon platform would take time to construct, but improving the fishing lines was not particularly complicated. A single day would suffice, allowing them to test the new design in real combat during their outing the day after next. With their plans finalized and noticing that dinner was still some time away, they decided to take a rickshaw out together. First, they called the fuel supplier to ensure they could fill the tank before dinner. Although the remaining fuel was barely enough for a round trip, one could never be too cautious. Mishaps at sea could lead to dire consequences, leaving one helpless in the vast ocean. They filled the tank at a cost of 25,000 yuan. Upon closer inspection, a tank of fuel could manage about 3 outings. The costs of setting sail became evident. Approximately 13,500 yuan for fuel, over 3,000 yuan for ice, and a minimum of 3,000 yuan for frozen bait. Additionally, they needed around 1,000 yuan for drinking water and snacks. Altogether, the average expense for a single outing was around 22,000 yuan. Not including equipment costs and depreciation of the boat, it was undoubtedly an expensive venture. Fortunately, despite the substantial investment, the potential profits were equally significant. As long as they maintained the profit levels from their first 2 outings, this business venture was undoubtedly worth pursuing. After settling the fuel expenses, they headed straight to a nearby fishing gear store in their electric rickshaw. Besides a fishing reel, Zhou Yu purchased 20 fishing lines and 1,000 of the finest hooks, along with boxes of lures. The total expenditure amounted to over 7,500 yuan. Zhou Yu felt his wallet grow lighter. The cost of equipment was exorbitant. Truly a case of money flowing like water. The following day, both Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing busied themselves with their collection of fishing lines. Zhou Yu had already completed the design, but the production was exceedingly cumbersome. This contraption was called a fishing net. As the name suggests, it was a large net woven from fishing lines, spanning an area of 100 square meters with mesh openings measuring 1 meter square. Each mesh contained a hook with a bait attached. Such a monstrous creation would leave even the Coast Guard speechless, merely categorizing it as fishing gear with 1 meter square openings. Who would dare claim it was a net? Moreover, unlike traditional nets, if a fish of such size were to be caught, it would not be ensnared. The quality of this net was beyond question. However, the effort required to set up 500 hooks was no small feat. All original lines were cut off and replaced with high-grade heavy-duty lines, and they had to be equipped with bait as well. The 2 of them subsisted on noodles for 2 meals, toiling away until after 9 in the evening. 2 individuals, fatigued and disoriented, have managed to construct a fishing net. Should their maritime venture tomorrow prove fruitless, Shen Qingqing would undoubtedly be inclined to devour Zhou Yu alive. At dawn on the following day, a small 3-wheeled vehicle loaded with provisions and new equipment made its way to the dock. The ice delivery truck arrived shortly thereafter. The process of loading ice significantly outpaced that of refueling, and within 20 minutes, the ice compartment was chillingly cold. The Wollongren vessel sounded its horn as it sliced through the waters, embarking on its journey into the open sea. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing commenced their 3rd expedition into the depths of the ocean. As per their agreement, Zhou Yu was to take the helm. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing busied herself at the stern, attaching frozen bait to the fishing lines, occasionally glancing at the net and fishing rods to ascertain if they had caught anything. While the artificial bait on the net was a one-time solution, this fishing line required the real deal. However, Zhou Yu had made some modifications, completely discarding the original leader line. After adjusting the hook spacing, he replaced it with a new line. Now, the fishing line had only 40 hooks, not evenly distributed. Some sections were intentionally left blank, while others, known for their higher catch rates, had increased density. As for the effectiveness of these changes, only the heavens could tell. Shen Qingqing couldn't help but worry about the fishing net. If it turned out to be useless, it would be unfortunate if they failed to catch any fish. But even more so if Zhou Yu lost face. Over time, she had come to understand Zhou Yu well. He was commendable in many ways, yet he occasionally placed too much emphasis on appearances. With a sigh, Shen Qingqing contemplated that if all else failed, she could always feign innocence to distract him. Lost in her thoughts, the deck suddenly tilted, and she nearly twisted her back in surprise. Zhou Yu had made a sharp left turn, destabilizing the vessel. Qingqing, quickly bring out the fishing net. Once I stop the boat, toss it overboard. Zhou Yu's voice crackled with urgency over the intercom, leaving Shen Qingqing no time to ponder. She sprang into action, rushing to the ice compartment to retrieve the net. The weight of the net was considerable, and without the aid of a crane, it was quite a struggle for her. Just as she secured the net to the stern, the Wollongren vessel came to a halt. Shin Qingqing hastily grabbed a large buoy and tossed it into the sea. However, as this was a custom order, there were more than one or two buoys, and she found herself in a flurry of motion. Footsteps echoed as Zhou Yu dashed over from the cockpit. He seized the remaining net and hurled it into the ocean. Qingqing, you need to take the wheel now. Head due west at full speed and stop upon my command. Shin Qingqing did not dare to delay, sprinting toward the cockpit. In the midst of the chaos, she managed to ask, Zhou Yu, have we encountered a school of fish? Without waiting for a response, she entered the cockpit. As she settled into the driver's seat, Zhou Yu's excited voice crackled through the radio. Yes, there are fish underwater. Shin Qingqing pulled the throttle, and the Wollongren vessel surged forward, parting the waves as it headed west. A cluster of buoys at the stern was pulled along, each one leaping from the pile. The 100-meter-long fishing net unfurled. After 7 or 8 minutes, Zhou Yu's confident voice came through. Stop the boat. Qingqing, you can come out and see the spectacle now. Shin Qingqing, brimming with curiosity, recognized that even if there were fish, they would be submerged in the water, occasionally leaping to the surface. As she had witnessed on their previous outing, it hardly constituted a grand performance. What, then, was Zhou Yu referring to? With 3 strides condensed into 2. I arrived at the stern of the ship, where my gaze was immediately drawn to the tumultuous sea, dark clouds swirling in the distance. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was an immense flock of seabirds, circling and diving upon the water's surface, gradually advancing towards the Wollongren vessel. Observing with a discerning eye, it appeared no more than a small patch of ominous cloud. What kind of fish could attract such a gathering of birds? Beneath the waves, it must be a school of fish of considerable size. Sardines. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly grasped the situation. The target of Zhou's focus was undoubtedly not the modest sardines themselves, but rather the predators trailing behind them. She had witnessed the frenzied spectacle of fishing boats reeling in countless catches during a fish migration. With this school of sardines leading the way, the fishing net might indeed prove remarkably effective. Chapter 87. The divine moment of the first battle. How extraordinary is this? This fishing net is meticulously designed for schools of fish, a veritable artifact against the hunters of the sea. Beneath the surface, the sardines swirled like a colossal black tornado, crashing into the net with fervor. Faced with mesh openings measuring 1 meter, an astonishing 99. 9 of the sardines remained blissfully unaware of the net's existence. Less than 1% of them discerned the artificial bait, yet with their average length of merely 10 centimeters and a weight of around 100 grams, they were hardly qualified to even taste it. The school of fish traversed the net with the same ease as they would glide through air or water. In the wake of the sardines, a multitude of predatory species, tunas, groupers, bass, and sharks, pursued them voraciously, indulging in a sumptuous feast. However, despite their diminutive size, sardines possess intelligence and instinctively flee. As the school passed through the net, the first wave of predators suddenly spotted a group of unsuspecting prey. Amidst the chaotic flurry of movement, a solitary fish stood still, awaiting its fate. Without a moment's hesitation, the hunters pounced, ensnaring over 20 large fish in an instant. Yet, many more remained oblivious to the net, following the sardines through their perilous passage. Nevertheless, there would always be subsequent waves of larger fish willing to take the bait. This is the secret behind the continuous catch. Within this school, numerous fish that typically disdain the stagnant lure instinctively snapped at the slower-moving targets during the chase. Thus, the second and third waves of sizable fish eagerly succumbed to the bait, until all hunters had traversed the net in pursuit of the vanishing school. Shin Qingqing was left in awe. The buoys of the net bobbed erratically, trembling as if caught in a gust of autumn leaves. How many fish must be biting? As the school finally passed, seabirds swooped over the vessel, carelessly dropping a few droppings. The larger fish continued their banquet, while a hapless group of predators were left forgotten in the net. Zhou Yu and Shin Qingqing joined forces to untie the ropes and pull with all their might. The weight was substantial, rendering it difficult to haul the net by hand. Fortunately, they did not need to lift it completely. Dragging at a distance to secure it to the winch sufficed. As the winch turned, large fish emerged from the water, one after another. These creatures, freshly hooked, were lively and exuberant, posing a risk of flailing wildly. Thus, Zhou Yu took charge of unhooking the fish, while Shin Qingqing, with her gentler strength, managed the needle for deflating and arranged their accommodation. Nobles were sent to the live water tanks, while commoners resided in the ice storage. Some tuna species required immediate bleeding and gutting upon surfacing. Removing fishhooks proved far easier than untangling the net, especially with Zhou Yu's remarkable talent in unhooking. Whenever a shark surfaced, he ensured the protection of the fish, deftly shaking the net to release them before they could be harmed. Within an hour, the entire net was emptied. Shen Qingqing meticulously counted. This haul yielded over 160 fish, not counting those released, each weighing no less than 20 pounds. Such an achievement was indeed remarkable. Standing less than a meter tall, one would not dare to pursue a school of fish. It would be akin to indulging in a buffet rather than delivering provisions to other predators. For the first time, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing beheld an extraordinary sight, an abundance of tuna. Over 40 specimens of yellowfin and longfin tuna graced their presence, yet regrettably, most did not meet the fishing standards. Ultimately, only 4 yellowfin and 4 longfin, each weighing over 70 pounds, remained. Among the other catches, the most prevalent were the sea bass, numbering over 60 and averaging 20 pounds. Additionally, there was a school of more than 50 bonito and over 30 assorted grouper, alongside a smattering of other carnivorous fish such as pomfret and sea mullet, totaling more than a dozen. They had successfully reeled in over 3,000 pounds of fish in one go. This was a feat neither had managed with 3 nets before. The gill netting, or net fishing, proved to be a resounding success. However, it left both of them quite occupied, as bonito, being a type of tuna, also required bleeding and gutting. Otherwise, they would fetch only half their worth. Shen Qingqing found herself overwhelmed, prompting Zhou Yu to assist her immediately after finishing with the fish. Fortunately, Shen Qingqing was astute. Upon spotting the tuna and bonito, she swiftly made 2 incisions to bleed them, allowing Zhou Yu to gut the fish afterward, thus preserving the quality of the meat. The Wu Ling Ren had already been at sea for over 5 hours. By the time they cleaned the blood from the deck, it was nearing 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Their destination was less than an hour away by boat. Zhou Yu adjusted the course, steering the Wu Ling round back on track. 10 minutes later, Shen Qingqing entered the cabin with a plate of dumplings. "Little Yu, it's time for dumplings. You go ahead." "I'll wait," Zhou Yu replied, unwilling to let her take over. During their last outing, Shen Qingqing had driven the boat for nearly 2/3 of the time, and Zhou Yu felt too embarrassed to burden her again. He valued his pride, yet Shen Qingqing had her own tactics. She picked up a dumpling filled with 3 delicacies, generously dipped it in a mixture of soy sauce, vinegar, minced garlic, and sesame oil. "Come on, open wide." Zhou Yu had never encountered such a spectacle. The Wu Ling Ren quaked with excitement. No need. Obey, open wide." With the dumpling at his lips, Zhou Yu had no choice but to surrender. Thus, each took turns feeding one another while navigating the vessel and enjoying their lunch. After setting down her chopsticks, Shen Qingqing giggled. "Little Yu, you've invented the ultimate net fishing tool. This is your reward. 3,000 pounds in one catch." Aside from the longline tuna fishing boats that span miles, it was inconceivable for a small boat to achieve such a feat. Not only was it improbable to fish, but even smaller nets would be ineffective. Those who caught thousands of pounds utilized nets several hundred meters long. Their fishing net, measuring only 5/100, was indeed a rarity. Only nets woven from lines as thick as a finger could withstand the strain of such large fish, coupled with ultra-powerful fishing lines and artificial lures. It was a divine method for intercepting schools of fish. Shen Qingqing was already contemplating the possibility of patenting this invention. If marketed, small fishing boat owners would undoubtedly clamor to buy it. Zhou Yu, however, did not find it particularly miraculous. The key was still in locating the schools of fish. When faced with a school, a few sea rods could easily catch dozens in no time. Most importantly, the process of gutting the fish had become significantly easier. By around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Wu Ling Ren reached its destination, with Shen Qingqing at the helm. Zhou Yu retrieved the trawler and commenced his exploration of the sea. This time, he had equipped himself with new apparatus perfectly suited for this trial. Zhou Yu produced a device reminiscent of a bicycle crankset, upon which the 1,000-meter fishing line for the seabed exploration was coiled. The core of this contraption was a kite line reel, measuring 25 centimeters in diameter. Zhou Yu disassembled a handheld electric drill and integrated a lithium battery along with a small motor. He then affixed a support bracket to the boat's railing. When the exploration concluded and it was time to reel in the line, he would activate the motor, allowing the fishing line to retract automatically into the reel. This method was exponentially quicker than traditional fishing reels, and the total cost was merely over 300. Despite his tendency for extravagance, Zhou Yu excelled in frugality when necessary. The kite reel spun wildly as the small tugboat surged through the waves, revealing an underwater tableau akin to a blossoming scroll. Zhou Yu cast a casual glance beneath the surface, only to be struck dumb by the sight. What is this creature? Chapter 88. The manatee beneath the ocean floor, 800 meters to the left of the Wuling Ren, amidst a chaotic cluster of rocks. There exists a creature reminiscent of a colossal walrus. This being measures approximately 3 meters in length, adorned with a fishtail and flippers. Its smooth, scaleless skin contrasts with the walrus, possessing a larger head but devoid of tusks. This deep-sea giant floats among the rubble, circling a tangled mass of sticky nets ensnared with various fish and shrimp. Is it perhaps indulging in a self-service feast? Zhou Yu racked his brain, realizing that neither in the game nor in the fishing manuals issued by the Maritime Bureau was there any image of such a creature. Given the rarity of this wonder, it was likely a protected species. Zhou Yu promptly decided to disregard it. However, upon reflection, he felt it a pity that such a remarkable creature would only be seen by himself. He ought to invite Shen Qingqing to share the experience. Capturing a photograph together would be splendid. Qingqing, stop the boat. Shen Qingqing, thinking a school of fish had appeared, halted the vessel and rushed out of the cockpit. What is the matter? Are we dropping the nets? Zhou Yu chuckled. Qingqing, I just spotted a giant flounder basking in the sun. It dove as soon as we approached. A giant flounder? The last one sold for 10,000. Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where did it dive? Shall we try fishing from the boat? Let us first toss out some frozen bait to see, Zhou Yu suggested, furrowing his brow as he pondered. No, that won't do. Flounders like to hide among the rocks. How about we dive down together with a spear gun? Shen Qingqing clapped her hands in delight. That sounds perfect. I haven't had a chance to use my spear gun yet. Wait for me. I'm going to change my gears. Shen Qingqing descended to the hold. Zhou Yu seized the opportunity to don his snorkeling suit. They were engaging in what could be termed deep diving, rendering the snorkeling suit somewhat inappropriate. Zhou Yu contemplated purchasing a new set upon their return. 10 minutes later, both were fully equipped and leapt into the water. Zhou Yu's goal was clear, to show Shen Qingqing this extraordinary sight. He swam ahead, navigating towards the rocky area. Once submerged, without the expansive reach of the dragging net boat, his sensing radius shrank back to around 100 meters. He had long lost sight of the creature and was relying solely on memory to guide him. As he entered the rocky area, 50 meters in, his sensing radius expanded again to encompass the jagged terrain. To his astonishment, the creature had hardly moved, still circling the tangled nets. The images perceived through his senses were vastly different from reality. As the two approached within 30 meters of the creature, Zhou Yu was taken aback. What a colossal being it was. Its rounded, streamlined body likely weighed between 700 to 800 pounds. The 300-pound big-eyed tuna they had caught last time seemed insignificant in comparison. Suddenly, Shen Qingqing halted, grabbing Zhou Yu's arm with urgency. Bubbles erupted from her mask. Zhou Yu understood that with water visibility limited to about 30 meters, Shen Qingqing had only just glimpsed the creature's true form. Zhou Yu feigned ignorance. Turning to her with a look of confusion, Shen Qingqing flailed her arms, seemingly eager to convey something. Yet, the thickness of their masks rendered her intentions unclear, even though they shared an unspoken bond. In a flurry of agitation, Shen Qingqing began to stomp her feet in the water, suddenly reaching out to touch Zhou Yu's chest. This time, it was Zhou Yu's turn to experience a seismic reaction in his pupils as bubbles erupted in a grand display. Shen Qingqing's fingers danced, sending a tingling sensation coursing through Zhou Yu. In that fleeting moment, realization dawned upon him. Shen Qingqing was inscribing letters upon his chest. Manatee? A first-class protected species? Zhou Yu's body jolted. Wasn't this creature declared functionally extinct within the country? No wonder he was unfamiliar with it. The authorities seldom mentioned such an organism anymore. It was rather embarrassing to have driven it to near extinction. Shen Qingqing pointed excitedly at the enormous creature, indicating that it was indeed a manatee. According to Gan Bao's records of the search for the divine, beyond the South China Sea, there exist merfolk who dwell in the water like fish, unceasingly weaving and crafting. Their tears can yield pearls. In modern times, live manatees discovered have primarily originated from the South China Sea, leading many to mistakenly believe that the East China Sea lacks manatees. However, the Taiping Guanji has noted, sea people, there are those in the East China Sea, the larger ones measuring 5 to 6 feet, resembling humans. This indicates that manatees have always existed in the East China Sea. It is merely that environmental degradation has rendered them difficult for humans to observe. Shen Qingqing was exuberant, her movements animated with joy upon encountering this legendary creature. Feeling supremely fortunate, Zhou Yu's fabricated dragon had been completely forgotten. Manatees are gentle by nature, fond of seagrass, and possess poor eyesight. Thus, Shen Qingqing boldly grasped Zhou Yu's hand, drawing closer by about 10 meters. However, as they approached, both sensed something was amiss. The large manatee appeared exceedingly agitated, endlessly circling a tangled mass of netting. The source of its distress was evidently that sticky net. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing exchanged bewildered glances. Could there be a ferocious fish ensnared within the net? Curiosity piqued. Zhou Yu retracted all his sensory perceptions, focusing entirely on the tangle of netting. In an instant, he discerned the scene within. His entire being trembled with realization. Within the sticky net were various sizes of fish, but also ensnared was a small manatee, likely exhausted. With its eyes closed and utterly still, Zhou Yu tugged at Shen Qingqing, gesturing towards the net. When she turned her gaze, he positioned his left hand across his abdomen and raised his right hand to about a foot from his neck, mimicking a cradling gesture. Shen Qingqing's pupils widened in shock as she instantly grasped his meaning. She hurriedly inscribed on his chest, "A small manatee?" Zhou Yu nodded affirmatively. A determined glimmer shone in Shen Qingqing's eyes as she wrote, "Save it." Without hesitation, Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. He reached down to Shen Qingqing's thigh, swiftly retrieving her diving knife. With powerful strokes, he glided through the water, approaching the net from the opposite side of the large manatee. The manatee, despite its poor vision, was not blind. Its acute hearing detected Zhou Yu's presence as he entered a 10-meter radius. The large manatee grew increasingly agitated, bewildered by Zhou Yu's approach. Its colossal body surged forward, closing the distance to within 3 meters of Zhou Yu in an instant. Its body trembled, as if it could no longer contain its distress. In the next moment, it appeared ready to attack. Zhou Yu felt a surge of anxiety. A creature measuring 3 meters in height and weighing over 800 pounds stood before him, irate. It mattered not that it fed on seagrass. Even if it merely drank the wind, the tension was palpable. Several meters away, Shen Qingqing felt an increasing sense of anxiety. She began to regret her impulsive decision to send Zhou Yu to rescue the small manatee. What if Zhou Yu were to get injured? That simply could not happen. Her hand instinctively reached for the spear gun. Although her desire to save the small manatee was strong, Zhou Yu's life was of paramount importance. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yu, Shen Qingqing's heart had turned cold with murderous intent. He was eager to demonstrate goodwill to the manatee, yet with a dagger in hand. He would be skeptical of anyone attempting to show him kindness. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he unleashed his crystalline powers with all his might. The crystalline energy swiftly enveloped the massive manatee. In his heart, Zhou Yu repeatedly chanted, "I wish to assist you." A miraculous and astonishing transformation occurred. The agitated manatee became instantly tranquil. Its colossal form glided gracefully, clearing a broader path for Zhou Yu. He rejoiced. This creature was indeed quite intelligent. Chapter 89. A life saved. The manatee, often mythologized as a mermaid or merman, has long been acknowledged by humanity for its intelligence. Observing the great manatee clear a path, Zhou Yu hesitated no longer. He lunged toward the entangled net, brandishing his knife to cut. This was no mere small net, stretching over 1,000 meters, a large, dense gill net, nearly impenetrable. The massive entangled netting was so tightly bound that freeing it seemed an almost impossible task. It was no wonder that even the 800-pound manatee found itself helpless. Wielding a dagger yielded little efficiency. The layers of netting were so numerous that it was difficult to ascertain how many times they coiled around one another. Zhou Yu spotted a small blue shark, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, ensnared as if caught in a spider's web, devoid of any strength to struggle. Furrowing his brow, he realized that if things continued this way, it might take an hour to rescue the small manatee. He casually jammed the dagger into a crevice amongst the rocks. With one hand positioned above and the other below, Zhou Yu gripped the netting and pulled with all his might. A sharp tearing sound echoed as he created a gash over a meter long. This was far quicker than using a small knife to create an opening. Those who do not know will find it difficult. Those who know will find it easy. Once he discovered the technique, the clump of netting was swiftly torn apart. Watching with eager eyes, Shen Qingqing, realizing that a knife was unnecessary, desired to assist as well. However, as she ventured within 10 meters of the net, the great manatee surged forward, its demeanor fierce. Zhou Yu quickly waved his hand to signal the manatee. Its intelligence, akin to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, allowed it to grasp that they were allies. It swayed slightly, granting them passage. Shen Qingqing felt a pang of frustration. "Are you foolish? I am the one who implored Zhou Yu to save your offspring." Drawing the dagger from the crevice, she joined in the effort to dismantle the net. The enormous net was home to countless marine creatures. As the sticky net began to shatter, crabs, lobsters, bass, grouper, and sharks all escaped into the open sea. Since their time at sea, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing had been capturing these creatures, yet today, they witnessed an unexpected release. Both felt an indescribable sense of peculiarity. Together, they finally reached the core of the tangle, revealing a small manatee less than 2 meters long. Although small, it still weighed around 300 to 400 pounds. Zhou Yu suspected this creature was one of the primary culprits responsible for dragging the net. However, the surrounding companions, lacking coordination, had inadvertently ensnared them all. As Zhou Yu pondered this, an unexpected surge from behind sent both him and Shen Qingqing reeling. The great manatee suddenly plunged into the circle, embracing the small manatee. Its flippers gently stroked the smaller one's body, yet the little manatee remained with its eyes tightly shut, appearing lifeless. The mother manatee raised its head, displaying a mournful expression on its beastly face. Its massive mouth parted slightly, seemingly issuing a silent wail of sorrow. Shen Qingqing felt tears welling up, reminded of her own mother. Could the small manatee truly be dead? Only Zhou Yu knew that the small manatee was not dead, or at least not entirely. The crystalline energy within him allowed him to perceive its internal state clearly. Its heartbeat was weak, and all signs of life were nearly at a standstill. Without external intervention, it would indeed be on the brink of death. But Zhou Yu was there. Exerting tremendous effort, you let slip a fortune worth tens of thousands. And you perished just like that? Was all my toil in vain? Zhou Yu unceremoniously squeezed himself beside the mother dugong and reached out to touch the small dugong's chest. Shen Qingqing, initially brimming with tears, was instantly taken aback by Zhou Yu's actions. He was performing CPR on the dugong? Remarkably, the large dugong did not bite him. Is there anything more surreal than this? Shen Qingqing felt a wave of disbelief. The dugong, being a mammal, could indeed be resuscitated. However, Zhou Yu was not adept at such techniques. He merely feigned the act, secretly channeling crystal energy into the small dugong's body. This was the first time he had attempted to save a life with crystal energy, aside from Shen Qingqing's presence. The small dugong had only been playing dead. As soon as the crystal energy flowed in, it immediately awakened its life force. Within a mere 2 minutes, the small dugong began to tremble and slowly opened its eyes. Shen Qingqing and the dugong mother simultaneously sprang into action in the water, causing Zhou Yu to be tossed about once more. Must you be so exuberant? Zhou Yu clumsily regained his swimming posture and gestured to Shen Qingqing, indicating that it was time to depart. No matter how intelligent a dugong may be, it is still a sea creature. The goodwill of an 800-pound marine beast is not easily borne. Even if it wishes to express affection, a single slap could be fatal. Shen Qingqing understood the gravity of the situation and swam towards Zhou Yu with her flippers. The two turned back for a final glance. Witnessing the mother and child dugong still reveling in their joy, frolicking in the water, tracing circles around one another, they exchanged a knowing smile and, without further hesitation, propelled themselves towards the surface like arrows. Behind them, the dugong mother and child awakened, exchanging puzzled glances, wondering about the two humans who had just assisted them. With powerful strokes of their tails, the massive creatures surged upwards, searching the seabed for the remnants of the two human scent. Splash! The water erupted as 2 pairs of hands, one large and one small, gripped the boat's stern. Zhou Yu was the first to board, turning to grasp Shen Qingqing's hand, pulling her up with vigor. Shen Qingqing removed her mask, her excitement bubbling over. We not only encountered a dugong, but we also saved one. Zhou Yu, am I dreaming? That is a creature believed to be extinct. Zhou Yu chuckled. You saw it for yourself. At least in the East China Sea, dugongs still exist. Shen Qingqing suddenly felt a pang of regret. If only we had a diving camera. Without photographs, who would believe we encountered a dugong? Zhou Yu quickly reassured her. We'll buy one, as soon as we return. In the future, whenever we encounter precious marine life, we'll capture it on film. We can print them and compile a grand album titled Qingqing's Illustrated Guide to the Seas. Shen Qingqing chuckled. That should be called Qingyu's Illustrated Guide, don't you think? Qingyu? That seems slightly off. After all the commotion, it was nearly 5 o'clock. The two decided to drop anchor and prepare dinner. Given the nearby rocky area, crabs and lobsters were sure to be plentiful. They cast down their crab and eel traps without hesitation. However, they dared not lower the fishing lines, lest they inadvertently hook a dugong, which would lead to quite the predicament. They were never gentle when hunting marine creatures. Yet they held a profound respect for the endangered dugong. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing fished solely for their livelihood. They would never bring about the extinction of other species for a mere meal. The truly endangered species were absolutely off-limits to them. Whether it was legal or not was another matter entirely. The immense consequences of annihilating a species were burdens they could not bear. Of course, The artificially cultivated endangered species on a massive scale were a different story altogether. The following morning, the two were in the cockpit, savoring meat porridge and nibbling on steamed buns accompanied by strips of radish. Just as Shen Qingqing brought a spoonful of porridge to her lips, she suddenly jolted awake, her eyes wide with realization. Zhou Yu, it seems we have forgotten something important. Forgotten something important? A flurry of events from the previous day rushed through Zhou Yu's mind. Oh no, this is bad. All those torn fishing nets are still lying at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 90. Bones and black boxes. According to United Nations statistics, approximately 640,000 tons of fishing nets and lines are discarded along coastlines each year. Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing had watched a documentary revealing that along the coastlines of South Africa and Namibia, 1 out of every 500 South African seals suffers from being ensnared by fishing lines and nets, leaving them bloodied and battered. The over 1,000-meter-long tangle of discarded nets, if left unattended, could potentially suffocate countless marine creatures. Were their small acts of kindness yesterday in vain? While it is understandable to fish for a living, creating waste that harms marine life is utterly reprehensible. What could be done? Naturally, they resolved to clean it up. The two shared an unspoken understanding, making the same decision without needing to discuss it. The net they had caught yesterday yielded over 3,000 pounds of fish. With a minimum value of 50,000 yuan, they felt no pressure even if they chose to return home after a few more days of leisure. Their original fishing plans were immediately abandoned. They baited their hooks with live bait, set up their fishing lines, and let them rest. They also retrieved 2 dusty fishing rods, embarking on a leisurely fishing expedition. Without using frozen bait, the setup was perfect for catching smaller fish. After more than an hour, they managed to catch 7 or 8 various types of fish, none of which were particularly valuable, suitable only for lunch or as bait. As the sun ascended, Zhou Yu reeled in his fishing rod. Qingqing, it's time to change clothes. 15 minutes later, the two plunged into the water. Soon, they swam to the rocky area where yesterday's incident had occurred, letting out a sigh of relief. The low-lying terrain and the bizarrely shaped rocks had sheltered them from the majority of the underwater currents, preventing the chaotic mass of nets from being swept away. It was fortunate that the mess remained intact. If it had scattered like stars across the ocean, Zhou Yu and Shen Qingqing would have been at a loss. Without hesitation, they rushed to the tangle of nets and began their work, dividing tasks efficiently. Zhou Yu had experience with retrieving nets. The duo of black skin and bald head likely remained unaware that their tangled net had been pressed to the seabed by Zhou Yu using a large stone. This cumbersome mass was particularly challenging to maneuver. It needed to be compressed into a manageable bundle. This time, in addition to their usual gear, they had brought along a bundle of nylon rope. The chaotic mass of nets was utterly disorganized, necessitating a thorough untangling. Zhou Yu tore off large clumps of the shredded net, passing them to Shen Qingqing, who would compress and bind them into balls as tightly as possible. Ideally, the compacted net balls would significantly reduce in size, allowing Zhou Yu to carry them effortlessly. Originally, a torn net would be unyielding and difficult to manage. However, it appeared that the mass had become anchored, likely snagged on the underwater rocks, which saved him considerable effort. After a flurry of activity, the net clump shrank while Shen Qingqing's net ball grew larger. Soon, only a small patch of tangled net remained on the rocky surface. Zhou Yu grasped the remaining mass and, with a firm grip, prepared to pull it all free in one decisive motion. With a dull thud, the entire clump of net was yanked into the air. However, as the chaotic web took flight, a multitude of white, ethereal objects were swept along, drifting and floating. They landed before Shen Qingqing. Bubbles began to rise from her mask in a flurry. Before Zhou Yu could comprehend the situation, Shen Qingqing had already released her line ball. With a great leap, she bounded onto him, her arms tightly encircling his neck while her legs clamped around his waist. Fortunately, Zhou Yu was robust, and being submerged in water mitigated the impact. Otherwise, his waist would have surely suffered. What fearsome sight had startled her so? Zhou Yu attempted to pat her back to soothe her, but the oxygen tank obstructed his movement. He resorted to giving her a couple of gentle pats on her backside, all the while turning to face the peculiar object. Upon its descent, he had sensed it immediately, a towering human skeleton. Its foot had caught the netting, with its massive femurs suspended in midair, falling right in front of Shen Qingqing. Caught off guard, even Zhou Yu would have been startled by such an unexpected sight. Beneath the net was a rocky pit, with the upper half of the skeleton submerged, leaving only its legs exposed in a rather macabre fashion. Zhou Yu was filled with curiosity. How could a corpse be found here? Unable to resist, he crouched beside the pit, reaching out to grasp the skeleton's upper body. After all, Shinqing could only see behind him, so he needn't worry about frightening her. With a slight effort, he pulled crack. Instead of extracting the skeleton, he ended up snapping a rib. Zhou was taken aback. How long had this remains been here? This bone was even more brittle than a dry twig. Shaking his right hand, he decided to grip the skeleton's spine instead. This was the backbone of the human form, not so easily decomposed. To his surprise, it felt exceptionally heavy. With added exertion, crack. The right arm bone broke away, and except for the arm, the entire skeleton was pulled from the pit. At that moment, Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beneath the bones lay a chest, partially revealed. His heart raced with exhilaration as he playfully slapped Shinqing's rear. This had to be treasure. He absolutely needed her to come and see. Shinqing's cheeks flushed crimson. Initially, she tolerated a couple of playful slaps. But as Zhou Yu continued unabated, she could no longer restrain herself and pinched his shoulder sharply. Yet, Zhou Yu showed no signs of stopping. And Shinqing quickly understood that something significant was afoot. Now crouched at the edge of the pit, she steadied herself and turned around, following his pointed finger to behold the chest, encrusted with seaweed. Simultaneously, she noticed a hand bone locked in chains atop the chest. With a swift movement, Shinqing darted back behind Zhou Yu, her body suspended in the water as she rested her hand on his shoulder. This time, Zhou Yu realized that Shinqing was terrified of ghosts. And not just a trivial fear, she was thoroughly paralyzed by it. Even the prospect of treasure could not embolden her. Faced with this conundrum, Zhou Yu raised his hand before her eyes, writing in the palm of his left hand, "I will take the chest. You gather the net." Shinqing nodded in understanding and turned to collect the tangled net. Zhou Yu then moved the skeleton behind some rocks, ensuring that Shinqing could no longer see it, allowing her to gather the net with peace of mind. Zhou Yu returned to the edge of the rocky pit, grasping the iron chain on the chest and exerting force to pull it upward. The weight was exceedingly heavy. Surely no less than 100 pounds. Zhou Yu was overjoyed. The chest measured barely a foot in length, with a width and height of merely 20 centimeters. Such weight could only imply one thing. It was filled to the brim with metal. Surely, no one would conceal lead or iron within a treasure chest. 100 pounds may sound daunting, yet it was merely the weight of a small dragon's carp. Zhou Yu exerted little effort to hoist the chest out. The skeletal hand was also lifted, swaying upon the iron chain. Feeling vexed at the sight, Zhou Yu contemplated removing it. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmering emerald on the middle finger of the skeletal hand. It was a gemstone ring. Elated, Zhou Yu swiftly removed the ring and discarded the skeletal hand carelessly. Dragging the chest, he turned to swim towards Shinqing. The remnants of the tattered net had dwindled to a final piece. By the time he reached her, Shinqing had already bundled all the frayed nets into a solid sphere over 2 feet in diameter. The original plan was for the two of them to collaboratively drag this sphere upward, thus completing their task. However, the unexpected addition of the chest disrupted their strategy. Although Zhou Yu appeared to lift the chest effortlessly, the weight of 100 pounds of iron was vastly different from that of 100 pounds of fish. It was exceedingly challenging to buoy such a heavy chest to the surface. After waving his hand to capture Shinqing's attention, he once again inscribed in the air with his fingers, conveying to her, "Go, start the boat, lower the crane." Chapter 91. Genuine wealth. The vessel Wuling soon arrived. Zhou Yu secured the rope and iron chain together, feeling a pang of unease, and subsequently added several more knots with the rope around the box. The iron chain had been submerged for decades, if not a century, and if it were to fail, the rope would serve as a safeguard. Gripping the rope, he ascended swiftly, breaking through the surface of the water in no time. "Zhou Yu, over here." Shinqing called from the bow as she lowered the hook. Zhou Yu hastened to swim over and to fix the rope to the hook. He seized the hook and was the first to board the bow of the vessel. What lies within the box? Shinqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I haven't seen it myself. We shall uncover it shortly," Zhou Yu replied. The crane whirred as the tennis balls in the box were hoisted up, dripping with water. The tennis balls were discarded into a large garbage bag, while the box was placed at the bow for examination. Unfortunately, it was encrusted with seaweed, obscuring all but a chain and a lock. Zhou Yu retrieved the water gun, adjusted it to high-pressure mode, and unleashed a torrent against the box. The force of the high-pressure water could slice through steel. Though the equipment aboard Wuling was merely standard, it was more than capable of dislodging mere seaweed. In less than 3 minutes, the seaweed was cleared away, and much of the rust was eliminated, revealing the true form of the box at last. Measuring 33 centimeters in length, 24 centimeters in width, and 22 centimeters in height, the iron box was adorned with a copper-studded skin. The top featured a handle, which was tethered with a length of iron chain. Secured with a copper lock, the lock bore the engraving of two winged lions, jointly supporting a crown. This design resembles that of European nobility. How could such an artifact be found in the East China Sea? Shen Qingqing exclaimed, her astonishment akin to discovering pearls in a cup of soy milk. Zhou Yu snorted dismissively. What is so surprising? They frequented here during the Opium Wars. A glance at the skeletal remains revealed to him that it was likely not of Chinese descent, as the individual had stood at least 9 meters tall. Without hesitation, he disposed of the remains. How shall we open it? We lack the key. Shen Qingqing fretted slightly, noting that the lock appeared valuable and it would be a pity to damage it. Just watch me, Zhou Yu replied, retrieving a hacksaw from the toolbox and attaching the blade. With a rhythmic sawing sound, he set to work on the brass lock. The copper had long been corroded by seawater, and with just a few strokes, it snapped apart. The lock remained intact, allowing the lid of the box to be opened. Qingqing, come over here. Be cautious. There may be traps. We must be vigilant. It would be quite unfortunate to be struck by an arrow before finding treasure, he warned. The two approached with care, preparing to lift the box lid from behind. However, after much effort, the lid would not budge. There are no hidden mechanisms. The box is simply rusted shut, Zhou Yu declared. He then produced a hammer and a screwdriver, and began prying at the seams of the box with a cacophony of clinks and clatters. With a decisive crack, the lid finally gave way, releasing a stream of dark red rusty water. Zhou Yu used the screwdriver to pry the lid further open. The two held their breath, waiting for a full 2 minutes. On the deck, aside from the gentle lapping of the waves, all remained quiet. There were no traps, no hidden arrows. The two individuals rose and approached the chest, revealing a dark mass of oilcloth. Zhou Yu nonchalantly tore away the covering, and suddenly, under the sunlight, a dazzling brilliance burst forth. Wow! The two squinted their eyes, momentarily rendered speechless. Inside the chest lay a bountiful collection of silver and gold coins. As the heavenly glow began to diminish, Zhou Yu casually picked up a silver coin for inspection. One side was engraved with the profile of a man, beneath which was the year of minting, 1773. The opposite side featured 2 columns flanking a crown and a shield. The outer rim of the coin was adorned with a series of letters forming several unfamiliar words, with a solitary numeral, 8, amidst them. Did this signify 8 pieces or 8 cents? Zhou Yu felt a tinge of disappointment and tossed it back carelessly. Pure silver was worth only a few coins per gram. It held little value. Shen Qingqing seized a gold coin, one side depicting a majestic eagle with wings spread, clutching a serpent in its beak while standing on a cactus. The other side bore a hat surrounded by rays of varying lengths. There was no denomination, but it was marked with the year of minting, 1853. The coins within the chest were predominantly of these 2 designs. The silver coins were the most numerous, easily exceeding 1,000 upon first glance. The same design varied in minting years from the 18th to the 19th century. The quantity of gold coins was less, estimated at 2 to 300, also spanning various years. Judging by the latest minting year of the coins, the deceased must have been a colonizer from the period surrounding the Opium Wars. It remained a mystery what calamity had befallen them, leaving a chest of treasures to rest beneath the sea. Despite their inability to ascertain the country of origin for these coins, the two were enveloped in immense joy. Particularly after estimating the number of gold coins, they embraced and playfully struck each other. With over 200 gold coins, each weighing more than an ounce. Even without considering their collectible value, selling the gold alone could fetch 3 to 4 million. Not to mention the abundance of silver coins. Qingqing, I have made a decision. Upon our return, we shall honor the mother of the sea and Mazu. Shen Qingqing readily concurred. Indeed, let us establish the altar and incense stand in the west room, alongside my mother and grandmother. The mother of the sea has shown us such favor. Without a doubt. We must not only rebuild the temple, but also reforge the golden statue, and we shall pay our respects on the 1st and 15th days of each month. Once their excitement had subsided somewhat, the two moved the chest into the resting compartment for safekeeping. Zhou Yu remained uneasy about leaving it near the cockpit, fearing it might be lost to the sea. The Woolingren lifted anchor and set sail, aimlessly drifting across the ocean. Zhou Yu steered the trawler, casually searching the underwater realm. Perhaps their stroke of luck had been exhausted, for after more than 20 minutes, he finally spotted 4 or 5 fish, each weighing over 20 pounds, foraging among the reefs. Unfortunately, none were of particularly prized species. The best among them were bass and grouper. Distracted by the treasure chest, Zhou Yu's expression suddenly turned serious. A fish with a creamy hue and covered in black spots swam into his view. It was a mouse grouper. Aside from photographs, Zhou Yu had never encountered such a fish. Though it weighed merely a few dozen pounds, it was indeed a mouse grouper, renowned as the king of groupers. Zhou Yu immediately cast aside several large fish and instructed, Qingqing, turn left and stop the boat after 500 meters. The Wulingren slowly came to a halt. This time, in addition to traditional boat fishing, Zhou Yu retrieved his long-neglected lure rod. He was unwilling to wait passively for the prized grouper. Accustomed to the number 10 line, he found it somewhat unfamiliar to revert to the 4 or 5 pound PE line. The lure rod felt particularly light in his hands. On his first cast, he veered off course by several meters. However, on the second attempt, he finally regained his touch and successfully delivered the lure directly in front of the target. The grouper, known for its ferocity and strong territorial instincts, did not wait for Zhou Yu to begin animating the lure. It eagerly launched an assault on the intruder. An adult grouper typically weighs around 7 to 8 pounds, so this specimen, exceeding 10 pounds, was considered a substantial catch. The diminutive lure stood little chance against such a formidable opponent. Within a mere moment, the grouper had clamped down on it. The grouper itself was taken aback, perplexed as to how a mere bite of a small fish had sent it soaring into the air. Chapter 92. The School of Snapper. It was the first time for Qingqing to encounter a mouse grouper, and such a sizable one at that. She felt a pang of envy towards Zhou Yu's extraordinary luck and couldn't resist pulling out her lure rod to join in the fun. In places where several large fish congregate, the fishing boat of Wuling often remains anchored with its engine running. Now that the mouse grouper was secured, Zhou Yu promptly maneuvered the boat to the spot where the dragon grouper was. These fish were not too large, and their lures were sufficient to handle them. With Zhou Yu acting as a concealed fish finder, it was almost a certainty that Qingqing would hook a fish. Within 10 minutes, a dragon grouper weighing over 20 pounds was caught. Before lunch, they managed to net several large fish, losing only one in the process. With such a bountiful harvest, their spirits soared. The lunch that followed was equally sumptuous, featuring beef, lamb, pork belly, and ribs laid out on the table. They even freshly sliced the smallest yellowfin tuna. Qingqing personally poured Zhou Yu a glass of red wine, acknowledging that the discovery of treasure was entirely due to his audacious spirit. A reward was certainly in order. In truth, had it not been for Qingqing remembering to clean up the trash, Zhou Yu's boldness would have been of no consequence. The two were in high spirits, even discussing the potential value of their finds over the dining table. Unfortunately, both were novices in the realm of collectibles and had no clear idea about their worth. However, one thing was certain. Even if they melted down the gold and silver coins, it would still fetch a higher price than that block of ambergris. This stretch of ocean was replete with reefs, and the pair decided to remain in their spot for the afternoon, continuing their leisurely fishing. Now that they had purchased a freezer, Zhou Yu refrained from using frozen bait unless there were signs of large fish. They were not there to engage in charity. He would not squander his efforts on futile endeavors. As the clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Yu reeled in his fishing rod, proclaiming it was time to prepare dinner. Surprisingly, Qingqing agreed without hesitation. Though they hadn't verbally conferred, their thoughts aligned perfectly. Both eagerly anticipated an early meal, hoping for darkness to fall swiftly so they could retreat into their cozy cabin and count their treasures together. Zhou Yu operated the tugboat to lower the fishing line, while Qingqing busied herself with cooking. After dinner, they glanced at the time. It was only 5:30. They could hardly contain their excitement as they slipped into the resting quarters, pouring the gold and silver coins from their treasure chest onto the bed. The chest, made of iron and lined with cowhide, had been sealed with oilcloth at the opening, preventing any seawater from infiltrating. The coins remained untouched by corrosion, glimmering under the light as if they were brand new. Zhou Yu and Qingqing sat facing each other, a dazzling array of precious metals piled between them. Qingqing, let us first separate the gold coins, Zhou Yu suggested. Then we can count them and the silver coins in stacks of 100. After a moment of contemplation, Qingqing proposed, that sounds good. But we should arrange them by year. For those years with particularly high quantities, we can also stack them in hundreds. The price differences for collectible coins across various years can be staggering, even reaching hundreds or thousands of times. Qingqing's suggestion was notably astute. The two immediately set to work counting according to her plan. Thus, they spent more than half an hour meticulously tallying the contents of the treasure chest. They finally concluded their inventory, 231 pieces of eagle gold coins from 3 different years, 527 pieces of eagle silver coins, and 725 pieces of dual column silver coins from 5 different years. A total of 231 gold coins and 252 silver coins lay before them. Shin-ching-ching, seeking to pass the time, dismantled the bedside magazine. She meticulously stacked every 100 coins into cylindrical shapes, wrapping them in pages from the magazine. Each tube was clearly labeled with the material, year, and quantity of the coins. Zhou Yu, unable to assist with this task, could only observe. His expertise lay in bending iron wire for model making, not in origami. Ultimately, Shin-ching-ching placed the finished coin tubes back into the iron box, completing their wealth assessment. Zhou Yu initially planned to leave the box there, but Shin-ching-ching vehemently opposed the idea. It was acceptable to leave it during the day, but not at night. The mere thought of the box once being tied to a skeleton sent chills down her spine. As for placing it in her room, absolutely out of the question. Reluctantly, Zhou Yu hoisted the box, weighing over 150 pounds, back to the cockpit. The following morning, after Shin-ching-ching finished her morning routine, she ascended to the cockpit only to find Zhou Yu asleep on the floor, cradling the treasure chest. She felt a mix of pity and bemusement. Was it really necessary? Could the treasure chest possibly go missing on the ship? She pinched Zhou Yu's nose playfully. Wake up, you money-obsessed fool. It's morning. Zhou Yu had indeed spent the night on the floor with the chest. The box was too heavy and compact to place on the sofa without damaging it. However, the cockpit was not as secure as the sleeping quarters. If someone were to board the ship, they could easily access it. He simply couldn't bear to leave it unguarded. Regardless, he preferred the hard surface of the floor, finding it more comfortable than the sofa. Breakfast remained unchanged. Lean meat porridge, pickles, and steamed buns. After their meal, Zhou Yu first transported the treasure chest to the sleeping quarters. They had not engaged in serious fishing for the past couple of days. So today was the time to earnestly seek their catch. Once busy, he would not have the luxury to keep an eye on the chest. Upon his return, Shin-ching-ching was already retrieving the fishing lines. This marked the first practical application of their improved fishing lines. The resources in this sea area were moderate, and the catch would be quite representative. One by one, 5 fishing lines emerged from the water, their subsidiary lines significantly trimmed, revealing a blank canvas. However, as the densely placed hooks in the central region were drawn up, a flurry of lively, plump fish came into view, much to the delight of both Zhou Yu and Shin-ching-ching. At the very least, reducing the total number of hooks had not diminished their catch. Once all the lines were retrieved, the total catch was calculated. 200 hooks across 5 lines yielded over 40 assorted fish. This was even slightly more than when they had used 300 hooks previously, despite the latter being cast in a much richer fishing ground. Overall, the improvement could be deemed successful. They had managed to decrease the labor involved in baiting by a third while slightly increasing their yield, which brought great satisfaction to both Zhou Yu and Shin-ching-ching. After collecting the fishing lines, the Woolingren began its cruise, heading towards the open ocean. Zhou Yu skillfully maneuvered the small tugboat, fully committed to scanning the seabed along their route. However, as had been the case before, some areas were inevitably overlooked during their scans. Zhou Yu was already contemplating increasing the number of trawling boats, as this was crucial for locating fish. After half an hour of sailing, they suddenly encountered a school of bass. Zhou Yu hurriedly called out to Shin-ching-ching to reverse the boat. He cast the fishing net over the bow, and with a swift turn of the Woolingren vessel, the net was positioned directly in the path of the fish school. This particular group was merely a medium-sized school, pursuing an even smaller shoal of pike. The vibrant, languid little fish that suddenly appeared within the pike's vicinity drew no suspicion from the large bass. The allure presented was one that few humans could resist, let alone a group of creatures with brains smaller than sunflower seeds. In an instant, the school of bass diminished in size. As the winch began to lift, Zhou Yu and Shin-ching-ching embarked on a moment of bliss. Zhou Yu was in charge of extracting the fish, while Shin-ching-ching managed the arrangements for their accommodation. In just over half an hour, they had successfully caught more than 60 large bass. Shin-ching-ching couldn't help but praise Zhou Yu once again, exclaiming, "Little brother Yu, your design for this fishing net is truly remarkable. With the use of artificial bait, it becomes a one-time effort, making fish extraction effortless and far more efficient than traditional nets." She resolved to create a couple more nets upon their return. Chapter 93. Flying Fish and Swordfish. Zhou Yu was elated by the compliments he received, floating on a cloud of bliss. Shin-ching-ching had hit the nail on the head. The two had once seen, while near the shore, a fishing vessel besieged by a school of small fish. The frenzied sight of lines being pulled taut in rapid succession left an indelible impression on him. In such moments, anyone could reel and fish effortlessly, with bait hitting the water and fish biting almost instantaneously. Clearly, this had little to do with skill. Zhou Yu pondered, If one could drop hundreds of hooks simultaneously, it would surpass the effectiveness of nets. After his nets were confiscated, he fashioned a fishing net according to his own design. The two successful outings proved that the combination of his fishing net and his fish-finding prowess was unfailingly effective. The catch was the same, but the time taken to unhook the fish was merely a tenth of that required with the nets. Most importantly, they had fishing gear quotas, making their activities entirely legal. Having sorted their catch, the Wuling Rin set sail once more. Deep down, Zhou Yu harbored a hope of encountering a few large tuna. Unfortunately, such encounters do not materialize merely through desire. Although they came across a few sizable fish, no schools appeared again. The tuna remained elusive, and not even a small yellowfin graced their lines. In truth, the ocean teems with countless fish. Within China's maritime territories alone, there are 694 species of marine fish. The notion of whimsically locating desired fish is utterly fanciful. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu remained undeterred and continued to control the small tugboat to explore the sea after lunch. Throughout the afternoon, the Wuling Rin sailed intermittently for over an hour. They managed to catch some larger fish, yet the tuna continued to evade them. As dusk approached, the Wuling Rin anchored in an area rife with rocky reefs. The two scattered a generous amount of frozen bait and set up their 4 fishing rods. Zhou Yu had abandoned hope of finding tuna, opting instead to seek larger fish in this productive spot. When dealing with sizable catches weighing dozens of pounds, there was minimal risk of entanglement. Setting more rods would significantly increase their efficiency. There was another reason for anchoring here. The seabed was littered with pearl oysters. During a previous trip to the seaside to learn swimming, Zhou Yu had whimsically collected a large clam, dreaming of unearthing a magnificent pearl, only to find nothing but disappointment. The clam meat was tough and inedible, much to Shenqing's amusement. Zhou Yu had already begun planning to dive with Shenqing the following day to collect some oysters, determined to redeem himself and discover a splendid pearl. As he was lost in these thoughts, a flock of birds suddenly soared towards them against the backdrop of the setting sun. Zhou Yu and Shenqing simultaneously looked up. Puzzled, what kind of birds fly so low? Flap, flap, flap. The birds plummeted onto the deck one after another. Suddenly, a powerful gust swept through, and Zhou Yu instinctively reached out. To his astonishment, he caught a vibrant blue fish